Chapter 351, Depth Mastery, Auspicious Air, Ancient Aura, Heavenly Enlightenment. It went by many names across just as many worlds. But, regardless of what it was called, the rarity of it didn't change at all. Even the normally calm and unflustered Era couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. It was to the point her eyes widened uncontrollably. Sist Era raised her slender finger to her pink lips, shushing Syl. It seemed that she was afraid of waking Leonel from such a rare state. It was clear that she had no idea that Leonel had entered this state by choice, and it wasn't a mere rare chance. It was something beyond that. A few minutes later, the air around Leonel suddenly vanished, and he woke up within his dream world. At that moment, he too was stunned. 3 minutes? It took 3 minutes? Leonel was shocked. Usually, it would take him a few hours to master a spear if he went all out. In truth, this was already shockingly fast. If others came to know he could do this, there was no telling what kind of sensation it would cause. However, Leonel came to realize that as he climbed the hill, the more difficult it became and the more hours he had to pour in to master these spears. Before he realized it, a few months had passed and he had only mastered 300 or so of the over 2,000 he needed to. But this took him only 3 minutes? The most shocking part was that he had only comprehended with one mind. What if he split his mind 8 ways and reflected on the Force Art from 8 different directions at once? Era sighed. It only lasted a few minutes, but that would be enough for him to meditate on for a lifetime. He's quite a lucky child. Era almost choked. Leonel entered the state again. Her elegant demeanor was suddenly thrust out the window. Leonel began to experiment. Would it be more efficient to comprehend numerous spells at once, or meditate on the same spear? What about if he spent 4 mind splits on one spear and 4 on another? What if he spent 2 on each spear? Leonel exhausted all his options, hopping into and out of a state Era thought was nearly impossible to touch in the first place. By the end of it all, she felt so numb that she may very well have been close to losing her mind. Syl and Ree watched this scene play out from the side, completely stunned. They didn't know what had happened to their elegant and refined sister-in-law to make her act like this. In truth, Era's reactions weren't very exaggerated. To other people, they could only be considered to be a slight reaction. Maybe a slight opening of her pink lips, a slight raise of her brows, a slight twitch at the corner of her eyes and lashes. However, for Era, this was the equivalent of her jaw dropping to the floor. Of course, Leonel had no idea what these women were feeling. He wouldn't care even if he knew. After all, the Force Art was within his dream world, which was essentially just a projection of his memories in his mind. It was impossible for anyone to take from him. Is this his ability? Era finally concluded. When Era came to this conclusion, she sucked in a cold breath. She suddenly understood why Leonel would disdain to be a bodyguard. Though Era had already seen through Leonel's potential, it seemed that even her own evaluation was too low. Someone with such an ability wouldn't be restricted by anything. Of course, Era was technically incorrect, but also could be considered to be correct in a way as well. Without his ability, it would truly be impossible for Leonel to do what he was doing now. If this is truly the case, we have picked up a treasure, but this treasure will be difficult to control. Mistress Era regained her calm. No matter how one looked, it had become impossible to read her thoughts from her expression. So that's how things are. Leonel realized several things through countless experiments. For one, it was far more efficient to split his mind and meditate on the same spear. From Leonel's trials for a spear at the bottom of the hill, it took about a single minute to master while meditating on the natural Force Art. For one nearer the middle, it took about 5 minutes. For one near the top, it took upwards of 10 minutes. However, if he meditated on a spear with 2 minds at once, the time was lowered by a factor of 3. A lower-tier spear would take 20 seconds, and so on. The more minds Leonel used, the efficiency became greater and greater. Eventually, when he used all 8 minds, it took him no more than a second or two for a lower-tier spear, and not even a third of a minute for a higher-tier one. Still, even this wasn't the greatest realization Leonel had made. When he went back to the base of the spear peak in order to experiment with lower-tier spears, he realized that masteries could be separated into tiers. Leonel personally chose to split masteries into 2 tiers. One, the lower, was what he called shallow masteries, while the higher was named depth masteries by him. Shallow mastery was all Leonel had grasped until now. In order to evoke this mastery, he had to recall the memories and project the image of the spear consciousness outward. This was why whenever he battled with his spear, the images of the spear owners would pop up. However, when he reached depth mastery, this evocation was no longer necessary. It became ingrained into his very bones. In order to reach depth mastery, the requirement was 10 times the time. This meant for a lower-level spear, it would take about 20 seconds. For a middle-level spear, it would around 2 minutes. For a higher-tier spear, it would take around 4 to 5 minutes. But for Leonel, this was well worth it, because he realized that when he reached depth mastery, the stamina it took him to use his dreamscape battle sense plummeted. Chapter 352, Madwoman and Madman. Chapter 352, Madwoman and Madman. Leonel lost track of the days, causing the ladies within the carriage to almost become worried. This wasn't because they were worried for Leonel, and it wasn't because they were worried about their own safety having to sleep in the same region as a man either. After all, with Mistress Era here, even if Leonel had evil thoughts, whether or not he'd be able to keep his life for more than a few seconds was the real question in such a situation. What they were really worried about was cleanliness. They were very much worried that Leonel would ruin things with his presence. And, as though this wasn't bad enough, he hadn't moved in almost a week already. But, as time passed, they began to realize something extraordinary. Despite not making any attempts to clean himself, Leonel actually didn't smell. In fact, he looked the exact same as he had when he began to meditate without a care in the world. Not only that, but he didn't even try to strike up a conversation with any one of them. It made sense for him to maintain distance from Era. After all, considering how much Syl's elder brother doted on his wife, he might very well kill Leonel just for being in her presence like this. But what about Rhea and Syl? The two women began to feel that there was either something wrong with them, or something wrong with Leonel. Leonel's eyes suddenly shot open. A piercing gaze seemed to tear through the air before him as the faint light of a spear shot into the void. Mistress Era didn't miss this subtle change. But before she needed to act, Leonel snuffed out the aura himself. Leonel sent his gaze out of the carriage window, finding an ever-looming city quickly approaching. But this city made the one he had landed in seem like a children's toy. Its walls were hundreds of meters tall, projecting an air of not only strength, but also artistry. Leonel never thought that he'd be thinking such a thing about wall, but here he was. The walls were a gentle gold color accented by a strong crimson red. Depictions of valiant warriors and magical beasts were etched across its surface, projecting a three-dimensional landscape of war. Just staring at the images made Leonel feel as though the clanging of weapons and the roaring of beasts were reverberating in his mind. Yet he couldn't take his eyes off of it. He felt his blood boil, his eyes flickering on and off with a violet-red color that shrouded the carriage in an oppressive air. This feeling, it was the very same feeling he had the first time he faced an army of demons. Syl and Rhea shivered, inching away from Leonel while lamenting that the massive carriage was still too small. Mistress Era's gaze trembled. She too felt her heart palpitate. She could tell that this was the first time Leonel was seeing these walls. Usually, it was impossible to become so immersed during a second or third attempt. In addition, most would miss the opportunity and look away after losing courage, not knowing they were leaving an opportunity of a lifetime behind. Ira could have never expected that Leonel would not only keep looking, but he had even awoken from his meditation as though he had sensed it calling out to him. This has no business on a fourth-dimensional world, Leonel suddenly mumbled. The words were only meant for himself, but Ira's eyes widened when she managed to grasp them. In the end, she smiled lightly. Though she did, with her demeanor, it was no more than the slightest curl of her lip. Leonel, you are quite patient. All this time, you haven't asked what it is you'll be participating in. Leonel blinked out of his thoughts and looked toward the future matriarch of the Kaefir family. This was the first time she had spoken with him since he entered this carriage. I figured you'd tell me when it was time. Leonel finally replied. Ira's beautiful blue eyes fluttered. Then, without responding directly to the question, she looked toward the city in the distance. Do you know what that city represents? Bravery, Leonel said without hesitation. Ira seemed surprised by this answer before she smiled lightly. This time, her smile seemed much more obvious than it had been in the past. That's one answer, she said noncommittedly. My answer, though, is even simpler than that. It's survival. Leonel's heart stilled for a moment. A flood of unknowable emotions surged through him, causing his blood to rumble once more. You say bravery because you have the strength to say as much. To those without power, it's never about something so idealistic. All they want to see is their next day, their next meal, their next breath. It's not about anything more than that. Syl's eyes glittered as she looked toward Leonel. Is this boy really powerful enough to gain such an evaluation from her sister-in-law? As for the simplest among them all, Rhea, she almost couldn't refrain from harumphing. She clearly didn't like anything that praised Leonel. What powerful man would bully a young, beautiful girl like her? More pointedly, what powerful man would have such a slave brand? Leonel didn't respond to these words. This wasn't the first time he had run into such a problem. His talk with Roaring Black Lion all those months ago still resurfaced in his memories from time to time. You could say that this is a matter of survival for our family, so I hope that you'll treat this with the appropriate amount of seriousness. It was only now Leonel realized that he was dealing with a madwoman. This woman knew nothing about him. Yet, she directly snubbed a genius likely handpicked by their family in favor of him, a man branded with a mark that might as well have assigned him as a slave. If she wasn't mad, then how else would you describe it? Yet, Leonel couldn't help but find himself grinning. If he couldn't find Ina, the next best option was to raise holy hell until she caught wind of him being here. If this place was really so important, wouldn't it be perfect for him? He was beginning to think that Ira might have taken a liking to him because he too was a madman. Chapter 353, Ensnared. Chapter 353, Ensnared, that's the Kaefir family's entourage. The outside of the valiant city was bustling. It was not much different from the people of Earth meeting their celebrities. To the common folk, a family that ruled of a city like Kaifir's was far beyond their reach. To see them in the flesh like this was an opportunity of a lifetime. These people knew that they would never have the chance to enter Brave City, but they still traveled here from all over just to catch a glimpse of the festivities. The best part was that they could do so safely. No beasts or invalids would dare to enter even the 10-kilometer radius of Brave City. The aura around it was simply too oppressive. Thanks to this, it was often even safer to be here than it would be to stay at their homes. The Swan family escort is here. The crowd boiled once again. What could excite the people more if not rivalry and competition? Not only were the Swan and Kiafir families both long-standing enemies, but they also both had the strength to stand out amidst the crowd. Terrain had a system of cities and powers. They worked together to balance one another. While the cities were ruled by city lords, the powers were ruled by patriarchs and matriarchs. Of course, there were divisions among cities and within powers. But both Kaifir and Swan City were both the highest Tier 9 cities. They stood at the helm of the world along with the strongest powers. If not, they would never have teleportation hubs. The warriors of the Swan and Kaifir families swept glances over one another, a haughty air exuding from them all. They seemed to toe a line of acknowledgement and indifference. Both entourages came to a stop about half a kilometer from the looming city gates. Even as members of the escort, they were aware that they wouldn't be allowed to enter the city gates. Only the elites amongst the elite would be allowed to do such a thing. At that moment, the crowd became entirely focused on the carriages near the middle of the entourage and the small group of elites around it. They all knew that the group of young men and women around the center and the elites within the carriage were the only ones that would be able to take the stage. At that moment, Zilar's expression was gloomy as could be. He gripped the reins of his warhorse so tightly that the imprint seeped into his skin and even became soaked with blood. Those who had gained a quota along with Zilar looked toward him with pitying gazes and couldn't help but push their hatred for Leonel up another notch. This adulation should have been Zilar's. Yet he wouldn't even get to participate in something he had worked so hard for. How could he also not be enraged? But in a world where power spoke over all, there was nothing he could do. Mistress Era was more powerful than he was, so her word was final. Nothing more, nothing less. At that moment, the door to the Swan family's carriage opened. The first to step out was a young woman. Her demeanor and elegance was a step below that of Mistress Era. However, her looks were not in the least bit inferior. Her charm lay in her openness. She wore a modest blue dress that matched well with her deep black hair and fair complexion. A perpetual, inviting smile hung from her lips, capturing the hearts of all those who saw her. The moment this young woman stepped out, 8 youths riding war horses of their own stepped down from them, following to her back in an orderly fashion. Young Ms. Swan, the crowd seemed to be breathless for a moment. Just as the atmosphere was reaching its peak, the Kiafir family carriage opened. Syl descended with a bright smile. She didn't look directly at the crowd, but it still felt as though she had greeted them all one by one. She was nothing like the flustered young lady who didn't know how to respond to Leonel's bluntness and played every bit the part of elegant noble woman. Her charisma was no less than young Miss Swan. In fact, since she picked up some tips from her own sister-in-law, her own demeanor was even slightly more refined than the latter. However, it was at that instant that something no one could have possibly expected to happen occurred. Another person stepped out from the carriage, but his appearance came with what sounded like the shattering of countless hearts. The moment the young man appeared, it was as though a spear had suddenly been brandished before the world. A sharpening blade resonated in the ears of all those who saw him, causing the air to grow several times heavier. The young man's almost golden hair swayed gently beneath his billowing aura, a faint violet hue collecting around him like a cloud. It felt as though his immediate surroundings had become his inescapable domain, a place he controlled all to his own. For those moments, he overshadowed Syl completely. Thoughts that he wasn't worthy to stand by her side didn't even have a chance to manifest before they were ruthlessly crushed. It was to the point that no one even noticed the black brand between his brows. At that moment, let alone those watching on, even Syl was stunned. Was this the same young man who had sat quietly within their carriage for so long? The same young man who had entered their city in rags? The legs of the war horses around Leonel trembled, causing some of the riders to almost fall off completely. Zemo's eyes narrowed. At that moment, he admonished himself for ever doubting the judgment of the mistress. Leonel swept a gaze over the crowd. He knew that in order to catch Ina's attention, he had to stand out as much as possible. He no longer bothered to restrain his aura, nor did he feign his usual modesty. Since he was here, he would make sure his name resounded throughout Terrain. At that moment, even the elegant young Miss Swan couldn't help but look toward him with a hint of shock and curiosity in her eyes. Then she swept a glance toward Syl with a teasing expression. Within the carriage, Era was holding back a pouting Rie, who was clearly dissatisfied by the fact she wasn't allowed to go. "Sister-in-law, I want to go too." Era shook her head. "You can enter the spectator stands with me later. You won't be able to enter the gates the normal way regardless." Though Era spoke these words to appease Rhee, it was clear that she was absent-minded. Her gaze glistened as she watched Leonel's back through the curtains of the carriage. She felt that this was the true Leonel, but if that was the case, he'd be even more difficult to control than she thought. Still, he was a bit too naive. Regardless of what reasons he had for showing off his sharpness now, he was already being slowly ensnared by her. Looking toward her little sister-in-law's blushing face as she gazed toward Leonel, who had suddenly appeared to her side, Ira's slight smile appeared once again. Chapter 354, Never an Option. Chapter 354, Never an Option. Leonel's aura blazed like the sun. Somehow, even with a beauty like Syl standing by him, she was the one who was overshadowed. Who is that? The crowd had fallen into a temporary silence before they suddenly erupted with discussion. Am I seeing things? Did the Kafer family marry my goddess away? In the minds of those on Terrain, the only reason a male could be sharing a carriage like this with the younger sister of the Kafer family heir could only be this. These big families cared too much about their reputation to allow even an inkling of rumors to start without adequate cause. This meant that even if these two weren't betrothed now, it wouldn't be long before they were. Of all those here, Syl seemed to be the one who understood this the most clearly, especially after she realized her sister-in-law was actually blocking Rhee from exiting the carriage. Even if Rhee's appearance wouldn't completely quell the rumors, it would at least calm some of the heat she was feeling now. Leonel, however, seemed oblivious to all of this. He took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the youths who had descended from their war horses. He could easily sense the hostility in their eyes. But, surprisingly, Zilar, who should feel the most wronged, was silent and refused to meet his eyes. I can tell that you all are unsatisfied. Syl blinked, not expecting Leonel to be so direct. The version of Leonel she knew was closed off and restrained. She had no idea that this wasn't the real Leonel. Leonel wasn't a cold or arrogant person. He liked to think of himself as social and lively. But circumstances seemed to constantly be pushing his true self away. Hearing Leonel's words, as though they held some compelling spell to them, the youths who were glaring at him still couldn't help but listen. And, though I know you all don't want to hear it, I'm sure you also understand that it wasn't my choice to be here either, right? Zilar clenched his fists. Hey, watch your words. A petite young woman stepped toward Leonel. Clearly, she didn't like Leonel's words. What worse thing was there to hear after losing something that the person who got it didn't even appreciate it? In some ways, that felt worse than said person just gloating. That said, how could Leonel not understand this? He swept a glance toward the petite young woman, causing her next words to get caught in her throat. For whatever reason, beneath Leonel's direct gaze, she couldn't seem to muster up any courage to continue her tirade. I don't say this to belittle Zilar. I say this so that we can get an understanding of one another. Those were simply my feelings in the past. Now that I've seen those city gates and laid eyes on the war scenes it depicts, Leonel's hair billowed beneath his aura, his eyes blazing like two torches. He couldn't help but grin, the rushing of his blood sounding like crashing waterfalls in his ears. I have not a single intention of giving my spot up. Leonel's almost fiendish grin caused the petite woman to stumble. You Seven and Syl are my teammates. I hope that instead of letting animosity get the best of you, you'll realize that sabotaging me is the very same as disrespecting Ziller. The young woman and the others were stunned. That was right. If they could get enraged simply because Leonel said that he didn't want the position to begin with, how much worse would it be to ruin the opportunity he had? Suddenly, the petite young woman felt as though she had fallen into a trap she couldn't get out of. Leonel smiled. Let's go. Leonel turned toward the gates. Despite the fact they were half a kilometer away, it felt as though they were bearing down on him. This level of majesty was far beyond anything he had seen in his lifetime before. Syl and the others subconsciously followed his steps, not realizing their actions until Leonel suddenly stopped and looked back toward Zilar. Zilar stood with his fists clenched, looking toward their backs as blood trickled between his fingers. He was the first person to not avoid Leonel's gaze when he met them. Second place was never an option for me. At first, it sounded as though Leonel was leaving behind some scolding words for Zilar. However, what Zilar heard was completely different. What he heard was a promise. Syl blinked, not really believing what she was seeing. How did he rein in these arrogant geniuses? Even she could hardly do it, and that was only because of her family background, while the other half of the reason was because they wanted to marry her. Plus, how did she suddenly become a background character? Before she could realize what was happening, their group had caught up to the Swan families. Leonel stood at the helm with Syl by his side. Young Miss Swan stood at the forefront of her own group, looking toward them curiously. All of them stood at the demarcation line. Those without talent didn't dare to cross this 500-meter mark from the Brave City gates. If they dared to do so, they would only be asking for death. Young Miss Swan blinked. Is this your man, little Syl? He's quite good. I'm a little bit jealous. Leonel pretended as though he hadn't heard anything, but Syl suddenly became flushed. The men within young Miss Swan's group stared daggers toward Leonel. It seemed they didn't quite like that their goddess was praising another man. A particular large one amongst them, standing a head taller than even the already tall Leonel, shot an aura of competition toward him. Leonel planned to ignore this and take the first step forward. However, it was then that a rush surged through the crowd once again. It seemed that another city lord power had appeared. Chapter 355, Remember It Well. Chapter 355, Remember It Well, the Black City Escort. This city seemed to take their name quite seriously. Their war steeds were a deep shade of night with a singular jagged horn gracing their foreheads. Their carriage seemed carved of carbon, and an oppressive aura hung over them all. Bang! The carriage doors opened. The first thing anyone saw was a heavily armored leg smashing against the ground. Leonel could tell that if it wasn't for the fact this was a fourth-dimensional world, the ground would have been cracked beyond repair. But even then, the weight of this man was undeniable, and when he came into view, his oppressive presence seemed to overshadow all things. The man's beard could only be described as furious. It ran across his face and jaw like the blades of a knife. It was objectively unkempt. But if the man groomed it, something would feel off as though this was his natural state. The state of the man's face made it hard to tell his age, but those with sharp senses could tell that he was also a youth. His heavy black armor clinked about as he walked. Without having to say a word, 8 followed him in tow, soon reaching the demarcation line as well. At that moment, the young man grinned, seeing the two beauties. Lucky, lucky. I was assigned to the same entrance as two beauties. Syl and young Miss Swan looked toward this young man with a hint of disgust and trepidation in their eyes. It was clear to them that Leonel was far more pleasing to the eye, especially since, other than his odd beard, this young man's head reflected the sun about as well as a polished mirror. That said, considering his status, his bald head had never gotten in his way of wooing women, so why would he care? At that moment, the little mink around Leonel's shoulder snickered. It seemed that many had missed its presence, just like many hadn't noticed the brand between Leonel's brows. When the man heard this, it looked toward Leonel and found the little mink, causing his eyes to glow. He could sense something he deeply liked within the body of this little mink. I want your beast, he suddenly said. The little mink hopped to Leonel's head, wrapping around itself and yawning. The appearance of its little pink tongue made it seem as though it wasn't worried about the black-armored, bald man at all. Leonel swept a glance toward the black-armored man. There was a reason he had waited here, and it definitely wasn't out of respect for this man. Achievements were only worth something if others didn't achieve. There would be no happiness if there was no sadness, no joy if there was no despair. The more people there were to act as a contrast to him, the better. The black-armored man could tell that despite the fact Leonel had to look up, he wasn't oppressed by his aura in the slightest. However, unlike everyone else who had been starstruck by Leonel's appearance, the black-armored man was, likewise, not. Life's unfair, Leonel said plainly. Unfortunately, you can't always have what you want. Hearing Leonel's words, the young man was stunned for a moment before suddenly grinning fiendishly. Slave brand. Third dimension. Little pretty gigolo. I never thought that someone like this would actually dare to speak to me in this way. The man's words were like a bomb going off in the crowd. Everyone had been so overwhelmed by Leonel's presence that they hardly dared to observe him closely. It was only after hearing these things that they suddenly realized that the black-armored man was correct. Leonel's lip curled, but the smile held a hint of coldness to it. He actually didn't mind the man saying such words. Sometimes infamy was the best form of fame. However, Leonel still marked this man as one that needed to be taught a lesson. Now, he just had the perfect excuse to do so. Seeing Leonel's unperturbed smile, the black-armored man felt some discomfort. It seems we have something in common, Leonel said lightly. Before, no one dared to speak to me in this way either. It was only after the world began to change that some gained an overinflated sense of self-importance. It seems like you're another one of them. How about we make a bet? The smile within Leonel's gaze deepened. I don't have any words as pointed as gigolo to call you, but what do you say, Baldy? The man's gaze narrowed as a silence fell over the crowd. It seems you want to die. His voice became like gravel as his aura bore down on Leonel. Do you accept or not, Baldy? Leonel replied. The man stared toward Leonel before bursting out into a fit of laughter. When he finally stopped, his aura had become as heavy as a mountain, bearing down on everyone present. Whether it was his love of women or his want for the little mink, he forgot about them all in that very instant. What is this bet? If the stakes are too small, I just might take your life right here and now. Isn't there a trial right before us now? Leonel said plainly. I'll not only outperform you, I'll embarrass you. As for the stakes, do you dare to bet your life? Maybe it was because the valiant aura of the brave city gates was fueling his raging blood. Or maybe it was because Leonel was going all out to stand out as much as possible, but whatever the truth was, a bloodthirsty and cold presence seemed to exude from him. The man faltered slightly. Then he seemed to truly see Leonel for the first time. I, Jeffrock Black, have never stepped down from any challenge. Good, Leonel replied plainly. Leonel took a step forward and crossed the line. As though a beast was roaring in his face, his hair whipped back violently, his face even distorting slightly. Since you've reported your name, I'll do the same. I'm Leonel Morales. Remember it well. Chapter 356, Push. Chapter 356, Push Syl panicked. The first reason was Leonel's crazy challenge, and the second reason was the little mink. Leonel was still in the third dimension, while Jeffrock had long since entered the fourth. On top of that, there was no way the little mink could withstand the pressure of Brave City. She'd been so distracted before that she hadn't remembered the little beast until Jeffrock mentioned it. Now that she had, she couldn't help but close her eyes, not wanting to watch such an innocent little beast die like this. However, even with her eyes closed and several seconds ticking by, the sounds she expected to hear never reached her ears. Everyone watched in shock as Leonel took one step after another. It seemed as though the pressure couldn't do much more to him than kick up a strong wind. As for the little mink, it growled a bit, but afterward its body exuded a slight black fog. Soon it was sleeping again as though nothing had happened. At that moment, Leonel turned back toward their group. "Aren't you all coming?" Leonel asked. With that, Leonel continued forward. In his sights, the looming walls bore down on him as though trying to crush his will. Syl grit her teeth and took a step forward as well. The instant she did, she felt her knees buckle for a moment before they straightened. As though her actions were a cue, the youths began to move as one, their actions the subject of great entertainment for the surrounding crowd that didn't dare to follow. Jeffrock, too, took a heavy step forward, plowing through the pressure until he matched up to Leonel's speed. His gaze didn't leave Leonel's side profile as though he was waiting for the latter to collapse. Since he had accepted the bet, he wouldn't attack Leonel now. However, the moment Leonie showed any signs of collapsing, he would strike him dead. No one, not even his own brothers, would dare to talk to him in the way Leonel had. And this arrogant prick actually dared to report his name right after his? He really wanted to see how far a third-dimensional ant could go. At that moment, across the 8 gates of Brave City, similar competitions were happening all over. The fervor of the crowds in these locations were no less. However, the location of the Swan, Kiaffer, and Black families was still among the most heated. How could it not be if a bet to the death was taking place? However, the quick conclusion many were expecting never came. Leonel's steps remained steady. In fact, it seemed as though he had forgotten all about the world around him. He continued to stare intently at the gates before him, the images of battle being firmly ingrained into his mind. He lost himself in his focus, causing a familiar aura to billow out from around him. Jeffrock felt his heart seize when he felt it. To a genius like him, making it to the gates was an easy task. He was leisurely strolling just like Leonel was. They both knew that the true distinguishing factors would only make themselves known at the gates themselves. However, feeling such an aura, Jeffrock's steps faltered. He even felt that the pressure coming from Leonel was a step more forceful than even the Brave City gates. Soon, the group separated. In the very front there was Leonel and Jeffrock. A step behind them were young Miss Swan and Syl. And, much further behind them were the petite young woman and the other lackeys of the City Lord Powers. "Who is he?" Young Miss Swan looked toward Syl with curious, blinking eyes. A delicate sweat covered her elegant brow, but rather than destroying her demeanor, it made her look more pitiable. She played the role of vulnerable princess in need of saving exceptionally well. It was clear that the two women could be walking side by side with Leonel and Jeffrock should they want to. However, there was no need to enter a big dick contest between men. Whether they reached the gates first or last, it wouldn't make much of a difference as long as they did so within the allotted time. Realizing this, why would young Miss Swan not take the opportunity to learn a bit more about this mysterious Leonel character? Syl blinked innocently, a beautiful smile crossing her soft pink lips. None of your business. The two women walked side by side, smiling amicably. Yet, the atmosphere was deathly cold. Maybe this was the hypocrisy of women. They, too, were having their own big dick contest. It was just more covert. At that moment, Jeffrock was still observing Leonel. Maybe due to the influence of the Brave City gates, but he was the only one who could sense this oppressive aura coming from Leonel. He seemed to realize this as well, judging by the reactions of everyone else, so he bit down hard on his tongue so as not to lose face. However, Leonel couldn't be bothered to deal with him. A huge chunk of herbe ore suddenly appeared in his hand. This pressure makes it easier to absorb the herbe essence. Thanks to his breakthrough, Leonel was already within the superior stage. At this level, his body was already comparable to a weak pseudo-fourth dimension metal, and he was only a stage away from perfection. Disregard, Leonel had already gotten his use out of Jeffrock. What happened from here on out between them didn't matter to him as long as he beat him. Jeffrock seemed to sense this as well, and it lit a fire in his chest. However, no amount of his anger seemed to change a single thing. For entities as strong as them, it should have only taken less than a minute to cross 500 meters. Yet, under the pressure, it took them a half hour. When the gates became clear, everyone seemed to understand that this was where the true trial began. The doors loomed to an impossibly tall height. Standing beneath them, Leonel could only lift his head vertically, and even then, it was hard to see the tops of the walls. However, it was these very doors they needed to push to enter. Chapter 357, Never Forget. Chapter 357, Never Forget Jeffrock was drenched in sweat. In order not to lose face, he had kept up with Leonel's pace from start to finish. But the result made his lungs scream. Unfortunately, the pressure of the gates had nothing to do with strength. Even a fifth-dimensional entity would face a proportional amount of pressure. This was, of course, the same for Jeffrock. But what Jeffrock couldn't believe was that Leonel seemed unaffected. Let alone breathing as heavily as him, Leonel didn't even seem as though he had sweated a single drop. To make matters worse, Jeffrock was certain that the reason he was in such a sorry state was because of the pressure of the wall, but rather because of the pressure from Leonel himself. Finally, for the first time since their competition began, Leonel looked toward Jeffrock. "You don't look too good, Baldy. You doing okay?" Jeffrock's gaze flashed with a bloody red. He glared at Leonel, his chest heaving. At that moment, from atop the city walls, a few individuals looked down with curiosity. They all seemed like youths as well. However, whether they had gone through the same trials or not was unknown. "Isn't that Black City's ball boy? He looks like he's in a pretty sorry state. What happened to him?" The few on the wall chuckled. However, let alone hearing them, those below couldn't even see them. It was as though they were in a completely different world. The only one who frowned, seemingly realizing something was off, was Leonel. However, even with his senses, he had no way of seeing through the Brave City barrier. He only felt a faint itching at the small of his back as though he was being watched. "Which door do you think they'll be able to open? Pefty, aren't you just wondering if we'll have any competition? Regardless, if they're anything below royal, it'll be too much of a disappointment. If that was the case, I would have gotten up to come all the way over here for no reason. If you wanted to watch true elites, you should have gone to watch the gates with powers rather than this city lord gate. It's rare for anything meaningful to come out of the cities, and those that are worth watching have already entered the city." "Well, isn't that madman's sister down there? Maybe the genes run in the Kiafir family." The others looked at the young man who spoke like he was crazy. "You know that madman is overprotective about anything related to his wife and his little sister. You better watch your mouth. I don't care if you die, but if I'm guilty by association, who will I go complain to?" It was clear that these people were speaking about Syl's elder brother. It seemed that he had already entered the city. However, oddly enough, his wife and Syl's sister-in-law, Era, didn't seem to be a participant. It obviously wasn't because Era was too weak, and it obviously wasn't because she was too old. Whatever the true reason behind this seemed a bit complicated. Regardless, Leonel wasn't privy to this information, as he couldn't even hear the conversation. Still, all those on the top of the city walls seemed to accept this person's word as law, and they all closed their mouths. It's a shame, though. Someone else picked up the conversation that had fallen to silence. The cities are only going to fall further and further behind the powers at this rate. If they don't get themselves together and see the bigger picture, they'll be left behind. The others sneered hearing this. It was clear they were all from powers themselves, or they wouldn't be reacting like this. It isn't their fault. Their structures are flawed from the beginning. Us powers are built on strength first and foremost, while their foundations are economy and governance. To them, abandoning terrain would ruin their futures completely. Whereas for us, wherever there's room for self-improvement, we'll be able to thrive. They only have themselves to blame for their collapse. The words these young masters spoke easily uncovered the dark underbelly of terrain without regard. Unlike the common people who had to tiptoe around their words, these nobles spoke their minds freely and boldly. This was the representation of true power. The group snickered. "Oh, looks like someone is going to try? Huh? Is that boy really in the third dimension?" They had been so lost in their own worlds that it was only now they noticed that the young man teaching Jirac his place was actually within the third dimension. For one, they had never heard of a person in the third dimension even making it through the pressure of the gates. Though the pressure was adjusted based on strength, there was still a minimum requirement for foundation. They had simply never seen someone within the third dimension meet these standards. And, secondly, anyone who could make a fool out of Jirac should definitely be a monster. The only reason they hadn't paid more attention to Leonel before despite this was because the City Lord system was declining harshly. Though Jirac had some fame, they all docked him several points simply by virtue of this. Why would they care about someone who was only beating someone they didn't care much about to begin with? Would you care about the power of someone capable of stomping an ant to death? Bang. At that moment, Leonel's palm touched the tall doors, his robes and hair billowing. Jirac, who was already hardly able to stand on his own 2 feet, was blasted flying, rolling in the dirt until he slowly landed before the feet of the 2 women who were still a good distance from the gates. Leonel felt a force trying to rip his arm apart. Strong energy surged toward him, but they rebounded off his body like crossing blades, filling the air with the sound of harsh sharpening metal. Being, the ground beneath Leonel's feet cracked slightly. Fine lines raced across, meeting together and separating just as quickly as they spread outward. Leonel closed his eyes. He could sense the 5 levels of the door. In fact, it wasn't much different from the scene he saw when unlocking his metal synergy lineage factor. Soldier, general, royal, king, emperor, the whole city quaked. Leonel thought of waiting for Jirac to go first again, but after seeing his poor performance, Leonel felt that it was beneath him to even need such a person to contrast himself with. He simply served no purpose. In that case, he would make it a one-man show. His singular palm rested the door. He could feel it pushing back against him, wanting to throw him away the very same way Jarek had been. Leonel's eyes shot open. Bronze runes raced across his body, a halo of bronze violet appearing above his head. Those with lineage factors suddenly felt their hearts tremble, their blood running in reverse. Open. Dang. The scene was one those watching would never forget. Chapter 358, Who? Chapter 358, Who? Bang, bang. The gates flew open. In those moments, it felt as though a tornado had formed around Leonel. On one side, wind rushed in violently, blowing everything away. On the other, an undefeatable suction surged, sweeping up everything in a rush of quicksand-like wind. However, nothing was as deafening as the sound of the gates smashing against the hallowed walls of Brave City. The reverberation was so resounding, so cacophonic, so tempestuous that the whole city quaked. At that moment, no matter what section of the city you were in, everyone looked toward the same direction, shock coloring their features. This commotion? What could it possibly be? Those that could see what was happening were shocked to the point of speechlessness. The crowd that had been spectating from half a kilometer away only saw Leonel place a single palm forward before doors that towered into the skies nearly flew off their hinges beneath his presence. In fact, the ground beneath their feet quaked endlessly, causing some weaker individuals to fall to their butts, unable to understand what they had just seen. Just what level of strength was this? Of course, these people had no idea that opening the doors wasn't a contest of strength. It was a contest of will and battle aura. However, to Leonel, who had already fully awakened the first level of his metal synergy lineage factor, it was nothing but a joke. In fact, Leonel even felt it was too easy. Soldier, general, royal, king, and emperor? Leonel thought to himself, looking into the massive window toward the city he had created himself. Something seems to be missing. Leonel took a step forward, crossing the threshold. A wash of energy flooded toward him, coalescing into a golden brand between his brows. Compared to the runes that shone across his body, it was lacking in momentum and radiance. However, to those of Brave City, this golden mark was the highest entry honor of the city, the Emperor class. Leonel had no idea the level of commotion his actions would cause. Brave City was separated into tiers. Much like some parts of society, there were locations one could not enter without the appropriate credentials or standing. Within the city, these separating lines were even more exaggerated. The city itself isn't like how one would think it would be. Rather than being a metropolis, Brave City looked more like a war camp. There were no paved roads. Just like the outside of the city walls, the ground was covered in nothing but a brownish soil that looked like the land of a military practice ground. In every which direction, one could find monuments of stone called the Bravery Pillars. They depicted the exploits of soldiers and generals of the past and were among the most important staples of Brave City. Rather than buildings, much of Brave City was an arrangement of tents, especially the outer city limits. Only royals were allowed to live in small hut-like structures, while only emperors had stone housing for themselves. However, despite this seemingly organized structure, there was nothing peaceful about this city. Battles of all sorts seemed to take place every moment. Whether it was a battle for resources, for the monuments, or even for housing, it seemed as though one would take place all the time. Outside of the seemingly territorial housing system, there didn't seem to be a single ounce of order throughout the whole city, except for in just one place. A singular tower stood in the very middle of the city. Aside from the walls of the city itself, it was the only structure that stood above 2 or 3 stories tall. In fact, it shot hundreds of meters into the air, much like the war-etched walls on the outside. From the top of this tower, one could overlook the whole city and all 8 of its gates. However, to be able to step to this floor, the minimum requirement was to be a king. For someone of such standing, they obviously wouldn't come here to overlook ants they thought to be beneath them. That said, there were exceptions to every rule. Just how much commotion would the swinging of doors hundreds of meters high cause? Just how much worse would this commotion be if the action was so violent that the doors hardly stopped even after slamming into the walls that held it up? Everyone knew that for the whole gate to open, it could only mean that a new emperor had appeared. However, even past emperors hadn't caused such a commotion, and most people could only hurriedly squeeze through a crack they caused in the gates. Who had ever heard of someone being given such a wide berth? At that moment, the usually bustling top tower floor fell into silence. Their eyes all landed on the same young man. Compared to the size of the doors, he seemed so small, like an ant that could be stamped into a meat paste at any moment. However, it was as though the doors didn't dare to close as he walked through. They stayed attached to the walls, still reverberating with residue of the previous impact that, even to this moment, resounded in everyone's ears like an endless echo. Who is that? They were all stunned to find out that none of them recognized the young man. Other than feeling some trembling in their hearts toward the odds runes drawn across his body, there was nothing else they could glean about him. It seemed that a variable had appeared. Within the tower, 3 familiar faces could be found. Well, they weren't quite familiar to Leonel. However, had Ina been there would be no doubt that she would recognize these people at first glance. Young heir of Cliff's Edge Terrace, Rainrid Solar. Young heiress to World's End Falls, Jilnia Falls. Young heir to Mirage Pavilion, Wila's Mirage. These 4 people had no idea how they were connected, but it didn't seem to matter. Brave City would make them enemies regardless. At that moment, as though everyone had realized a singular threat before them, several auras locked onto Leonel. Chapter 359, Plan. Chapter 359, Plan, Bang. A shadowy figure shot through the roof of an inn, causing brick and chips of wood to fly through the air. The shocked screams of the citizens rocked the small city, but the shadowy figure continued to leap from wall to wall and house to house, eventually landing atop the city walls. These walls couldn't compare to those of Brave City in the slightest. They were at most 10 meters tall and a few meters thick. This place was only considered a Tier 7 city that couldn't compare even to Swan, Black, or Kiafir City. However, it was unique in that rather than being under the jurisdiction of a city lord power, it was beneath the power of World's End Falls. When the shadowy figure finally came to a stop, those that could see it shivered. The figure was completely covered in a black cloak, its back hunched up in a curved arc, making it difficult to tell just how someone with a body like this could possibly move so agilely. The figure held a massive great sword in their hands that spanned the length of 3 meters. Even now, it glistened with the blood of several guards. At that moment, the city guards charged from all directions wearing white robes alternating in a sky-blue soft armor. Sword Monstrous. The cloak covering the face of the sword monstrous blew off, revealing the figure's features. It took but a moment for them all to recognize this scourge of terrain. She could only be described as a grotesque woman. She had a hunched back, her hair was unkempt and wild, and her face made the stomachs of all those who saw her crawl. They had long since lost count of the number of massacres this beast had been the cause of. She had wanted posters almost everywhere, yet she somehow managed to vanish whenever they seemed close to catching her. The sword monstress's gaze looked particularly demonic. As though she had lost all sense of human reason, she all but growled in response. Without a word, she leapt forward, her monstrous sword being raised in her claw-like hands. The guard who had spoken found his vision splitting in 2. Before he could even react, his consciousness faded, his body falling to the ground in 2 halves. The sword monstress's body flashed, her sword drawing lines of crimson throughout the streets. Blood flowed to the stone-paved ground, seeping through the cracks and dyeing them red. Each life she reaped was only met by a violent gaze that only seemed to grow more and more bloodthirsty. It was as though it wasn't enough, as though she wanted more. At that moment, the head guard of the Tier 7 city had finally gotten word of what was happening and began to rush over. The sword monstress, seemingly realizing the incoming danger, suddenly stopped her endless slaughter. She looked toward the distance, 2 sharp teeth shining through her heaving breath. Her body blurred, accelerating toward the distance. She leapt over the city wall as though it didn't exist, vanishing toward the wilderness before the head guard could long onto her. By the time the head guard appeared amidst the carnage, she had already long since left, leaving him standing there with a chest filled with rage and nothing to vent it on. Inform the higher-ups that she's escaped the encirclement by unknown means. Her next destination is unknown. The head guard clenched his fists. He already knew that his punishment for this wouldn't be small, but it was simply too difficult to lock onto a single target who hadn't been branded. With everyone headed toward Brave City, the in- and outflux of tourists and citizens was too high. This was likely the worst time to be trying to catch a criminal. Leonel walked into the city. He swept his gaze over everything once before heading in deeper. Ira hadn't told him much about the city and how things worked. All he knew was that entering was a test, and the better he performed, the greater benefits there was. Other than this, he also knew that when he chose an abode to stay in, he had to stay in this eastern section of the city since he entered through the eastern section. This wasn't to say that it was impossible to travel to other sections, but rather that it was seen as an act of war that could spark something he currently didn't have the means to deal with. Leonel, though, had his own reasons for being eager to enter the city. It wasn't just about making his name known so he could find Ina easier, it was also about finding a safe place to break through. Leonel felt like Brave City was the best place he could ever find to break through with his soul force. In fact, Leonel knew that he had no choice but to do this. If he didn't, he would have no way of dealing with the trials to come in the future. After claiming a home, you could receive a half-day's protection. But after that, Leonel knew that trouble would come knocking at his door. In truth, even if he broke through, Leonel wasn't quite confident in protecting himself. All of the spells he had, even the most powerful 3-star Magus arts, were still mere 3rd-dimensional spells. Leonel didn't know how useful they would be against 4th-dimensional existences. Knowing this, rather than going off to quickly find a house to claim, Leonel waited for Syl. He felt that this city would most definitely have opportunities for him to take advantage of. He would take his time to find them before taking advantage of the 12-hour protection he would receive. This was, of course, the best plan. Leonel's thoughts were meticulous and well thought out. It was just a shame that trouble would find him before he could act on it completely. Those youths that had just been standing atop the wall recovered from their shock and stabilized their feet, having almost fallen from the wall thanks to Leonel's entry. After sending a glance toward each other, one after another, they descended the walls. Soon, they stood on level ground along with Leonel as the heavy gates slammed shut. Bang. Chapter 360. Whistle. Chapter 360. Whistle. Leonel swept a glance toward the group before him. Though there were just 4 of them, each had the marks of royals on their foreheads. Leonel still wasn't exactly sure what this system of ranking meant, but just by virtue of this he was aware of why these 4 had come. However, he wasn't worried. These 4 didn't have any ability to take his mark of an emperor until he chose a home and had held it in his possession for 12 hours. Since he hadn't even chosen a home yet, it was impossible for them to do so. That said, that didn't mean they couldn't act without reward, likely in an attempt to get him to hand over the mark himself. The 4 young men and women looked Leonel up and down with curiosity. "Who are you?" one of them suddenly asked. The speaker wore red robes matched with violet soft armor. Had Leonel been well informed, he would know that this young man came from Mirage Pavilion. However, considering his ignorance, other than noticing the well-matched colors, he didn't really think anything more of it. Leonel smiled carefreely. "My name is Leonel Morales." In Leonel's opinion, the more people who knew his name, the better. He didn't care about what tone the speaker was using, even if he was quite condescending. All that mattered to Leonel was that more people knew his name. The happenings of Terrain meant little to him, and he also didn't particularly care about what this brave city represented and the reason so many youths had come to this place. All he cared about was making his way back to Earth after finding Aina. If Leonel were to say what his goals were aside from finding her, it would only be destroying the Royal Blue Fort and helping Aina get revenge. Though he didn't know the full extent of Aina's backstory, knowing that the Brazinger family had wronged her was enough for him. Seeing Leonel's bright smile, the 4 were caught off guard. They had fully expected Leonel to lash out or even ignore them, giving them ample reason to stomp all over his pride. Though they asked who Leonel was, they already knew that he was a member of the Kiafir family. To them, other than Syl's elder brother, there was no one else worth fearing from this family. Even if Leonel was a bit more talented than their usual selections, so what? He was still within the 3rd dimension. Even the weakest individual knew how impossible it was to cross the dimensional barrier to battle, let alone doing so against 4 people. As far as they were concerned, Leonel was finished. However, as the saying went, it was hard to punch a smiling face. At that moment, the large doors were opened once again. However, this time, instead of the whole gate moving, it was simply one of the inner gates, and instead of it almost flying from its hinges as it had done just moments ago, barely a crack was formed for a tall, black-armored figure to squeeze through in a sorry state. It could only be said that the harsh reality of comparing yourself to another was too heart-wrenching. Jirok practically collapsed to the ground, heaving out such heavy breaths that it seemed he might cough up his lung at any moment. He placed his hands on his knees to keep himself from lying flat on the dusty roads. Unfortunately, he huffed up a big mouthful of kicked-up dirt, causing him to cough violently. He couldn't have been in a sorrier state, causing the 4 youths to snicker. When Jirok heard this, he looked up, his eyes reddening. "Who the fuck are you? You dare to laugh at me?" The youths wanted to laugh again, but Jirok suddenly vanished, appearing amidst the group and sending out a fist. The air shook beneath his strength, folding in on itself and layering his fists in a quaking wind. Leonel's lip twitched as he watched this. What kind of man with a wind affinity this high wears heavy army like that? At first glance, he should be an earth affinity mage like me. Bang! The youth from the Mirage Pavilion was sent flying. Leonel could tell with a single glance that his jaw was snapped from its hinges. It was clear that whatever meals this youth would be having over the next few weeks would have to be through a straw. Who else was laughing it up? Come on, tell me, where's the joke? I want to laugh too. It was impossible for anyone to tell that these 4 youths had just been standing atop the walls of the city, commenting on how weak Jarek was. Leonel watched in silence, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lip. This Jarek was an interesting character. Jarek's fist slammed into the second male, sending him tumbling toward the first. They piled atop of one another, groaning and without the strength to stand. "Get a room, you bunch of perverts," Jarek growled before looking toward the 2 women. "I don't hit girls." Before the 2 women could sigh a breath of relief, Jarek continued, "Smack each other until I'm satisfied." The 2 women looked at one another, then back at Jarek as though they were ready to fight to the death. But upon seeing Jirok rubbing his fists, their hearts trembled and they turned toward one another, each trying to get the first hit in. Jirok clapped, a wide grin spreading across his face. He brought his fingers to his mouth, whistling as though he was encouraging them to go on. "Go on, fight harder. Yay, just like that. Hey, I bet she won't be able to fight as hard if you rip her clothes." Whistle. What a show. What delicate skin. Oh, I think I see a little pink. Top tier, top tier. Jirok took out some Irby coins and started flicking them toward the 2 fighting girls. He looked like he was having the time of his life. Leonel stood to the side, speechless. Chapter 361. Another Chapter 361. Another just. When Jirok was getting into his groove, the gates opened once again, and this time 2 women entered. Of course, they were Syl and young Miss Swan. When the two women saw the scene before them, they charged toward Jirac like a twin pair of lionesses. In fact, they even sent glaring daggers toward Leonel for not stepping in to stop this madman earlier. Toward such a thing, Leonel only chuckled and didn't say much. He was going to step in previously, but since they were here now, he didn't have to do anything. All right. Since these two she-devils have stepped in for you, leave your panties behind and we can call it even. The two women shivered in terror hearing these words. Jirac, Syl snapped. All right. Forget it. Jirac shook his head as though it was truly a pity. Looking quite pitiable, the two women helped their two friends up and they stumbled away. It was only now they noticed that Jirac actually had a king mark on his forehead. It seemed that they had been so distracted by how terrible he looked before that they had forgotten to account for this. It was only after this that Jirac suddenly looked toward Leonel seriously. Do what you will. Jirac closed his eyes, crossing his arms across his chest and lifting his neck as though waiting for a blade to run across it. The little mink atop Leonel's head yawned lazily before sticking out its tongue as though to make fun of Jirac. It got bored of this quite quickly, though, and went back to its nap. Leonel could tell that the little guy was growing more languid lately. The little mink he knew was always lively and looking to play. Leonel wasn't sure if this change was it maturing or if there was another reason. That aside, Leonel wasn't thinking much about this right now. He was only quite surprised that Jirac actually seemed to be waiting for death. Of course, Leonel had never really expected to kill him in the first place. For one, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and he didn't enjoy to kill unless it was absolutely necessary. And secondly, he had only been saying the most boisterous things he could say for the sake of making sure his story spread as widely as possible. Leonel suddenly smiled. So your life is mine, right? Jirac opened his eyes and frowned. But in the end, less, good. Leonel's smile widened. Follow me then. I also don't know enough about this place, so tell me about it. Jirac raised his brows, unclenching fists he hadn't known he had clenched. Isn't Syl your fiancée? She didn't tell you anything about this? Leonel made a weird face. Fiancée? No, she isn't. Syl suddenly flushed as red as a tomato. Do you believe I won't rip your tongue out, Jirac? Jirac blinked. So, she's single? Jirac. Young Miss Swan giggled from the sidelines, seemingly enjoying this quite a bit. After a while, her eyes sparkled when she looked toward Leonel. So, he's single too? Leonel, however, was no longer paying attention to their antics. His gaze seemed to cut through space, landing on a tower in the distance. From there, he could feel numerous gazes on him, all of which seemed to be waiting for something. Leonel felt his blood surging. Who knew how long it would take him to realize that his actions over the past few hours weren't as much of an act as he thought it was? You're saying no one knows where Brave City came from? Leonel looked toward Jirac, Syl, and Kyra with a weird expression. Of course, Kyra was the first name of young Miss Swan. After listening to the banter between the two women, Leonel finally managed to learn this much. Well, Jirac mumbled, there are some theories, but... Well, the truth is that as a fourth-dimensional world, we don't have high enough standing to confirm or deny this. We only have a few rumors. Leonel could see the discomfort the three felt when Jirac said these words. It seemed that this wasn't something that was acknowledged often. But, in the grand scheme, it was nonetheless true that a fourth-dimensional world wasn't worth mentioning. It made Leonel realize that as small as terrain was, Earth was even more so. What rumors? Leonel asked. Jirac hesitated, as though he wasn't sure whether or not he should say. But maybe because he remembered Leonel owned his life now, he realized he had no choice. They say that brave cities only appear in worlds that are at a crossroad. Leonel frowned. What was that supposed to mean? A crossroad? What kind of crossroad? One where we either develop ourselves or choose to abandon everything our ancestors built. Leonel still wasn't sure if he understood what this meant, but seeing as the three were only growing more uncomfortable, he shifted his focus slightly. Then what does a brave city get out of appearing? Is it like a subdimensional zone? Not exactly. Zones are created by the dimensional verse. But brave cities are built by people. As for what they get out of it, they say it's recruitment. Leonel's brow raised. A world at a crossroad built by people, it's all for recruitment? Leonel couldn't help but think of the Star and Cross organization. Even to this point, he still didn't know their true name. All he had was a gut feeling that their scope was beyond that of just terrain and that their uniforms were cool. There was nothing else. But who knew that even before he could understand who they were, another mysterious organization would appear? In fact, this one's methods seemed even more shocking than the first. The Star and Cross organization was still tangible to Leonel. He could see them, interact with them, and, unfortunately, be shamed by them. But this brave city organization had no face or image, and they somehow managed to make a city manifest from thin air without even the strongest powers of this world understanding how. For the first time, Leonel was starting to get an understanding that this new world order was anything but peaceful. Chapter 362. Orifices. Chapter 362. Orifices. Leonel stood at the base of a large stone monument. Just looking at it, it exuded the same type of aura the city gates had. It was just that this aura was displayed on a much smaller scale. Rather than enveloping an area of half a kilometer, this aura acted on just the 10-meter radius of the monument. However, from what Leonel could tell, this aura was actually several times that of the gates, as though it had been concentrated in place. Many people who stood around the monument curiously observed the new group of 4. When they saw that it was made of 3 kings and an emperor, they grew shocked and began to whisper amongst each other. In this sort of place, information was the greatest strength. The fact that they didn't know that these people were among the kings and emperors meant that they could only be new. "Leonel," Syl said hesitantly, "we still need to go report to my elder brother." Leonel frowned. Report? He felt a strong feeling against doing something like this. There was no telling what kind of personality Syl's elder brother had or how he would react to Leonel's sudden appearance. Later. Leonel nodded noncommittedly. Syl bit her lip, ignoring Kyra's amused gaze. This damned vixen. Is it necessary to stand so close to him? Still, Leonel didn't seem to notice the squabble between these two women, nor did he seem to realize that Syl's invitation was more about getting him away from young Miss Swan than anything else. But, whether he acknowledged it or not didn't matter much. He already had his own plan in mind. Explain these monuments to me one more time, Jirok grumbled. Was he really nothing but a glorified dictionary? He had no idea that this really was the case. Leonel didn't want to expose the true capabilities of the dictionary, so he continued to use it only as a translation tool. He didn't feel like falling out with another organization that lusted after his treasures. All these monuments depict moments in history. There's nothing special about them other than the fact cultivation is a bit faster if you can withstand their aura. You can see it for yourself. It's just telling the tale of some dead general. Leonel nodded. Maybe it was because this brave city wasn't native to terrain, but the words on this monument could be understood by Leonel even without using the dictionary's help. We year XXXXXX. General Farron led his army through the Forgotten Pass. Number 1. Gained victory after 21 days of battle. 16-0. Mounted the head of. More Leonel read, the more useless the information seemed to become. It was almost like a newspaper article. All of the most important facts about the topic were found in the header and the first few paragraphs. As it continued, it got useless to the point of even describing what General Farran had for breakfast that morning. It was no wonder Jirok had said this monument was useless. Leonel had no interest in how many women a general bedded in celebration of his victory. However, no matter how Leonel looked at it, he didn't think that these monuments were so simple because he felt danger from them. His primitive senses made him feel as though if he played around with these monuments too long, he could die. The weird part about this feeling was that, obviously, no had died at the hands of this monument before. Had someone died, there was no way everyone here would be so casual about it. In fact, the only slight conflict here was in decided who was allowed to enter the 10-meter radius of the monument. Of course, danger didn't necessarily mean that this monument would be avoided. After all, with danger came opportunities, but Jirok would have definitely mentioned it had such a danger existed. Leonel suddenly closed his eyes. A massive spherical force art was reflected in his mind. At that moment, his aura completely changed as though he had become one with nature. Even though he was standing right next to Kyra, Syl, and Jirok, it was as though he was in an entirely different world. When he opened his eyes again and read the first line again, a shocking change occurred. I, General Farron. Before Leonel could continue, his vision was enveloped in blackness. When his vision returned, what he saw was no longer a monument. He saw a man wearing a fiery red armor. He sat upon a tall crimson steed and held a halberd that was just as blood red. The aura he exuded was so suffocating that Leonel nearly fell to his knees. At that moment, the man riding the crimson steed stood at the helm of a massive army. He was leading so many men that from afar, they looked like millions of little ants arranged into neat square formations. Yet, despite the number of men, this man stood valiantly, his presence alone subduing the whole of the army. The man leveled his halberd with the ground, his chest growing out a size as he took a deep breath. The moment he released his breath, a mighty roar that shook the skies bore itself into Leonel's heart. Bang! Leonel was sent flying. Blood leaked from his nose and ears, his body skidding along the dirt roads. A violent force tore through his mind, looking to tear his ethereal glabella to shreds. It was as though this force wanted to erase any memories Leonel might have just gained. Leonel, Jirok, and the two women were shocked, not knowing what happened. They all looked around with frantic gazes, as though trying to find who sneak-attacked Leonel. That seemed to be the only explanation for what just happened. Unable to find a thing, they could only rush to his side. But Leonel was out cold, blood continuing to flow from his orifices as a violent energy continued to rampage through his mind. Chapter 363, Suitability. Chapter 363, Suitability, Leonel. No matter how they shouted Leonel's name, it didn't seem to matter in the slightest. The one who attacked him must have wanted him dead. There was no other explanation. The appearance of a third-dimensional emperor was too conspicuous. The number who wanted to take advantage of Leonel's weakness was likely not few. It was simply too easy for those fourth-dimensional monsters to kill Leonel secretly without any of them being any wiser. It couldn't be said that these three would live and die with Leonel. How could they? They had only just met. Jirok was practically Leonel's slave now, while the two women only had a small bit of budding feelings. It wasn't to the point of risking their lives. Yet, all three of them still uncontrollably ran to Leonel's side when they saw his current state. It was clear they all had a good impression of him. The little mink scrambled from Leonel's head, landing on his face and nudging him continuously. The energy continued to rampage throughout Leonel's mind. But it seemed to notice that it couldn't shatter the barriers of Leonel's ethereal glabella after a few attempts. How could it? After awakening his wisdom branch, Leonel's mind had already become capable of housing fifth-dimensional soul force. Even though he had yet to come in contact with fifth-dimensional force, it didn't change this fact. When comparing the sturdiness of one's ethereal glabella, Leonel was unmatched on terrain and earth. Seemingly realizing this, the energy changed its target, aiming for the embryos that hung vulnerably within the hidden world. By now, Leonel had already formed many embryos. A transparent spear stood for his spear embryo. A 12-pointed star silently whirred for his snowy star owl lineage factor. A bronze-violet halo represented his metal synergy lineage factor. Among them, the one that took up the most space was a bow. Harsh and violent cold winds surged around it, making it difficult even to approach. It seemed ready to tear anything that did apart. It was this group that the energy surged toward, ready to tear it apart. Without hesitation, it targeted Leonel's 12-pointed star first. It could sense that its healing characteristic could become a problem should it be allowed to continue. So, how could it not target it first? But it was at the very moment it made contact that things suddenly changed. A hidden scarlet energy was stirred. It had hidden itself deeply within the 12-pointed star. No, it was more accurate to say that they had completely fused. The instant the energy came into contact with this scarlet force, it collapsed. There was no suspense, no hard-fought battle, no teetering on the edge of life and death. Just like that, it was snuffed out. The moment this energy was destroyed, Leonel's eyes shot open, his heart beating heavily as though trying to escape his chest. He sat up, catching Little Black Star before he fell to the ground. Leonel smiled, a sight that looked a bit gruesome considering the blood running down his nose and ears. "It's all right, I'm fine. Leonel comforted the little mink. Leonel wiped the blood from his face with an arm, looking back toward the monument. His gaze narrowed. He realized something. All this time, he had been subconsciously restraining his internal sight. But when he meditated on the natural force art, in order to appear within his dream world and the real world at the same time, the only option was to use his internal sight. Leonel had learned from Uncle Montez that wantonly using his internal sight was seen as a taboo in this new world order, so he had always been careful with doing so. This made him miss the fact that his internal sight was severely restricted beneath the aura of this monument. It wasn't that there was nothing to gain from this monument, but rather that anything worth gaining could only be seen through internal sight. It wasn't even necessary for Leonel to use the natural force art to see it. In fact, the fact Leonel used the natural force art caused him to dive too deeply into the world, which was what caused such an exaggerated backlash. Had he dipped his toes in more slowly, he wouldn't have suffered nearly as badly, even if he did a bit. Coming to this realization, Leonel understood the crux of the matter. In this world, without internal sight, it was impossible to cultivate. Due to this, it was both a point of emphasis and something that was easily glossed over. These youths standing around the monument might have already tried to examine it with their internal sight, but because theirs was so much weaker than Leonel's, it wasn't even possible for them to cut through the pressure and touch the monument with their senses. Their only option would be to walk through the pressure personally. However, the pressure here was many times that of the gates. Most couldn't even enter a 5-meter radius, let alone get close enough to extend their internal sight. This made Leonel certain that there were very few in this brave city who had succeeded in doing what he had. And these people, in all likelihood, had kept this secret to themselves. Ali Onal, huh? Leonel was suddenly awakened from his thoughts only to find that 3 people were standing above him. These 3 were, of course, Jarek, Kyra, and Sil. They looked over him with a mixture of confusion and worry. "Who attacked you?" Jarek was the first to ask. "Oh, I'm not sure," Leonel shrugged. "It was probably just a warning, or else I'd probably be dead." Seeing Leonel's nonchalant response, the 3 didn't know how to respond. Was this a way that someone who had just died was supposed to react? Leonel, however, was already thinking of other things. This monument wasn't suitable for him, it was too bloodthirsty, and also the general it depicted used a halberd. In truth, the halberd and spear had many similarities, but Leonel had the spear domain to learn everything he needed about the spear. He didn't need outside resources. He needed to visit the other monuments and hopefully find something that would make his breakthrough into the 4th dimension with his soul force allow him to protect himself. Leonel was mostly hoping to find a 4th-dimensional mage. If he couldn't find it within the eastern section of the city, he would have to travel to the other sections even if it meant starting a war. Jacques, Syl, and Kira obviously had no idea what Leonel was thinking. Otherwise, who knew how they'd react to this madman? Chapter 364, Big Brother. Chapter 364, Big Brother. As much as Leonel wanted to ignore everything else around him and focus on the monuments, there was only so long he could dodge Syl. Not long after Leonel found out the truth about the monuments and was planning on traveling through them one by one, the remaining 7 members of the Kiafir family's selections finally made it through the gates. Aside from the petite girl who had confronted Leonel initially, who became a royal, the rest were either generals or soldiers. With all of them now here, Leonel couldn't continue to stall Syl and had no choice but to follow her through the eastern sector and into the more luxurious regions. Jacques, why are you following us? Syl said, seemingly a bit displeased. Apparently, she still hadn't forgotten about the words Jacques had said to take advantage of her earlier. Wherever Leonel goes, I go, Jacques said matter-of-factly. Leonel didn't refute this. If things went south, Jacques was maybe the only protection he had. He was under no delusions that he would be able to handle Syl's elder brother on his own. Unless Era had a way to contact her husband, it was unlikely that the Kiafir family heir was even aware of Leonel's existence. And Leonel had a bad feeling that Era wanted it this way. Leonel wasn't oblivious. He knew of the underhanded tricks Era was pulling behind the scenes. One of the things he was best at was reading people, and he wasn't new to women being fond of him. As a 5-star quarterback, there were plenty of women, even those from noble families, who were willing to throw themselves at him. Even though the occupation wasn't as respected, that was only a matter of relativity. Not every woman would be able to find a husband from a 5-star profession of high standing. And, as a quarterback, Leonel was guaranteed to become a very rich man in the future. This was all to say that Leonel could easily read the signs of women coming onto him. It was just easier to pretend to be ignorant. But by now, Leonel realized that if he allowed things to continue like this without stepping in properly, a small misunderstanding could easily become a massive one. The worst part was that he couldn't just step out and say he had feelings for another woman. He was quite familiar with women, and saying such a thing bluntly would only make him public enemy number 1. Please come back soon. Leonel looked up into the sky, holding back crocodile tears. Things would be so much easier if Ina was here, even if she was still pretending to not like him. Leonel suddenly smiled. That's all right. I know you've already fallen for me. Syl and Jacques looked toward Leonel's suddenly smiling face, wondering just what he was thinking about. At that moment, the surroundings began to change. From dirt roads and tents, they began to see neat little huts amid smooth roads. Soon, those smooth roads became paved in stone, and the huts became small houses of brick. Even now, one couldn't say these homes were luxurious. They were quite minimalistic compared to true behemoths one might find in the outside world. However, in this place, where the only building taller than 3 stories was the massive tower that connected the sectors, this was by far the best place to live. Each home was gated and had a different style, exuding a different aura. Some reminded Leonel of gentle winds, others of rushing water, and still others like raging flames. However, what each house had in common was a single lamppost before its gate. It only took a moment for Leonel to understand that if this lamppost was lit, the house had been claimed. If it hadn't been, then the lamppost wouldn't be. Judging by the current situation, there were much more homes lit than Leonel thought there would be. Were there really this many emperors? Syl hesitated for a moment. Though she knew her brother would be here, she wasn't exactly sure where he would be. You don't want to choose a house? Jacques suddenly asked, glancing toward Leonel. Not yet. Leonel shook his head. Jacques laughed. If I was as weak as you, I'd be hesitant too. Leonel chuckled in response, not minding. How'd it feel to lose to someone so weak? Syl giggled, forgetting about her task to find her brother for a moment. Just as the group was about to continue through to see if they could find any clues, Leonel frowned. He turned back to find a young man strolling through the stone-paved roads. He wore white robes that shifted slightly with his every step. His long black hair was neatly tied, making it almost impossible to make out individual strands. Everything about him exuded an air of refinement and cleanliness, almost like a diligently polished blade ready to be unsheathed. Syl noticed Leonel's odd reaction and turned back, her eyes lit up in pleasant surprise. Big Brother. Leonel's gaze narrowed. He hadn't expected to run into this man so easily, and, most importantly, he hadn't expected that even after overestimating his potential abilities in his mind, that Leonel would still be so surprised by the pressure he felt from this young man. As Leonel was looking toward the Kiafir family heir, he too was looking toward Leonel. The young heir had never met Leonel before. He didn't know who he was either, but he still felt his eyes gravitate toward him, and when he noticed the ember remark that barely shrouded the black brand between his brows, he felt inwardly surprised. For a moment, he forgot to respond to his sister. A sword that hummed to his back vibrated slightly, making it seem as though the blade might unsheath at any moment. This was the first time Leonel noticed the sword. His vision had been so focused on the young man before him. However, after a moment, he realized why he hadn't. The sword wasn't attached to anything. It floated in the air, following the young man around as though it couldn't bear to part with him. Leonel couldn't imagine the level of skill that was needed to reach such a state. Chapter 365, Young Heir. Chapter 365, Young Heir. The atmosphere grew silent. Syl seemed to realize that something was wrong when she saw her brother and Leonel staring down one another. But any words she wanted to speak seemed completely caught in her throat. She felt that she couldn't form the things she wanted to say no matter how hard tried. Shing! 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 The sword to the young heir's back continued to tremble. Some unknown force held it back from unsheathing. Leonel continued to silently watch, sizing up the young man in white before him. Leonel knew too little about the fourth dimension to accurately gauge strength, but he could sense pressure easier than maybe anyone else. Even though this young heir was weaker than Uncle Zemo, considering his youth, Leonel had no doubt that there would come a day when Zemo was completely overshadowed. Suddenly, the pressure dispersed. The young heir looked from Leonel to his little sister and smiled lightly. Though the smile was a bit cold, it was filled with a doting air to it. "Syl, you're here," the young man nodded. "And who is this?" Syl shook her head to recover. "Sister-in-law recommended him. He's participating as one of us. His name is Leonel Morales." "Morales?" The young man frowned. He felt something stir within him as his thoughts drifted toward a certain memory, but he didn't remain in a trance for long. The universe was too big, those sharing the same name were far too numerous. Of course, those who were on the same level as certain families wouldn't dare to share the same name. For example, there was no way someone on Terrain would take the Kiafir family name. Such a person would be asking for death. However, there might very well be other fourth-dimensional worlds where the Kiafir name was used. The influence of the Kiafir family wasn't large enough to instill that kind of fear. This was all to say that it was a matter of perspective. And, to put this matter into perspective, the fact that this young heir even paused at this name meant that his scope was already far beyond those usually found on the fourth-dimensional plane. A higher-dimensional world wouldn't care what ants beneath them did. But the young heir knew that if by some miracle this Leonel Morales really made it to such a height, he would definitely have to change his name unless he wanted to be hunted down and executed. This matter was definitely not as rare as it seemed, and no small number of stubborn individuals had suffered. However, the young heir didn't bother to tell all of this to Leonel. Such a thing was far too distant in the future, and the likelihood that Leonel would ever reach such a level was slim to none. The young heir nodded. So Era decided this. The young heir was quite familiar with his wife, so he had a good idea of what she was thinking. But taking care of someone in the third dimension, no matter how talented they were, would be difficult. Even he didn't dare to enter Brave City until he had grown to a certain level of strength. "Is there a reason the Black City heir is here?" Syl's elder brother asked. Jarek snorted. "The only difference between me and you is that you're a bit older. Is there a need to stick your nose so high into the sky?" Still, even the usually boisterous Jarek didn't dare to say these words aloud. Though this young heir seemed refined, anyone who had heard of history knew that he was a madman. "He's with me," Leonel replied, seemingly noticing Jarek's apprehension. "Oh?" The young heir didn't ask anything further. "The situation right now is a bit delicate. The trials will begin in another month, but that doesn't mean the city is safe. In fact, this is maybe the most dangerous time. There's a good chance that a territorial war could be sparked." Leonel scratched his nose, pretending as though he didn't plan on being responsible for starting one. "Be sure to stay within the limits of the eastern sector, and, if you are going to the central tower, travel in pairs. Also, be cautious of the monuments." Leonel's eyes narrowed when he heard this, but didn't say anything more, waiting for the young heir to finish his spiel. After a while, Leonel suddenly got curious about something. What benefits are there to a territorial war? There's got to be a reason for them, right? The young heir swept a glance over Leonel. Not many dared to cut him off while he was speaking like this. Of course, that was just the young heir's illusion. Leonel had waited for a slight pause in his long-winded admonishment. It was clear that the young heir was lecturing his little sister rather than speaking for all of their benefits, so Leonel asked a question instead. "There are 8 sectors to the city. Each has their own residential area and monuments. The only way to access the other sectors is through the central tower. However, due to this, it also makes it very obvious when someone is crossing over to a sector they shouldn't be in. When you enter another sector, it becomes easier to upgrade your rank. Meditating before the monuments becomes easier, and the benefits for stealing abodes is also greater." "Benefits of abodes?" Leonel's gaze sparkled. "Yes, every abode makes it easier to cultivate a specific special force. The short of it is that all benefits are greater when stealing them from another sector. But, for this reason, people are also very territorial. Considering your strength, acting on this would only lead to your death." The young heir's words were quite pointed, but Leonel didn't really care to respond directly to them. Leonel found this young heir to be quite odd. At first glance, he seemed stoic, cold and quiet, but he was actually quite long-winded. "I have one more question," Leonel pressed. "Are there really this many emperors?" Leonel looked around at all the lit lampposts. It couldn't be that emperors were so cheap, right? Who said an emperor could only claim one house? Leonel's eyes widened. So this was how it was. "Thanks for the help," Leonel said with a smile. "I'll help out the Kiafir family if I can. I'll be going now." After finishing his duties, Leonel bid his farewells. His thoughts were filled with how to make his imprint as big as possible. If he wanted to be known, there was no better option than attacking other territories. However, Syl's brother wasn't wrong. He was too weak to do so now. He needed a few backup plans first. The young heir's gaze narrowed as he watched Leonel's back retreat, his sword trembling once again. Jirok followed along quickly, not knowing anything about the crazy thoughts going on in Leonel's head. Chapter 366, Bow Down. Chapter 366, Bow Down. Hey, hey. Jirok jogged to keep up with Leonel, his heavy armor causing the paved roads to quake. Leonel looked back and couldn't help but smile. You know, for someone with such a strong wind affinity, shouldn't you wear something lighter than this, Baldy? Who knows? Your hair might grow back if you stop straining yourself so much. What do you know? Jirok snapped like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Clearly, his baldness was a soft spot. It's precisely because I have a high wind affinity that I should take full advantage of it. Who else could wear such heavy army and yet still be so fast? Leone shook his head and didn't reply to these words. They sounded logical, but the truth was that Jirok's speed would never reach its full potential like that. Just from what Leonel could see alone, he would easily be 2 or 3 times faster if he took his armor off. On top of that, he would never be as sturdy as someone with an earth affinity either. So, he was essentially becoming decent at many things in exchange for losing out at being excellent in one lane. In a world where your life was on the line at every turn, Leonel felt that this was a mistake. But he didn't press Jirok too much. He still needed a bodyguard, after all. So who are you really? Jirok asked curiously, leveling out his steps with Leonel. I told you already, Leonel Morales, Leonel replied casually, looking toward the next monument. You know that's not what I mean. You use a translator, so you're obviously not from this world. I hear you came out of the same carriage as Syl, but you both deny being betrothed. You should probably hide that from that madman, by the way. If he finds out that something like that happened, he might kill you for defiling his little sister. Jirok rambled. I'm from Earth. Leonel finally responded as Jirok had a pause. Earth? Jirok's steps stopped. Leonel frowned, looking back toward Jirok. Is there a problem? Numberjeric shook his head. Leonel raised an eyebrow. Was there a need for such an exaggerated reaction? Terrain was just as bad a name as Earth, after all. It could be said that all their ancestors needed some better naming sense. Leonel wanted to say something about Jeric's weird reaction, but he realized that they had already made it to the first monument. On the way to the Emperor Abodes, Leonel had already mentally marked the locations of a few monuments. Unfortunately, Leonel was so focused on the monuments before him and how they could help him find Aina that he had completely missed the complicated gaze Jirok looked toward his back with. After a full day, Leone fell into his thoughts, organizing everything he had seen. The eastern sector had 33 monuments, and Leonel had been to them all. However, there were only a minority of them that caught Leonel's attention at all. The first one was of a bowman. Unlike what Leonel had with his spear domain, he didn't have a set path to follow with his bow. However, it would be a shame to ignore his talent for marksmanship. The only issue was finding sources that could help him continuously increase his skill. Of all 33 monuments he had been to, only one of them depicted a bowman. Even now, Leonel could remember her valiant aura and golden armor. She looked like a goddess descended toward Earth. Just from the few scenes Leonel saw, he could tell that she could control the flow of a 10-kilometer radius just with her bow and arrows alone. It was a level of skill Leonel couldn't even imagine in his current state. The second monument that caught Leonel's attention was of another woman. The only unfortunate part was that she was a fire mage and not an earth or light mage. Leonel still remembered being entranced. This woman stood in the skies wearing a fiery red robe so long it extended tens of meters past her feet. Her fiery red hair was of an obscene length as well, whipping about like rays of crimson amidst the clouds. The domain that surrounded her seemed burnt to ash. The air was dry. The ground was black. The wind was scorched. It felt as though one was standing in a perpetual hell just being around her. Leonel remembered being in awe when he came out from the illusion before soon being disappointed. After all, he wasn't a fire mage. And, even though he had dream-sculpted all the mage arts of Camelot, regardless of element, he had never even so much as used a fire element spell before. However, that was when something shocking happened. Leonel realized that when he looked around him, Jirok and the others who had surrounded the monument at the time had separated their distance to him by a large margin. At first, Leonel had been confused, but when he looked around, he found that there was a radius of scorched ground around him. In fact, the only things not burnt to ash near him was the little mink napping on his head without any worries and, luckily, his clothes. It was then that Leonel came to realization, his Scarlet Star Force. Top 10 amongst Star Elemental Forces. Top 3 amongst Light Elemental Forces. And the very best amongst Fire Elemental Forces. Without realizing it, Leonel's affinity for fire magic had surpassed his affinity for both earth and light elemental magic. Whether it was his metal synergy or snowy star owl lineage factors, they were all overshadowed by his innate force node. This could only be expected, after all. A lineage factor is passed down and must be slowly unlocked, whereas an innate force node was all to a person's own. Of course, Leonel's Scarlet Star Force also vastly improved his light and star element affinity. Compared to others with light and star elemental affinity, Leonel was amongst the very top few now. However, even compared to that increase, his fire affinity still gained the greatest leap, even though he couldn't use his innate force node to its full potential now, simply by virtue of having it, all flames in the world bowed down to him. Chapter 367, Now, Chapter 367, Now, the third monument that caught Leonel's attention was actually a sword-wielding man. However, this wasn't because of the weapon. Leonel had no interest in switching from the spear. In fact, he found that he was growing more and more fond of the spear every day. There were two reasons this monument caught his attention. For one, Leonel recognized a part of its aura. When he thought about it, he realized that it was very similar to the aura he had sensed on Syl's elder brother. Of course, the aura on Syl's elder brother was far weaker than the one Leonel sensed from this monument. However, it was the same aura nonetheless. As the saying went, it was important to understand one's enemy. Though Syl's brother wasn't yet at such a point with Leonel, Leonel had too much PTSD from organizations he joined betraying him. By this point, he was already on his guard and was preparing for the worst-case scenario. That said, if it was only about understanding Syl's elder brother, Leonel wouldn't be so interested in this monument. After all, no matter how much he understood the young heir, it was useless if he was too weak to do anything about it. Ultimately, what was most important was his own strength. However, there was a second matter that caught Leonel's attention. The sword-wielding man had a pair of wings. Leonel hadn't spent much time comprehending Golden Feather Step just yet, but he already understood just how important movement was in battle, especially if he was the weaker party. If one was far weaker in strength but had speed, there would always be a chance for survival. However, there were plenty of examples of stronger individuals suffering at the hands of those much faster than them. This was part of the reason Leonel didn't agree with Jirok's methods, speed kills. What was exceptionally beautiful about this monument was that this winged swordsman placed emphasis on his speed. His movements and swords were fluid, moving together as one. The flaps of his weapon and the swings of his sword almost looked like breathing. The contraction of the diaphragm, the expansion of the lungs, the suction of air, the relaxing of the diaphragm, the shrinking of the lungs, the expelling of air. In a continuous cycle, they flowed into one another, nurturing one another, strengthening one another. Even compared to the other monuments Leonel had lost himself in, he spent an exceptionally long time at this one, despite the fact he was only trying to hop from monument to monument as quickly as possible. It was thanks to this that Leonel realized something else. His dreamscape battle sense was missing. He didn't have enough fluidity. Right now, his battle sense worked by sensing a change and reacting to it. But that was entirely reliant on his opponent doing something. What if Leonel ran into a patient opponent who shared a similar battle style? How would his battle sense react when it had no information to read? Unfortunately, Dion could only store such thoughts in the back of his mind. Even this most simple version of his battle sense used up so much stamina, he couldn't imagine what would happen if he tried to add fluidity. He couldn't even wrap his mind around how he would do this. Still, this matter of fluidity taught Leonel something most could only learn after experiencing countless battles. Movement wasn't just about evading and defense, it was just as important in attacking. Only when one's steps flowed with one's actions seamlessly would one reach true mastery of their movement. Leonel was exceptionally lucky to grasp this truth before he truly began to study Golden Feather Step. It might even have the time he would need to master this technique. These were the three monuments that had caught Leonel's attention. This was a good result. Unfortunately, there was bad news. After Leonel studied all the monuments, he realized that he had been mistaken. There were no hidden techniques to learn or grasp. This meant that there were no fourth-dimensional techniques Leonel could learn to help make use of his soul force. All the monuments seemed entirely focused on aura and feel, as though it was teaching the disposition a warrior of a certain type should have. However, there were no techniques to glean from them at all. Such a reality left Leonel sighing. There are important lessons to learn, but that's about it. Leonel shook his head. These things weren't as useless as he thought. For example, the core lesson of the winged swordsman would lay a foundation for him in movement techniques that would only exponentially multiply in the future. If Leonel was correct, there were lessons to be gained from the bowman, or bowwoman rather, and the fire mage as well. The bowwoman likely taught about control, and the fire mage definitely touched upon the concept of a domain. Still, all of these things sounded nice, but now Leonel didn't have an obvious path toward improvement. Without matching techniques, breaking into the fourth dimension wouldn't create as great a boost to his strength as he would like. Leonel looked up to the sky and sighed. It seemed that things wouldn't be as easy as he thought. He needed to talk to the dictionary to arrange his thoughts. After a while, Leonel grit his teeth. He would have to risk it. The only place he would feel safe using the dictionary was in his own protected abode. He would have to put it all on the line and claim one now. If he let things stay as is, he would eventually suffer. Hesitancy and inaction were just as bad as failing miserably at times. Leonel could feel many eyes on him. Many had been watching his every action for a long time now, wondering how long he could hold out. When everyone saw him walking back toward the abode setting, numerous spies sent to monitor his actions rushed back toward their masters, cold lights flickering in their gazes. Jarok, who had followed Leonel all this time, frowned deeply. He couldn't help but look toward Leonel's side profile. Was he really going to do it now? Chapter 368, Sixth Abode. Chapter 368, Sixth Abode. Leonel walked along the stone-paved roads once again, calmly observing the abodes and lampposts one by one. He was easily able to see which abodes could help with what. Most were focused on the main elements of fire, wind, earth, and water. Aside from them, there were a few rarer kinds that fell into the category of variants. The best sort of abode for Leonel would be a star elemental abode. Only such a place would be highly compatible with him and would make the process of evolving his soul force much smoother. Also, since he wasn't necessarily restricted to one abode, a metal variant of the earth element would also be greatly beneficial to him. This would help him improve his metal body at a much quicker rate. That said, this wasn't at the forefront of Leonel's mind. After all, he had long since realized that the aura beneath the gates and monuments could also work to greatly speed up the strengthening of his metal body. In fact, since the aura beneath the monuments were 10 times more concentrated, they were even better than the gates had been. Leonel continued to walk, quickly getting a bit worried. He saw some variant abodes, but he still hadn't seen a Starforce abode. I.e., what are you looking for? Jarok finally couldn't hold back. In his mind, after seeing how devastating Leonel's fire affinity was, Leonel should have long since chosen an abode. They had already passed by 2 fire elemental abodes and 1 variant fire elemental abode. Of course, Jarok had no idea that Leonel had yet to consciously work on his fire affinity before. I'm looking for a Starforce abode, Leonel replied. There was no need to hide anything anyway, since once he found such an abode, practically everyone would know about it. Starforce? Jarok was shocked again. It was difficult to explain just how rare those with star affinity were. They were even on par with those that had enigmatic affinities like time and space. Starforce was the only force in existence that could be cultivated and used no matter the environment. There were many locations in the universe where energy of a certain kind became scarce and impossible to sense. Those who had such affinities that were unlucky enough to end up in such regions could only lament their bad luck and hope to survive. In such environments, even abilities could become useless. However, no matter where one was, there would always be star, space, and time force. These 3 forces and the other rare ones like it all had this fundamental reason that set them apart. Suddenly, Jarok laughed. No wonder, no wonder. I thought you were a madman for a second, but it seemed you had a plan too. Leonel raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? You don't have to act ignorant anymore, I see through you. Leonel frowned in confusion. No, really. Jarok gave Leonel a weird look. You really don't know? Really? Madman? Just a madman, Jarok grumbled. First, claiming an abode requires 2 prerequisites. The first is that you must have the appropriate rank. It's possible for an emperor to claim a king's house, but it isn't possible for a king to claim an emperor's unless they upgrade their mark. The second prerequisite is that the trial of the abode must be passed. Leonel's gaze suddenly brightened, his steps coming to a halt. You mean to say that the trial that must be passed is related to the affinity of the abode? So, if I'm the only one with Starforce affinity, if you're the only one with Starforce affinity, then it would be impossible for anyone to claim your abode other than you unless they're seeking death. The trials are quite simple if you share the necessary affinity, and you can muddle your way through variant affinities as long as it's related to your main affinity. However, if you try to claim a home you have no affinity with, heavy injury is the best-case scenario. Leonel's gaze brightened like 2 torches. Was this what they called luck? Was he finally going to get something to go his way? Leonel was a virgin, and hadn't even kissed a woman before. In fact, the only times he had even been able to touch Aina somewhat intimately was when she was either unconscious or half dead. But he could swear that being with a woman couldn't possibly feel half as good as he was feeling right now. He almost shed real tears. Jarok gave Leonel another odd look. Why does he look so happy? Why does his expression almost look lewd? Jarok almost began to shed his own tears. He could only hope that Leonel didn't use his control over his life to take his chastity. Of course, if others knew Jarok was thinking himself as chaste, he'd probably be stoned to death. After a moment of happiness, Leonel regained his composure. Even if these people couldn't try to seize his abode, the fact of the matter would be that he would still be unsafe when he left his abode, and he would have no choice but to leave it if he wanted to make his name known to find Aina. In addition, it wasn't like he could bring the monuments into his abode either. However, this was still the greatest news he had heard in a long while. Even if he would still be at risk, he wouldn't have to worry about the 12-hour limit anymore. In addition, should things go south, he had a safe house he could return to. Of course, this was as long as no one else had a star affinity. Soon, Leonel and Jarok made it to the end of the stone-paved roads. For a moment, Leonel thought he had dropped back down to an abyss because even now, he couldn't find a star affinity abode. But that was when his gaze landed on 6 homes that sat side by side. In fact, they were a measure larger than all the other homes. One gave off a radiant gold light. The next pulsed with darkness. The third seemed warped, dilating one's sense of time. The fourth seemed to stand in a plane of its own. It looked as though it was right before them, yet hundreds of miles away at the same time. The fifth made Leonel exceptionally excited. It too exuded a light. But it was more gentle and dense than the first, not to mention warmer. This was definitely a star affinity abode. Finally, his heart rested easy. However, when he looked at the 6th house, Leonel's steps froze again as he fell into a daze. He felt as though he experienced his whole life once again, from the day he was born to this very moment right here. In his shock, Leonel saw the image of a woman gorgeous beyond words. It was the kind of beauty that seized the heart and overshadowed even young Mistress Ira. She had eyes as bright as glistening emeralds, hair like a shimmering golden white waterfall, and a smile that made tears uncontrollably fall from Leonel's eyes. She held a baby in her arms, her gaze a mixture of love and unwillingness. The image was so real that Leonel felt as though he was right there. He was the baby. He was the one being looked at in such a way. Mom, Leonel had never said these words in his life. At least, he had never said it to address another person. He never thought about his mother because he couldn't even remember her. He couldn't say he felt one way or another. But at this moment, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. How could he forget that gaze? When Leonel snapped out of it, he found himself standing in the same place staring at the same house. Oh, Leonel, oh, you're awake. Try not to stare at that abode too much. There have been stories of others never being able to extricate themselves. I've never heard of someone falling into a trance like you did coming out. You're very lucky. Leonel blinked, trying to regain his bearing. But the tears didn't seem to want to stop. That abode, what is it? Leonel forced out, his voice shockingly steady. That? Jirac didn't even dare to look toward the abode, as he referred to it. They call it Dreamforce. Chapter 369, Uproar, Chapter 369, Uproar. The moment Leonel heard these words, he felt his mind tremble. After a moment, he wiped the tears from his eyes and shook his head. Leonel's personality was one that was difficult to grasp. It was hard to imagine that a person who seemed so soft-hearted as him wouldn't even spare a single thought toward his mother. It wasn't rare for children who grew up with one or no parents to have fanciful images of what could have been. Of course, some grew out of this phase while others never did. However, maybe very few were like Leonel and never had such thoughts at all. This was maybe one of Leonel's true faces. Though he loved, he also had a deeply calculating side to him. When he told his former best friend James that he would leave Ina alone if she truly rejected him, he hadn't been lying. If the words no ever came out of her mouth or her actions ever made him feel as though she was rejecting him, he wouldn't hesitate to let that part of his heart die. Leonel knew this about himself. Maybe if it wasn't for the love he gained from his father, he could have very well become someone's cold killing tool. There really wasn't much separating such a person from himself aside from his upbringing. To now, maybe Leonel had subconsciously accepted that his mother didn't want him, so he very logically cut off that part from himself. There was no need to waste time thinking about someone who had no need for him. However, the moment he saw that gaze, everything suddenly changed for Leonel. As logical and calculating as Leonel was, he was just as loving and caring. If the gaze his mother had for him was still the same, then no matter where she was, what trouble she was in, what was keeping her from his side, he would make sure to wipe it all out. It was that simple to Leonel. There was nothing more to think about. Jirac suddenly felt that suffocating aura once again. He could hardly move until Leonel finished going through his thoughts. What is Dreamforce? Leonel suddenly asked, his heart growing calm. Leonel needed to know. Was it just coincidental, or was there a reason behind everything? Jirac hesitated. The Dreamforce abode was an extremely enigmatic existence. According to what Jirac knew, it didn't appear all of the time. It would often hide itself as though it was an illusion, and rarely appeared. However, the times it did appear usually led to tragedy. There were no small number of geniuses who had lost themselves in an illusion just staring at it. It could be said that Jirac was lucky to not be one of them. He had been observing Leonel this whole time because he thought he was a madman. But then, Leonel suddenly stopped and entered a daze. This luckily triggered some of Jirac's memories, so he didn't dare to look where Leonel was looking. But from what Jirac knew, it should have been impossible for Leonel to wake up. Yet not only had Leonel woken up, he had only been in a daze for a few seconds at most. This left Jirac more shocked than almost anything else ever could. Could it be that all those legends were exaggerated? They must be. Despite thinking this, though, Jirac still didn't dare to look toward the 6th abode. It's another high-level force. Wherever there are people, there will be Dreamforce. So, in a way, just like how Starforce is never restricted by location, so is Dreamforce. After all, if you happen to find yourself in such a place, as long as you exist, there will be Dreamforce. But what is it exactly? Leonel asked, his expression having regained an eerie calm. He almost seemed too placid. I don't know much about it. I only heard someone once describe Dreamforce as the representation of consciousness. Leonel's gaze sharpened. Consciousness. How much effort had the scientists of Earth put into finding the source of human consciousness? It was the one thing that even hundreds of years of technological advancement still couldn't describe. Some believed that human consciousness was stored in a soul or spirit. Others believed that everything that represented consciousness could be found within the brain, and that we only couldn't describe it because we didn't understand the brain well enough. When Leonel entered this new world order, he sometimes had fleeting thoughts that maybe a soul did exist. He had seen so many fantastical powers in the past year that this was much easier to accept for him. Yet even now, he had yet to find this so-called soul of his. One had to know that Soul Force was just a name. It didn't represent a spiritual form of Leonel, it was simply an extension of Leonel's senses, another form of energy. Nothing more, nothing less. This was the reason why even though Leonel knew his ethereal glabella inside and out, he had never run into anything like a soul in there. All one could find were his embryos and his stars. There was nothing else. But what ch351 was saying now was that this dream force represented such a thing. It left Leonel feeling, well, he wasn't exactly sure how he was feeling at all. All Leonel knew was that this was the abode he would be choosing. He didn't even hesitate as he took a step toward it. ch351 panicked. "Hey, what are you doing?" Leonel smiled lightly. "Choosing an abode, obviously. You're going in the wrong direction. The star abode is over there." Leonel smiled but didn't reply. ch351 knew well what he was doing. Whether it was dangerous or not, Leonel didn't care. He needed to know why his heart was thumping like this. It was the same feeling Leonel had felt when he chose Dimensional Cleanse. It was the same feeling he had when he chose Golden Feather Step. Yet, it was several times more potent than the feeling had ever been. Were those names he chose a coincidence? Dream World, Dream Sculpt, Dreamscape, Dream Clone. How much of it was a casual name he had given his abilities, and how much of it was something compelling him toward the right path? Leonel had always believed that his ability and his soul force was inextricably linked. But what if this wasn't entirely correct? What if he was missing something? Leonel took several more steps, ignoring ch351's attempts to stop him. Eventually, the poor bald ch351, scared for his own safety, didn't dare approach the house any closer. Though he could stop Leonel by force with his strength, he could see a look in Leonel's eye that made him not dare to do so. Then, Leonel crossed the threshold no one else dared to. What he didn't know was that his actions would soon cause an uproar. Chapter 370, Evolution Stage. Chapter 370, Evolution Stage. Leonel was suddenly bombarded by a surge of force. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. The force he was used to was hard to sense, but it was still tangible. Even someone with weak internal sight could feel it as long as the concentration was high enough. But this force, despite being maybe in the highest concentration Leonel had ever seen, still felt unreal. The harder Leonel tried to reach out to it, the more fluidly it slipped through his fingers. It was as though Leonel was on a different plane, observing it from afar. However, despite there being such a surge, Leonel didn't feel like his life was in danger at all. In fact, he continued to walk forward without suffering any setback at all. If it wasn't for the fact he was taking his time to sense the mysteriousness of this dream force, he would have already long since crossed this trial. Before Leonel even realized it, he had made it to the door of the Dreamforce abode. His palm reached out, touching the dark oak of the door. Click. A light clicking sound reached Leonel's ears as the door slowly swung open. At that moment, a shield of protection suddenly vibrated. The lamppost that manned the outside flickered before erupting into a blinding light that shot into the skies. The eyes of numerous elites swung in a single direction. They were all used to the signs of an abode being conquered by now. However, the signs had never been this exaggerated before. In the whole of Terrain's brave city, not a single one had ever claimed one of these special abodes. Leonel, however, had no idea that he had suddenly become the center of attention. He was entirely immersed in an all-new feeling. His body, despite standing on the ground, felt as though it was soaring into the clouds. When Leonel finally snapped out of his odd state, he was uncertain of how much time had passed. But he was no longer worried about a time limit. Compared to the Starforce abode, this Dreamforce abode was even more secure. Whereas someone bold might try to force their way through the Starforce trial, Leonel didn't believe anyone would have the guts to do so with the Dreamforce abode. Facing something tangible was always easier than facing the illusory. In this abode, it was possible to fall into an illusion without even realizing what happened. If it wasn't for Leonel's high affinity with Dreamforce, he would have likely fallen into an endless cycle as well. So, that's how it is. Leonel exhaled a long breath, looking around his new home for the next while. He couldn't help but smile. He hadn't had a place he could call home in more than a year now. He didn't know how long he would be in this brave city, but he definitely felt at home here. The whole abode was decorated in white and black. The two shades complemented and danced with one another across the home. It was warm and pleasing to the eye, leaving Leonel feeling content. For the first time, Leonel didn't feel the need to ask the dictionary what was happening with him. He understood that compared to his affinity for fire, light, star, or earth, his affinity for Dreamforce existed on a completely different plane of its own. It was so high, in fact, that even without being consciously aware, he had still made use of it before. Whenever Leonel entered his dream world, whenever he used Dream Sculpt, whenever he formed a dream clone, every time, without fail, without Dream Force as a core, he would have failed. To use something so unconsciously, as though he was breathing, just what level of affinity was that? But, now that Leonel knew what it was, and could consciously put it into motion, whoosh! A violent torrent of force surged toward Leonel. He completely expelled all of his normal soul force. It was nothing but a hindrance to him, limiting his abilities and causing him to use more stamina to perform tasks that should have been as easy as breathing. To Leonel, Soul Force and Dream Force were like the lubricants and fuel to a well-running engine. Not only was Soul Force far lower in quality, when it combusted, it gave off countless impurities, making its efficiency horrid. Not everyone could do as Leonel was currently doing. Dream Force represented consciousness. Those with low affinity could easily lose themselves, forgetting what was real and what was not. Their memories would become so real that it would feel as though they were reliving them in real time. Their phobias would manifest and hold control of them. Even their loves would become larger than life, enveloping their very beings. The number of pitfalls there were to using Dream Force were endless. Only those innately born with a comprehension of this force could make use of it without losing themselves. And, thanks to his ability, Leonel just so happened to be one of these people. The moment all of his soul force was purged, Leonel felt as though a shackle on his mind had been lifted. Dream Force began to compress within his ethereal glabella, wildly surging about. Leonel wasn't worried in the slightest. The Dream Force he was accepting now, no matter how high level of an energy it was still considered to be within the fourth dimension. With the strength of his mind, it was child's play to accept for him. Whoosh! The force around Leonel kicked up a tempest. Leonel's hair fluttered wildly, his heavy robes billowing. What sounded like shattering glass resounded in Leonel's ears. Leonel's eyes shot open, a bright light making his pale irises seem no dimmer than his mother's bright emerald gaze for a moment. Leonel felt that his mind had never been clearer. He saw the things in the world down to their most basic building blocks, seeing through the foundation even the most complex things with just a single glance. With a flip of his palm, the dictionary appeared once again. The last time Leonel checked the level of his ability, it had just barely crossed into the bronze grade. Though this was still a fifth-dimensional ability, with the other limiters on Leonel's body, it hadn't been able to truly shine. But now, ping subject, Leonel Morales' calculative mind, an ability capable of simplifying the complex. Evaluating power, ping evolution stage, quasi-silver, chapter 371, variable chapter 371, variable Leonel should have been shocked by this result. After all, the last time he checked, his ability was graded as Tier 3 bronze. This sort of massive leap should have been completely out of expectations. But Leonel only nodded. This much should have been expected. After purging his soul force, his ability should have already shot up to Tier 6 or 7. Then, after breaking through to the fourth dimension within his ethereal glabella, it shot up once again to quasi-silver. It was very likely that at this moment he had the most powerful ability on terrain. Leonel closed his eyes, focusing on the changes to his ability. Leonel already knew that he wouldn't suddenly awaken new branches to his ability. His calculative mind ability entirely relied on himself to come up with new ways to use his computer-like brain. However, he could still check to see what improvements there had been to abilities he already created. My dream clone limit is now 17. This was the first thing Leonel realized, as it was the easiest to quantify. 17 might sound like a small change, but it became exponentially more difficult to split his mind the more ways he did so. Of course, it was possible for Leonel to surpass this limit of 17 if he consciously lowered the computing power of each. But, in most cases, this wouldn't be very helpful. Leonel's overall abilities gained a massive boost. He could dream sculpt in a fraction of the time. The ideas he had to improve his dreamscape and dreamscape battle sense seemed to increase like a never-ending tide. But the most important change to Leonel was that he could see through the core secrets of the things he had dream sculpted. Leonel left his dream world and walked out of his abode. "Jarok," Leonel called out. By now, Jarok was in a pitiful state. He didn't dare to look toward the abode, but he also felt conflicted in his heart. His pride wouldn't allow him to abandon Leonel. He hadn't been joking around when he said he would sign his life over. He was a real man. He refused to do anything that encroached on his ideals for himself. At that moment, Jarok had just been about to turn toward the abode. Even if he got stuck in an illusion for the rest of his life, he would still have followed through on the thoughts of his heart. But who knew that the moment he spun around, a vicious glint in his eyes as though the abode was his mortal enemy, he would hear Leonel's voice suddenly call out. Leonel looked toward Jarok with an amused expression. "What are you doing out there?" "Hurry up." Jarok stood rooted in place for a long while. Did I already fall into the illusion? Fuck, my life is over. Leonel laughed and shook his head. He hadn't had a close friend since James betrayed him. In fact, he had very much avoided it, closing himself off slightly. But he felt it wouldn't be bad to have someone like Jarok around, at least for now. Leonel waved a finger, causing a pillar of earth to shoot up from behind Jarek and send him soaring toward the house. Ah, Jarek grabbed onto his ass with both hands, soaring through the skies with a wronged expression on his face. Leonel let Jarek land before the door. No way he was going to catch something so heavy. But this seemed to wake Jarek up from his stupor. You really claimed this abode? Leonel smiled. I have some stuff to do before we go again. Just stay in here, it's safer. I'm sure there will be people surrounding this place soon enough. With that, Leonel turned and entered, walking up to the highest room of the abode. Though he didn't know Jarek well, his actions just now were enough for Leonel to take a chance on his character. Even if Leonel was wrong about him, with Leonel's current abilities, he could definitely stop anyone he didn't want spying on him from doing so. Jarek stood in a daze as Leonel disappeared. Bang! Someone tell me what the hell just happened. Within the central tower, numerous meetings just like this were taking place. As though by tacit understanding, almost all emperors and most kings not involved in Leonel's claiming of the dream abode came to this very place. Please calm your anger, young master. All those we've sent to investigate haven't come back. We're unsure of what happened as well. Damn it, the young man in question knew that he couldn't go and investigate himself. If he did so, that would be an act of war on the eastern sector, and he couldn't bear this burden alone. It was fine if he sent middling soldiers out to do his bidding. Who would care about a few soldiers? They weren't enough of a threat to be taken seriously. But if he, as a king, made a move of his own, it would definitely stir up some problems. The dream abode had been claimed. The dream abode has been claimed. At that moment, a soldier came sprinting into the tower, almost tripping over his own feet. The entire environment froze. Had it been the light or dark abode, it would have been shocking, but easier to accept. Had it been the star, space, or time abode, the whole of terrain would have been shaken, but it would still cool down after a while. But for it to be the dream abode, it felt as though everyone had entered an illusory realm of their own. Did they really hear correctly? Rainrid Solar, Jilnia Falls, and Wireless Mirage all sat together, discussing this very topic. But when they heard the news, they too came to a grinding halt. Then they all looked toward one another and understood something immediately. Their mission this time was far too important. It was so important that they even stopped personally overseeing the capture of that ugly bitch. For such a variable to appear now of all times, they had to find a way to deal with it. Chapter 372, First Flight. Chapter 372, First Flight. Leonel had no idea about the commotion he had caused. But, truthfully, this was a matter of choice rather than one of ignorance. All he cared about at this moment was increasing his own strength. The question laid in how he would do so. At the moment, Leonel sat in the pool of his abode setting in a silent state of meditation. His mind rushed through several potential plans as he organized himself. The quickest way to improve himself was likely with the Four Seasons Realm Force Arts of Merlin's Trials. With the improvement to his ability added atop the help of the Natural Force Art, it most definitely wouldn't take him the years he previously thought it would. Leonel had already done a quick estimate. It would take him about a single day to perfect Dream Sculpt, one of them now. And, if he wanted to fuse his comprehensions of winter, spring, summer, and fall, he felt it would take about a week or two. In total, if Leonel wanted to grasp the Four Seasons realm for his spear, bow, and fists, it would take about 2 to 3 months. This was definitely a far shorter evaluation than he previously had. The only unfortunate part was that these wouldn't be his own comprehensions. As such, the power he displayed wouldn't be as exaggerated as allowing him to challenge the peak of the fourth dimension. For someone weak, the best thing they can do to keep themselves safe would be to have mobility and to keep a certain distance. Leonel knew this well, so for now, he set aside the idea of comprehending his spear and fist techniques. During the trip here, Leonel had already completely grasped Chain Domain and conquered his first spear peak. There was no need to spend any more time on it for now. In fact, Leonel was leaning toward comprehending the Four Seasons realm with his spear on his own, but this was still a matter for the future. Focus on movement and long-ranged attacks. When Leonel came to this conclusion, he had made up his mind. He was able to quickly break down the things he needed to do. The first and most obvious was to awaken the speed branch of his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. The second was to master Golden Feather Step. The third was to comprehend and fuse his comprehensions of the Four Seasons realm for his bow embryo. And the fourth was to modify his use of Camelot's spell, arts, to make them useful against fourth-dimensional opponents. In the past, Leonel didn't have the computational ability to do this on his own, but at the moment he was feeling much more confident. Having made his decision, Leonel's eyes slowly opened. A smile crept onto his face as he watched the little mink float in the pool. The little guy snored away without a care in the world, causing Leonel to chuckle. Leonel entered his dream world once again. This time, he immediately split himself into 16 dream clones. Then, he assigned 4 to each one of his chosen tasks. As for his 17th dream clone, he had it completely focus on absorbing dream force. The only way to sustain such continuous activity would be to do exactly this. If Leonel was in any other environment, he would likely have to take a break every few hours. This had happened to him during his trip here in the carriage with Era. This was why Era could so clearly tell when he slipped into and out of his meditative state. But the dream abode had such a high density of dream force that Leonel didn't even need to worry about it, and since he was currently within the segmented cube, he could allow it to slowly gain the characteristics of the dream abode as well. At least, for while Leonel was within the fourth dimension and fourth-dimensional dream force was still helpful to him, he could enter the abode or lab setting to gain the same benefits he was now. He could enter the abode or Lamel was within the fourth dimension, and fourth diments are diaries and diaries in S-Dream. Leonel conjured up an environment perfect for training movement within his dream world. His dream clones each stood atop thin metal poles barely the width of the balls of their feet. Below, there was nothing but an endless abyss. In their minds, the movements of Golden Feather Step were replayed again and again. Each of them tried to grasp the artistic conception of the technique. Leonel had no idea that his thoughts now were far beyond a normal person's. Artistic conception was usually a term reserved for the universe cycles. But to try and paint a picture without even considering the universe cycles, the outcome would be quite interesting indeed. However, Leonel had always been doing this subconsciously. In the past, he had practiced chasing wind without even opening its cover. What was this if not relying on artistic conception? When Leonel chose Golden Feather Step, what he chose wasn't its name or its power, he chose its feeling. Awespec branch lineage factor. Clonus Leonel entered a deep introspection of his body, sensing the shackles that bound his blood. Having access to a particular branch didn't necessarily mean that one would awaken it. However, to now, Leonel had been able to awaken the first levels of both the Healing Branch and the Wisdom Branch. The first opening of the Wisdom Branch was known as Blossoming Mind. It opened up one's thoughts, increasing speed of thought and solidifying the foundation for further cultivation of the mind. Unfortunately, Leonel didn't gain much from this other than smoothing out his path toward the fifth dimension. After all, his own ability overshadowed any benefits one could gain from unlocking this first shackle. The first opening of the Healing Branch was known as Instant Recovery. As long as there was an adequate separation of time, Leonel could instantly recover back to his peak state. It had already been months since the last time Leonel used this ability, but he still had a few more months to go before he could use it again. Luckily, this opening of this branch had the passive ability of multiplying the impact of normal healing, something Leonel had experienced personally already during his battle with Lamorak. The first opening of the Speed Branch, however, was a special case for the Snowy Star Owl. It had a slight mutation as compared to the normal Speed Branch of other lineage factors because it was tailored toward winged beasts. It was known as First Flight. Chapter 373, Resolve. Chapter 373, Resolve. Of course, Leonel wasn't going to sprout wings just by unlocking the first of his lineage factor's chains. Such a mutation would only occur at a much deeper level of integration. First Flight represented the invocation of the essence of the Snowy Star Owl's speed. 1 4 Seasons Clonesays. Each one of Leonel's 4 dream clones focused on a different force art. They floated before his main body, each capturing a different scene. Despite the fact Leonel had already been bestowed the Winter Legendary skill, he still chose to comprehend it on his own again. It was then he suddenly realized something shocking. When he finally grasped Winter on his own, he realized it was different from the comprehension Merlin's trial had bestowed to him. It can't be. Leonel froze for a moment. Compared to the comprehension Merlin's trial had given him, the one he comprehended by dream sculpting was several times deeper. In fact, Leonel felt as though he could sense the essence of the seasons as though it was his very own understanding. Leonel was stunned. What limited those who chose the second path of comprehension, relying on another, was that their understanding would never be as deep as the original creator. However, by dream sculpting these force arts, Leonel had integrated this understanding so deeply within himself that it almost felt like his own. Leonel was shocked to his core. When he realized this, he immediately consulted the dictionary. It was only after this that he finally calmed down. So that's how it is. Leonel learned from the dictionary that there were 2 things that distinguished the second and third forms of comprehension. The first was as Leonel thought, how deeply one comprehended. But the second was how much universal force one could evoke. Universal force was the strength behind the 4 seasons realm. When one comprehended one or all of the 4 seasons, it was possible to use universal force to increase one's strength. This was where the power of the realm came from. When one comprehended a universe cycle on their own, the amount of universal force one could use was far greater than when one relied on someone else. This essentially meant that Leonel was now in an in-between realm. He felt as though the comprehension was his own, but the universal force hadn't recognized it as such. As a result, the power he could evoke from the 4 seasons realm was more than someone who comprehended it with the help of another, but less than if he had comprehended it all on his own. Even though this wasn't as great as Leonel had been hoping, this was still excellent news. The second form of comprehension would have just been a minor boost to his strength, but this was much, much, much more of a boon. Leonel's confidence grew as he once more sunk back into his meditative state. Homage art clones S. After the increased strength to Leonel's ability, he found that his ability to master force arts had skyrocketed. Not only could he draw mage arts much more quickly than he had in the past, he felt that he could even freelance their symbols to a small extent. Though freelancing lowered the strength of the art, it once again increased the casting speed and gave Leonel much more freedom in battle. However, what Leonel needed wasn't just speed, he needed added strength. There were two avenues he could travel down to accomplish this. The first was the layering art. Leonel had already used this art many times in battle. It allowed a mage to stack the same spell multiple times to increase its power. Unfortunately, it had its own limitations. For one, the maximum number of stacked spells for a 3-star magus art was 3 and no more. This wasn't anywhere near enough to harm a fourth-dimensional entity. In addition, the second problem was time. To layer multiple arts, it was obviously necessary to draw each one of them individually. This would increase casting time and not be conducive to battle. Of course, this second problem overshadowed the fact that it would also take a lot of stamina to layer so many arts. To Leonel, the problem of time and stamina wasn't really an issue. He could cast even a 3-star magus art in a split second in his current state. The main issue was the limitation of the layering art. If Leonel wanted to go with this option, he would have to research into either making the layering art better or into making his 3-star magus arts better complements to it. However, Leonel felt he had a much better idea than this. His 4 clones sat in regions of their own, each of them having numerous force arts floating around them. They spanned from the simplest apprentice arts to the highest magus arts. Every so often, they would break down into smaller parts. Anyone watching from the outside would realize that it wasn't that there were apprentice arts and magus arts floating around Leonel, but rather that the magus arts were becoming apprentice arts. Leonel continued breaking down complex magus arts into their simpler forms, then forming them up once again. He seemed to be searching for something, looking for a path forward. Soon there came a point where nothing but apprentice arts remained. Then Leonel broke them down further. While Leonel was entirely focused on training himself, a month ticked by, then a second. Leonel had unknowingly turned 19, being completely none the wiser. Outside the dream abode, the crowd continued to grow. But if one paid attention, it would become clear that for such a large crowd, the surroundings were eerily silent. In fact, not a single person was moving, as though they had all entered a trance. The higher-ups who sent all of their subordinates here felt a slight tinge of fear, all the legends of the dream abode coming back to their memories. If they weren't certain before, they were absolutely sure now that someone had claimed it. But how could they deal with someone they couldn't even approach? It was only then that the crowd before the abode grew stagnant. From afar, the sight caused many to shudder in fear. While everyone was distracted, though, changes began to occur at the gates of Brave City once again. The first period of entry for Brave City was known as the quota period. In this period, every family, city, and power would only allow a certain number of individuals to enter. This was the calmest state Brave City would be in during its active period, but it also only allowed a limited number of individuals to benefit. After this period ended, the second period would begin. During this time, restrictions would lift, but the danger would multiply several folds. Whereas in the beginning, Brave City exuded a valiant majesty, it now seemed as though blood washed its walls. A suffocating killing intent hung around it, causing the weak to collapse and die beneath the pressure. No small number of individuals who overestimated themselves collapsed, never to breathe another breath. It was when this second period began that Ziller looked toward the massive looming gates with fists clenched and determination in his eyes. He wasn't the only one, but his will seemed to tower over the others. He still remembered Leonel's words that day. Second place was never an option for me. Blood leaked from Ziller's fingers. Second place isn't an option for me either. He took a firm step forward, his resolve forming a tangible shield around him. At that moment, approaching from the north, there was another who looked toward the bloody gates in silence. They had a back that hunched grotesquely and were shrouded in a black cloak. The scent of blood that hung around them seemed to rival even Brave City itself. Without hesitation, this figure too stepped forward. Chapter 374, Informed. Chapter 374, Informed. Leonel slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. He didn't seem to look much different than he had just a few months ago. Leonel passed a hand across his face. He remembered that in his youth he had always wanted a full, connecting beard. But ever since his hair changed, he had stopped growing facial hair. He couldn't decide whether this was a good or a bad thing. Regardless, if his facial hair came out as difficult to cut as his bronzed hair, it might be better that he never did. As things stood now, Leonel wasn't even sure if a full-force swing from Syl's elder brother's sword could cut his hair. It would probably only get worse when he entered the perfect stage. Leonel shuddered slightly, thinking about what it would mean if he had to take a blade with such force to his face. I.e., what would happen if I had to kiss Aina with such tough facial hair? Would I pierce her skin? Forget it, I'll just give up on that dream. Just like that, Leonel had gone from a youth who dreamt of having a full beard to one who would stay cleanly shaven for the rest of his life. Sometimes, the dream of a man could only die as he matured. Author's note. A moment of silence for our favorite MC. Leonel walked down the stairs of the dream abode. Not much had been touched in his absence, at least not on the second or third floors. It was only after he made it down to the first that he found Jacques. You're finally out. Leonel gave Jacques a weird look. It wasn't because of what he said, but because of the enthusiasm he said it with. Was there a need to look so happy? Jacques' expression wasn't one of meeting a friend for the first time in a long time. It was more like he had just spent weeks in a bone-dry desert and finally found some water. The reaction was completely disproportional to the situation. What's wrong? Leonel asked. Jacques shook his head and stood up. At the moment, he was no longer wearing his heavy armor and had swapped it out for some lighter clothing. I felt like I was going crazy. There's nothing to do in this house and I can't even cultivate. If I absorbed this dream force, I'd probably end up like all of them. Jacques pointed toward the curtained windows. The sun hardly shone through them at all, so it was impossible to see what was on the outside. But clearly Jacques had taken a peek or two in the past. Hearing Jacques' words, Leonel felt a bit bad. He had brought Jacques in so that he would be safe, but he had forgotten to consider that it would be difficult for Jacques to do much of anything here. With Leonel's protection, it wasn't a problem to stay here and not fall into an illusion. In fact, even if he did, Leonel could still pull him out of it. However, other than this, he was pretty limited. Leonel realized then that he might have been a bit too rash. It would have definitely been better for Jacques had he gone off to claim a king abode for himself. Wait. Leonel shook his head. What did you mean by that? Who's all of them? Jacques smiled bitterly. Check for yourself. Leonel slowly walked to the windows and pulled the curtain aside. When he saw what Jacques had already previously been aware of, he was speechless. What the hell? There was a sea of people outside his home. Though it wasn't as exaggerated as being within the hundreds, there were definitely more than a few dozen. If such a crowd appeared in a normal suburb of Earth, it would be enough to shake any homeowner. Yet all of these people were frozen solid, not moving a single inch or saying a single word. I guess the protections of this abode are even better than I thought, let alone challenging it. They can't even look at it. Well, this definitely makes leaving easier. Leonel smiled. He had wanted to become known all this time so that Ina would know to come find him. So, to him, all this commotion was good news. Though he could awaken all these people, he had no reason to do so just yet. Without saying a word to Jacques, Leonel made his way to the door and swung it open. Hey, my armor. You don't need it, Leonel replied. Jacques felt aggrieved, but his armor wasn't something he could put on in a split moment. It was extraordinarily heavy for him. Come on. You're a wind affinity warrior. That armor is only hampering you. Leonel turned an eye toward Jacques that made the latter shudder. He felt as though Leonel had seen through him completely with that one glance. How'd he change so much? I need my armor, Jacques said. Leonel frowned. He hadn't expected Jacques to be so set on this. Fine. Forget it. Jacques smiled somewhat, but it seemed forced as he hurriedly put his black armor back onto his body. It was only after he finished that he sighed a breath of relief, as though he had been naked without it. Leonel nodded, and they headed out of the door, not bothering to hide their presence much. Considering the current situation, it was already difficult enough to monitor them in the first place. Still, to no one's surprise, those kings and emperors had managed to find a loophole. If one was far enough away from the abode, the dream force couldn't affect them. Realizing this, many left their scouts with special long-range sensory abilities in the central tower to monitor the dream abode from afar. The moment the door swung open, they had all already been informed. But by the time those gears had gotten into motion, Leonel had already made it to his first destination. The Monument of the Winged Swordsman. Chapter 375, Red Pillar. Chapter 375, Red Pillar. The truth was that no one knew who it was had claimed the dream abode. It was only after seeing Leonel exit that people finally got a look at just who this individual was. So, when Leonel made it to the stone monument, not a single person spared him a glance. Of course, that was only because they didn't notice his emperor brand immediately. Now that Leonel knew his becoming famous was inevitable, he put away his overinflated bravado and went back to his normal disposition, so not many eyes were on him to begin with. Jacques, this monument is very useful for you, Leonel suddenly said. Huh? What? Jacques' eyes widened, then scanned the surroundings to see if anyone was listening in on their conversation. Leonel chuckled. Don't worry, no one can hear me but you. It's just a single noise cancellation spell. Leonel had used plenty of these spells to form his maze back during Merlin's random event. Using it now in conversation wasn't an issue. That said, Leonel found that casting the same spells in a fourth-dimensional world had severely lowered effects. For example, a teleportation spell that would have usually carried him tens of meters would be lucky to shift him 1 or 2 meters. Still, for such a low-level spell, it could get the job done. It was only after hearing Leonel say this that Jacques sighed a breath of relief. You're a mage? No, forget that. What do you mean this monument can help me? Is there a secret? Of course there is. Did you think that these monuments just stood here to tell you about how many women these generals took back to their tents? Jirac grinned. What better source of encouragement is there than this? Leonel seemed to have almost forgotten who he was dealing with. He almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. The stories written on this monument may or may not be true, I don't know. But what I do know is that the story isn't nearly as important as what's hidden within. You need to brace yourself and touch the monument with your internal sight. Jirac hesitated upon hearing this. The reason most didn't dare to do this was because the pressure around the monument was too great. Internal sight seemed intangible, but it was still connected to one's mind. Under equally intangible pressure, it could suffer damage and cause backlash to its owner. So, under such conditions, not many dared to even test Leonel's theory, let alone going as far as to observe the monument with it. This is something you'll have to figure out yourself, Leonel said. I've already given you all the information you need to know. Leonel sighed internally. He could tell that Jirac had a mental roadblock somewhere, but he wasn't some sort of guru, nor had he known Jirac for long enough to extend advice to him. Maybe to Jirac he had already hidden it well. In truth, most wouldn't be able to pick up on it at all. The fact Leonel had was just a testament to his observational abilities. With these words said, Leonel took several steps forward and entered the aura field of the stone monument. It was only after he did this that many turned a curious eye over to him. An emperor? It had to be known that emperors and kings were almost all accounted for. Gathering information on such people was usually the topmost priority of anyone within these city walls. For them to not recognize such a person, just who was he? The second phase had started not long ago. Could it be that there was someone hidden within the general population with such talent? No one here believed that they had really missed out on Leonel. It must be that he was new. And if he was new, then that must be that he had entered without a quota during the second phase. And, by extension, that must be that he wasn't a part of the City Lord structure or the powers. There was no way such a talent would be abandoned without a quota by such powers, right? But wouldn't they have also known that a new emperor appeared? After all, there was only one gate in their eastern sector. As these people were trying to think about who Leonel might be, he had already crossed the 5-meter mark toward the stone monument, causing their eyes to almost bulge out from their sockets. It was no problem for an emperor to enter such a close range. The issue was doing it so quickly. It was as though Leonel wasn't even feeling any pressure to begin with. In the blink of an eye, Leonel had already become the closest to the stone monument. Yet, he didn't stop. He strolled forward, soon becoming so close to the monument that he could reach out a hand and touch it. By now, even Leonel was feeling impossibly great pressure. His bones creaked and his muscles tensed. However, compared to others, he was much more leisurely for one specific reason. He felt none of the mental pressure others did. With a leap, Leonel jumped toward the top of the monument. A green light lit the bottoms of his soles. 2 more jumps later, he landed atop the tall monument. Leonel's body shuddered when he touched the monument. His blood seemed to roll in reverse, but his strong body withstood it. He forcefully suppressed it and sat down in meditation under the astonished gazes of all those around him. It wasn't long before Leonel had completely forgotten everything in his surroundings, his mind becoming as calm as the surface of a lake. Who knew that the moment Leonel settled into a rhythm, a blinding pillar of red light would shoot up into the skies from the direction of the central tower? No matter how shocked everyone was by Leonel, this red pillar took up all of their attention. Someone was invading their eastern sector. The only person who didn't seem to react to this at all was Leonel, who continued to meditate. After all, he had already guessed that something like this would happen. A red pillar wouldn't appear for anyone at and below the royal rank. The only explanation was that kings and emperors had made their move, and they were obviously coming for him. Chapter 376, Chapter 376, Leonel's mind was filled with visions of the winged swordsman. It was quite a beautiful sight to behold. Every motion was smooth and flowed into the next. The flap of his wings, the intake of a breath, the swing of his sword, his steps, his force, his thoughts, it was all in perfect union. The longer Leonel watched, the deeper he dove into the world. He could feel the familiar energies trying to assault his mind. But compared to the past where he nearly died, it almost felt like something was tickling him. The capacity of his mind was simply too far beyond what it had been in the past. Eventually, Leonel felt that he had been far too cautious. Without hesitation, he began to reflect on the natural force art that called his dream world home. In that instant, he no longer felt like he was an observer. It was as though he had taken over the body of the winged swordsman. He even felt like he was a master swordsman, ruling over the world with a single blade. Leonel was very familiar with this feeling. Every time he began to comprehend a new spear, this was exactly the same feeling he would have. The artistic conception engraved itself into his mind. It's a much higher level of movement control compared to the primitive man. Leonel's heartbeat slowly descended, reaching a calm state once more. In fact, he felt as though the pressure the stone monument had on him was lessened by several degrees. The primitive man taught Leonel the value of body control. When he ran, the movement of his arms and torso were just as important as the movement of his legs. When he used his hands to attack, the placement of his feet and the torque of his hips was just as important as the placement of his arms. This was a comprehension Leonel had slowly built upon the more spear consciousnesses he absorbed. If he went back now, the deficiencies of the primitive man were too many, the most blatant of which was the fact this consciousness only focused on the body but not enough on force. However, regardless, Leonel was endlessly thankful for the foundation the primitive man gave him. Thanks to this foundation, Leonel felt that he could grasp the mysteries of this winged swordsman with much more ease. There's something I'm missing. This feeling is definitely very important to this world, but I know nothing about it. I'll have to ask the dictionary about it when I have time. Leonel opened his eyes and smiled, feeling very satisfied with his gains. He didn't expect to master the secrets of this stone monument so quickly, but this was definitely a good thing. It seemed he had underestimated the benefits his ability had bestowed upon him. This made Leonel even more eager to move on to the next monument. Much like the primitive man was a great foundation for this winged swordsman's stone monument, Leonel felt that the primitive woman's consciousness would be a great foundation for the bowwoman's stone monument. Leonel still didn't know much about what Camelot called the general star even now, but he felt if he comprehended the bowwoman's artistic conception, he would come to a truer understanding of just what it meant to be a general star. Leonel hopped down from the stone monument and walked toward Jarek, completely ignoring all the gazes around him. Jarek, you stay here. I'll be going to another stone monument. Jarek didn't know how to respond. Before he could say anything, Leonel had already vanished into the distance. Unfortunately for those who had come to learn more about the person who claimed the dream abode, they had run into a bit of a sticky situation. Just when they wanted to charge into the eastern sector, they found a white-robed young man in their way. The young man didn't say much. He simply stood there, his aura calm. Despite the fact there were several kings before him, he didn't say a single word. It was as though these kings really weren't worth much of anything to him. The kings froze when they saw such a scene. Anared, what do you mean by this? One of the kings narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he recognized this white-robed young man. In fact, if Leonel had been there, he too would recognize this young man as none other than Syl's elder brother. What do I mean? Anared's expression remained placid. You're invading my sector, yet have the face to ask that? Stop twisting the facts, Anared. You know exactly why we're here. Oh? And I'm supposed to just allow you through to satisfy your own curiosity? And then what? There's only me here, yet so many of you. I'm just supposed to take your word that you'll take a look and then leave? Do you take me for an ignorant fool? The expression of the kings flickered. Even if their main purpose here was to find out who owned the dream abode, there was no way that some of the more sinister among them hadn't thought of taking advantage of the situation. After so many of them flooded into the eastern sector, how could they possibly defend against them all? There were bound to be numerous benefits. At that same time, Anared's words spoke to something else. Before, Leonel had asked Anared if there really were so many emperors after seeing the state of the number of lit lampposts. Back then, Anared had simply answered that there was no restriction to the number of abodis a single emperor could claim. But what Leonel hadn't realized back then was that there was only ever Anared. There were no other emperors in the eastern sector but Leonel himself. Fine. They won't enter then. But what about us? At that moment, Anared's expressionless visage became a hint more serious. The Emperor-level characters had made themselves known. Chapter 377, Silence. Chapter 377, Silence. Rainred stepped forward, the crowd of kings splitting for him. He wore the same black robes accented with deep blue soft armor. He was a young man of charming looks and a somewhat dark gaze. And, unlike in the past, he wasn't followed by either Jilnia nor Wheelas of World's End Falls and Mirage Pavilion respectively. That said, he hadn't come alone either. He was followed by another pair of woman and man. Though, unlike Wheelas and Jilnia, who couldn't have been more different from one another, this pair looked strikingly similar. At a glance, it was easy to make out that they were siblings, fraternal twins in fact. This pair of twins walked side by side, their shoulders practically rubbing against one another, and, judging by their demeanor, they most definitely weren't subordinated to Rainred either. At the end of the first phase, there had been 7 emperors total: Leonel, Onred, Rainred, Jilnia, Wheelas, and these twins. The Moon siblings. For 2 Emperor-level talents to appear in just one family, one could imagine the luck it would take. And most could only do exactly that, imagine. The Moon family, however, didn't have to do this. They birthed a brother-sister pair just 40 or so years ago that carried the hope of their future. Since this was a family, it was no surprise that they were a part of the City Lord power structure, and founded their strength upon governance and commerce. However, Anared and the rest of the Kaefir family had known for a long time that the Moon family had been leaning toward the powers for a long time already. Still, this situation likely had little to do with their affiliations. They were most likely just as curious as everyone else who this mysterious person who managed to claim the dream abode was. The truth was that even Anared only had a good idea of who it was. After all, as far as he was aware, there was only one other emperor. However, he had yet to confirm it, mostly because he too didn't dare to casually approach that abode. That said, that appearance of this person coincided with that young man's disappearance. Fine, if it's only you three, I can accept it. Anared replied calmly. However, if any others try to take advantage of the situation, don't blame me for being rude. The sword that floated to Anared's back vibrated wildly as though thirsting for blood. Beneath his might, several kings paled, unable to gather up the courage to battle. The sister moon sibling smiled. Her lips were such a bright shade of red that it seemed she had just been sipping blood from a wine glass. Lead the way. Her voice was so sweet it almost made one forget the tension in the atmosphere. Everyone here was intelligent. It was obvious that if Honored had a choice, he wouldn't allow any of them through no matter whether the number was small or not. As emperors, they had all participated in the Brave City trial before, so they knew what kind of advantages a successful invasion could give. Under normal circumstances, no one would ever give an enemy even an inkling of a chance at gaining an advantage. However, whether it was because he felt he couldn't face so many enemies, or whether he wanted to conserve his strength, Anared didn't want to set off the sparks of war just yet, at least not until the third phase. Anared turned and started leading the three of them toward the Emperor Abodes. But before he could get very far, he heard another familiar giggle. Young heir Kiefer, you don't need to insult our intelligence like this, right? You're going in the wrong direction. The sister moon sibling spoke again, her voice light and airy. It somehow both made one comfortable and cold at the same time. Anared's step paused. Since you know where he is, point me in the right direction. His voice didn't give way to any embarrassment. He really didn't know where Leonel was, but the three emperors who followed him shared a knowing glance. With the strength of these four emperors, it wasn't a surprise that they didn't take long to find Leonel. However, when Honored's gaze landed on him, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. At that moment, Leonel was the center of everyone's attention. He sat atop yet another stone monument, completely lost in his own world. Compared to his emperor brand seemed particularly dazzling, obscuring the black monitoring mark that was once the centerpiece of his face. Even when everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of four more emperors, Leonel was unmoved. Or rather, it was more accurate to say that he didn't spare any of his thoughts toward them. Though he knew four more individuals had appeared, he didn't stop his meditation. Rainred and the twins were stunned for a moment. Third dimension? The sister moon siblings' words were just as gentle on the ears as usual. However, this time, rather than just being calming and cold, it felt as though a bomb had erupted amidst the crowd. Do you know who he is? Rainred looked toward the Kefir family heir. Honored sent a non-committal glance over. He's the seated participant of my Kefir family. He is courting my younger sister. The three emperors froze. However, it was then they remembered. There was an emperor that entered the eastern sector during the first phase. The commotion that young man caused was not small. In fact, the whole city quaked. Unfortunately, since then, no one had heard from the young man at all. And this young man had also ignored the unspoken rules and had yet to visit the central tower. Over time, there had been so many things to deal with that this young man floated to the backs of their mind. Rainred frowned as he observed Leonel. This made things even more troublesome. The good news was that this emperor was still in the third dimension. This wasn't much to worry about. But there were certain things during the trial that wouldn't strictly rely on strength. In addition, he wouldn't be easy to deal with regardless thanks to Honored's protection. Wait. Rainred's eyes narrowed. Isn't that a monitoring brand? Why does your seated participant have such a thing? It was difficult to spot beneath the Emperor brand, but after noticing it, it was hard to unsee it. However, Honored's response was just as cool and collected. Is there a rule that said someone who's branded can't participate? You know as well as I do that this brand only means he is being monitored, not that he is a criminal. In addition, it will only be for a period of 3 years. That isn't what I meant, Rainred responded. Why would someone of your family be under suspicion? And why is it that I didn't know that your family had recruited such a genius? Is there a need for you to know everything about my family? Anarid's gaze sharpened in warning. All right. The sister moon sibling got between the two. We only came here to form relationships, not break them. Can't we just have a conversation with him? What do you say, young man? Will you come down? The final part of her words were aimed at Leonel. On terrain, no matter what man heard a request from such a beautiful lady, they would likely do their best to please. However, despite the words traveling to Leonel's ears, he didn't react. How rude was it to ask someone in the middle of meditation to come down and talk for your own convenience? Had Leonel not been able to split his mind, the act of the Moon Sister sending her voice toward him like this could have caused him to suffer backlash. An awkward silence fell over the stone monument region as Leonel continued to meditate. At that moment, the ever-silent brother Moon sibling suddenly opened his eyes, a murderous glint lighting them. Chapter 378. Free? Chapter 378. Free? Even among those of terrain, the Moon siblings stood out. They had flowing silver hair, overly pale skin, and a pair of red lips that seemed to drip of blood. If Leonel cared to observe them during the critical juncture of his comprehension, he would definitely assume them to be the vampires of legend and give himself a good chuckle. That said, seemingly going with this theme, when the brother moon sibling opened his eyes, the murderous aura seemed to be perfectly in line with this. It seemed that even compared to Honored, he was that much more protective of his own sister. Just when he was about to make a moon, his sister pinched the sleeves of his silver robes. The brother moon sibling looked toward her, wondering why it was he was stopped. There was nothing he hated more than this. Had it not been for the fact they were family, maybe this would have been enough for him to lash out. However, his sister didn't explain. She simply looked toward Leonel, the smile on her face not fading in the least. Brother can't even approach the stone monument so closely. It's not a matter of not being physically capable, but rather a limitation of our minds. If brother really attacked now, he would be at a great disadvantage almost immediately. It seems that this man was already aware of this. This made everything more complicated. Despite being out in the open, Leonel was probably in the safest place he could be with the exception of his own abode. At that moment, a group came rushing in, seemingly finding out about all the commotion. "Big brother!" Syl's voice rang out from amidst them, but before she could say more, she was stunned silent by the sight of Leonel and 3 other emperors. The other seated participants of the Kiefer family rushed in after her. Though they were here to participate, another one of their tasks was to protect the young family miss whenever they could. They had had their hands full over the last few days, trying to keep Syl away from the dream abode. But this time, they couldn't stop her at all. Honored swept a glance over them that made them shudder. They knew he was reprimanding them for failing their task to keep her away. "Come here, Syl," Honored said somewhat coldly. He felt safer when his sister was right by his side. At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. Everyone's gaze unexpectedly shot away from Leonel and toward the eastern sector gates. Someone was crossing the second phase trial? Though it was true that Leonel's actions were a far greater rarity, someone passing the second phase was definitely a major event as well. They all watched as the gates trembled. They could sense the perseverance of the person on the other side. One could imagine the hardship one needed to face to cross the bloody aura of the second phase. It took several moments, but eventually, the smallest soldier doors shook open, cracking open just a fraction. A figure squeezed through, his appearance disheveled and bloody. But that was when something heart-wrenching occurred. Just when the figure was almost all the way through, the doors slammed shut, catching the ankle of their right foot. An agonizing scream shook the eastern sector as the person collapsed onto the dirt roads of Brave City. Blood pooled at their legs, dyeing the ground a harsh crimson as the figure convulsed. The amount of perseverance it took to cross the barrier of aura was astronomical. It was no surprise that this person had no energy left. To deal with such an injury at such a time, everyone was stunned. But they couldn't have expected for the silent, unmoving Leonel to suddenly awaken at that moment. Seeing the situation, Leonel stood, his body shooting forward. In that moment, if one wasn't looking closely, it would feel as though a bird had just soared over their heads, the pupils of the 4 emperors all constricted at once. The bowwoman's stone monument was quite close to the gates. And, due to the fact that all the abodes in this region were just various-sized tents, there was nothing obstructing their view right to them. In what felt like an instant, Leonel appeared beside this person. "Zalar," Leonel mumbled. At that moment, the familiar face shook on the ground. He seemed to have gone into shock. As a warrior of the 4th dimension, such an injury should have been painful, but definitely not to the point of putting him into such a state. The only explanation was that Zalar had given his everything to reach this point. He didn't have any more energy left to give. Leonel's body suddenly burst with a blinding golden light. Light elemental force surged toward him from all sides. For a moment, his flowing bronze-gold hair made him look as though he was a deity. Even compared to the past, calling upon the light element was far easier for Leonel. In fact, he felt the difference was easily tens of times. Part of this was because of the strengthening of his mind, but maybe the most important part was his innate force node, Grand Heal. A surging wind shook the surroundings. If one looked closely, it was possible to see that in addition to the main force art, countless smaller ones hovered around Leonel, feeding into the main force art as though playing an important supporting role. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Zalar's shivering slowly came to a stop, and then his severed leg began to slowly reform itself. Though it failed to regrow in a single attempt, Leonel cast Grand Heal again before coming to a stop. He knew he could continue, but this was enough to stabilize Zalar's situation for now. If he really did continue, he would drain his stamina, and then he wouldn't be able to guarantee his own safety, let alone Zalar's. Leonel felt somewhat guilty for his current situation, so, of course, he would do his best to help. Leonel propped the unconscious Zalar up, Piggy backing him. Though the little mink was a bit unsatisfied with its sleeping arrangements being disrupted, it clambered up to the top of Leonel's head and made another bed for itself. With that, Leonel began to walk back, his hands clasped under Zalar's thighs. However, it was a given that those emperors wouldn't just allow him to walk back to his abode. How could they give up this opportunity? Getting over her shock, the Sister Moon sibling stepped forward. So, are you free to speak now? Chapter 379, Hate Moves. Chapter 379, Hate Moves. Leonel's steps paused. He really didn't know what these people wanted to talk about. It seemed more to him that they wanted to find an excuse to do something to him. However, Leonel didn't care about any of this. He gave the Sister Moon sibling a dazzling smile. It was so genuine and light that it made her heart stop for a brief moment. My name is Leonel Morales. I am a citizen of Earth. This brand on my forehead is an unfortunate circumstance. I just got unlucky in coming here during a period of time they were monitoring for fugitives. I'm sure as citizens of Terrain, you know more about this than I do. Leonel thought to himself for another few moments. I believe that is all. Make sure to spread that far and wide. Leonel didn't speak particularly loudly, but his voice resonated, reaching the ears of all those within the square. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Leonel raised an eyebrow. Did he say something wrong? It can't be that racism is a thing in these places. No, that shouldn't be it. Leonel saw plenty of people from other worlds coming to Terrain. If they weren't all right with such a thing, why would they make it such a big staple of their culture? The four emperors were shaken once again. Leonel was filled with too many surprises. Claiming the dream abode was already enough to shake them to the core. Having a light elemental affinity so high on top of that was enough to make them green with envy, despite how well they tried to hide it. But, even compared to all of this, the name Earth seemed to shake them all the more. Feelings of jealousy, animosity, and disdain swirled in the air. This wasn't a matter of nationality or racism, as odd as it seemed to say this after describing such vitriol. Earth and Terrain seemed to be on two opposing sides of the spectrum. While the common citizens had never heard of Earth, the elites of Terrain all had. Terrain was reaching the end of its growth potential. Earth had an endlessly paved road before it. Terrain didn't receive the support of higher-level worlds. Earth received the support of countless. Terrain was entering a crossroads that might end their world as they once knew it, and Earth was just beginning to bud. The more one compared, the more striking the differences became. Did you just say Earth? Rainred's gaze narrowed. Leonel raised an eyebrow. Yes? Rainred's gaze narrowed even further before looking toward Anared. Is this how your Kiafir family operates now, allowing those of other worlds to partake in our resources? A slight hint of animosity hung in the air. Regardless of what side you were on, the idea of someone stealing away something that was rightfully yours wouldn't sit well with you. It only made it worse that Leonel was in the third dimension. Those who wanted to partake in the Brave City trials but weren't part of the major powers of Terrain had to wait to the second phase. But who would believe that someone in the third dimension could do this? The contrast Zalar provided was too drastic. Everyone could tell that Zalar was strong enough to become a royal at worst. Yet he was branded as a soldier now and had no choice but to abide by the rules of a soldier. If Leonel had gone through the second phase like he was supposed to, it would have been impossible for him to become an emperor, and all the more impossible for him to claim the Dream Abode and put them in such a passive position. Anared's gaze remained indifferent. The matters of the Kiafir family are ours to deal with alone, since when was it the turn of the Cliff's Edge Terrace to speak on our matters? And I'm also certain that if one were to pick out a traitor to our world, it most definitely wouldn't be me. Rainred's glare froze. Clearly he hadn't expected such pointed words from Anared. All the while, Leonel was lost in his own thoughts. If I go back and pass the trial of the second phase, my name would spread far and wide, right? Aina might hear about it, Leonel thought for a moment. With his intelligence, he could immediately see the animosity aimed toward him, and when he noticed the glances toward Zalar on his back, he managed to put it all together himself. Just when Leonel planned on acting on this, though, he paused and grinned. Hate moves more than anything else. Last I remembered, you're an emperor too, correct? Leonel looked toward Rainred with a childishly innocent gaze. If you want my abode, go claim it. Suddenly, Leonel's warm, smiling face became extremely punchable. In fact, I think I'm in the mood to claim more abodes. I'll be taking over the Star, Light, and Darkness abode. After I do, you can feel free to challenge any one of them. Leonel pondered on something for a moment. Now that I think about it, don't you also get some benefits for challenging an abode in enemy territory? You should want to, too, right? Leonel's smile never faded, despite sensing the animosity in the air. Anared's brows furrowed, not quite understanding what Leonel was trying to do. Was he really just so arrogant? You don't believe me? Leonel blinked innocently. The crowd was riled up. They wanted to see nothing more than Leonel falling flat on his face. But at the same time, they wanted to beat him up where he stood. The conflicting feelings left them feeling so stifled that several almost coughed up blood. Just as Leonel was about to boldly lead everyone to the elite abodes, the city shook once again. Everyone's gaze shot toward the northern gates as they blasted open, causing the whole city to quake. As though this was a catalyst, the central tower flickered. A mass of energy converged toward the peak of the tower. At first, the form they took was blurry, but it soon became a row of numbers that read 9,000, 23,000, 9,059. In that moment, the suffocating aura around Brave City began to slowly weaken, and anxious, soon-to-be spectators excitedly stood. It seemed that the true trials would be starting soon. Chapter 380. Abandon. Chapter 380. Abandon. Leonel placed Zilar down on a bed within his dream abode. His gaze flashed with a cold light. If it hadn't been for Syl's elder brother, he probably would have had to find his way out of that encirclement. If it was because of his own words, Leonel wouldn't mind. Plus, since he dared to step out of this abode, he also had adequate preparations at the ready. However, Leonel knew that it wasn't so simple. All along the way, the Sister Moon sibling was steering the crowd with her words. She was quite a dangerous woman indeed. In the end, it was due to the commotion at the northern gate and Leonel's own sharpness that Rainred and the twins could only leave without accomplishing much of anything. It seemed that the start of the third phase was unlike the first two. Whoever it was who opened the northern gates was definitely a future calamity they needed to prepare for. As difficult as it was to become an emperor during the first phase, it was tens of times more difficult to do so during the second phase. In addition, this person was a true fourth-dimensional entity unlike Leonel, who had only broken through in one aspect. So, compared to the danger Leonel posed, this person was a much greater threat. There's not much time left. I hear the third phase has spectators. Hopefully Aina is among them. Leonel's coldness vanished into a genuine smile. During Leonel's life, Aina had only come to watch him play football once. The fact she went at all was definitely a big change for her. Usually, she avoided events like that like the plague. Just the simple action alone warmed Leonel's heart. Truthfully, back then, all the events that happened left him so shell-shocked that he forgot that simple fact. That was right, she had come to watch him. Leonel's smile became a grin. To anyone observing from afar, he looked like a love-struck fool. "Hey, little guy." Leonel scooped the little mink off the top of his head, stroking the little one's soft fur. "I know you've wanted to go to that abode for a long time. Go ahead and break through." Little Blackstar sat up excitedly and suddenly vanished from Leonel's arms. Leonel chuckled. If that little guy really managed to break through, who knew how much trouble he'd get into? When Leonel met Little Blackstar, the little mink was an elite S-grade threat. They had done a lot of growing together since then. Though Leonel wasn't exactly sure how the cultivation of beasts worked, he trusted the little guy could make his own way forward. This was the advantage the universe gave to beasts anyway. Leonel took a deep breath and casted a few more grand heals on Zilar. Regrowing a limb was definitely much more difficult than he had thought it would be, and that was even with his vastly improved grand heal. Of course, part of the reason was because Zilar was in the fourth dimension. But luckily, it was just a foot and not his entire leg that had been taken out. "Leo, let me in." At that moment, Leonel suddenly heard a distant voice. He cast a glance out of the window to find Jirak yelling at him from hundreds of meters away. It was clear the bald young man was still too scared to approach the dream abode of his own accord. Leonel allowed Zilar to continue resting before letting Jirak in. He too had some questions to ask the Black Family heir. "Did you hear? An emperor of the second phase appeared. That hasn't happened before." Jirak boisterously strolled in, his face filled with awe. "The third phase is probably going to be wild. I didn't participate last time, but I'm definitely going to make a name for myself this time around. Jirak." Leonel cut the young heir off before he could continue his spiel. Seemingly sensing Leonel's seriousness, Jirak frowned and turned back. "What is it?" Leonel looked toward Jirak deeply, causing the latter to feel no small amount of discomfort. "What do you think of Earth?" Leonel suddenly spoke. "Ah," Jirak froze, clearly not expecting this line of questioning. His eyes darted around as though trying to find a crutch to lean on, maybe a joke to ease the mood, but all he found was bland, neatly ordered black and white furniture. Leonel's eyes narrowed. It seemed he was right. There was definitely more to this. "Tell me." Leonel pressed. Leonel frowned. After a while he shook his head. "If you don't want to answer, that's fine." Leonel turned and walked away. But he never made a move to close the door to the abode he had just let Jirak through. His meaning was quite clear. Someone who signed their life away should act as such. If Jirak was unwilling to act as he should, then that only meant he didn't take this matter as seriously as Leonel once thought. And, since he didn't, that meant his character wasn't as Leonel previously deduced either. Leonel could tell that whatever Jirak knew was quite important. In fact, it should be to the point that he valued this information even more than his own life. That was fine. Leonel never planned to kill him in the first place, but he had already had one person who placed certain things above their friendship with him before, and in such a dangerous place within an unknown world, Leonel didn't feel like putting his life in the hands of another such person again. Jirak stood stunned, not quite knowing what to do. He, quite frankly, felt like a bride that had been abandoned at the altar. Such a joke would be enough to make him laugh at any other time, but he didn't find it funny in the least right now. As Jirak was hesitating, he suddenly felt his mind growing hazy. He immediately realized that this was the dream force beginning to encroach on his consciousness. Whatever protections Leonel had left for him were beginning to vanish. In a slight panic, Jirak quickly left through the door, a slight discomfort in his chest. This time, he had two reasons he didn't dare to look back toward that abode. Chapter 381, Shield Cross Stars. Chapter 381, Shield Cross Stars. Leonel didn't spare any more thoughts toward Jirak. He didn't feel that it was a shame, nor did he feel any sense of self-pity. He was already focusing on another task already. This was just the kind of person Leonel was. At most, Leonel was now certain that there was something important about his home world he needed to find out on this planet. Though he didn't know exactly what it was, he would be able to find out. But first, Leonel locked himself into the same top-floor room of his abode. He split one portion of his mind to monitor Zilar's situation and another to make sure that the little mink was all right. Then he prepared to enter the lab setting. Just as he was doing so, his lip curled as he sensed a fiery pillar of darkness shoot into the skies as the little mink claimed an abode of his own. Of course, this was done through the little guy's connection with Leonel, so technically it was Leonel claiming another. But it brought a smile to Leonel's face regardless before he once again became serious. He didn't care about what commotion this would cause, he had something much more important in mind. Now that he had broken into the fourth dimension with his spirit pressure, he could search Aliard's mind without worrying about the consequences. Leonel entered the lab setting and brought out the snow globe that held Aliard. With a thought, the mental mage appeared, still shackled by illusory chains. Aliard coughed violently, his gaze showing hints of confusion as he looked around. When he looked up and saw Leonel standing above him, a hint of rage and trepidation could be seen in his eyes. Over this period of time, Leonel had been allowing the suspended animation ability of the segmented cube to slowly heal Aliard. So compared to the manic state the mental mage had been in before, he was much better now. Of course, Leonel had no idea how rare treasures that could heal mental injuries were. If he did, he would know that he had taken the segmented cube for granted once more. That said, Leonel hadn't done this for Aliard's sake, but rather his own. The more whole Aliard's memories were, the easier things would be on him. If he was picking through memory fragments, it would be a pain, and maybe even difficult, to piece together the true story. Leonel didn't spare any words for Aliard. He found it to be a waste of his time, so, without hesitation, he activated Mind Search. Aliard's eyes widened before a sinister light shone in his eyes. He thought that Leonel was foolish, trying to use such a technique on a mental mage like him. He almost salivated at the thought of turning Leonel into a mindless slave. But when he felt the strength of Leonel's spirit pressure, he paled. How was this the strength of someone in the third dimension? It was impossible. It was then he thought of a shocking possibility. It can't be. You can't have. Aliard knew things that the others of Camelot had not. After all, he wasn't a part of the original legend. He had been sent in by his organization to infiltrate and capture the core treasure. But it was precisely because of this that he was shocked. Everyone knew that it was impossible to break into the fourth dimension with the mind unless the body was strong enough. Doing so without a solid foundation would lead to one imploding in on themselves. Yet Leonel's body was definitely still within the third dimension. In addition, the force that circulated his body was also considered to be within the third. It shouldn't have been possible to do this unless Leonel had an ability or a lineage factor that allowed him to circumvent these rules. Unfortunately for Aliard, Leonel had not just one of these things, but both. Aliard fell into despair as he felt his memories being eaten away at. No matter how hard he fought back, Leonel's mind was like a violent swarm. Mind Search was a truly sinister technique. A more accurate title would most definitely be Mind Swallow. To say that one was searching was completely inaccurate. The truth of what Leonel was doing was ingesting all the memories that were useful to him and discarding all those that weren't. Due to the style of the technique, Leonel had to build a bridge between his mind and Aliard's. This meant that when he found a memory to be useless, rather than it remaining with Aliard, it dissipated along the bridge, leaving Aliard with nothing. If the two of their minds have been of similar strength, this bridge would cause a tug-of-war to erupt. However, Leonel's mind was so much stronger than Aliard's that it was nothing but child's play. Aliard's helplessness soon became dullness, then was replaced by a complete vacancy as he fell over, drool leaking from the side of his mouth. Leonel didn't spare the brain-dead man a single glance. He closed his eyes, organizing and sifting through everything he had just learned. The first thing he realized was that Aliard didn't know much. However, this much was to be expected. He should have been fairly low on the totem pole. Still, for an organization that just expected Leonel to hand over all evidence of their crimes, they didn't take many precautions either. Finally, Leonel learned of the name of the organization he was dealing with, the name that so many avoided speaking of, Shield Cross Stars. It was only now Leonel understood how unlucky he was. This so-called Shield Cross Stars organization was actually a police force of the universe. Its duty was to protect the safety and humanitarian rights of beasts and humanoids across the worlds. The main issue here was that Leonel had never expected that the same organization he had slighted by not handing in evidence of their wrongdoing was the very same organization that happened to brand him as a fugitive worth monitoring. Was it just a coincidence, or had they targeted him on purpose? From Leonel's analysis, he was fairly certain that it truly was a coincidence. But if he was correct, just how unlucky was he? Now, an organization that had it out for him also knew his location at all times. Fuck, Leonel stood, his jaw becoming steely. He wasn't safe here. He had to find a way back to Earth as quickly as possible. Since there wasn't a branch of SCS there just yet, it would be more difficult for them to cause problems for him. The issue was, how? Entering another zone would be difficult. Using teleportation platforms was probably another no-go. I'll find Ina first, then think of what to do, Leonel sighed. He felt as though a guillotine was hanging over his head. However, at least he was aware of its existence now. Not only this, but he had become aware of many other things. The days quickly flew by. Soon, Leonel would have no choice but to join everyone else within the central tower. That morning, with just a few hours left until the timer would hit 0, a shadowy figure slowly stalked toward the central tower. A prominent hunched back was the first thing anyone caught sight of. As for the rest, it was shrouded in black. By now, everyone knew that this was the Sword Monstrous, the very woman who caused the commotion at the northern gate. Chapter 382, Sword Monstrous, 1. Chapter 382, Sword Monstrous quotes 1. The Sword Monstress's steps were light. It was almost impossible to accept that her figure was so large yet so nimble. From the third phase onward, all of the trials would begin with the central tower as the centerpiece. As a result, the population of people flowing into it was quite large to begin with. So, it was no surprise that such an odd figure stood out right from the very beginning. Of course, there was no lack of odd individuals. However, from the very beginning, most eyes had been focused toward the northern sector's entry gates. For such a figure to come from this specific region immediately caught the attention of many. Despite the fact those tasked with observing the northern sector had their own speculations, they didn't dare to confirm it themselves. If they were correct, this person was the only emperor to be birthed from the second phase since Brave City appeared on terrain. This wasn't a person they could afford to offend. Though they couldn't see what was beneath the hood, this only made this person more fear-inducing. They didn't want to get mixed up in anything far beyond themselves and lose their lives for a ridiculous reason. Like this, several backed off after the Sword Monstrous appeared, rushing off to their superiors with their conjectures. The Sword Monstrous continued to walk forward as though nothing had changed. The central tower was one of many floors and was the only structure in Brave City that could rival the walls in height. At the same time, it was also an incredibly wide structure despite the fact it was definitely much taller than it was so. This design left one feeling as though one had stepped into an all-new world after entering just the first floor. The first floor of the tower was expansive and incredibly bland. It acted as nothing more than a conduit to help the flow of people reach the places they wanted to go. There were no stairs nor any elevators like one would see on Earth. Rather, there were elevated pads with queues of people. Each had a miniature teleportation station that would take one to a given floor. During the first and second phase, the tower was nothing more than a restaurant. With enough status, one could reach the top floor and gain access to delicacies the likes of which the world of terrain rarely saw. It was unfortunate that Leonel wasn't aware of this, or he may very well have taken advantage. He had long since become tired of his usual bland diet of meat and more meat. Of course, this was also mostly due to his own laziness. He had obtained many delicious fruits and vegetables from the underground garden he found within the hive, but he kept them all within the snow globes rather than properly fostering them. After all, he was a force crafter, not a gardener. At this moment, though, not a single person was traveling to higher floors. Even if one wanted to, the teleportation pads were out of commission. Those who were aware of the changes that happened as the third phase approached weren't surprised. This was simply the tower preparing itself for its true purpose. Hey, are you the Emperor from the northern sector? Let me see the brand on your forehead. The once bustling tower suddenly fell into silence. The voice that had called out was booming. It had enough forcefulness to it to directly suppress the voices of everyone else. Of course, this was because no one else was trying to speak over the crowd at the same time, or else this matter wouldn't have been so easy. Everyone's attention oscillated between the Emperor who had spoken and the black figure that had been targeted. There were very few emperors in Brave City to begin with, so everyone immediately recognized the original speaker as Wyla's Mirage, the young heir to the Mirage Pavilion. He had a rotund body, yet his charms were also somewhat feminine. Of course, the red robes accented with violet soft armor didn't help him escape this image very well. It couldn't be helped. The heir to the Mirage Pavilion was rarely a man. In fact, this was only the second time in their history that such a thing had happened. This said, no one looked down on this chubby, feminine man. So, when the black figure didn't bother to respond, the tension in the air grew palpable. Wylas's gaze narrowed, his cheeks squeezed, almost covering his eyes completely. Wylas suddenly chuckled, his body moving forward slowly. Rainred and Jilnia, who had been by his side, didn't say anything as they watched him. The third phase had yet to begin, so they were still under the rules of the second phase. There was no rules against battle outside of trials just yet. In addition, even if there were, they would still support Wylas's actions at this moment. The best way to learn about such a mysterious figure would be to test them personally. As heirs to powers, they didn't believe that some unknown could be better than them. In their minds, if they were born from lesser families and didn't receive quotas, they too could become emperors through the second phase. Whether that was actually true or not was still up for debate. But all that mattered was that they believed it. The shadowy figure didn't move in the slightest. Her hulking figure seemed unperturbed by Wilus's looming threat, even as the young heir's footsteps echoed through the floor. In a corner, Syl and Honored watched on in silence. They didn't have any particular horse in this race, so they too were just spectating just like everyone else. Big brother, do you recognize that person? Honored's gaze narrowed slightly, but in the end he shook his head. No, I don't. Syl's lovely eyes blinked with an innocent curiosity. It seemed that the legend of the sword monstrous hadn't spread very wide just yet, but this made quite some sense. After all, one of the reasons the sword monstrous was able to make it here was because the influx of people migrating toward Brave City made it difficult to pick out individuals. At that moment, Willis made it to within 3 meters of the shadowy figure before stopping. If before everyone was already avoiding this person, they were now giving the figure an even wider berth. No one had any interest in getting caught up in this drama. Chapter 383, Sword Monstrous 2. Chapter 383, Sword Monstrous 2. Tweelis opened his mouth to speak once more, but, bang, a heavy sword swung from the sword monstrous' back, landing on the stone's grounds of the tower's floors. Despite the heft of the sword, not a single mark was left behind. But no one doubted the strength of the sword monstrous due to this. The broadsword vibrated wildly upon impact as though looking to launch itself out from the hands of the sword monstrous as she faced Wilus. When the sword appeared, Jilnea's gaze narrowed. Wilus stood just under 3 meters before the sword monstrous. But, due to the outrageous length of the massive sword, it clanged before him, just a mere foot or two away. In fact, it seemed to be aimed between his legs, leaving him feeling a slight chill. However, what Wilus felt wasn't fear. The process had been slow enough for him to witness the start to the end without issue. To a warrior on his level, it hadn't been a problem to see it all. The issue was that his heart still felt a slight trepidation. It was a warning. Wilus, though, had every intention of lashing out. Not only was it important for them to know the limits of this figure, but it was also a matter of his face. Where would he put it if he were to back off now, especially since he was the one who started all of this? It seems that, just when Willis wanted to say more, he suddenly sensed a figure appear by his side. The contrast between this figure and the hulking, black-robed figure before them was too striking. Jilnea was a goddess in the eyes of many. She had a small, soft waist, flowing black hair, and a flawless complexion that seemed sculpted by the hands of a master. Though she was lacking in comparison to Ira, this seemed to be due to lack of a mature and refined temperament rather than a shortcoming of her own looks. All of this alone would have been enough to capture many hearts, but the way her white robes hung to her curves captured the soul, and, whether by design or coincidence, the way her sky-blue soft armor cupped her chest and accentuated her slender legs only made more imaginations run wild. The moment she appeared, most directly forgot about Wilas and what he had been planning to do. To them, there was no better entertainment than a beauty, even if she only stood there and did nothing else. In a corner to his own, having reunited with the members of his Black City, Jarek was enthralled. He only barely managed to stop himself from whistling. It was fine if he teased a weak woman, but if he teased someone like Jilnea, well, let's just say he didn't have any fantasies of being castrated anytime soon. What are you doing? Jilnea all but ignored Willis. But it was difficult to get angry at a beauty, so Willis only shook his head and let her do as she pleased. That sword, Jilnea said coldly, looking from the tip of the blade that reverberated against the ground to the shadowy figure. I received reports from my subordinate cities that several massacres had occurred. The perpetrator was a woman with a hunched back, dressed in black robes and wielding a great sword. That was you? A shocked silence overcame everyone. The first thing that caught them by surprise was the word woman. It was hard to connect the hulking figure before them with the fairer sex, but after that sunk in, they recognized the word massacre. You mean to tell them that someone actually slaughtered their way through World's End Falls territory, and even dared to come to Brave City right afterward? They couldn't decide whether this person was brave or just stupid. At this point, it didn't even matter whether Jilnea's words were true or not. When it came to matters like this, whoever held the most strength would be the one in the right. And it seemed now that not only had this sword monstrous angered Wilas with her disregard, but she had also enraged Jilnea by sliding the power behind her. No matter how others looked at it, this would end incredibly badly for this cloaked figure. Still, despite the young heiress's pointed questions, the sword monstrous still didn't respond. The reverberations of her sword sung through the tower's first floor, as though acting as her reply. If you're dissatisfied, just come, it seemed to say. At that very moment, Leonel stood before the dark abode, shaking his head. He turned his head toward the looming numbers in the distance and sighed again. 0,000, 8,039. Considering his location, it wouldn't take him long to get to the central tower. But he still felt uncomfortable cutting it so close. He wasn't sure if there would be a penalty for being late. But considering his current situation, he didn't dare to test it out. He felt that if there was a timer, there was a reason for it being there. Now, whether that was true or not, once again, he was unsure. But better safe than sorry. He was a bit regretful that he had allowed the little mink to enter on his own now. Unfortunately, Leonel had forgotten that the first time he watched the little mink evolve, the little guy had fallen into a deep sleep for several days. This was likely happening again. Forget it. It will take me 2 minutes and 21 seconds to make it from here to the tower at full speed. I'll wait until 80,000, 2,000, 1,030 is left on the clock then. Leonel felt that the little mink should be fine within the abode. From what he knew, there was no one else capable of claiming a dark abode, and, even if there were, they would all be taking part in the third phase, so everything should be fine. Just when Leonel had made this decision, a black blur suddenly shot out from the house and barreled right into his chest. The streak was so quick that due to Leonel's absent-mindedness, he didn't even notice what happened until it was too late. Oof, Leonel coughed, feeling his ribs rebound against his heart and lungs. After a while, he laughed, looking at the bundle of fur in his arms. Were you trying to kill me or something? Leonel chuckled. Yip, Leonel's lip twitched. Why does that sound like a yes? The little mink ignored Leonel's words and crawled to his favorite spot around his neck. Fine, you win. All right, let's go. Chapter 384, Falls Style. Chapter 384, Falls Style. Jilnia's eyes narrowed. You overestimate yourself. What happened next was so sudden that no one could have expected it. It was hard to imagine that beauty who elicited the feeling of care and protection in them all would suddenly surge forward and attack without warning. In one instant, Jilnia was like a delicate flower in a vase. In the next, she was a pouncing panther, her slender legs exploding with undeniable power and strength. The sword monstrous responded as quickly as it seemed humanly possible, raising her sword like a shield across her body. Jilnia's palm shot forward like a venomous serpent, slamming against the spine of the great sword. Bang! The sword monstrous's body convulsed. It was just a single palm, but it felt as though she had been hit 3 times continuously. A surge of concentric wind ricocheted off the side of her sword, sending her sliding across the ground. Jilnia didn't seem intent on stopping, her beautiful eyes remaining indifferent as she shot forward again. Her movements gave one the illusion of rushing water. It had an undeniable forcefulness, but also hid a fluidity and flexibility that accentuated the curves of a woman. Bang! A second palm descended. This one was several times stronger than the previous. Rather than carrying 3 layered strikes, this one carried 4. This time, the sword monstrous lost her footing. Unable to slide along the ground anymore, she stumbled backward and got tossed off her feet. Jilnia's attack was relentless. Any veteran of battle knew that whoever gained an initiative would hold an upper hand. If one managed to keep this advantage, victory would only be a matter of time. However, it soon became very clear that Jilnia didn't need the initiative to claim victory. Whether it was speed, strength, or ability, she surpassed this cloaked figure by not just a single level. This left those watching baffled. They had thought that this cloaked figure would have a high level of skill after daring to offend 2 heirs. Yet, it seemed that when comparing whether this woman was brave or foolish, it was most likely the latter. Wheelis felt his anger dissipate. What a waste of emotions. He couldn't believe he wasted time getting angry at a person so far beneath him. It seems that Jilnia gained an inkling of comprehension toward her fall style. Couple that with her ability, and she truly would be too troublesome to deal with. Every time Jilnia attacked, it was as though 3, 4, 5, and sometimes even 6 of her were assaulting the same person all at the same time. Her heart couldn't help but be filled with disdain. Just die, she thought coldly. She didn't know who this person was, but she had truly never met anyone more foolish. Thanks to the times, this sword monstrous had already been lucky enough to escape the clutches of her power. Yet, instead of accepting this bout of good fortune, she actually dove right back into the lion's den. Jilnia's palm shot toward the sword monstrous's head. The air around her palm trembled. If one looked closely, it seemed as though her strike was being superimposed. A portion reflected where her palm would be, a portion reflected where it was now, and the last reflected where it had been. These attacks came together as one, causing the air to quake. Had this strike been sent out in a third-dimensional world, there was no doubt that the clap of the sound barrier shattering would have sounded. It was at that moment when Jilnia's palm was just moments away from collapsing the sword monstrous's head in on itself that things suddenly changed. The sword monstrous's aura surged. A sinister, dark, and bloodthirsty air erupted. From beneath the hooded cloak, one could see 2 eyes blazing with a blinding gold light that flickered with a deep darkness. The sword monstrous swung her great sword to meet Jilnia's palm. Bang! The sword monstrous took several steps back before stabilizing herself while Jilnia took just one. But, without hesitation, the sword monstrous shot forward again, her great sword trailing to her back like the tail of a comet. She brought her sword forward in a great arc, leaving a blur in the air. Bang! Jilnia forced the sword monstrous back again, her expression filled with rage. It was as though she couldn't believe that this beast of a woman would dare fight back against her. The spectators remained silent, as though scared to get involved in such a thing. They too hadn't expected the sword monstrous to suddenly fight back, but the truth was that it didn't seem to matter. However, those who were clever among them seemed to realize that maybe the sword monstrous wasn't as foolish as she seemed. By now, there was already less than 5 minutes before the timer struck 0. By feigning an inability to fight back at all in the beginning, she managed to drag out the battle. It was only after it seemed she really might die that she really started to fight. If things went on like this, there was no way Jilnia would be able to kill her before the timer rang out. And when the third phase began, all the rules would change. Most intelligent people seemed to realize this, but it was difficult to calmly analyze things in the heat of battle, especially when you were enraged like Jilnia. As for why Wylus and Rainred hadn't explained this to Jilnia, there were two reasons. For one, if someone had to explain this to her, Jilnia would only lose more face. And, secondly, after seeing the sword monstress's combat power, they no longer feared her. They didn't care whether she died or not, it would hardly change anything. This was the same reason they had for not pressing forward to kill Leonel. His impact on the coming trials would be limited. Bang! The sword monstress slid back once again. But this time, Jilnia didn't pursue. So, that's your plot? The beautiful heiress looked toward the ticking time, visible anger twisting her delicate features. Unfortunately for you, you've still underestimated me. At that moment, many touched their ears, not believing what they were hearing. Where was this sound of rushing water coming from? Chapter 385, Fear. Chapter 385, Fear. Jilnia brandished her palms in a composed stance, her gaze cold. Just like there were weapons forces, there were likewise forces for various bodily martial arts. Fist force, palm force, various kicking and leg forces, they all existed. However, just like weapon forces, these bodily martial art forces didn't have anything particularly special to them other than a slight boost in strength. When Leonel comprehended his spear force, it was a product of the spear consciousnesses he observed within sphere domain. He was able to constantly build on this spear force, refining it and perfecting it. Despite the fact Leonel's spear force was still just an empty shell right now, it was still far more powerful than it had been in the past. In the same way, bodily forces had to be refined over time. Only in this way could they manifest true strength. The so-called Falls style was a martial arts discipline of the World's End Falls power. It emphasized a steady, unrelenting flow. Every attack flowed into the next. Upon gaining an initiative with this style, it was impossible to lose it. Had it not been for Jilnia choosing to take a step back now, the sword monstress would still be on her back foot. If Leonel had been here, he would realize that this so-called styles was exactly the discipline he had been learning through the stone monuments. For the Falls style, only upon reaching a high level of comprehension would one hear the sound of rushing waters. It was clear that not only had Jilnia begun to grasp her power's core teachings, but she was well on her way to mastering them. Jilnia knew well just how suited this style was to her. Her ability was shockingly an exceptionally rare time affinity ability that allowed her to layer her attacks. It made a single attack feel like many, giving her great offensive prowess. Unfortunately, among time affinity abilities, hers was ranked so near the bottom that she couldn't even dream of claiming the time abode. The first time she came to Brave City, she foolishly overestimated herself and almost lost her life in the attempt. In fact, she was still suffering from the loss of over 10 years from her lifespan. However, this didn't mean that her ability was weak. In fact, when coupled with the Fall style, she was likely the strongest amongst herself, Rainred and Wylus. Knowing this, when she saw the enemy of her power before her, a fiery anger bubbled up within her heart. She was the strongest. How could she possibly allow such a plan to succeed? Die. Jilnia shot forward again, but this time her speed seemed to have almost doubled, her palms raining down like the judgment of a god from above. Bang, 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 bang. The sword monstress was hardly able to block, but her success only pissed Jilnia off more. Jilnia's gaze flashed with a hint of red. By now, the sound of rushing water reached a peak. It was as though they were all standing at the base of an impossibly vast waterfall, falling with such strength that it shattered the rocks at its base into powder. Jilnia's next strike was so fast that it bypassed the defense of the sword monstress's great sword and shot right toward her head. The glow of two eyes flickered beneath the hood. With an inhuman reaction speed, the sword monstress curled her head away. However, the air pressure grazed her shoulder, causing her body to twirl backward. Bang! The sword monstress shot tens of meters backward, crashing into the walls of the tower. All those standing in the area shot away, unwilling to get in Jilnia's way. The sound of dripping blood sounded once the tower fell into another silence. At that moment, everyone saw the same thing. The side of the sword monstress's cloak was torn away, revealing a now bloodied shoulder. However, what was the most shocking was that this sword monstress's so-called hunched back was actually a massive, oddly curved package, larger than even the sword monstress herself. With much of the cloak ripped away, it was easier to estimate the sword monstress's true size. In fact, she looked like quite a petite young lady. And with the way her black hair fell over her face, she even seemed somewhat enticing. However, those thoughts of curiosity all vanished when the sword monstress raised her head. In all their years, they had never seen such a grotesque sight. A ghastly infection ran across her face like the trenches of a muddy war. The scars were so inflamed that they even somewhat covered the portions of her face that hadn't been run across by them. Colors of green, purple, and even gross brown ran across them all. It all reflected beneath the light in a way that made the skin of all those who saw it crawl. "It's you!" Jilnia's gaze blazed. The sword monstrous used her sword as a crutch and pushed herself up. Under the gazes of everyone present, the wound to her shoulder rapidly healed. In the blink of an eye, other than the blood that still ran over her skin, it seemed as though she had never been injured at all. Jilnia's pupils constricted. She remembered this ability, but it was even more potent than it had been in the past. Unfortunately, it wouldn't matter. A dead person couldn't heal. The sword monstrous walked forward with an indifferent expression. The cloak she wore had nothing to do with a will to hide her face. If it was about this, she would wear a mask instead. Rather, the cloak was a convenient way to hide the curved box on her back. This was what she wanted to hide, but since it was out in the open already, it didn't matter much anymore. Since she had already made it to Brave City and the third phase was about to begin, keeping it hidden no longer mattered. Jilnia's gaze flashed with a cold light. At that moment, though, a person suddenly rushed into the tower's first floor. In such a silent environment, especially when everyone had already arrived early, such an arrival caught the attention of many. Even Jilnia couldn't help but spare a glance. A young man with handsome and sharp features shot inside, a wide grin on his face when he noticed the time hadn't quite hit 0 just yet. The young man seemed to be in a great mood, but with his sharp senses he seemed to realize that something was off about the atmosphere. After scanning the area, his gaze landed on 2 young women. The young man's eyes widened. Aina. The young man's expression suddenly changed. Any words he was going to say were cut off, his mind going blank. Those who spoke about the details of this day in the future would remember it as the day they felt the most fear they ever had in their lifetimes. Each and every person present felt as though their hearts had been gripped by a reaper, like bone-cold waters had been poured into their veins, traveling through their bodies and leaving them completely paralyzed. Out of her own control, Jilnia's body shot backward at the fastest speed she could muster, her heart thumping so hard that it felt like it might fly from her chest at any moment. The young man vanished, appearing before the sword monstrous in the blink of an eye. Only a rare few could even see how he moved, and even those who could felt as though he had become nothing but a streak of gold light. He stood before the sword monstrous, his eyes blazing. In that instant, several collapsed to the ground, their visions turning black. The pressure was so suffocating that even many who managed to maintain their consciousness fell to their knees, tears of fear falling from their eyes. "Who did this to you? I'll kill them all." A palpable aura surged out like a sea of blood, enveloping the tower's first floor. The young man's voice boomed, causing the air to quake and tremble beneath his rage. For the first time, there was a ripple in the sword monstrous' gaze. Chapter 386, 0, Chapter 386, 0. Leonel had never felt so much anger before. He didn't even think about how it was he recognized Aina at all. Leonel had known for a long time that the face he had come to know wasn't Aina's own. He never once thought of asking her why that was. To him, it simply didn't matter. But after finding out the truth, his blood boiled and seethed. He didn't care about what Aina looked like. Even back when he chose her over so many others and hadn't known about her face coverings, she had never been the most beautiful. He simply went with his gut feeling and accepted it. But now, knowing that someone had done something like this to her, Leonel's visceral reaction was even more violent than it had been when he found out someone had cut something out of him as a mere child. As for Aina, the last thing she had expected was to meet Leonel here. Despite the effort Leonel had put into spreading his name, she had practically cut off contact with the outside world while she was on the run. Where would she have had the time to converse and learn about the hottest rumors? However, it was precisely because she was so caught off guard that her gaze rippled so violently. Something about Leonel's reaction shook her to her core. After she came to this world, she had hoped to forget everything else. In fact, part of the reason she chose to take off her face covering was as a way of leaving those things of the past in the past. This scarred face of hers looked nothing like the face Leonel knew. Even if these scars suddenly vanished, she would look like a completely different person. She had thought that even if she ran into Leonel, there was no way he would recognize her. But she could have never expected that not only would he, but that he would do so quickly. It was almost surreal. As if that wasn't enough to shake her, of all the reactions she expected to find in his gaze, she saw none of them. There was no disgust, there was no hesitancy, there wasn't even a shred of pity. There was nothing but rage. Leonel saw red. He was so focused on Aina's face that he hadn't even realized she had been in battle. When he looked down at her shoulder and saw the yet-to-dry blood dripping down from her already healed wound, his gaze became steely. Leonel's head turned to Jilnia, his irises flickering with wild violet-red lights. "You did this?" Clearly this time, Leonel was no longer referring to Aina's scars. "Who gave you the guts?" Jilnia trembled. She didn't know why she was feeling such fear. Wasn't this the same third-dimensional brat they hadn't taken seriously? Where was all this pressure coming from? It felt as though a hand was constricting her throat, limiting her breathing. Leonel's palm flipped over, a dense black bow appearing. Sharp winds kicked up. A fluid conception of a wild blizzard shook the air wrapping around Leonel and Aina. Whether by design or because Ina was simply the only one who never seemed to feel any pressure from Leonel, she stood by silently, her gaze still flickering with a dense swath of emotions. Die. Leonel spoke the same word Jilnia had, but somehow it felt like the true call of the Reaper. Compared to the latter's version, it seemed like a command, an unquestionable call from the depths of hell, an arrow whirled to life, forming from the energies of the world. A little mink bared its fangs from around Leonel's neck, its little body growing a size as its fur stood on end. A thick black shadow drifted from its body and surrounded Leonel's body. And, at that moment, shing, shing, shing. Leonel's force suddenly gained a sharp characteristic. It felt as though he could tear through anything, as though no obstacle could block his path. Jilnia felt in those moments that no matter how she dodged, nothing would come of it. Leonel's sharp gaze locked onto her, a cold, murderous intent manifesting around his body. His hair whipped about wildly, his back standing tall and straight as it flexed with all its might. Even through the thickness of his black robes, one could feel the fullness of his figure. Su-you-you-you! Leonel's fingers left his bowstring. For an instant, it felt as though everyone was thrust into a land of ice and snow, watching as a relentless hail descended from above. Jilnia felt too much fear to even move. She was locked down by a styles far beyond her fall's martial arts. It was like her every instinct had been accounted for, like even if she dodged, it would only be like jumping into the arms of death. It was a feeling she would never forget in her life. She knew she had more strength than this, more power than maybe this attack even had to offer. But for some reason, she didn't dare to use it. It was as though a higher power had commanded her to accept her death, and, before this power, she was nothing. But 0,000 dingy, an energy swirled around the tower's first floor, snuffing everything out. Even Leonel's arrow vanished into thin air. The moment the clock hit 0, a central platform elevated from the center of the first floor and a teleportation array flickered. Soon, 3 forms began to appear. When they manifested, the first thing everyone noticed was their odd yet valiant dressing. However, Leonel's gaze still carried a bloodthirsty air to it. All he knew was that the appearance of these 3 stopped his commandment from coming to fruition. The 3 figures had been casual. This world was definitely not as interesting as being assigned to the others, but they still had to do their jobs. Since they had been thrust into this boring situation together, they had a sense of camaraderie amongst one another. The truth was that they weren't the ones who snuffed out Leonel's attack. That was just a normal function of the tower. They had no idea that they had been wrongly accused by a kid they wouldn't normally give a second glance toward. But when they appeared, they felt a savage, relentless aura lock onto them. Even with their strength, they couldn't help but frown and look toward the source of it. Chapter 387 demanded it. Chapter 387 demanded it. For a moment it seemed that Leonel really had every intention of attacking these people. Those who knew him had expressions that widened in shock. It was one thing to attack Jilnia, but the overseers of these trials were not only outstanding talents from across the universe, but they were most definitely fifth-dimensional entities at worst. In fact, that was just their speculation from their place at the bottom of a well. For all they knew, these individuals were beyond the 5th dimension. However, judging by Leonel's posture and the fact his aura of rage hadn't dissipated in the slightest, it seemed he really did have every intention of attacking. It was at the moment he almost acted that Leonel suddenly felt something soft grasp his hand. He was so unused to the feeling that he was shocked out of his enraged state. The atmosphere seemed to become several times lighter in the blink of an eye, causing those who had forgotten to breathe to finally heave a sigh of relief. Those who had collapsed to the ground finally relaxed, their minds being released from their shackles. It was only after this happened that Jilnia suddenly understood the state she had been in. In the blink of an eye, her fear became shock, then shame, then rage. However, there was already nothing she could do. Leonel shook his head and looked down to find that Ina had grabbed onto his hand. Well, it couldn't really be described like this. More accurately, she had grasped onto 3 of his fingers as though she was scared to grab onto anything more. The sight made Leonel involuntarily chuckle. Ina frowned. "What are you laughing at? Are you trying to die?" This was the first time anyone had ever heard the sword monstrous speak. They couldn't have ever expected for her voice to be so soft and pleasing to the ears. It was as though she was caressing their eardrums. Leonel looked into Ina's eyes curiously. Ina suddenly became self-conscious and looked away. After she had done it, she realized that she was acting out of character. "It's ugly, I know." Ina didn't say these words aloud, but this was the very first time she had even thought them to herself. It was a surprise to her that her mind even went to such a place. These scars had been with her all her life, but they never filled her with disgust toward herself. They only filled her with rage. After the metamorphosis began and she realized how she could use them to her advantage, they even became a source of pride for her. It represented her resilience and her hard work. For all these reasons, she couldn't believe what she had just breathed to life in her thoughts. She had never been such a person. It was the Brazinger family, right? Leonel's smile vanished once again, his expression hardening. Aina froze for a moment, but didn't look back toward Leonel. Good. Leonel looked away. I'll make certain to raze them to the ground then. Aina remained silent and slowly let go of Leonel's fingers. From the distance, Honored watched this with a frown. After regaining his bearings from Leonel's previous outburst, he began to calmly analyze the situation, and, quite frankly, he didn't like what he was seeing. However, Leonel wasn't paying attention to this anymore. He continued to stand by Aina's side. He wasn't going to let her out of his sight again. Everything else that happened from this point on no longer mattered much to him. The first reason he had agreed to join the Kiafir family's quota was in order to find a path toward finding Aina. Beyond that, the only reason he had tried to stand out so much was also for this reason. Now, as far as Leonel was concerned, nothing else was quite so important. Of course, he would still do his part to repay the Kiafir family for their role in helping him find Aina. That was the least he could do anyway. The three figures on the platform looked toward Leonel with a frown, wondering where such pressure came from. How could they bother to care about drama between kids? As a result, they had no idea what had happened here previously. But looking at the sorry state most were in, they felt it had something to do with this young man. Their gazes unconsciously shifted toward the young woman by his side. By now, Aina had regained her bearing and stood there silently. Though she had let go of Leonel's hand, she at least didn't move away from him. In Leonel's book, that much was a plus. The three figures were much more experienced than the others here. While these kids only saw ugly, infected scars, they saw a curse. They raised their eyebrows. The only female among the three looked toward Aina with a gratified gaze. She had no idea who Aina was before this moment, but just the simple act of Aina standing before them all completely maskless left her feeling somewhat in awe and a bit protective of this young girl. Any anger she felt toward Leonel, unleashing killing intent toward them, was already forgotten. As they were observing Leonel and Aina, Leonel too was observing them. Their uniforms are also cool, Leonel couldn't help but think. He really hoped this wasn't a pattern. If he had to gain enmity with another organization with cool uniforms, it would be too depressing. At first, it looked as though all three of them, whether male or female, were all wearing skirts. But, upon closer inspection, Leonel realized that this wasn't the case. The first thing Leonel thought when he realized the truth was, Aladdin's pants. Leonel smiled, remembering the cartoons his father had introduced him to as a child. The uniforms of these three all involved the same harem pants Aladdin wore. The midsections of these pants swept so close to the floor that some could mistake them for skirts without looking closely. All of their harem pants were a pristine white. In addition, they each had cloth waist belts of a deep black. This cloth wrapped around their waists and then dropped vertically to the ground between their legs. The exposed face of this cloth was inscribed with white embroidery that depicted similar war scenes to the ones that could be found on the wall of Brave City. The men were bare-chested, revealing their toned and chiseled torsos, while the woman wrapped a white cloth around her bountiful chest. However, regardless of gender, they all had vibrant neckwear reminiscent of what a pharaoh of ancient times would wear. This large neckwear was a solid block of silver that hung heavily around their shoulders and collarbone. Each and every one of them exuded a powerful aura. Without Leonel's influence, they easily became the center of attention. No, they demanded it. Chapter 388, go first. Chapter 3888, go first. Seeing that Leonel didn't seem to be off-put by their gazes and even seemed to be sizing them up, the three looked toward one another. Maybe this world wouldn't be as boring as they originally thought. All right. The female took the lead, stepping forward. Her voice alone grabbed all of their attention, causing them to almost forget everything else. Most of you have participated before and are aware of the process. Those who haven't, step forward. The registration process will be the same. Age, affinity, and rank will all be taken down before proceeding to the next step. The central platform flashed with a small light. When it faded, an altar had appeared before the female with a small indent within it. No one dared to test the patience of the three figures. So, those who had already participated in the past took several steps back, making way for the newbies. Among these new participants there were, of course, Leonel and Aina, but there were other easily recognizable figures. There was young Miss Swan, Syl, Jirok, and even Zalar. These four kept sweeping glances toward Leonel, but it was as though there was nothing else worth his attention after Leonel appeared. In fact, he seemed to be smiling more, leaving a curtain of warmth around him. It was hard to believe that this was the same young man that fear-inducing aura had just come from. Syl and Kyra kept looking between Leonel and Aina. As for Zalar, he had a complicated look in his eye. He still couldn't believe that Leonel had been the one to save him. Finally, Jirok didn't dare to look again after the first time. His chest still weighed heavily with guilt. The truth was that Leonel had long since forgotten about Jirok. But maybe it was exactly this that left the latter feeling so uncomfortable. It wasn't as though the two were the best of friends, but Jirok still felt like he was losing something. But how could his loyalty to Leonel already be greater than his loyalty to his own family? Though this sounded logical, Jirok knew the real reason he felt guilty. It was precisely because his actions were tantamount to going back on his own word. Since he said his life was now Leonel's, that should have been the end of the story. The fact he was still holding back only meant that he never took his word as seriously as he claimed to. Jarek Black, 31 years old. Medial Grade 4 Wind Elemental Affinity. Jarek took his palm away from the groove in the altar. The female nodded slightly. Jarek hesitated. Is something the matter? The female asked, slightly impatient. Jarek smiled sheepishly. Usually, this grin of his worked 4 out of 5 times on the ladies, but the female continued to glare at him, causing him to retract it just as quickly as he had deployed it. Coughing slightly, Jarek cleared his throat. What does a grade 4 affinity mean? The female didn't really want to answer, but unfortunately, this was part of her job description. Affinity is a comparison of your skill with a type of force in comparison to your dimensional stage. The higher your affinity in comparison to your stage, the higher the score. Inferior grade 4 is the average for someone within the 4th dimension. If you had the equivalent of this affinity within the 3rd dimension, your affinity would be marked out at grade 5. A grade 5 affinity is enough to skip the preliminary rounds. Of course, what the female didn't bother to say was the fact that an inferior grade 4 evaluation was only average in terms of the standards of their organization's new recruits. On a 4th dimension world like Terrain, especially one reaching the end of its potential, grade 4 was considered to be an elite amongst elites, let alone medial grade 4. Oh, I see. Jarek stepped down feeling somewhat dejected. Kyra Snow, 29 years old. Inferior grade 4 variant water affinity. Silkeafir, 30 years old. Medial grade 4 empty sword embryo. Zilar Khanif, 35 years old. Quasi grade 4 empty spear embryo. Zilar calmly accepted his evaluation, his gaze still blazing with determination. For the first time, a curious glint lit in the eyes of the female. It was quite baffling, though, that this glint would appear for the worst evaluation yet. At that moment, with the start of the 3rd phase, the audience had already chosen their seats. Of course, it was impossible for them to enter the tower, but they were now allowed to enter the city and reach the central region around the tower. There, they found a stadium of sorts where the matters occurring inside were projected out for the viewing pleasure. Unfortunately for them, due to the fact these images only appeared at the start of the 3rd phase, these spectators had no idea what happened between Leonel and the others previously. Sister-in-law, who's that ugly girl beside that mean guy? Is he two-timing Big Sis? Ray didn't seem very happy with what she was seeing. While others were focused on the registration, she was paying attention to something completely different. Ira remained silent, keeping her elegant posture. Many in the crowd couldn't help but gravitate toward her, but the banner of the Kafir family was too strong of a barrier. Hearing Rie's words, a middle-aged man sitting beside Zemo frowned. What is this all about? This man was Syl's father, City Lord Kiefer. Hearing that his daughter was being two-timed was definitely news to him. Since when had his daughter been dating in the first place, and why didn't he know anything about it? Ira smiled lightly. It's nothing, father-in-law. Rii just has an overactive imagination. Rii pouted after hearing this, but didn't go against Ira. Though City Lord Kafir raised an eyebrow, he didn't say anything more. Rii's little mental lapses were the last thing on his mind. His son needed to perform well this time. They had much more riding on this. Of course, there was someone else who needed Anna Red to perform well, and that was his very own wife. But her reason for wanting this was very much different from her father-in-law. Do you want to go first? Leonel asked with a smile. Ina nodded lightly and walked forward, climbing to the platform and placing her delicate palm upon the altar. The female's eyes glowed. Of all those here, she was most curious about Ina's performance, since she had a good impression of the young girl. But when she read them, her eyes couldn't help but widen, her breath hitching slightly. Chapter 389, Grade Chapter 389, Grade Ina Brasinger, 18 years old. These words alone caused many to freeze. An 18-year-old within the 4th dimension was completely unheard of on Terrain. When they thought back to how long Ina had managed to battle with Jilnia, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Would they have been able to do such a thing at such a young age? As surprised as those within the tower were, those spectating from the outside were even more so. Ria sat completely frozen. Even Era's brows raised, a look of curiosity on her lovely features. However, her reaction didn't seem nearly as exaggerated as that of the others around her. That said, this age was meaningless to the female. Reaching the 4th dimension at such an age couldn't be said to be amazing in her opinion. There were many who reached such a stage without even crossing into the double digits with their age. Of course, this didn't factor in the fact that the metamorphosis had only just occurred on Earth. For those as talented as Leonel and Ina, they could have reached the 4th dimension just as quickly had they been much younger when the metamorphosis occurred. Unfortunately, only those who knew they were from Earth were aware of this. However, it wasn't until now that they truly pieced together what this really meant. Earth had begun its metamorphosis barely a year ago. That meant that Leonel and Ina had gained such strength so fast. Of course, many had practiced on Earth before the metamorphosis began, and those who did included Ina. But to practice without undergoing metamorphosis was like swimming against a vicious tide. If anything, it made their accomplishments even more impressive. Still, since the female didn't know all of this wasn't what had shocked her in the slightest. Quasi-grade 5 dark elemental affinity, another bomb seemed to go off. To now, the highest evaluation had been medial 4th grade. To suddenly go up 2 levels was completely beyond anyone's expectation. But maybe the most shocking part was that it wasn't a 3-level leap, it was a 3-level leap. Inferior, medial, superior, perfection, quasi. However, the female still wasn't finished. Imptial grade 4 empty sword embryo, quasi grade 5 axe embryo, Era's pupils constricted. Just one was already enough for her to sit up, but this was reaching territory where even she was beginning to feel impressed. And yet, the female still wasn't finished. Medial grade 5 life elemental affinity, Jilnia, Wylus, and Rainred stood frozen. Of all those here, their connection with Aina was likely the most complicated. The higher Aina's talent was, the harder their hearts clenched. Is this why Aina dared to come here? Is it because she knew what would happen? Is this why she wasn't worried about them in the slightest? How rare was this life elemental force? They had never even heard of it before. At the very least, no abode had ever appeared in Brave City for it. What they didn't know was that just like the Dream Abode, such abodes like the Life Abode appeared and disappeared at will. The people of Terrain believed the Dream Abode appeared randomly, when the truth was that it only ever appeared when those with a small amount of affinity appeared. The thing was that considering what Dreamforce represented, it would of course appear more often. After all, anyone with an elevated sensory ability would have a small Dreamforce affinity, whereas someone with a Life Force affinity would be much rarer. That said, the number of individuals who could use Life and Dreamforce to a high level were about the same, meaning the rarity still leveled out to equal in the end. To make the complex simple, the short of it was that everyone had a consciousness, and many had a stronger consciousness after undergoing a metamorphosis. But while everyone had life, not everyone had an elevated amount of it, and even less had such high affinity. But somehow, the female still wasn't finished. Perfect grade 5 blood elemental affinity. Silence reigned as Aina removed her palm. Her expression didn't have any fluctuations upon hearing any of this. But at that moment, there was a sudden burst of clapping. The issue was that it was only from one person. Leonel grinned and clapped enthusiastically, causing Aina to blush and glare at him. But Leonel continued to clap as though he didn't notice. The female's gaze locked onto Aina, it never leaving. In fact, the gazes of the two males seemed to have awakened at that moment. From their lazy appearances, they stood up straight, their gazes burning. It wasn't Aina's numbers alone that shocked them so much, it was the numbers in combination with the curse chaining her. If that curse was lifted, on the outside Ree was pouting. He didn't cheer like that for Big Sis. Era smiled bitterly hearing Ree's words. She could tell that Rie didn't intend anyone else to hear these words, but with their strength, how could they miss it? Once again, City Lord Kafer sent a questioning gaze toward Era, who could only try to dodge it. City Lord Kafer really didn't know how to deal with this daughter-in-law of his. Traditionally speaking, he should be in a higher position in comparison, yet he felt as though he was on an equal playing level with this daughter-in-law of his, and, worst of all, he could subtly feel that she was lowering herself to allow him such ease of mind. In the end, he could only drop the topic once again. Within the tower, Leonel grinned as he watched Aina step down. Though she kept avoiding his gaze, he didn't mind. Others, though, found it hard to believe that the sword monstrous was even capable of being embarrassed. Leonel stepped forward, hopping onto the elevated platform. Though the three figures all locked onto him, he didn't particularly care. He was happier with Aina's result than he would ever be with his own. The female didn't like Leonel very much. Who would like someone who aimed killing intent toward them? But she still went ahead with the examination with her usual apathetic gaze. However, she would become frozen just the same. Morales? The female trembled. When she saw the list of affinities, her mind went blank. Leonel Morales. 19 years old. Quasi-grade 6 empty spear embryo. Inferior grade 6 complete bow embryo. Perfect grade 6 light elemental affinity. Perfect grade 6 variant earth affinity. Perfect grade 6 star elemental affinity. Quasi-grade 7 fire elemental affinity. Perfect grade 9 dream elemental affinity. Chapter 3090, skip Chapter 3090, skip. Leonel removed his palm from the altar and sent a curious glance toward the female. Usually she would have begun speaking by now, but even after several moments, she had yet to. If the female knew that Leonel wanted her to hurry up, she might very well lash out in rage. At this very moment, her mind had become its own war zone. Under any other circumstances, finding such a genius was something she should be jumping around and celebrating. The kind of benefits she would receive from such a thing was endless, and that was just considering what she could gain from those old fogies. If she also considered what she could gain by simply having a connection with Leonel himself, the possibilities were endless. But that one name ruined everything. It made her tremble almost uncontrollably. Morales. Honored only had a shallow understanding of this family, but even he knew of their strength. Maybe the only reason he didn't treat Leonel any differently was because he didn't believe Leonel was a part of them. And, beyond that, even if Leonel activated his metal synergy lineage factor, Anared was ignorant enough to likely not even recognize it. But, for the female, it was as they said, the more powerful one became, the greater understanding and respect one had for those who were truly powerful. To have such a name, and to also have a quasi-grade 6 empty spear embryo and a perfect grade 6 variant Earth affinity, there couldn't possibly be such a coincidence in this world, right? This meant that Leonel was not only a member of that family, but he was one of the only 7 in the Nova generation to awaken both lineage factors. This was the only explanation. To put this matter into proper perspective, one had to understand how the grading system worked on a deeper level. There were 2 factors that decided one's grade, one's affinity, and its comparison to one's dimensional level. However, this matter still wasn't so simple. One's talent could be considered a growth factor. Let's say, for instance, someone with average talent was noted as having a 1-0 growth factor, while one with a greater talent would be considered a 2-0. Upon breaking through to the 4th dimension, the average talent's strength would become 2-0, and the greater talent would become 4-0. Upon breaking through to the 5th, the former would become 3-0, and the latter would become C0. The disparity would only grow with time. And the harsh reality of it was that the separation was even more exaggerated than this, and could be considered to be exponential. What was the point of all of this? It was to say that one with greater talent would experience more growth even while improving at the same rate. If this logic was applied to the grading system, it meant that the disparity between Leonel's dimensional level and his affinity would only grow with time, meaning that as he continued to improve, his grade would only continue to do so as well. For the females' organization, inferior grade 4 was considered average for new recruits. However, superior grade 4 already made you an elite amongst elites. To touch upon quasi-grade 5 within the 4th dimension was enough to make you an asset greatly worth fostering, while entering grade 5 firmly would make you among the few worthy of vying for a leadership position within the organization. The main issue here was that Leonel was still within the 3rd dimension, yet his worst talent was considered to be of the quasi-grade 6 level. And his one talent that could be considered to be of the 4th dimension, his Dream Force, was perfect grade 9. This was all to say that these 3 were nowhere near equipped to deal with something like this. Take a potential heir of the Morales family as a new recruit? Was that a joke? Did they have a death wish? The longer the female remained silent, the more those around seemed to hang on her every word. None dared to look away for fear that they might miss something important. "Hello?" Leonel finally asked. It was a shame he hadn't been paying much attention before, or else maybe he would have been able to read the results himself. That said, he might have been overthinking things. It might not be so easy to read in the first place. The female snapped out from her thoughts and almost couldn't refrain from glaring at Leonel and gnashing her teeth. Was he having fun putting her in such a situation? You know well what kind of family you come from, yet you came here to cause trouble. What for exactly? To chase women? The female thought back to how Leonel treated Ina as though nothing else mattered in the world. But she couldn't bring herself to be too enraged. After all, the current Ina wasn't exactly considered a beauty. It would be much easier to believe that Leonel was just chasing skirts if this wasn't the case. The female choked on her words before clearing her throat. Aina Brosinger and Leonel Morales will skip the preliminary rounds. The rest of you new ones, prepare yourselves. A shocked murmur spread over the crowd. She didn't read out Leonel's grades, but she also said that Leonel could skip the preliminaries. According to what she said before, that meant that Leonel had at least one grade 5 affinity, but if that was the case, why not read them aloud? Leonel raised an eyebrow but didn't say much more. Didn't skipping the preliminaries mean that he could chat idly with Ina for a while? As long as he got to do that, nothing else really mattered. Leonel stepped down from the platform to find Ina looking back at him with a hint of curiosity. It seems that she too wondered why it was that the female hadn't read his grades aloud like she had done with everyone else. They say curiosity is the first sign of falling in love. Leonel said to no one in particular. However, when Ina registered his words, her heart skipped a beat and her face went red. It was just a shame that much of it was marred by her inflamed scars. Leonel grinned. Let's go to the side and... Leonel's words paused. His gaze shifted to find Syl's elder brother Anared standing before him with a cold expression. Chapter 391, Responsibility. Chapter 391, Responsibility. Is something the matter? Leonel asked. Leonel couldn't really understand why Anared had come here with such an aggressive stance. He couldn't remember offending Anared before. Yet, the latter was wearing an even colder expression than he usually did. What do you mean by this exactly? Anared replied coldly. What the hell are you talking about? Anared stared at Leonel for a long time. It seems you want to die. Leonel's gaze grew cold. At that moment, Ina also reacted. A slight red light flickered within her almost golden irises. It seemed as though she might pull out her sword at any moment. Big brother, what are you doing? Syl's voice suddenly cut into the conversation. But Anared didn't respond to his sister. He looked from Leonel to Ina and back. You'll leave her if you know what's good for you, Anared said coldly. Leonel suddenly took a step forward. There was nothing that could get him riled up quicker than matters related to Ina. In a single bound, he already stood less than a foot from Honored. With his height, he stared down from above, his gaze reflecting a slight violet hue. Honored's sword began to vibrate wildly to his back as though sensing a threat. But Honored didn't take a step back, his white robes billowing beneath Leonel's aura. I don't know what story you've woven for yourself, Leonel began with an icy tone, but I'd suggest you watch your words. The only reason I chose to join your Kiafir family's quota was to find her. I'm sure you're intelligent enough to understand what that means without me spelling it out for you. Leonel's meaning was clear. Why would he choose the Kiafir family over Aina? He would rather fall out with them at this very moment than give up on Aina. However, his words only enraged Honored more. Others took what Leonel said at face value, but all he heard was that Leonel toyed with his sister's emotions for the only purpose of finding another woman. And now that he had found her, he couldn't be bothered to care about his sister anymore. Shing, shing, shing. Brother, Syl all but screamed out. Anared frowned and looked toward his younger sister. You're embarrassing me. Step back. Anared was taken aback by his sister's words. This was the first time Syl had ever raised her voice toward him. Whether it was out of respect or fear, she never had. You misunderstood, Syl continued. It was sister-in-law that made it look as though we were involved. Leonel never made any advances on me. Anared's frown deepened. It doesn't matter. He must take responsibility regardless. Brother, I don't care. Anared continued coldly. Since he can use our Kiafir family, he should be able to take responsibility for it. Anared looked back toward Leonel. He was the only one that seemed to match Leonel's aura without taking a step back. In fact, his battle intent soared, as though he couldn't wait to cut Leonel down right where he stood. The red in Aina's eyes slowly faded as she seemed to catch an inkling of what was going on. Her eyes shifted toward Syl for a moment before looking away. Unfortunately, no one was in position to stop this face-off because the three leaders of this trial were having a heated debate of their own. What the hell's going on, Sale? One of the two men questioned. That kid's family name is Morales. The expressions of the two changed. The altar's abilities were mysterious and abstruse. It had the ability to delve into one's mind and find the truest form of address for a person. So they had no doubt that whether he was a part of that family or not, Leonel's name truly was Morales. You sure it's not a case of a lower plane taking on a name they shouldn't? That happens all the time, Sale shook her head. He has a quasi-grade 6 empty spear embryo and a perfect grade 6 variant Earth affinity. The two men were left speechless once again. At this point, Sale wanted to shed tears, only she knew that this wasn't the end of it. The more she thought back to Leonel's list of talents, it made her want to ram her head into a wall. Was this the pain of comparing yourself to another? Complete bow embryo at 18 years old? What kind of nonsense is that? Then what should we do? The three fell into silence before one of the men stood. This is stupid. Why are we hiding away in a corner talking amongst ourselves? Isn't that man himself over there? Sale, you go talk to him and we'll handle these preliminary rounds. Maybe we're missing something important. The three of them hesitated. Usually heirs like this were quite eccentric. What heir to a seventh-dimensional family would come down to the fourth dimension to chase an ugly woman? If this wasn't eccentric, then what was? Who knew? Maybe Leonel wanted to keep a low profile and would lash out at them if he was exposed. Knowing this, Sale couldn't help but glare toward the male who spoke. Since you were so confident, why don't you go? The male coughed. The fairer sex has a better chance of dealing with such things. Just look at your... The male's gaze shifted toward Sale's ample bosom, taking a gulp. How such a thin fabric held back such a bountiful harvest was beyond him. Yup, definitely. He wouldn't be able to bear doing anything to you, Sale's glare intensified. But, thinking of where they were and the image they were meant to project, she decided against slapping her colleague upside his head. Leonel Morales. A voice suddenly interrupted the heated stare-down between Leonel and Anared. It hesitated for a moment before continuing. And Ina Brasinger, come with me, please. Leonel's gaze didn't seem to want to leave Anared, but there was a strong tug at his robes that pulled him back. Ina all but dragged Leonel away. It seemed that her strength was still ridiculous. No, it had gotten even more ridiculous. All right, kids, line up. Papa Ely is going to eliminate 90% of you. One of the two remaining men stepped up somewhat too enthusiastically. Chapter 392, Stunned. Chapter 392, Stunned Leonel gave Anared one more look before turning away and following Ina. He realized that he was even more sensitive about Ina compared to how he usually was. Of course, he somewhat understood why this was and inwardly kicked himself. The more he acted like this, the more subconscious Ina would be. He wasn't doing her any favors by being like this. If others heard Leonel's thoughts, they would realize that he seemed to be far more introspective about himself in relation to Ina than he was about himself alone. It was quite an interesting phenomenon, but Leonel, of course, wouldn't notice this. Sile led the two away. Somehow, likely through a teleportation pad, they disappeared and reappeared in a hidden room that oversaw the first floor. However, Leonel was certain that no one could see them as though they were standing behind a one-way viewing pan of glass. Once they reached this point, Leonel subtly put up his guard. This had long since become a habit of his. In truth, if he could have refused Sale's invite, he probably would have. Unfortunately, the environment only became more constrained over time because Sale didn't speak immediately. In fact, she seemed to be hesitating. After a while, she somewhat awkwardly puffed out her chest as though gathering her courage. "Be honest with me. Why have you come here?" Sale looked right at Leonel, ignoring Ina. In truth, the only reason she had called Ina here was because she hoped that whatever feelings Leonel had for Ina would cause him to go easier on her. Leonel stood in confusion before he suddenly understood. "I know I'm from Earth, but I didn't hear anything about being unallowed to participate because of this. Was I not allowed?" Sale froze. "From Earth? What was that supposed to mean? Wait, I think I've heard of Earth before. It's a new world the higher-ups are really invested in, but what does that have to do with this air? What kind of game is he playing here?" Ina stood aside, quite invested in Sale's answer as well. After all, she was from Earth too. The truth was that the reason she had a ticket to Terrain in the first place was because she heard about Brave City. It had to be remembered that the only reason Leonel would ever come to Terrain was because of Ina. And the only reason Ina was sent to Terrain by Leonel in the first place was because she had the ticket to begin with. If she couldn't join the organization behind Brave City, she would have to change all of her plans. "You really want to join us?" Sale was speechless. Leonel frowned. He really couldn't understand what Sale was getting at. In truth, he didn't want to join any organization. Every single one he had to this point had left a bad taste in his mouth. Plus, he had just rejected Old Hutch's offer just a few months ago with the excuse that he didn't want to be under someone else's umbrella. If he joined another organization so quickly after this, he would feel a bit bad. That said, Leonel looked toward Ina. "You want to join them?" he asked. Ina blinked before nodding. Leonel smiled. "Then I do too." His reply was simple, but it held quite some sharpness to it. It was very obvious that he was only doing so for Ina, yet it also seemed this was enough to firm his resolve to an immovable degree. It sounded like even if Sale tried to reject him now, he would fight her to the death for standing in his way. Sale was stunned for a moment before her eyes glowed. Could it be about that? Of course, how could I not think of that? Sale looked away and began mumbling to herself like a madwoman. She nibbled at her red lips, lost in her own thoughts. If it really is about that, then this could either be a great opportunity or a catastrophe. I can't make this decision on my own. Forget it. When the time comes, this will have little to nothing to do with me anyway. I might as well reap some benefits now and worry about the trouble that might come later. Sale took a deep breath. All right, here you both go. Ina and Leonel started as they caught two glistening pieces of metal out of the air. When they flipped over their palms, they found that these metal pieces were actually two rings. Leonel looked down in confusion. Spatial ring? What's this? These rings have everything you need to be officially inducted as one of our members. Our uniforms and your identification tokens are all in there, but I should tell you that until you've gone to our headquarters with your tokens and have been properly registered, they are blank, so make sure to keep them safe until the time comes. Leonel was stunned. He sent his senses into the ring, and as expected, he found everything Sale spoke about. There were a pair of harem pants, a cloth that he assumed could work as the belt those three wore, and a heavy piece of neckwear also reminiscent of what those three wore. The only difference was that the belt cloth he received didn't have the embroidery those three had. In addition, his neckwear was a solid black that almost looked like unpolished iron. But wasn't there supposed to be a long trial? He half expected that he would have to put his life on the line several times just to get an invite to this organization, all for them to piss him off for some reason or another in a few months to eventually force him to leave them. That seemed to be the story of his life to now, struggling just to earn some more struggling. He had never been expected to so suddenly be handed what all those geniuses of Terrain were fighting tooth and nail for. What the hell was going on? Chapter 39.3, Nod, Chapter 39.3, Nod Leonel was quite speechless for a long while. Ina looked down at the ring in her hand before looking toward Leonel's side profile. Though she could sense how surprised Leonel was as well, she also felt that this had to do more with him than her. It left her feeling quite curious, but when she suddenly remembered Leonel's words from earlier, she blushed and looked away as though unwilling to acknowledge the fact that she had been curious in the first place. Oh right, I also forgot to mention the last thing. The ring also asks as a life-saving treasure, but it won't be activated quite yet. The first time it will activate is when the recruitment process is over. When that happens, the ring will glow. Once it begins to glow, you have a day to prepare. Within that day, you can activate the ring at any time and be transported directly to our core world. That's the place you will register. After the registration process is over, the ring will be able to function normally. As long as it's charged, or depending on the level to which it has been charged, it can teleport its wearer to either a random location within range or to a set location. Leonel was still quite absent-minded during this explanation, but he understood the gist of it. Regardless, for now, the abilities of the ring were useless to him until the registration process ended. Only then would it activate and begin to work normally. Is there no set date for the registration process to be over? Ina asked. About this. Sales sounded somewhat embarrassed. I will be honest. I will be honest. Normally, a place like Terrain wouldn't even be worthy of gaining one of our recruitment stations. But we've been forced to widen our net recently due to various circumstances. It's much easier on us if we bring everyone in at once. The cost is much less. So, until we meet a certain number of new recruits, we won't activate the formation. It will probably take between 1 to 3 years before the next mass teleportation. Sale coughed slightly and looked toward Leonel. It was only after seeing that Leonel didn't react much to this that she sighed a breath of relief. It seems that he cares more about this Ina's opinion than anything else. I should tell the higher-ups to focus on pleasing her then. Oh, Leonel's eyes suddenly brightened. Can you help me get rid of this thing? There must be certain privileges in being one of your members, right? Sale was stunned for a moment. When she focused on Leonel's forehead, she finally noticed the monitoring brand hidden slightly behind his Emperor brand. When she realized what Leonel was talking about, her expression became a bit weird. They dared to mark a member of the Morales family? They overestimated themselves a bit too much, didn't they? If one of those behemoths became enraged, who would take responsibility for it exactly? Sale shook her head. He probably got into a bit of trouble. But it makes sense he couldn't get rid of the brand. He's still a bit too weak to do that. Leonel was right. Even members of the organization behind Brave City couldn't be so casually branded without adequate reason, let alone a member of the Morales family. But Sale seemed to understand that Leonel was hiding himself away, likely to appear humble before Ina and not try to flaunt his status. So she simply nodded, and her force surged. Regardless, since he was practically one of them now, it shouldn't be a problem. Since they only monitored Leonel to begin with, it shouldn't be a matter of life and death anyway. Leonel's pupils constricted when he felt Sale's strength. He was truly shocked for a while. In the blink of an eye, Leonel felt invisible shackles that had been around him shatter. Leonel suddenly felt much lighter and better than he had in a very long time. He took a deep breath. It felt as though all the force in the surroundings surged toward him as he smiled brightly. Thank you. This had been a looming darkness over Leonel for a long while. He suddenly felt much freer. Ina watched to the side with a puzzled expression. She wasn't sure what the monitoring brand meant. She also wondered how Leonel managed to get into more trouble than she did. Ina had quite literally slaughtered her way out of cities and hadn't ended up with such a brand. It could only be said that Leonel was truly unlucky. Leonel smiled cheerfully. I only have one more request. Can you help us leave this place secretly? Not long later, Leonel and Ina walked side by side out of Brave City. So many were focused on the proceedings that no one would notice until the preliminaries ended that 2 of the participants had disappeared. But by then, several days would have passed. Do you have any plans until the ring activates? Leonel asked Ina, his smile never leaving his face. Ina shook her head lightly. Her main goal had been to join this organization. Now that she had, she planned to just wait patiently. Even if she did so on Terrain, it was unlikely anyone would bother her. After all, the status the 2 of them now had was quite high. Return to Earth with me. Ina's steps paused for a moment. Her heart was a bit hesitant. Not only did she not like Earth very much, she also didn't know how she felt about getting so close to Leonel again after she had just resolved herself not to. Though she now knew that Leonel could hold his own, and that maybe his background wasn't so simple, this had never been the reason she tried to build a wall between them in the first place. But before she even went through a logical progression, she still found her head involuntarily nodding before she quickly shifted to shaking it. I just broke into the 4th dimension. I can't return to Earth by normal means. After saying this, she sighed a breath of relief. Yes, this was a very good reason. Hearing this, Leonel was slightly disappointed. He needed to return to Earth to deal with the Royal Blue Fort. He couldn't allow things to just continue like that without stepping in. He was still worried about what might be happening to his teammates. Leonel looked down at his ring and slipped it onto his finger, walking aimlessly forward. He couldn't just ignore the lives of his teammates just to follow beside Ina. There was a limit to how much he could place her as his first priority. Suddenly, Leonel froze. He looked down at his ring. He remembered, when he looked inside of it, its space was much larger than his spatial bracelet. When Leone came to Terrain, he noticed that his bracelet went from having a 2 cubic meter space to 1. But this spatial ring had a 10 cubic meter space. The segmented cube should be able to fit inside of it even if there's a human inside. Leonel's eyes glowed and he explained his idea to Ina. How about it? Leonel looked toward Ina expectantly. Ina's heart trembled beneath Leonel's gaze. For some reason, she couldn't bring herself to say no. In fact, she felt somewhat warm inside. A treasure that could house a person? Just what level of secret was that? But Leonel didn't even hesitate to divulge it. Looking down toward the ground, her head nodded ever so slightly. Even with Leonel's senses, he almost missed it. But when he confirmed what he had seen, his grin took up half his face. Okay, let's go. We can pay them back for putting us in this mess to begin with. Leonel had no idea that while he was feeling the happiest, Shield-Cross Stars had noticed the disappearance of his marking brand. Chapter 394, Disappointed. Chapter 394, Disappointed, What Happened? How is that possible? Finn abruptly stood, almost knocking his office table over. During the past several months, he and Thorn had been racking their brains, trying to figure out a way to pin Leonel into a corner. However, the longer they observed Leonel for, the more troublesome this matter seemed to become. By some magic, the refugee they had singled out suddenly became a vassal of the Keafir family and even entered Brave City. Though their organization wasn't necessarily afraid of the powers behind Brave City, Scythe's hidden meaning during his talk with them already made it clear that they couldn't so boldly use the strength of Shield Cross stars. On top of this, even if they had the freedom to do as much, entering Brave City during the first phase would enrage all the powers of terrain, and entering during the second phase was all the more impossible. When they learned that Leonel had done this, they realized that their only chance was to wait for him to leave and then set a trap for him. The truth was that they didn't consider a possibility of Leonel being accepted as a member of this organization at all. After all, in the history of terrain, no one had ever managed to pass over the final hurdle, and those who had the best chance were on their second and final attempts like Syl's elder brother and the other heirs. They thought that even if Leonel was talented, he would at least need a second attempt, but, with their influence, he likely wouldn't even live to see it. Unfortunately, just as they had calmed themselves with this narrative, Leonel's monitoring brand vanished. Someone find out for me as quickly as possible what happened in Brave City, Finn barked. Due to Scythe's warning, Finn and Thorn didn't dare to get too close to the situation. As a result, they didn't even dare to personally monitor the situation of the third phase. Even sending someone to scout the situation was risky, but at this point they no longer had a choice. Thorn met Finn's gaze from across the room, both of them holding a complex look on their visages. In order to get rid of that brand, someone exceptionally powerful within the fourth dimension, or someone of the fifth dimension in the very least, would have had to act. There shouldn't be anyone powerful enough on terrain to accomplish this feat. If there was, they were all old recluses that didn't casually travel out. This meant that the likeliest explanation was that Leonel had gotten help from those behind Brave City, and, if that was the case, that made things much more complicated. Under normal circumstances, this wasn't a big deal. There was no need for that organization to communicate with them before freeing one of their own from monitoring. Since they hadn't labeled Leonel with having committed any egregious crimes, they were perfectly in the right. Suddenly, their hope of keeping these matters low profile had come back to bite them. Hours later, Finn and Thorn received the report they were waiting for, only to read it silently with ever-increasingly ugly expressions. Thinking back to their disdainful dismissal of Leonel, especially in the case of Finn, who sneered as Leonel was forced to sign his name, their jaws clenched. The two looked at one another. They knew they had no choice but to bring this to Scythe. One ere Youseath read the report, Finn and Thorn brought him silently. But this very silence felt like a mountain weighing heavily on their chests. The longer Scythe remained like this, the greater this pressure grew. A long while later, Scythe placed the documents down. Have you two noticed anything interesting about this world? Finn and Thorn looked toward one another, confused about the question. Wasn't this supposed to be about Leonel? Why were they suddenly talking about terrain? Please enlighten us, Commander Scythe. Scythe's head tilted slightly as he observed the two before him. It didn't seem like a normal human quirk at all. When his pale skin and sunken eyes were taken into account, he looked like a predator watching his prey. His black eyes darted between their vital points, as though always calculating the fastest way to kill them. The feeling was like a coldness seeping into their veins. If you two really have no idea, I would be greatly disappointed. Finn and Thorn shivered, their teeth chattering. For some reason, it felt as though the temperature in the room had plummeted. Tell me, why is it that you detained this Leonel Morales in the first place? We detained him because of a tip given by a teleportation station attendee. Our organization's motto is to be a shield across the stars, but in order to do so, we need to work together with the local governments. The officials of terrain were worried about the sudden activity of a few fugitives, so we began to monitor anyone who looked suspicious. Thorn explained quickly. In fact, her response was so textbook that she forgot to take out things that Scythe obviously knew already, but it just went to show just how nervous she was feeling. Scythe looked back toward the documents on his desk casually. But his subtle action took a world of pressure off of the two of them, until he spoke his next words, that is. Work together with the local government, huh? For a small fee, though, is that right? Thorn and Finn froze, beads of sweat pouring down their faces and backs. All the words they wanted to speak got lodged in their throats, unable to form into proper sentences. Some corruption is inevitable in such a large organization. In fact, I would argue that it's necessary in many cases. But that doesn't give you license to be stupid. Such a big secret is looming over your heads and you don't even realize that you're being used to keep it as such. Disappointing. Truly disappointing. Scythe closed the documents once more and stood. By this point, Finn and Thorn were trembling uncontrollably. It felt as though there was only a thin string dangling from the tops of their heads to the ceilings above, stopping them from collapsing to their knees. There's no point in explaining these things to you. Since you haven't understood it by now, it will only be a waste of my time. Scythe crossed his arms to his back and looked out toward the blank wall. His actions seemed to be out of habit, but the fact there was no view to see made it all seem somewhat odd. However, with the amount of fear the two officers were feeling, they didn't even pick up on this detail at all. The recruitment process of Valiant Heart Mountain won't finish for another 1 to 3 years. By then, there will be plenty of chances to complete what needs to be done. I'll have you two complete some preparations. I only hope you don't disappoint me again. Hearing these words, the two could no longer stand it and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as Scythe strolled out from the hidden underground room. Chapter 395, Shuttle. Chapter 395, Shuttle. Leonel was shocked by how easy it was for him to return to Earth. He had been looking over his shoulder the whole way, yet not only did no one stop him, but the experience was surprisingly pleasant. Compared to what he experienced when he was branded like a slave, the difference was like night and day. He easily found the closest city by following the roads and avoiding danger using his vastly improved internal strength. Then, after paying a hefty fee, he was able to buy a ticket to use a teleportation platform. Leonel didn't have Urbe coins, but he did have a large amount of Urbe ore. This was what he relied on to constantly refine his body toward the perfection stage. Thankfully, the process of trading in Urbe ores for Urbe coins was exceptionally easy. There were a few government trade posts he could find within any city. Leonel was a bit surprised to find that Urbe ore was actually more valuable than Urbe coins. But, after some thought, this made sense. Urbe coins were usually only used by low-level worlds to make things convenient for their weaker citizens. In higher-level worlds, and especially in high-profile markets, auctions and the like, most trades were completed with unrefined Urbe ores. In these cases, rather than using individual coins, the denominations were in kilograms of Urbe ore. Thankfully, in regards to those of third and fourth dimensional worlds, Leonel was considered semi-wealthy. So, buying a single ticket to Earth wasn't a problem, and also didn't even make much of a dent into his financial situation. If anything, refining his metal body was by far the largest expenditure. At Leonel's current level, even absorbing 10 kilograms worth of Urbe essence hardly budged the needle anymore. It seemed that reaching the perfection stage wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. Leonel wondered if he should try and trade up to bronze-grade Urbe ore to try and make a final breakthrough. But, in the end, he decided against it. His recklessness had already almost killed him once this year. He didn't want to give the fates a chance to take him to the next world again. Not so soon after the last time, anyway. Of course, if others heard Leonel's thoughts, they would think he was a madman. If he really thought he had only tempted fate just once, he was crazier than even he knew. Leonel disappeared into the teleportation formation with no one realizing that he was a wanted criminal. The process for leaving a world was obviously much less involved than coming to it. Whatever problems he posed would be the issue of that world to deal with. Unfortunately, Leonel's good mood didn't last very long. He had forgotten one very important thing in all his excitement. Earth didn't have any teleportation pads. When Leonel appeared, he blankly stared at his surroundings. Wild winds whipped around him, black clouds rumbled above, thunderous booms and crackling lightning shook the skies, and he was falling from the skies. Leonel hardly reacted. He simply looked toward the black ocean waters he was hurtling toward at inconceivable speeds. This was the look of a defeated man. A man who was so used to his bad luck by now that he could only sigh. What were the odds that he would appear in the skies above the ocean? If Leonel thought about it, the likelihood was actually quite high. After all, 70% of Earth was nothing but vast waters. But it probably wasn't the smartest thing to do to tell a man down on his luck that his situation made sense. Luckily, Leonel reached out toward his spatial ring with a thought. In the blink of an eye, a black object appeared beneath his feet like a floating surfboard. Leonel smiled wildly. He had been waiting for an opportunity to use this treasure. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to use it on terrain for fear that he would be the subject of someone's greed. After all, this treasure was of the SSS grade and happened to be the ride Leonel had asked Uncle Montez for. The treasure had 2 modes, but both were only built for a single person to use. The surf mode, which Leonel was currently in, had the greatest degree of freedom for movement. It was nimble and shifty, but it sacrificed top-line speed in return. The second mode, Leonel poured his force into the surfboard as his fall slowed to a floating hover. Soon, the blackboard shifted, becoming a one-person shuttle. Leonel sat down, reaching out his hands and grabbing onto a butterfly steering wheel. Even if he wanted to, he didn't think he'd be able to stop the grin from spreading across his face. The shuttle mode was where the real speed lay. It took a minimal amount of force to output tremendous speed. If Leonel used normal force, he could probably round Earth in 6 hours at most. If he used light elemental force, that time plummeted to half of that. Of course, the shuttle lost nimbleness as a result. But, in return, it was blazingly fast. Leonel pressed down on the pedal. The instant he did, a strong G-force tried to rip him apart, but his smile didn't fade. With the strength of his body, he could still handle it. A black gold light streaked across Earth's water as the laughter of a teenage boy sounded beneath the rumbling clouds. Leonel easily made it to Earth's main continent. Aside from being a transportation vehicle, the shuttle could project a rough map of the world. Though it didn't have anything as detailed as city locations, it had enough about the geography. With Leonel's education, the geography was all he needed to find his way back to Royal Blue Province in just over an hour. In fact, he was a bit disappointed that the trip was so short. Leonel found a secluded region away from Invalids. Due to the speed of the shuttle, any that sensed the force he used to propel his shuttle had long since been left behind, but he was still cautious. After burying himself deep underground, Leonel entered the segmented cube. Ina? Leonel didn't find Ina where he thought he would, but his sharp senses soon caught the sound of moving water. She's in the bathhouse? Leonel's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 396, Oblivious. Chapter 396, Oblivious. Leonel willed himself to calm down and he entered his own room, leaving Ina to herself. Now that he thought about it, he really had left her alone for quite a while. It made sense that she would find something to do. Who knew when the last time she had a time to relax was? Leonel couldn't help but smile. Back in the Joan Zone, Ina never needed to bathe due to her military-type uniform. Its self-cleaning function made sure she wouldn't need to worry about it. So, this was the first time Leonel had experienced this sort of feeling. What started as him forcefully suppressing the lewd thoughts of a young man became him appreciating the sound of the moving water in a silent but sweet peace. It had become less about the fact Ina was washing herself and more about that she trusted him enough to do so. Maybe he was just overthinking it. There was always a chance that he was, but the thought still brought him peace of mind. "Oh, you're back. I hope you don't mind." Ina's voice woke Leonel from his odd peaceful state. He looked up toward her and smiled. The slight embarrassment on Ina's face made his smile somewhat brighter. He could see that she hadn't really thought about it before choosing to bathe here. Knowing Ina, if she had thought it through, she wouldn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. That realization only made him happier. It was like an unconditional trust even she wasn't aware she had for him. Leonel's brows raised as he stood from his bed and walked to the door he had left open. The swelling, it's gone down. Were the waters helpful to you? Leonel realized this immediately. Before, the swelling and inflammation of Ina's scars was quite bad. It was to the point that it seemed they might burst with a foul liquid at any moment. In fact, he could hardly see the features of her real face because of this. What Leonel didn't know was that this always happened after Ina used the effect of the curse to help her training. The impact was even more exaggerated after she ingested the fifth-dimensional abyss panther blood. Usually, it would take months for the swelling to eventually die down, but this time it didn't seem to want to go away at all and left her in a perpetual state of pain and itchiness. Surprisingly, though, the cleansing waters of the segmented cube's abode setting quelled the swelling almost immediately. Ina lowered her head, avoiding Leonel's gaze. Leonel didn't mind this much at all. In fact, he was even happier that he could be of help. All of the water in the segmented cube comes out as cleansing waters. Take as much as you want to bathe or drink. Ina's eyes widened. I can't do that. It's too valuable. Leonel raised an eyebrow. Is it? This abode seems to make an endless supply of it. Ina was speechless toward Leonel's ignorance. She looked up with a glare Leonel was familiar with seeing. Usually, she only used this look when she was reprimanding him. Cleansing waters are incredibly rare. It can only be produced by a person with a very special innate water force node. Even for such a person, it's a hard task to form even a single cup of it. Other than that, it can only be produced naturally at the convergence of 7 purities. Leonel blinked, not really understanding what much of that meant, especially the 7 purities part. All he knew was that he used this water for everything from taking a bath, to brushing his teeth, to drinking a glass of water. In fact, though he didn't check for obvious reasons, he was pretty sure his toilet water was made of it too. Leonel waved a hand. Never mind that. Seriously, take as much as you want. There's no need to suffer in silence when I'm here. Ina's glare became somewhat vacant for a moment, as though she was shocked to hear such words. She stared blankly at Leonel, getting lost in her thoughts for a moment. Leonel met her gaze as though trying to convey his meaning and determination through his eyes. After the swelling lessened, Leonel could see the true structure of Ina's face. He burned the image into his mind, not only because he was infatuated with her looks, but because this was the first time he was truly seeing the real her. This was the woman, in all his madness, that he had sworn to hitch his life to. Maybe to this day he still didn't know the exact reason, but didn't they say that in this new world the future could influence the past? Leonel liked to believe that maybe he was less crazy than many believed and that an undying devotion his future self felt was what drove him now. However, this only gave Leonel motivation. What shook him to his core was maybe if it wasn't a future love that caused his current feelings, but a future regret. What if he lost Ina in the future? What if the feelings of hurt, anger, and helplessness were so powerful that they pierced through the veil of reality and returned to his younger self, driving him to not repeat the same mistake again? This was probably the first time Leonel even admitted these things to himself. But something was screaming to him that it wasn't just love that drove him to this level of madness. He had said it himself before, hate drove far more than love did. Negativity fueled more than positivity. Evil disseminated far more than good. For Leonel to feel this way, he knew that it wasn't a simple matter of love. Leonel reached a hand toward Ina's face. The action shook her from her stupor. Her body involuntarily trembled, as though wanting to take a step back. But, for some odd reason, her feet seemed rooted in place. Leonel smiled a somewhat sad smile. It carried a weight that was far beyond his years, and an emotion that was far more complex than he was willing to feel. Seeing it, Ina felt as though she too had been thrust into an all-new world, one she also wasn't quite ready for. Leonel's hand brushed by Ina's face and touched her flowing black hair. A slight rush of force surrounded the two, and Ina, who had become completely lost in Leonel's smile, barely registered the fact the air had grown much hotter all of a sudden. In the blink of an eye, Ina's wet hair became dry, and Leonel retracted his hand. "Wouldn't want you to catch a cold, right?" Leonel grinned, his normal childish look returning. Whatever weight his gaze once held vanished, making Ina's knees feel somewhat weak. Out of her control, she fell forward only to be stopped by Leonel's broad chest. Leonel was stunned for a moment, but he didn't let her escape like she wanted to. His arms wrapped around her back, enveloping her small frame. Ina froze for a long while, but in the end, her small hands gripped the sides of Leonel's shirt. A peaceful silence took hold of the segmented cube. As the clouds continued to rumble and Earth seemed to become ever more chaotic, the two seemed oblivious. Chapter 397, Appetite. Chapter 397, Appetite. Leonel almost couldn't refrain from laughing as he watched Ina run away like a frightened rabbit. Even a while after she had disappeared into the room she chose, he could still feel the softness of her frame. Behind the closed door, Ina slipped down to the floor, her face a beet shade of red. Her heart beat wildly and completely out of her control. It made her breathing seem somewhat erratic and anxious. The last time she had been so intimate with Leonel, her legs had been blown off, so it was safe to say that she wasn't really thinking about how embarrassed she should or shouldn't have been. But this time, there wasn't such a looming elephant in the room. It was almost too much for her to bear. It was only a long while later that Ina's heart finally calmed. Ironically, it was because she could hear the same moving waters Leonel had just moments ago. Just listening to them made her feel the same peace Leonel had. Ina reached a hand toward one of her military pockets and pulled out a cracked bracelet. It was quite funny. Considering all the treasures she had, a mere C-grade defensive treasure was practically useless garbage. But other than her axe, this had been one of the only things she managed to hold on to in her injured state back then. She looked at the bracelet until the sudden end to the rushing waters woke her up. She quickly put it away, the hazy look in her eyes clearing. At that moment, a knock came from her door. Unsurprisingly, it was Leonel. He was the only other one in the abode setting to begin with, but what Ina hadn't expected was that when she opened the door, a black blur would suddenly pounce at her. Her first instinct was to reach for her axe, but she instantly realized that she had taken it off her back. She felt safe in this place, so she wasn't constantly on her guard. It wasn't long after that she realized that even if her axe had been on her back, she wouldn't have been able to get to it in time. This black blur was simply too fast. A strong force collided with Ina's chest, causing her to take a step back. But when she looked down, she found an adorable little mink using its small claws to latch onto a few of her countless pockets. Little Blackstar, seemingly feeling a familiar intimacy with Ina through his connection with Leonel, treated her like a playmate too. Unfortunately, though Ina was stronger physically than Leonel, her body's defenses were far weaker. So, what would be a playful nudge to Leonel almost knocked Ina's breath away. "Little Blackstar," Leonel reprimanded. There wasn't much he could do about the little mink. The little guy was simply too fast. It also didn't help that Blackstar treated Leonel like his pet rather than the other way around. This left Leonel feeling somewhat helpless. Ina took a deep breath to recover before looking down at the little mink. A light smile played her features as she slowly reached a hand forward to pat Blackstar's small little head. "This is your beast partner?" Ina asked. "Mm-hmm." Leonel nodded. "The little guy is pretty powerful, but is too playful. I thought that he was growing more mature because he started to take more naps recently, but now he's back to his usual antics." Ina blinked curiously, gathering the adorable little mink in her arms. Blackstar seemed to quickly realize that compared to around Leonel's neck and the top of his head, Ina's chest was the much more comfortable place to be. It wasn't long before the little guy showed no intention of returning. "How did you manage to contract him?" "Well," Leonel scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. After some hesitation, he finally told the truth. "Phew." Ina couldn't refrain from laughing, her light giggle tickling Leonel's eardrums. Hey, is there a need to laugh so hard?" "We share a relationship of equals," Leonel said defiantly. Ina nodded, but continued to play with the little mink, a happy smile on her face. Leonel sighed as he watched this scene. It seemed that not only did he lose his beast partner to Ina's chest, he lost Ina to the little mink. Life truly wasn't fair. The next few moments between the two were quite peaceful. Within the dining area of the abode setting, Leonel brought out some of the foods he had bought before leaving Terrain. However, Leonel was shocked to find that Ina didn't only match him in how much she ate, but she even somewhat surpassed him. Leonel had spent months within a zone with Ina, but he hadn't noticed this before at all. After a while of thought, though, he understood. And when he did, he felt somewhat bad. In the Joan Zone, he and Ina had always hunted for their own food. Since he was the long-ranged attacker amongst the two of them, it obviously fell onto his shoulders. But he always only captured one beast. He would always take most of the beast and leave behind what he thought would fulfill Ina's appetite, not realizing that he was underfeeding her at all. This time, however, because he was curious about Terrain's cuisine. After all, this was the first time he was tasting another world's food. He had brought back way too much, thinking he could just store whatever was left within one of the snow globes to preserve it until next time. However, what he had never thought of was the possibility that between the two of them, clearing out such a large amount of food was a simple task. Learning this about Ina didn't make Leonel like her any less. In fact, he felt happy once again because he was learning more and more about her the longer he spent with her. He didn't apologize for his mistakes in the past, he just etched this into his mind. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. At the same time, he made a mental note to be more observant in the future. For whatever reason, Ina didn't seem to like to divulge such things openly. It would be up to him to decode this beauty. Ina looked up with a cute and innocent look in her eye. But, contrasted with the massive beast leg she held in her hand, Leonel couldn't help but smile at the adorable image. Though the beast leg was larger than half Ina's body, Leonel was certain that it would probably only take Ina half an hour at most to wipe it clean. Leonel shook his head. "We should talk about the fort and how to approach it," Leonel said. Ina paused mid-bite. The truth was that she too wanted to take down Royal Blue Fort. She also had friends within. But they had to think of the normal citizens as well. If things devolved the way it did last time, they would be doing more harm than good. So how should they do things this time? Chapter 398, Snow. Chapter 398, Snow. Royal Blue Fort situation was more complex than Leonel knew. In truth, there were many things that Leonel hadn't thoroughly thought through until he had a conversation with Ina. For one, what purpose was he truly trying to accomplish? Acting against Royal Blue Fort, even if it was just to kill a junior governor duke, was no less than an act of war. At this point, Leonel would be truly setting himself as the lifelong enemy of the Empire, no matter how one looked at it. Beyond this, after killing the junior governor duke, how would things proceed from there? Who would take leadership of the people who would be left behind? Would the Empire treat them all as rebels if they chose to follow Leonel? Did Leonel even want to lead them? It wasn't that Leonel was too unintelligent to think of these things. It was rather that he was still too immature. He cared more about paying the junior governor duke back for harming Ina and slighting himself than he cared about the consequences his revenge would bring. This was the true reason Ina wasn't as enthusiastic about Leonel's plans to begin with. She had even initially rejected Leonel's suggestions. But for some reason, in the end, she couldn't bear to say no after Leonel brought up the segmented cube plan. Still, she had no choice but to douse some cold water over Leonel's dreams. After talking some reason into Leonel, they decided on a plan. First, they would scout out the situation. With their abilities, it wouldn't be a problem to observe the fort from afar. Even slipping into the core of the city protected by the junior governor duke's illusion ability wouldn't be an issue. If they found that their friends and their families were struggling, they would use the snow globes to take them in and escape the city. They would then bring them to another fort in a new province. This last part of the plan was a bit more difficult to pull off. After all, the Empire had strict monitoring standards. But they had the perfect excuse for this as well. One had to remember the right to autonomy amendment of the Ascension Empire. As long as they had a valid excuse for breaking the law, they would be in the right. There was really no better valid excuse for escaping one's fort than the fact one's junior governor duke bombed his own citizens. Of course, Leonel still planned to kill the junior governor duke one way or another. Even if he died, there were several other nobles there to take charge. It's just that he would be covert about his actions so as not to implicate his friends. With this more level-headed plan, Ina and Leonel made their way to Royal Blue Fort. However, they hadn't expected to find the scene they did after approaching. Since the appearance of Camelot in the skies, Earth's climate had taken a massive hit. The poles seemed to flip, the magnetic field was out of whack, and there wasn't a single peaceful inch of Earth left. The common people didn't know what was happening, but the higher-ups were shocked by the sudden appearance of a second moon. Unfortunately, the only person who knew exactly what was happening, Leonel, had washed his hands of the matter. Luckily, there was still the Slayer Legion and the Aderna family who had an inkling of what was going on. That said, being aware of what was happening wasn't quite enough. Earth no longer had the means to calm this situation. Had this happened before the metamorphosis, the Empire might still have some means of stabilizing the climate. But with the interference of force, not only was technology interrupted from functioning properly, but the weather was even more volatile than it would be otherwise. Royal Blue Province was a coastal continent near the equator. As such, it experienced tropical weather all year round. But now, it was buried beneath several feet of snow. Though it wasn't bone-chillingly cold, this made the situation far worse. The snow fell as an almost half water, half snow combination, making the layering of the white precipitation quite heavy. In addition, where it wasn't heavy, it was exceptionally slippery. Sheets of ice covered everything. Even the tall fort walls were covered with an ever-thickening layer of ice. Caught completely off guard by the sudden changes, the Royal Blue Fort was scrambling. The good news was that after several months of dealing with these conditions, the fort had finally managed to find methods of combating this situation. The bad news, however, was that this wasn't the end of their problems. It had to be remembered that the appearance of Camelot wasn't just a matter of climate change. The most important point was that Earth's path toward the fourth dimension had been accelerated by several times over. The truth was that Earth had already cleared enough zones. Leonel knew that Earth's progress had to be great because he didn't receive his usual reward for being the first to clear an SS-grade zone. This meant that someone else had to have succeeded before he had. This should have been a great thing, but it was very much not for two reasons. The first was that the Empire had yet to finish consolidating its strength, and the second was that the activity of invalids and beasts likewise skyrocketed. When Ina and Leonel found a collapsed building to observe the Royal Blue Fort from, they were shocked to find a horde of invalids surrounding it. Is that possible? Leonel's eyes widened. Amidst the horde, Leonel picked out several SS-grade and SSS-grade invalids. Each of them had strength he couldn't have hoped to match up against before he entered the Camelot zone. Facing such a horde, he would have had no choice but to turn tail and run away as fast as he could. In order to fight them off, Royal Blue Fort was using its tall steel walls and an endless barrage of bombs. If not for Earth's technology, the fort would have long since been overrun. But this wasn't what shocked Leonel the most. "CAAA, that's a variant invalid," Ina said softly. In the distance, Leonel locked onto an invalid dressed in all white. Its skin was as white as snow, its hair as white as bone, its robes as white as clouds. The only thing on its body that wasn't a blinding white were its piercing blue irises. Leonel was shocked. From what he knew, all invalids had white irises. But this one, a flood of memories, were pulled from the depths of Leonel's mind. Variant invalids. They were invalids who managed to recover their intelligence. However, due to the fact their awakening was so much more difficult, they were far more powerful than their human counterparts. And, maybe the most shocking part of their abilities was that they could lead other invalids. Leonel was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't notice Ina's jaw clenched tightly, her small hands trembling slightly. Her reaction to this variant invalid seemed much too strong. Maybe only those who knew the legends of the Mountain Sands range she had escaped from might know why. Chapter 399, Lost Status 1, Chapter 399, Lost Status 1, Leonel frowned, his gaze landing on Ina. Seeing her odd reaction, his heart constricted. One would have thought that her reaction was his own. To Leonel, though, Ina's happiness was practically linked to himself. Ina? Ina shook out of her thoughts hearing Leonel's voice. What's wrong? Ina shook her head and fell into silence, her body returning to normal. The little mink nestled closer to her, his little face rubbing against Ina's. In truth, Leonel almost didn't notice Ina's weird reactions. If it wasn't for his connection with the little mink, he likely would have missed it entirely. The irony of it all wasn't lost to him, especially when he said he would pay more attention to her. Leonel's frown deepened. His gaze shifted from Ina to the variant invalid and back again. Is it that thing? But Ina shouldn't have met this thing before. It could be said that with the exception of the time he spent within the Mayan zone, Leonel had spent practically all his time on Earth since invalids had appeared with Ina. In addition, when he was in the Mayan zone, Ina had either been unconscious or within her own zone. Since invalids didn't appear within zones, at least with Leonel's current comprehension, it was impossible that Ina had met this variant invalid. Of course, this was all deduced under the speculation that Earth didn't have invalids before the metamorphosis descended. Leonel felt that this was a fine assumption to make, even when considering the fact Ina came from a hidden family of Earth. Invalids were just humans who failed to awaken their abilities and thus lost their consciousness. Variant invalids were just invalids who managed to reawaken their consciousnesses, but by then they would no longer be the version of themselves they once were. Unless, does Ina know this invalid from when it was a human? Leonel pouted slightly, mostly because, from what he could see, despite the odd coloration of its skin, this variant invalid was quite a handsome young man. Leonel shook his head. This wasn't the time to be thinking of such things. He looked back toward Ina. Do you want to leave and come back another time? From the flow of battle, I doubt that this invalid horde will be able to breach the walls during this wave. They'll likely need 2 or 3 more attempts. Ina looked toward Leonel. She could tell that Leonel sensed something amiss about her reaction earlier and wanted to take some pressure off of her. But no. Ina's voice came out somewhat coldly. In fact, her demeanor somewhat shocked Leonel. She sounded as though he had said something to enrage her. Ina looked away from Leonel's surprised gaze, not saying anything further. The little mink peeked over her shoulder as she faced away, sticking out his little pink tongue toward Leonel. Leonel was really at a loss this time. Miles Liam. His life should have been perfect. He was the heir to one of the few most powerful families of Earth. He was already given the Junior Governor Duke title by his father. He awakened an S-grade ability that granted him power and strength in addition to the status he was born with. However, ever since that matter of several months ago, everything had been going downhill. He had expected that upon reporting these matters to his father, he would gain control of the resources he needed to hunt Leonel down and end all of this. But not only did he not gain the support he expected, his power in the province was restricted even more than it originally was. As things stood now, Secretary Marquisette Maya was effectively the leader of the province, despite the fact she never seemed to be around. Despite this, she somehow managed to oversee everything, and even the small tricks he tried to play to gain back power were snuffed out by her with a casual thought. Miles could hardly believe it all. His father had actually chosen to abandon his heir in favor of an old woman masquerading as a young beauty. Maybe the worst part about all of this was that he was slowly being ostracized. Due to the matter of him bombing his own citizens, a scapegoat needed to be trotted out. Miles understood this. It was just that he never expected that the scapegoat would actually be himself. The nobles painted him as an immature, rash individual who was too young to be fit to lead, or ever lead for that matter. This caused him to lose a great amount of influence. This would have been fine under normal conditions. After all, the title of Duke was hereditary, at least historically. The issue was that the title of Governor Duke wasn't so simple. During the transition of power between father and son, though Miles would have an inside track as his father's chosen heir, he would still need to fend off competitors. This blend of hereditary titles and democracy was how the Empire continued to breed talents. Though one would be hard-pressed to say that the Empire were the good guys, one thing you couldn't say was that it had incompetent nobles. Any family that raised incompetent heirs would just as quickly lose their status as nobles. Due to this, there were no shortage of prosperous, once royal families, looking to claw their way back up to the top. So, a position like Miles's was constantly being eyed. It was no surprise then that Miles was racking his brain, trying to find a way to claim back what was his. But, rather than good news, everything only became worse. Just a few months ago, he learned that Maya was pregnant. Back on 21st century Earth, this would mean the end of a woman's career for at least a couple months. However, in modern times, it was as easy as breathing for Maya to have her embryo transplanted out of her body and into a machine that could nurture her baby far better than even her own body could. This seemed like a useless tidbit of information, but Miles was almost certain that this child was his father's. If his conjectures were correct, he was finished. This reality left Miles, who once sat atop of the world, in a tailspin. Chapter 400, Lost Status 2. Chapter 400, Lost Status 2, Children were rare. After the metamorphosis, those children who had been born before it descended were highly likely to die, and during the metamorphosis, who had time to have children? Many were too busy fighting for their lives. And, even when they wanted to lose themselves in pleasure with a partner, who would want to bring a child into this world? The contraceptive methods of these modern times were so good that 100% effectiveness wouldn't be an exaggeration in the slightest. However, it was precisely because of this that many had forgotten one important detail. As talented as the children born before the metamorphosis were, how much more talented would the ones being born after it be? Miles had awakened an S-grade talent. His father was a variant. Secretary Marquisette Maya had awakened an A-grade talent. With the genes this child would have, Miles had little faith that this baby would be untalented. In fact, there was a good chance that this half-brother of his would be far more talented than himself. Miles realized something else as well. Originally, his father was slowly fading out of his prime. It wouldn't have been more than a decade or two before he was forced to hand down his position. But, in this new world order, his father might even live doubly as long as he once would have. Under such conditions, why would he have to rush to pick an heir? All of these matters made Miles feel as though the walls were crashing down upon him. No matter what he did, he was forced into a deeper and deeper corner. He lost contact with his biological mother. His father's conversations with him were short and detached. And even his friendship with Simeon and the connection he had gained to the hidden families seemed strained now. It was at his darkest hour that Earth suddenly descended into chaos and the Invalids began to attack. At first they repelled them and thought that would be the end of it. However, a first wave became a second and a third. It was then they realized that Invalids shouldn't have a concept of retreat. The only way for them to repel a wave would be by killing them all, but obviously they hadn't done so. At this point, they came to the shocking realization that these Invalids were being controlled. For the first time, Miles saw a lit pathway out of his current situation. The more chaotic it became, the greater chance he would have. If he could use this opportunity to not only fix his image, but to also find an opportunity to find where Maya was hiding her embryo to kill it before it grew, he might have a chance at recovering in his father's eye. Maya might have held all the status now, but her ability was absolutely useless in combat. All she could do was maintain her youthful looks. Her combat prowess was worse than even someone with an F-grade ability. This sort of situation was the perfect time for Miles to seize control, but he needed an opportunity. If he acted too fast and without cause, his actions would end up being more of an impediment to what he was doing. If he wanted to turn things around, he had to be patient. So that was what he did. Day after day he waited, not lifting a finger. At this point, even those nobles who had expected him to make a move by now couldn't help but grow curious about what his plans were. But Miles continued to bide his time. From the actions of this variant invalid, he could tell that it wanted this fort. As for the reason it wanted it, Miles wasn't sure. Maybe it wanted the population of humans within. Maybe it wanted to use this place as a base to consolidate its power. Or maybe it was a combination of both. But, regardless, as long as this variant was persistent, that was all that mattered to Miles. At that moment, during what was the third wave, Miles sat in his office. Even though he was safely tucked away near the core of the city, he could still hear the bombardment of the military units. He sat silently, sipping a cup of tea. "Come in," he said, neither too quickly nor slowly. Something about his demeanor breathed calm into his surroundings. Even when pressed into a corner, he still maintained the air of a noble. With a light click, the door opened to reveal a familiar young man. If Leonel was here to see his tall frame and playboy-like features, he would immediately recognize this young man as his former best friend, James. "Do you have something to report?" Miles took another sip of his tea. Though his words were measured and calm, there was a hint of warning within them. He was trying to maintain a low profile. Having meetings like this might be fine since both he and James were both youths of similar age, but if they happened too frequently and without reason, others would begin to raise their guards. James calmly faced Miles. In comparison to Finn and Thorn, who had been quaking before their superiors, he was clearly a large measure better in this regard. "My father sent me here to report that the Noble Council is beginning to think of more unconventional strategies to deal with the Horde once and for all. If things continue like this, the variant Invalid will only continue to regroup and attack. During these discussions, the potential of using your abilities to set up a wide-range illusion field came up." Miles's gaze sharpened. "Who brought this topic up?" "There's no need to worry, Junior Governor Duke. It wasn't my father who brought this idea forward." "Good, good." Miles's lip curled. If it was one of his potential allies that brought this idea forward, there wouldn't have been much of a point in him lying low for so long. Allowing things to progress organically in this fashion was for the best. "And Secretary Marcus at Maya's opinion?" "She was once again absent of the council gathering," James replied. Miles's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't know why Maya was always disappearing like this, but this was ultimately good for him. He didn't know how she managed to keep a rein on power while being absent so frequently, but Miles was certain she wouldn't be able to replicate this indefinitely. Eventually, she would pay a price for her absence. "All right, leave things as is for now. Don't push too hard unnecessarily. You can go." James nodded and turned to leave. "Hold on," Miles suddenly called out. "The matter of Conrad Siegfried." James froze but didn't reply, waiting for what Miles wanted to say. If Leonel had been there, he would have immediately recognized this name. Conrad, he was the same man who almost dropped James out of a window, and the very same man Ina killed with her own hands right before Leonel. "We put a lot of effort to pull in that wastrel from the Siegfried family, but he ended up dying," Miles said plainly. In the past, it didn't matter much. Becoming allies with the White Angel Province's Governor Duke family might have been a plus, but not a necessity. But now, it's far more important than it once was. To now, the Siegfried family still doesn't know how their son died, right? Miles asked slowly. James shook his head. They didn't know. To now, they probably still thought Conrad died in a zone or beneath the claws of some invalids. But it went to show how little they cared about this son. Despite knowing the metamorphosis was coming, they didn't even stop him from playing in the national championship game. "You said that he was killed by that Ina girl the Simeon came to get, right?" A smile creeped up on Miles's face. "The Brazinger family wanted to abandon him, huh? Since that was the case, he'd spin a nice little web. For such a powerful family, such a thing would hardly be enough to inconvenience them. In normal times, that is. Miles knew some things many didn't do to his relationship with Simeon. He might as well use them to his advantage." James nodded somewhat more stiffly this time and turned to leave again. This time, Miles didn't stop him. Soon, the third wave ended, and days later, the fourth began. Without a choice, the Council of Nobles called Miles forward. The Junior Governor Duke took his first step toward reclaiming his lost status. Chapter 401, First Phase. Miles stood atop the Royal Blue Fort walls, taking a deep breath. To him, the air felt fresher than it had in a long time. Though he was a youth used to warm weather, there was something about this heavy snow that made him smile. At that moment, Miles suddenly felt a cold shiver tremble his heart. His eyes snapped in a certain direction, only to find a blue-eyed variant looking toward him, a quirky smile curving its lips. The look in combination with its inhumanly white skin and hair made Miles's gaze narrowed. This invalid was teasing him? All this time, the variant Invalid had never made a move to attack personally. It stood at the back of the army, casually observing everything from afar. Of course, this wasn't for lack of attempts by the fort. However, any targeted assault toward the variant Invalid seemed to always lead in failure. It simply had too many guards around it. The most powerful warriors of this Invalid army were all definitely concentrated around this white-skinned Invalid. Begin the bombardment sequence. Miles maintained eye contact with the Invalid as he barked out this order coldly. In truth, he wasn't the commander of this mission, but he took charge. The general that was meant to act the head and the soldiers beneath him wouldn't dare to ignore his commands regardless. Since that was the case, he exuded an air of superiority, speaking with an undeniable air of leadership. The cannons whirred to life. Due to the situation, they had deployed the force disruption towers in the outer city as well. Compared to the past, their weaponry couldn't even be compared as night and day. Bang, bang, bang. A volley soared through the air, leaving a trail of black smoke and burning winds in its wake. Thousands of Invalids were taken out with every shot. It would have been a massacre that chilled the hearts had it not been for the fact these mindless beasts didn't even seem to register the fall of their comrades. They only continued to listen to the orders of their leader, charging forward without thought of fatigue, pain, or unwillingness. However, the point of this volley wasn't to wipe them all out to begin with. Open the gates. Miles issued his second command, seeing that they had cleared out enough space. Beneath the city wall, a troop of soldiers stood with hardened faces. This was the first time a legion was being sent out to deal with the Invalids directly. How could they not be serious? Among this troop, there were a few familiar faces, though. Within the vanguard, there was a large man with sharp features. Despite his large belly, his body exuded a solid and powerful feeling. He was the kind of man who rippled with muscles despite the fat that covered most of his body. This man was Milan, Leonel's center. Anyone who understood the rules of ancient game of American football knew how close the relationship between a quarterback and his center was. However, it had already been almost a year since the last time Leonel had seen the big guy. In that time, he had grown. Milan's usually jovial smile was nowhere to be seen. His gaze exuded a cold light, the same cold it glowed when he faced the defensive line of the opposing team on the football field. Beside Milan, there was a second familiar face. He was a tall black man, wielded a halberd with a 2-meter-long polearm. He had had not just a few battles with Leonel during their practice sessions back at Royal Blue Academy. While Milan's jovial laughter was nowhere to be seen, Joel's kind gaze had vanished as well. He looked like a hunter prowling tall grasses for his prey. Behind these two, several of Leonel's teammates stood having regrouped. The aura they all exuded was suffocating. After years playing beneath Leonel's leadership, their sharpness was refined to inconceivable levels. Even now, facing enemies the likes of which they never had before, they still moved as one. All this time, Miles was forced to lay low. Dealing with his own problems, when could he have had time to cause trouble for Leonel's teammates and friends? However, it was impossible for the former Royal Blue Squad to know of this. Having lost their connection to James, their understanding of the nobles had plummeted. As a result, they took preemptive action to protect themselves. Though they were still a bit young to do so, they all joined the army. No matter how bold Miles was, he wouldn't dare to casually take action against service members. The backlash he would receive in doing so would be far beyond anything he was enduring now. So, here they were, facing the opening gates of the fort, their auras resonating as one. In a distant corner of the city, Yuri watched all of this in silence. No one had time to bother with a teenage girl after Ina and Leonel disappeared. In fact, she remained in the same home within the core city she had once shared with Ina. It was as though everyone had forgotten about her. She waited patiently, seemingly knowing that Ina would be back to get her eventually. Bang! The gates suddenly stopped moving. Siarge! Milan's voice billowed, his belly rumbling with an inconceivable strength as he projected an air of confidence. The troops of about 100 shot out like an iron ball out a barrel. Joel lowered his halberd to the ground, pulling out a handgun from his waist he fired. His gaze tinged a slight red as he mowed down Invalids with a cold efficiency. If a football fan saw him in his current state, they'd roar out that headhunter Joel had returned. Every one of his bullets traveled through an Invalid's head, his speed causing one's heart to tremble. Milan stood at the helm of the troops, his chest and belly flaring outward. A towering energy shield appeared before their vanguard, protecting them from all sorts of long-range ability. Invalids, a third of Leonel's teammates, stepped forward. He was a man even larger than Milan. He stood a full head taller, but his body didn't ripple with muscle like the latter's. In fact, any ripple it had could only be described as undulating fat, waving about his body like a tsunami. This teammate had brown skin and a red line down his forehead. He was the left tackle of the Royal Blue football team, the protector of Leonel's blindside, Raj. He stamped down a foot hard, causing the ground to undulate. At that moment, the thick sheets of ice shattered, clearing the path of slippery death traps and causing several Invalids to lose their footing. "Forward!" Milan roared. From the top of the city walls, Miles watched all of this with narrowed eyes. The truth was that he didn't even know who these men were. In his mind, he was only thinking about how to bring such a powerful squad under his control, having no idea why such a squad was formed in the first place. Miles placed this thought to the back of his mind. It was time for him to act. First phase is complete. Commence with the second. Chapter 402, third phase. Chapter 402, third phase. Miles stepped to the edge of the walls, taking a deep breath. A strong surge of force whipped around him, forming rainbow-colored clouds around his body. The rainbow clouds continued to grow in size, blanketing the area around Miles at ever-increasing speeds. As the battle below raged on, it was hard for anyone to take notice of such a phenomenon. Many weren't qualified to do so. Though rainbow clouds should have been something that captured the awe of all, the truth was that most didn't have the affinity necessary to sense them because they were formed of dream force. By this point, it couldn't be more obvious why it was that Miles's ability was useless against Leonel. The former had an ability reliant on a force that practically bowed down to the latter. The clouds eventually grew from covering just a few tens of meters to over several hundred. Very quickly, it covered over a kilometer. Miles had been able to cast an illusion over tens of kilometers worth of city. This much was most definitely possible for him. The only question was whether or not he would have the time he needed to do it. But there were two things working in his favor. The first was the Invalids were too far from him, and most of them likely weren't even aware of what he was doing. And the second reason was as the descent of the fourth dimension accelerated toward completion, Miles could slowly feel his ability strengthening and growing. Now, whereas it would have taken him several hours to reach this level in the past, it only took him a little over half an hour to reach this point. Miles's gaze flashed open. The troops below were still battling, but they had fallen into a stalemate. But this was perfect. This was exactly the situation they wanted. The reason they were in a stalemate wasn't because their momentum had stalled, but rather because they were pacing themselves to maintain their stamina for a final push. Within the vanguard, Milan, Joel, and Raj manned the core. Joel became their main source of attack, Milan was their defense, and Raj was their crowd control. They worked together seamlessly, waiting for the perfect opportunity to lash out. On the football field, and in any sport for that matter, momentum was an important but abstract concept, yet as a team that rarely if ever lost, the Royal Blue Squad had a perfect grasp of it. When it was time, they would be ready. The rainbow clouds blanketed the battlefield at that very moment. For the first time, the troops could see them clearly. The Invalids began to act erratically, their senses being completely cut off. Miles's ability had many different uses. Just like Simeon, he was able to slowly learn about it over time and refine it. Though he could weave intricate illusions, doing so used too much of his stamina and took even more time. However, if he broke down the illusions into their individual parts, he was able to gain sometimes even better results for a smaller sacrifice. For example, it was possible for him to target particular senses. In order for an illusion to work, Miles had to ensure that all 5 senses were accounted for. Whether it was touch, smell, sight, it all had to be perfect or else the illusion could collapse. But, likewise, this meant that Miles could hone in on specific parameters and tweak them to his liking. He could target touch and make the same amount of pain feel 10 times worse. He could target scent and force even the most veteran of hunting dogs into a corner. He could target sight and make a person feel as though they had been blinded, never to see anything ever again. This was what abilities could do. The possibilities were endless, as long as one had the creativity and talent to accomplish it. When Miles' experiments were taken to their logical extreme, he created an entirely new technique, and he called it sensory domain. Miles's gaze blazed. Within his sensory domain, everyone was under his control. He could strip a person of all their feeling. Their sense of touch, sight, hearing, smell, and even taste, he could snatch them all. And that was exactly what he did. In that instant, the Invalids became a complete mess. They couldn't see what enemies they were targeting. They couldn't hear where they were coming from either. Only those who had relatively sharp senses could use their sense of force to make out where the troops were and target a general direction. But even then, there were too few of them. If I could cut of proprioception and the ability to sense force, I would be undefeatable. Author's note. Proprioception is the ability of a person to tell where their body parts are in relation to one another. If someone lost this ability, even walking would be impossible. Doing practically anything would be impossible, actually. Well, not impossible, just very, very, very difficult. Miles' ambition seemed endless. Even with such a powerful ability, he wasn't satisfied. However, he had done his part. Commence Phase 3. Miles barked out order after order. Everything was going smoothly. In fact, any dissatisfaction the commander had had after having his post stolen was wiped away. Miles's commands were perfect and well-timed. It was clear that there were no pushovers among noble heirs. The fort gates opened once again. But this time, a workers' crew of engineers shot out instead of a group of warriors. They all hung onto the sides of trucks packed to the brim with several steel cases. The trucks came to a stop quickly, and the engineers all rushed out, opening box after box. Very soon, it became obvious what they were doing. They were building something. Those with the knowledge could tell exactly what these somethings were as well, forced disruption towers. If the third phase succeeded, the Invalid army would be finished. Having to face the brunt of human technology without force only led toward one path: death. Chapter 403 collapsed. Chapter 403 collapsed. The engineers got to work with an avid quickness. Though they were assured that everything was under control, these men and women were ultimately used to lives spent in labs and private workstations. Something like a battlefield was completely foreign to them. Though they had had some run-ins with danger on their way to the fort, it had already been over a year since then. They had gotten used to their lives of comfort and leisure again. Many of them weren't even willing to be here, but they had lost the luck of the draw, so this was their only remaining option. It was no surprise then that many of them would be shaking and quaking as they worked. But luckily, there was the vanguard of troops protecting them from all sides. As they noticed they weren't in any danger, they were able to work faster and faster. In the distance, Leonel and Ina watched all of this in silence. It had already been a few days since they began to monitor the fort, so they were quite used to the flow of things. However, this plan the fort sprung was completely out of their expectations as well. Ina seemed to still be mad at Leonel and spent all her time cuddling with little Blackstar. As though that wasn't bad enough, even little Tolly betrayed him as well. Usually, little Tolly could only interact with Leonel due to the hazard it presented. But who knew when the little guy got intelligent enough to steal Leonel's Force-Crafter gloves and pass them over toward Ina? Somehow, both his partners favored Ina more than him. Though Ina was still mad at him, Leonel couldn't help but chuckle at this. Didn't this just mean he had excellent taste? Of course his woman would be beloved by all. Ah, Leonel's breath hitched when Ina turned back to glare at him. It couldn't be that she heard his thoughts, right? Her gaze seemed to spit fire as though saying, "Who's your woman?" Leonel's father had always warned him that a woman's intuition was scary, but he never really believed it. Back then, Leonel thought his mother had ditched them, so he never trusted his father when it came to advice about women. What would an old man who couldn't even keep his own wife know about that topic? Now that Leonel thought about it, his old man had told him a long time ago to stop confessing to Ina and that she probably thought he was annoying. Eventually, he just started making fun of him for all his failures. Damned old man. Leonel thought to himself while smiling innocently toward Ina. Suddenly, Leonel frowned. Milan, Joel, Raj, Leonel's jaw turned steely. Ina seemed to sense the change in Leonel's demeanor and looked toward the battlefield. At that moment, the gate was opening and a few familiar faces charged out. In the past, Ina had only ever gone to a single one of Leonel's games. And even if she had gone to more, everyone on the team wore helmets most of the time, so she didn't recognize most of them. However, Milan and Joel had been with them on their trip toward the fort. Seeing them, she immediately knew what Leonel was thinking. Did Miles force them to do this? Leonel's expression became cold. His gaze locked onto the battlefield, not moving a single inch away. Even the smallest detail didn't escape his sights. A pressure slowly built around his body, but he didn't make a move. What if Miles acted like he had before and forgot everything for the sake of killing him? Even if Leonel himself might be able to survive the bombardment now, that didn't mean that he would always be able to. In addition, what about the others? So, Leonel waited. When he saw the engineers come out and begin to build the force-disrupting towers, he took note of it all. To his side, Ina rose from her squat near the ground. On her back, the massive curved box that carried her axe was there. But, in her hands, a great sword took the stage as her main weapon. Something told her she would have to move soon. On the ground, the battle had fallen into a state of one-sided dominance. However, Milan controlled the pace of the vanguard, not allowing them to rush forward without reason. Their main priority was to protect the engineers. Once the towers were complete, they'd be able to drown these invalids in bullets of the highest quality. The morale of the troops were exceptionally high. Their casualties were near zero, and the engineers looked as though they might finish at any time. The longer they worked, the more comfortable they got and the faster they moved. However, all this time, Milan felt an itchiness to the back of his neck. It was the same feeling he got when the opponent was coming with a sudden exotic blitz. As the center of a football team, it was his job to point out protections and adjust to the onslaught of the opponent. In some cases, his decision trumped even Leonel's. They say that the quarterback was the most important position on the field, but the offensive line was the most important group on the field. Defensive positions, Milan roared, his rounded gut becoming almost like a steel cap. It flexed with such power that it seemed he wanted to break through Miles's sensory block. The head of the vanguard was mostly constructed of Leonel's teammates. Hearing such words, they didn't hesitate to move. Their influence caused others to listen as well. There were only very few who lagged behind, but even they rushed over as they followed with the crowd. Milan had been the anchor to their defenses all this time. There was no way they would snub his command without reason or cause. At that moment, on the top of the walls, Miles, who had been quietly observing everything, suddenly felt uncomfortable as well because the variant invalid's smile still hadn't faded. In fact, it continued to look at him from start to finish as though observing something that made it curious. The white-skinned invalid's smile suddenly became a grin, its handsome face distorted, revealing a jagged row of teeth. Its mouth outgrew its body in the blink of an eye. Soon after, its entire body more, enlarging and sprouting what felt like mountains of white fur. What once was a handsome young man became a towering wolf that was easily half the height of the tall steel walls of the royal blue fort. Its jagged teeth shone beneath the drifting snow. The snowy ground quaked, and the snowfall became 10 times heavier. Whipping cold winds tore through the surroundings, kicking up even the wet snow and sending it jetting outward. It took just a single roar. And just like that, Miles's sensory domain collapsed. Chapter 404, Aware. Chapter 404, Aware. Milan's expression hardened. The lost invalids suddenly grew focused once more. Whereas they hadn't had any direction in the past, they could now see their targets. Miles hadn't expected such a thing to happen. He had thought that his ability was infallible. He had considered the possibility that his ability could be ignored by some powerful existences with stronger minds. But he had never thought that it would be possible to dispel its effects on others in this fashion. In truth, this lack of preparation could only be blamed on Miles himself. Ultimately, any force-based ability was reliant on force to manifest itself, obviously. In such a case, this meant that a greater force could always force it to collapse. One might think of how scared others were of the Dream Abode in Brave City and assume Dreamforce to be infallible, but this couldn't have been further from the case. The reason even emperors without the appropriate affinity didn't dare to approach the Dream Abode wasn't because of the Dreamforce alone, per se, but rather because of its sheer quantity. The abode represented a vast store of Dreamforce. Even Leonel, with his talent, couldn't even begin to deplete it during his breakthrough, let alone someone without an affinity to speak of, or a person with a much weaker affinity like Miles. However, if Leonel were to try to replicate the abilities of the Dream Abode himself, without its support, he would end up dying from exhaustion before he could cause the likes of Honored or Jalea to feel threatened. And in such a case, how could the stores and strength of a variant invalid not absolutely crush someone with a mere S-grade ability like Miles? The white wolf stood at over 5 meters tall, its majestic coat and mane whipping about beneath its strength. Its low growl crawled over the battlefield, sinking into the hearts of all those who heard it. At that moment, the 12 guards around the variant invalid all shot forward at once. Their reserved auras surged out like a tidal wave, each and every one of them carrying an ice-type ability. It was clear that the variant invalid had hand-selected its guard, and not a single one of them was below the SSS grade. Shit. This was the only word Milan could think of. He could feel that the engineers had begun to panic. Any speed they had gained from growing comfortable plummeted. Whereas it might have only taken them 10 more minutes to finish before, now it wouldn't be surprising for it to take another half hour. At such a pace, they were screwed. Even if it was just 10 minutes left, they would be doubtful to finish. Miles watched all of this from the top of the city walls, his gaze turning steely. This was likely his final chance, and he couldn't act rashly either. "Order the retreat," Miles said after some deliberation. The commander sighed a breath of relief. He had expected Miles to close the gates and leave them all out there to rot. This would have been very much in line with Miles's usual actions. However, Miles knew that he was on a short leash. As much as he didn't want to risk the city by leaving the gates open for a second longer, if he abandoned them outside without even trying, any prestige he had managed to scrounge up would collapse once again. Retreat. The scrambling engineers felt as though they had heard the most beautiful word to ever exist. They didn't hesitate to abandon their work. In fact, they didn't even bother to pack everything back up again. They rushed to the sides of the trucks that brought them here, clambering into the open trunks and hanging off the sides to the best of their ability. Many of them started screaming for the drivers to go before the rest of their colleagues even stepped forward. It was clear that in such a mind state, the 30-minute deadline was far too optimistic. They had already lost all will to fight. At that moment, the 12 ice guards had reached Milan's vanguard. Having no choice but to protect the retreat of the engineers, they manned the rear. Milan's large belly flexed once again, his strength pouring out and forming another shield of force. Veins popped across his forehead as he layered the shield again and again. He knew that against such enemies, just one was far from enough. His ability might have been similar to James's, but James's ability was of the A grade while his was C grade. Though in the past year Milan managed to progress it to the B grade, what was that in the face of so many SSS grade threats? Bang! Milan's efforts were shattered in the blink of an eye. Raj slammed his feet to the ground in an attempt to slow their approach, but the ice guards reacted even faster, a sharp ice elemental force surging around them as they froze the ground beneath their feet solid. No matter how hard Raj tried, he couldn't seem to cause another earthen wave. He could only raise his assault rifle and begin to fire madly, the recoil of the hefty gun causing his fat to undulate once again. "We'll cover, retreat," Milan roared. He, Joel, and Raj unloaded their clips. They no longer cared about reserving supplies or their strength. Their only thoughts were of covering for their teammates. Among those who had been forced to join the army as a veil of protection from Miles, there were a few so young that Coach Owen hadn't even allowed them to see the field. Yet now they were thrust into the middle of war. Damn it, rookie. If I can see your face instead of you hauling ass within the next second, I'm gonna put a bullet in your kneecap, Milan roared. Forget a kneecap. I'll lodge one in your ass if you don't make it to the gate in under 5. Joel barked right after. They might haze these rookies and give them a hard time, but when it came down to it, it was their role as seniors to protect. They could sense the hesitation of their teammates, but not everyone could stay behind. What would be the point of their decision then? The three shooed them away, their roars being half drowned out by their rain of bullets. It didn't matter if they worked. All they cared about was slowing them down by an extra minute, an extra second, an extra step. Fuck, since you like the cold so much, go to hell. Raj ripped a grenade from his hip and bit the pin off. He threw it with all his might, watching as it rebounded off the iced ground and toward the ice guards. Raj, hell is hot, Joel mumbled. Fuck, that just means these damn popsicles will be melted into a puddle of their own piss. The three men laughed, their bullets never stopping. In the back of their minds, they seemed aware it would be impossible to retreat with everyone else. Chapter 405, Rookie. Chapter 405, Rookie. Bang. Bang. The grenade erupted, blasting bits and pieces of dirt, hot air, and shrapnel in every direction. A massive cloud of white shot up from the core of the explosion. But before anyone could even sigh a breath of relief, an ice guard shot out from the dust cloud, gliding across ice of its own creation like a silent assassin. Shit. Joel brandished his halberd, the trigger of his rifle echoing a hollow click. He tossed the useless gun to the side, gathering his courage as his hands gripped his weapon's polearm. Milan pulled a heavy shield from his back, slamming it hard against the iced grounds and standing shoulder to shoulder to Raj. Raj moved to bite off another grenade's pin, only to see the remaining 11 ice guards shoot out from the cloud of smoke. What was the point? The grenades were useless anyway. Aroo! Aroo! Another roar shook the battlefield. The variant Invalids stalked forward. By this point, the engineers had only just reached the gate once again. As for the troops who could only move on foot, they were still over 50 meters away. Unfortunately, in these conditions, many of them were having trouble finding stable ground to stand on. The White Wolf crouched, its powerful limbs shattering the ice beneath its feet. In this new world order, there were many sights the common people could have never dreamed of seeing in the past that they could experience now. Watching as a 5-meter-tall and almost 10-meter-long wolf cross hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye was definitely one of those things. A massive shadow seemed to swallow the sun. Joel looked at the halberd in his hands while Milan and Raj looked toward their shields. Then they looked toward one another, bitter smiles on their faces. At that moment, they heard a rain of bullets coming from their back, only to look and find that at least a dozen of the almost 100 troops they had led the vanguard with hadn't retreated and were now shooting toward the massive wolf in the air. Milan opened his mouth to reprimand them. He knew these men well. They were the same teammates he had shared a field with for so many years. One of them was even a rookie of barely 15 years old. However, he didn't even have the time to do this much. To the front, the ice guards had reached them. Joel stabbed out with his halberd, only to find it snapped in two before he could even complete his first pierce. Milan and Raj stood as shields before him, their feet digging into the slippery ground as they tried to give Joel some cover. But just as quickly as they tried to form a line of defense, they were sent flying back and crashing into Joel. Bang! In that instant, the variant invalid wolf landed on the ground, causing it to quake. It didn't even spare a glance toward Milan and the others as it looked toward the wall, a toothy, sinister, snarling grin lining its snout. Milan and Raj coughed violently, feeling as though all the bones in their body had been broken. They struggled to stand, looking toward the ice guards and White Wolf with a hint of fear in their eyes. They felt as though this was all a play orchestrated by the White Wolf. With such strength, with such leaping ability, couldn't it have claimed the fort for itself long ago? Why did it wait until now? They simply didn't have anyone capable of stopping it. Miles watched everything from above, his jaw clenched. Close the gates. The harsh words grated on the ears, but it was clear by now that Miles had shown enough mercy. Even if his enemies wanted to use this to point out his weaknesses, he had plenty of evidence on his side. This was all he cared about. As long as the optics were in his favor, that was all that mattered. By now, the trucks had already crossed through the gates. The only ones lagging behind were the running soldiers who had to retreat by foot. As they watched the gate slowly close, those too far away felt a bout of despair, while those who felt they still had a chance pushed their bodies to the limits, driving themselves forward as fast as they could. Unfortunately, the ground was in terrible condition. Where there was no snow was too easy for even the most coordinated of men to slip and fall, and where there was snow weighed down the legs of those trying to escape, easily halving their speed. Bang! The gates slammed shut. By now, only half the 100 troops that had come managed to make it back. As for those who were close, they banged on the steely gates with despair ringing from their voices. Their efforts resounded like dull thuds. The gates were too thick and too solid. Even if one stood on the opposite side, it would have been impossible to hear a thing. All this time, the white wolf watched without even attempting to stop them. It raised its head haughtily, emitting the air of a king of beasts. "Concentrate your fire," Miles barked out an order. The bombardment of artillery shells had maybe been the only reason the tactical unit hadn't been completely surrounded and wiped out by invalids. But now that Miles had ordered for them to concentrate their fire onto the white wolf, what chance did they stand anymore? At that moment, a rookie helped Milan to stand, while a few others helped Joel and Raj. Milan opened his mouth to yell at the rookie once more, but the breaks to his ribs caused him to wince. In the end, he sighed. Was there a point in yelling anymore? "Damn kid, we already told you not to join the army, but you didn't listen. Now you don't even listen to my orders. Why you all do such stupid things is beyond me." Milan shook his head. Though the white wolf was ignoring them now, that wasn't out of mercy. Would you care much about an ant you could crush any time you wanted? While Milan was lost in his thoughts, though, he didn't expect the rookie who helped him up to actually respond to his words. Looking forward seriously, the scrawny little guy in an oversized military uniform and helmet stood straight with his underdeveloped chest sticking out as far as he could force it to. Respect the game. Persist to the end. Milan was stunned out of his thoughts. For a moment, he could sense a sliver of Leonel's overbearing aura. A sudden laughter rocked the battlefield. Whether it was Joel, Raj, or Milan, their gazes went red without even having to look in the direction it came from. Well said, rookie. It was only then that Milan realized it wasn't an illusion. He really had sensed it. Chapter 406, Chapter 406, Shadow Leonel suddenly manifested from thin air, his appearance causing no small number of people a great deal of shock. A wide grin spread across his face as he looked toward his teammates. Any rage he had been feeling vanished, replaced by a gratification he had yet to feel in his life before. "Captain." They didn't have time to think about how Leonel had suddenly appeared here, or how he was somehow already blocking the path between them and the White Wolf. After registering that Leonel was actually here, the faces of his teammates changed wildly. "What the hell are you doing here? Are you trying to die?" The whirring of the cannons atop the walls never stopped. The truth was that from the vantage of those up above, it was impossible to hear even their screams, let alone noticing the sudden appearance of a single person on such a large battlefield. Even now, no one but those on the ground had noticed the addition of Leonel. Of course, among those that noticed included the variant Invalid and its ice guards. However, surprisingly, from start to finish, Leonel's back faced them. It was as though he was showing the same disregard for the White Wolf that it had shown to his teammates. Who cared about when you stomped an ant as long as it was done? This sort of air of confidence was something the White Wolf hadn't sensed from an enemy during this war. Such a feeling caused its toothy grin to become more sinister, carrying a more bloodthirsty air to it. Leonel patted the rookie's shoulder. "What's your name?" As part of the hazing ritual of their football team, every rookie was only known by exactly that title. They didn't have the right to have their own names until they passed through a year of initiation. It was only after this that they were allowed to have their own identities once again. So, when the rookie heard Leonel ask such a question, he immediately went teary-eyed. Technically, he should have already passed through initiation a long time ago. But, due to the various circumstances surrounding the metamorphosis, he had been stuck in his role as a rookie for over double the time he should have been. However, somehow hearing Leonel's words made it all worth it. "My name is Drake, Captain," Leonel smiled. "You did a good job, Drake. Supporting your brothers is exactly what a man should do. But remember in the future to only do things within your means. Do you understand?" Drake stared blankly at Leonel before lowering his head like a wronged child. Leonel shook his head and patted Drake's shoulder again. "Though things worked out this time, you also have to realize that your seniors wanted to sacrifice themselves for your benefit. If your life wasn't saved in the end, then wouldn't their sacrifice have been for nothing?" Drake's gaze lit up with understanding, but because he was looking at the ground, no one noticed. Still, Leonel felt that he had said enough. Any more would just be beating a dead horse. Leonel looked up and toward the rest. Though some of the faces weren't from the Royal Blue football team, he smiled toward them nonetheless. For a moment, everyone seemed to forget that they were on a battlefield. Whatever pressure had been coming from the Invalids all around them, or the White Wolf just 20 or so meters from them, had all of a sudden vanished. Fire! Finally, the cannons had been aimed and were all fired at once. Leonel's gaze sharpened. Though this wasn't as bad as what Miles had done before, they were clearly still within the range of being struck. A 20-meter buffer was nothing to such high-tech bombs. The White Wolf's gaze didn't seem to want to leave Leonel, but Leonel also seemed to have no intention of paying any mind to the White Wolf. "All of you, let's go." Everyone was shocked by Leonel's words. What did he mean, let's go? Didn't he see that they were in the middle of a battlefield? Also, hadn't a volley of bombs just been launched? Maybe in as soon as another second, they would all be dead. However, Leonel only smiled and winked. Force surged around him, lighting up a pattern on the ground that had been invisible to this point. The truth was that Leonel hadn't appeared randomly and out of thin air, nor did he try to appear at the last moment on purpose. He had been trying to find a method of getting everyone out of here in one piece. The reason he appeared abruptly was because before then he had been using light refraction to appear invisible. In the time, he managed to draw a teleportation art on the ground that he was now currently activating. Though Leonel wasn't necessarily afraid of the White Wolf variant Invalid, he knew that he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this while its sights were locked onto him. Luckily, Leonel's soul force had entered the fourth dimension. One had to remember that in order to practice in-force, internal sight was needed. Without it, sensing and controlling force was impossible. By this logic, the stronger one's internal sight, the greater control of force one had. With Leonel's level of control, he was able to draw such a large array without the horde of invalids around him even sensing any leakage. Just as the bombs fell, Leonel's teleportation art activated, taking him and everyone else along. Bang, 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 bang. The White Wolf, who had been observing Leonel all this time, was slightly caught off guard. It wasn't that it didn't expect such a bombardment to happen, but rather that it had stopped paying attention to anything but Leonel. On the walls, Miles sighed a breath of relief. His greatest worry was that with the White Wolf's speed, they wouldn't be able to hit it in the first place. Now, he could put his heart at rest. Of course, Miles had no idea that the only reason he ever hit the White Wolf in the first place was because of the man he hated most in the world. However, Miles wouldn't have time to think about this at all, because as the smoke slowly cleared, a familiar billowing coat of white fur appeared. Not only was it pristine, it was just as spotless as it had been before the bombardment. The White Wolf took its attention away from the sudden disappearance of the object of its interest, its pearly blue eyes turning somewhat demonic. A low growl slowly overtook the waning sounds of artillery, the ground cracking once again as the White Wolf's limbs flexed. Bang! A familiar shadow appeared in the skies. But this time, it was above the walls of Royal Blue Fort. Chapter 407, Main Villain? Chapter 407, Main Villain? The soldiers manning the fort walls were completely caught off guard. None of them seemed to have proper measures to react. Before anyone could even begin thinking of counters, the White Wolf had already landed atop the walls. A strong paw swept across, taking a troops of over a dozen out in a single attack. Blood and screams of agony reigned. Some fell from the walls, but even those who were lucky enough to land upon it felt as though every bone in their bodies had been broken. Just like that, the proudest feature of the fort was conquered. What was such protection worth if took just a single leap to circumvent? "Give me a damned gun," Miles barked, snatching the commander's rifle. Miles's gaze shone with a vicious light. The situation seemed bad, but it also represented an opportunity. This stupid beast didn't realize that the moment it jumped to the walls of the fort, it had entered the range of the force disruption towers they had already set up. This ultimately meant that not only was it mostly restricted to only using its physical strength, but it also meant that true 25th century technology could be rolled out. Execute Plan B. Bring out the weapons. The commander regained his bearing beneath Miles's orders. Though he was a military official, the truth was that due to Royal Blue Province's special locale, most of its military personnel were admirals. Their experience with ground combat was limited. However, as an heir to a Governor-Duke family, Miles had been trained in all sorts of matters since his youth. Regardless of the situation, he would be ready. Beneath Miles's orders, everyone quickly regrouped. Down below, the army of Invalids, led by the 12 Ice Guards, began to launch an assault against the fort walls. But Miles focused on the situation at hand. At the rate they were going, it would take them several hours to breach the walls. But the White Wolf Invalid was an immediate problem. Miles knew that his ability was useless against the White Wolf. Plus, beneath the influence of force disruption towers, his ability was also far more difficult to deploy. Since that was the case, he would rely on modern technology. This was the advantage Earth had in comparison to other worlds. The number of geniuses born to this world allowed them to reach a level of strength that should have been impossible for a third-dimensional world. Even as an infantile planet, they weren't pushovers. A tide of black uniformed tactical units surrounded the White Wolf from all sides, a rain of bullets falling upon its pristine white coat. Compared to the past, the pain the variant Invalid felt couldn't be considered on the same level. Without the restrictions placed on technology, its tough coat was being continuously pierced. Ru-O-R. The variant Invalid tried to call upon the elements to strengthen itself once again, but it found that the amount it could call upon had reduced by more than half. In response, it rumbled a low growl, sweeping out a paw with the strength it did manage to gather. "Shield," a captain roared out. The tactical units moved forward like a well-oiled machine, holding out black hexagonal shields, then kneeled down shoulder to shoulder and slammed them into the ground. A fluctuating electricity soon followed, covering the surroundings in a pale blue shield that quaked beneath the strike of the White Wolf. 50% depletion, a frontline soldier roared. "Swap," the captain replied instantaneously. "Fire." The operation seemed seamless, a cycle of defense, offense, and recharging. Shield units swapped out their energy cells. Attack units continuously reloaded. Their various captains handed down orders in a practiced and timely manner. It was clear that these tactical units were far better than the seamen had been. The white fur of the variant invalid finally began to be covered in patches of red, its blue eyes flickering with fury. It wanted to jump down the walls and toward the city below, but it found that the restrictions on its ability were even more severe in that direction. At the same time, its pride didn't allow it to retreat. Leonel reappeared on the same collapsed building he had been on before. But, this time, there were dozens of new faces around him, however, none of them spoke. Though Leonel had saved them, they all still had family within those walls. Leonel knew he couldn't very well leave things be. Even if his teammates didn't have anyone else to care for, Leonel couldn't very well allow so many innocents to die just because he hated the actions of a few. This fort represented all the remaining human population of Royal Blue Province. If this fort fell, it would mean the end of anything that once represented this prosperous place. Leonel couldn't allow that to happen. However, what Leonel hadn't expected was for the fort to perform so well. After a while, he realized that he had really overthought things. This was ultimately the empire they were talking about. The fact the province was still in this state, even after a year, wasn't because they were weak, but rather because they had put all their effort toward building the capital province back up. In addition, all variants had been recalled to the capital as well. If it wasn't for what happened, he and Ina would have been sent to the capital as well. It could be said that Leonel had yet to meet the true powerhouses of Earth when things are framed in this manner. Not that he would have to fear them, regardless though. Fine, I'll let them repel this variant invalid first, then go to reclaim the interest I'm owed. What Leonel didn't know at this point was that these matters wouldn't end so simply. Miles might have been setting up his own plans, but there were other intelligent minds at work as well. Variant invalids weren't so simple as they seemed, but this was only one aspect of the puzzle. Maybe, just maybe, the variant invalid wasn't the main villain of this story. Chapter 408, Observers. Chapter 408, Observers. Are you sure you want to do this now, Joseph? At that moment, Leonel wasn't the only one observing the situation. It was impossible that he would be. To put matters into perspective, there were only 8 other forts of this kind on the whole of Earth. For it to be continuously assaulted by such a large army of invalids, it was impossible for not only the Empire to be unaware, but for all the other hidden powers of Earth to be in the dark as well. However, what was particularly interesting about this crew of observers was the fact that maybe had it not been for Leonel's actions, they wouldn't have been aware of these changes at all, at least not so soon. The reason for this became obvious after remembering just who this Joseph was. This was Joseph Warner, brother to Damian Warner, and the very same man who led the first group of the Slayer Legion Leonel ever met. Months ago, the 3 men, Joseph, Damian, and Leonel, had come to an agreement to take down Royal Blue Fort. Such a large task would have come with unimaginable rewards. In order to prepare for this, the 2 brothers had no choice but to bring Leonel in to get registered. Had they simply left such a large contributor to their mission as an unknown, they could very well be the subject of investigation. Such a thing would have been too suspicious, and they could have become marked as traitors. Only by following all the red tape could they benefit from this potential boon. But they had never expected to meet Hacker Hutch, and had been even more caught off guard by the fact Hacker Hutch actually all but kidnapped Leonel. It had already been months since then without a single word from Leonel. However, in order to be ready, they had continued to monitor the situation of the fort. They managed to gather information on everything from the patrol units to the tactical units, and even to the zone clearing units. When they learned of the situation between Leonel and the Slayer Legion, though, they came to accept the fact that they had wasted their time. Not only had they wasted it, but they had paid a dear price for it. Both brothers had been demoted for their involvement in bringing Leonel to the Slayer Legion. Since their involvement was minimal, they only lost a single rank. However, it was still a devastating loss to them. Joseph had been so close to being promoted to a true commander from vice commander, yet now he wasn't even in line for promotion any longer. It was practically an unspoken rule within the Slayer Legion. A demotion was almost always the end of someone's career. Ironically, this made the fervor the 2 brothers had for conquering the fort all the stronger. This would be the only chance they had to truly reclaim any semblance of a career they once had. But now that an opportunity had really presented itself, Damian began to hesitate. Joseph clenched his jaw. This is the only option we brothers have left. If we don't, we'll remain as middling captains for the rest of our life. Damian sighed. I heard that they promoted that Sella woman again. To think we originally wanted to use her as a cover for Leonel, now she's riding above our heads. Joseph's gaze hardened. But in the end, he didn't say the words he thought. Gather up Catwoman and the others. When this variant falls, we move. Shouldn't we tell Cap Commander Sella? Damian asked. Joseph sneered. What are the odds she'll be at headquarters where she's meant to be? Damian heard these words and didn't say anything more. He was the one who brought Leonel to his brother back then. Though he knew his brother only blamed Leonel, Damian couldn't help but feel one part guilty. Seeing Sella sit in a position he felt she didn't deserve ate Joseph's insides with a level of rage and jealousy he had never felt in his life before. Despite the fact she had taken the position that should have been his, she didn't even seem to treasure it. But how could she? When they met Scylla, she was a fool who couldn't even see through Leonel's talent and instead chose to push him away. The only reason they promoted her was to continue breathing fire to the lie that they were enemies with Leonel and had taken him prisoner. This was all so that it would be easier to catch the fort off guard with their assault, yet she somehow managed to ride the momentum of that one chance to her current point. How could Joseph not be enraged? But in the end, this all pointed back to one person. Though it couldn't be said that he was at the point of becoming irreconcilable enemies with Leonel, he likely wasn't very far. The situation was quite an interesting one. Leonel had no idea that Joseph and Damien were eyeing the fort, while the two had no idea that Leonel was already on the scene as well. But neither group was aware that there was yet another party watching this silently. Captain Scylla, or rather Commander Scylla now, observed Joseph and Damien from afar with a smile on her face. But rather than being on the scene like the two groups, she was using a special treasure in order to do so. Interestingly enough, Commander Scylla wasn't aware of Leonel's appearance near the fort either. However, it was unclear if she would react much even if she did know. Despite watching the movements of both Damien and Joseph and also being aware of their goals, she made no attempts to stop them. In fact, she didn't even rise from her comfortable seating arrangements. She reclined in a cushy chair, her meaty hands resting over her belly with a content smile on her face. As for what her plans were, maybe only she was truly aware. Chapter 409, off Chapter 409, off cap, who's this? Seeing that the situation was much better than they originally thought it would be, the guys somewhat relaxed. Now that their faculties were somewhat freer to think of other things, they finally noticed a silent figure sitting on the snowy roof of the collapsed building. It was quite obvious that she was a woman. However, from the glimpses of her face they had seen, they didn't recognize her. Even if they ignored the scars, they didn't remember ever seeing such a woman before. Compared to the past, the inflammation of Ina's scars had lessened by a large margin. So, while they still felt that this figure they didn't recognize wasn't very attractive and was quite pitiable, they didn't feel the same deep revulsion the people of Terrain had felt. Still, many of them were still inwardly sighing a breath of relief. Did this mean that their captain had finally moved on from Ina? They had already lost count of how many times they'd tried to convince Leonel to consider other women. For a 5-star quarterback to finish high school as a virgin, it was a waste of nature's gifts. They had shed no small amount of tears, so even if this woman wasn't up to the standards they believed their captain deserved, at the very least, she was a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, Leonel grinned. "You all don't recognize your own sister-in-law?" Milan's eyes widened along with the other guys. Ina? Milan's face flashed with confusion. Unlike Leonel, who seemed capable of recognizing Ina regardless of the situation, or apparently no matter how she looked, it was clear that the others didn't have this ability at all. The face Ina displayed now was completely unlike the one she had used at Royal Blue Academy. Ina smiled lightly in greeting before glaring at Leonel. Sister-in-law? It seemed that this Leonel was getting a bit too courageous. He still hadn't learned his lesson after she spent this time ignoring him. However, Ina didn't react as violently as she usually did. Maybe she gave Leonel a slight bit of face due to the fact his friends were here. Or maybe she couldn't help but internally smile when Milan immediately knew who Leonel meant by sister-in-law. Still, she took a mental note of this event and continued to play with the little mink and Tolliver. Oh, right. Leonel changed the subject and put his hands on Milan and Raj's shoulders. A surge of light elemental force sprung to life as Leonel cast Grand Heal on them. Since the two were still within the third dimension, he had no need to use his improved version of the art like he had done with Zilar. So, the process ended in just the blink of an eye. Milan forgot his shock about Ina and aimed it all toward the changes in his body. All the aching in his ribs suddenly vanished. In fact, he felt better than he had in years. As an offensive lineman, Milan spent his life in perpetual injury. He had long since gotten used to playing through the hurt. This was maybe the first time in a long time that he was actually completely healthy? Cap! Raj's mouth widened in surprise. I thought you awakened a sensory ability? Did you awaken a second ability? Leonel's teammates looked toward him in shock, especially the rookie, Drake. It was as though they were looking at a god in the flesh. Though they had heard a lot about powerful abilities through rumors, they had never once heard of a person awakening more than one ability. Leonel chuckled and shook his head. Though Earth was quite advanced in many things, when it came to understanding of this new world order, they were still quite lacking. There were many times in the past where others mistook Leonel's snowy star owl lineage factor as his ability. This only made sense, though. Earth had yet to begin creating its own magic systems. Even Terrain, which was considered to be near the bottom of the barrel in terms of worlds, had begun to refine their own. Jilnia's Falls style was exactly this. Terrain focused heavily on styles and the boost it could give to their overall combat prowess. But Earth? It had yet to find itself. Thinking of this, Leonel looked up into the sky, trying to find their second moon and the location of Camelot. Unfortunately, the heavy snow guaranteed that that sky would be covered in a dense swath of clouds. Even if Camelot was right about him, Leonel wouldn't be able to see it. Leonel couldn't help but wonder how the saga between Earth and Camelot would end. Maybe Camelot would be the trigger Earth needed to begin building its own magic system. With Earth's ingenuity, Leonel had no doubt that they would soon forge a path of their own. Just think about it, even with a magic system to speak of, even without force, Leonel was now watching what was effectively an army of mortals slaughter a variant invalid with strength almost comparable to an entity of the fourth dimension. That was unimaginable for the vast majority of worlds. In fact, Earth might be the only place capable of achieving such a thing. Leonel smiled and shook his head. With me here, you all don't have anything to worry about. I won't let what happened last time happen again. Leonel looked back toward his teammates, a stern determination on his face. A group of over a dozen men looked back toward him, not an ounce of doubt in their gazes. It seemed that long ago, Leonel had become far more than their quarterback. Ina peeked back toward this scene, her eyes hiding a swirl of emotion. The sight of Leonel leading a group of men and earning their respect and devotion, high sex, high sex, high sex. He looks most attractive like this. Ina's eyes widened at her own thoughts, a furious blush lighting her features as she looked away. Unfortunately, no one would see this sight. Cap, that white wolf is done, Drake suddenly called out. Leonel looked back to see that the rookie was correct. That white wolf was on its last legs. Is this really all a variant invalid is capable of? Leonel couldn't help but frown. He had heard so much about their legend, and even more about their intelligence. But this one fell because it not only lacked strength, but also because its mind was lacking. Leonel's pupils suddenly constricted, his head snapping toward a certain direction. What he saw shocked him to no end. Tanks, dozens of them, each fitted with a long barrel that swayed with their every movement. The Slayer Legion? Leonel looked back toward the collapsing white wolf. They want to take advantage of this situation, but something felt off. Sparks flew in Leonel's dreamscape. But without enough information, no connections could be made. Let alone realizing what was wrong with this picture. Leonel didn't realize there were sparks forming at all. Less, author's note below, Chapter 410, Collapse. Chapter 410, Collapse. Leonel's frown deepened as he watched the Slayer Legion's forces move in. This is likely the best chance they have to take down this fort. If I was making the decisions and was desperate enough, I might choose to attack now as well. If Leonel was participating in the operation, he would feel more confident in the success. But the main problem was that he wasn't, and he also didn't trust the Slayer Legion to protect the innocents that might get swept into this situation. The fact that they chose to attack now, instead of waiting until the invalids below dispersed, told Leonel one very obvious thing. They wanted to use the invalids to their advantage. If Leonel was leading this charge, he would wait until both the White Wolf was killed and the invalid army it had been driven away. Only then could he minimize any potential casualties. But whoever was leading these troops obviously had no intention of doing this. These bastards, Leonel's expression flickered with rage. On the fort walls, Miles finally let go of a rock that had been weighing heavily on his chest. Subdue it, Miles commanded. The commander beside Miles looked toward him in shock, but eventually disseminated the orders. This was indeed a good opportunity. The capital had likely long since begun its research on invalids. But whether they had caught a variant invalid just yet was unknown. After all, they were rare creatures to begin with. The fact one appeared on Earth just went to show the level of talents that could be born here. Whether they traded this variant in for merit, or if they kept it to get a leg up themselves, both were viable options. Most importantly, Miles believed that such an important piece would definitely cause his father to pause in his resoluteness to abandon his first heir. Junior Governor Duke, we have enemies approaching. Miles froze, his heart plummeting once again. They still hadn't dealt with the invalid army below. The damage to their defenses by now was definitely not negligible. If they had to deal with more armies, there would most definitely be a major problem. Was it more invalids? A beast horde brought over by the explosions? Something worse? Give me information. I need numbers and an estimate of their strength. Miles relayed his orders, but what he learned left him stunned on the spot. Those charging toward them now weren't invalids or beasts at all, but rather humans. In fact, they seemed to have a prototype of a mobile force disruption tower moving along with them. From a quick analysis, the technology that this troop of humans was using fell into the 22nd and 23rd centuries. This could either be because this was their technological limitation, or the more likely theory was that mobile force disruption towers weren't as potent as immobile ones. Regardless, the threat they presented was not small, especially now after a battle. Procuring military goods after the metamorphosis was incredibly difficult. Things that were once simply like mining and synthesizing material became large mountains to climb. This didn't even mention the most obvious fact that the population of Earth had been massacred by over 99%. They didn't even have the numbers they needed to sustain mass production, and the machines they once used that could cover this weakness had restrictions of their own. After such a massive battle, the reserves of the Royal Blue Fort had been depleted by over 80%. And, as if that wasn't enough, the remaining 20 or so percent they had left needed to be used to drive the invalid horde below away. At this point, of the 12 SSS-grade threats, only 5 of them had been dealt with. The current situation was terrible. They didn't have the means to deal with another threat at this very moment. Within the formation of tanks, Joseph watched on from a cockpit, a deadpan expression coloring his visage. He steeled his heart, his only thoughts being of success. He didn't care what he had to do. Damien watched on from the side, conflicting emotions swimming through his chest. But in the end, he too steeled his heart. They knew of the events that happened months ago. This fort was manned by a tyrant that bombed even his own people. Even if it meant sacrificing a bit more to save the majority, it would be worth it. This metamorphosis was the opportunity the Slayer Legion needed to finally overturn the Empire. They needed to take this chance. Unfortunately, in all their thoughts of glory and patriotism, the two brothers forgot to think of one very important thing. How could they possibly be the only ones who thought of this? The Slayer Legion seemed to be a massive power with immense strength behind it. Even if it couldn't compare to the Empire, not many things could to begin with. So, if what the brothers thought was true, why would the Slayer Legion leave it up to two demoted brothers to conquer a fort when the opportunity was presented right before them? The Slayer Legion? They actually dare to attack us. Miles was thoroughly enraged when he learned of who he was facing. To a noble like him, the Slayer Legion represented nothing but the dregs of society. He really couldn't fathom what reason a person could possibly have to risk their lives to join an organization with no future to speak of. There was no worse feeling than when an ant could pose problems for you. Miles had gone from a young heir to a person ostracized by his own father to clawing his way back up little by little just for an insignificant bug to be blocking his way in the final moments. How could he not be infuriated? Man the cannons, Miles roared. Unfortunately, the Slayer Legion had moved first. Since they dared to act so brazenly, how could they not have their own plans? In position? Joseph asked without turning to his younger brother. Yes. Damien spoke with a bit of strain. Do it, Joseph said coldly. If Miles knew about Damien's ability, he would know that Leonel wasn't the only one who could move through the ground. Bang, 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 bang. A swarm of invalids crowding the bottom of the walls suddenly imploded. But, worst of all, a large chunk of the wall's foundation went with it. The steel alloy the walls were made of had been refined with hundreds of years of technology. Blasting through them with 22nd century tech was impossible. However, in their several months of observation, the Slayer Legion realized one thing. In the haste to build this wall as quickly as possible, its foundation was neglected. If strategic points were targeted, it would collapse beneath its own weight, especially if it had already been damaged by a horde of invalids first. Chapter 411, Sole Purpose. Chapter 411, Sole Purpose. The detonation was deafening. To those within the walls, it felt as though another doomsday was descending. The cacophonic blasts were no less haunting than the day the Paradise Islands fell from the sky. Miles felt the ground beneath his feet buckle and collapse. What did it sound like for millions of tons of steel to bend? What did it sound like for a mountain of metal to collapse? Well, it was uncertain if many could tell you, because that day, those noises weren't what stood out at the forefront. What they would instead remember was the sight of the wall that had protected them for over a year splitting and the flood of invalids that crawled out from the billowing smoke and endless fires. It was a sight right out of hell. These creatures didn't know pain, they didn't know fatigue, they didn't know mercy. Even while climbing over the charred corpses of their own comrades, they didn't pause for even a moment. Their only thoughts were of the humans they could sense. Those were the people lucky enough to succeed where they failed. They were the nutrients they could use to evolve once again and change their futures. Miles clung on to anything he could to not fall to the ground below. He pulled himself up, crawling toward where the walls were still level. But there were no small number of soldiers who weren't nearly as lucky as he had been. The chain of command completely collapsed. The tanks of the Slayer Legion continued to roll forward, their barrels aimed upward, firing toward the tops of the walls. The chaos was already enough to almost guarantee that no one would be able to target the fort's cannons toward them. However, Joseph left nothing up to chance. Without caring for casualties, the tracks of their tanks crawled through the battlefield, firing in a rhythmic manner. Within the city, chaos had descended. With the intelligence, or lack thereof, of the invalids, they didn't even seem to realize another party was approaching from the back. They all shot forward, entering the outer limits of the fort. By now, within the inner city limits, the nobles had become aware of what was happening. Dad, what should we do? James entered his father's office with a panicked expression. What exactly are you panicking about? James's father responded casually. The city, it's being overrun by invalids. I'm sure that if even I've heard about it, you also know that the Slayer Legion made its move. James's father placed down the tablet he was reading from. And, James was stunned, he didn't really understand what was happening. Even if his father didn't care about the commoners, shouldn't he at least care about his own safety? If the city was overrun, they would be finished. James's father shook his head. Use your head, James. The Royal Blue Fort is one of the only 8 on Earth. Even if most of the Empire's strength has been concentrated in the capital, do you really think the walls of such a fort should be so easy to take down? James was stunned. He suddenly understood. This was meant to be a fort built by the hands of the foremost experts of the Royal Blue Province. How could it only last a few hours under siege? How could it only survive a single well-placed explosion? This fort was meant to represent the consolidation of much of Earth's power. How could a ragtag squad of rebels possibly take it down so easily? It was only then that James remembered. The inner city had always been under an illusion cast by the junior Governor Duke. From the outside, it seemed like a normal doorway and gate, but was it? James shivered as he grasped the situation. The walls on the outside were always a casual facade. Why would these nobles spend resources on protecting an outer city of peasants when they could pour all their resources into protecting an inner city built for themselves? Now that James thought about it, other than Miles, no other nobles went to the wall. In fact, Miles could be considered to be the one with the greatest ability. "Dad, you're abandoning the junior Governor Duke?" James's father sneered. "Do you think that he's a person we should still follow? Why? So that we can sink along with him?" James didn't know how to respond. He had lost the greatest friend he had ever had for the sake of pleasing Miles. Now they were abandoning him so easily? For some reason, this made his insides churn even more than that look Leonel had given him that last time they stood face to face. He threw the game for Conrad, but now he was dead. He tried to betray Leonel for Miles, but now he might very well be dead as well. How many more sacrifices would he have to make? How many more of them would be just as meaningless? "You've done good though, James." James's father rose from his seat. "That Miles contacted me about communicating with the Siegfried family. He wanted me to expose that the death of their son was related to the Brazinger family, correct?" James nodded stiffly. He had reported this to his father the other day, and it seemed that Miles contacted him not long later. "You will go to the Siegfried family to represent the Bennets. When the time comes, reveal to them that the one who did the deed was Leonel Morales." James froze. He couldn't understand. What was the purpose of this? "Whoosh, don't ask why. Just do as I say." The sound of the bombardment felt like a low rumbling at their location. But, slowly but surely, the rumbling dampened, and eventually, they couldn't hear anything at all. It was as though they had been completely cut off from the outside world. James gripped his fists tightly, looking toward the ground as the voice of his father drifted to his ears once again. "The title of Governor Duke belongs to our family. Unfortunately, your great-grandfather trusted the wrong people. Remember that the sole purpose of your existence is to lead a path toward the rebirth of this family. Go." In the outside world, the rumbling had obviously never stopped. While the inner city had regained a peaceful calmness, the cries of those without status continued to ring. But it was in that moment that a figure appeared before the crack in the steel wall, his irises flickering between a violet red and a pale green. Chapter 412. Leonel, Chapter 412. Leonel screams. Blood. Carnage. As many things as Leonel had seen in the past year, he still wasn't ready for this. The genocide modern technology wrought was far beyond his imagination. With his senses, every instance of fear, every tear that was shed, every heart that ceased beating, it was all in his range to feel, see, and grasp. However, the Slayer Legion tanks continued to roll forward, the inner city of the fort remained unmoved, the Invalids never stopped. Leonel had already moved before he could even register his own thoughts. He faintly heard the voices of his teammates screaming for him to come back. What could a single man do against such an army? As powerful as he had become, it most definitely wasn't enough to cover the sky with a single hand. What could he possibly hope to accomplish? But he moved anyway. That said, he didn't move alone. The little mink, seemingly sensing his agitation, jumped forward, skipping across the air. Aina stood, her steps pausing for a moment. "You all stay here. You're not strong enough." Her words were simple and plain. Her gaze carried the same look she had when she took Conrad's life, a cold, silent indifference. Leonel's teammates gripped their fists, but they didn't move in the end. They knew that Aina's words were true. If they moved now, they would only get in the way. Wielding her great sword, Aina launched herself from the side of the collapsed building. "Fire!" Joseph's cold voice rang in the cockpit, his gaze growing colder and colder. Every command he barked, every shell that fired, every life his actions reaped seemed to make him more and more detached. Eventually, he felt like a bird observing things from the skies, a passerby in history that didn't have anything to do with what was happening before him. "Joseph," Damien spoke, huffing and puffing from his previous exertion, "the gap in the wall will only allow 2 tanks through at once. Should we pause the charge and make a larger passageway?" Joseph's steely gaze locked onto the path ahead. The steel alloy walls had collapsed on their destroyed foundations. It splintered down at that point, creating a semi-triangular passageway nearby where the gate had been. Many invalids had already recovered and were pouring through that hole. Those that couldn't fit through took advantage of the crumbling imperfections of the wall as grips to climb up and over. The city was slowly becoming completely overrun. Send 2 Vanguard tanks through and execute Plan B2. Plan B2. It was too difficult to predict the result of their explosion. There were too many variables despite the fact they had simulated it many times. Plan B2 was to be used when the walls were damaged, but the gates remained functioning. They would send a unit in to open the gates from the inside. By now, it should be impossible for the Empire's soldiers to still be manning the gates. And even if they were, they should have a lot of their own problems to deal with. Joseph's orders were relayed quickly. At the vanguard, a tank with Catwoman rolled forward. They trampled over invalids with impunity. It seemed that any invalid below the A grade wasn't even able to dodge their advances, while those above that threat level couldn't even hope to damage them. Maybe only an SSS grade threat would even be able to think about slowing them down. These tanks were Joseph's trump cards. All the resources he earned over the years were poured into them, forming a squad of 20 he deemed unstoppable. Catwoman was dressed in her full leather suit as usual. Hearing Joseph's orders, she was already prepared to move out. With her ability and pre-metamorphosis expertise, she was definitely the most suited to this task. No worries, Commander. Those gates will be opened within 15 minutes. Catwoman didn't care about military law. In her eyes, Joseph deserved to be commander, so she called him as such. Forward. What none of the Slayer Legion could have imagined was that someone would actually stand forward to stop them at this time. But what they couldn't understand all the more was that it was just a single young man. Clang, clang, clang. He stood before a horde of charging invalids and a fleet of rolling tanks, his expression furious. Even amidst the billowing smoke, the rising flames, and the rushing blood, he stood out like a blinding light in the darkness. Stop! The roar of a single person shouldn't have been so resounding. Yet, even beyond the sealed defenses of the inner city, it resonated, shaking the earth, the walls, and the skies. Several C and B grade invalids collapsed before the young man's rage, their minds shattering beneath his might. He brandished a black spear, his irises flickering back and forth between a violet red and a pale green. Everyone heard that young man's voice. It traveled over several miles, reaching the ears of even those it shouldn't have. Despite being within the cockpit, even Joseph heard the voice laced with rage and indignance. The young man continued to stand amidst the crack in the wall. Beneath his feet, piles of rubble and invalids' corpses lay. Behind him, an overrun city trembled. Before him, an army of thousands stood. Amidst it all, he looked like an ant trying to stop the momentum of a towering mountain. But he stood there nonetheless, his fury billowing. The young man brandished his spear, slashing a line before him. Clang, clang, clang. The spear force cut through the invalid corpses, through the piles of rubble, through the collapsed steel alloys, piercing through the ground and not stopping for tens of meters. Cross this line and die. His words were undeniable. Like a higher judgment passed down from a god on high, it caused the hearts of all those who heard it to tremble. The flickering of his irises finally settled on a blazing violet red. His skin suddenly lit with endless bronze runes as a halo appeared above his head. His bronze hair billowed. It was so long and sturdy that it sounded like cracking whips in the wind, slicing apart anything that even remotely came into contact with it. When the shock of those who heard the voice calmed, it was only then they recognized who it was had spoken. Leonel. Joseph's gaze reddened, his reason leaving with his humanity. Chapter 4 1/3 Teen Synergy. Chapter 4 1/3 Teen Synergy. Grind him to dust. To anyone who knew why Leonel was here, it was just a simple matter of him protecting the citizens of this fort. However, how could Joseph and Damien know this? In their eyes, not only was Leonel responsible for their demotions, but he had even returned to the Empire and was standing in their way again. Usually when people felt hatred, they would never consider what they might have done wrong. And, in this case, the most exaggerated result was practically guaranteed. Catwoman glared at Leonel through the cameras of her tank. "Run him over," she said coldly to her driver. Catwoman remembered when she first met Leonel. She had had a good impression of the boy, but the loyalty she had for Joseph was far beyond this. For a person to join the rebel army in a society where there was only one true ruler, it would be no surprise for their background to be lengthy and complex. Catwoman was no different, and to her, Joseph was a brother, a father, and the only family she had. Even if Leonel hadn't been the reason Joseph fell from his tall heights, she still wouldn't allow him to block her path. Leonel watched coldly as the two vanguard tanks continued to roll forward. In all their fury, they didn't seem to notice that the invalids had long since stopped pouring into the city. They seemed frozen in space, completely unable to move. Their white, indifferent irises were all locked onto Leonel, yet he hadn't spared any of them a single glance. Clang, 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 chain domain. The heads of several invalids exploded. Illusory chains wrapped around their bodies, severing their limbs and crushing them into bloody pulps. One after another, they disappeared into motes of light, fusing into Leonel's body. Little Tolly. Leonel called out. Blackstar had followed Ina, but Leonel had taken the little metal spirit with him. Since they dared to disregard the lives of the common people just for their own goals, Leonel would make them pay a price. The tanks continued to roll forward. Though all Leonel could see were their barrels and their sleek black exteriors, it was as though he was peering into the souls of those within them. Dream Sculpt. Without the complexities of fourth-dimensional pieces, it took Leonel not even a few seconds to complete it. The moment it completed, Leonel arranged its every piece into a dreamscape of its own. In 2 steps, Leonel already grasped the strengths and weaknesses of the tank even better than the engineers that designed it. Metal synergy. Leonel felt his bloodline tremble with excitement. To this point, the greatest use Leonel had gotten out of his lineage factor was the strength of his body. But if that was all there was to it, it would be called the metal body lineage factor, not the metal synergy lineage factor. This bloodline didn't represent a strong body. It represented dominion over the earth. Scraps of steel alloy that had fallen to Leonel's feet trembled, rising into the air. At that moment, little Tali had separated into 10 spherical balls, floating before Leonel and resonating with his thoughts. After entering the 4th dimension with his mind, Leonel no longer needed direct contact to control Tolliver. His free hand moved as though he was composing a piece across the air, tapping with a speed and dexterity that was beyond the normal limits of humans. In his right hand, Leonel controlled a chain domain. In his left, he controlled a metal domain. When he said he would kill anyone who crossed the line he drew, he was serious. Little Tali responded to Leonel's commands. One of its 10 spherical bodies shot forward, enveloping a rising piece of steel alloy. In the blink of an eye, Tolliver had finished. From a single piece of steel alloy, dozens of foot-long needles appeared. Their ends were so sharp that even the small rays of sun that rebounded off it were sliced apart. The rumbling of the tanks grew ever closer. From within the cockpit, Catwoman glanced at the line Leonel drew with a sneer. Her command still stood. Leonel's words and actions hadn't changed a thing. Roll him over. Leonel's gaze sharpened the moment the barrel of the first tank crossed it. He didn't wait for its tracks to do so. He didn't wait for the entire tank to cross over either. Since they couldn't show mercy to those weaker than them, he wouldn't show them any mercy at all. Since they felt that they could do as they pleased because they were more powerful, he would show them what it truly meant to be powerful. Leonel's surroundings suddenly felt a rise in temperature. At first it was subtle, but it grew unbearable very quickly. The invalids that had managed to survive the constriction of Leonel's chain domain imploded into a rain of fire and ash. The fire element gathered around him at inconceivable speeds. In one moment, the foot-long steel needles were an ash gray that matched the tall fort walls. But in the next, they had suddenly begun to glow red. Die, Leonel thought coldly. Leonel's halo glowed. As though receiving a command from its king, the metal needles shot forward at inconceivable speeds. From the vantage point of Catwoman, she couldn't even see them. The speed was simply too much for the cameras to pick up. Even to the last moment, she wasn't aware of just what was about to happen to her. The last emotion on her face was a frozen sneer as she suddenly heard the blaring warning sirens of the tank. She looked back toward the camera and toward Leonel's indifferent expression. That look was seared into her mind as her final memory. She remembered that look. It was the same cold expression she had as they blew up the fort's foundation. It was the same cold expression she had as she watched the invalids swarm the outer city. It was the same cold expression she had as she heard their innocent screams and watched their guiltless blood flow. Bang, bang. The 2 tanks imploded into a rain of metal, fire, and ash. In one moment, they were barreling toward Leonel, and in the next, they exploded from within. Leonel felt the heat of the explosion blast against him, kicking his hair up in a storm of its tumult. But he continued to stand there indifferently. Clang, clang, clang. One hand brandished a black spear. The other's fingers danced across the air like a composure that plucked the strings of the battlefield. His hair billowed in the air, 10 spheres of silver and dozens of foot-long needles hovering before him. He was just a single man blocking a flood from all sides, but he still stood tall. Chapter 414, Fire. Chapter 414, Fire. Leonel was like a blazing sun. It felt and even looked as though he was the central star of a world. Even the splintered steel walls around him began to turn a fierce shade of red, causing those invalids who still tried to climb it in his presence suffer a fate worse than death. This was none other than the manifestation of the female fire mage's domain. However, Leonel had come to understand that this couldn't be considered to be a true domain. The difference between it and his chain domain was subtle, but it was there. From his communication with the dictionary, Leonel learned that this went by many different names. Some worlds called it a styles, others called it martial arts, some called it a dogma or a Tao. Ultimately, this was the final branch of what Leonel had categorized as this new world order's power system. While there were many different magic systems with countless branches in between them, Leonel had ultimately broken down the overarching power system of the dimensional verse into just a few categories. The first was one's ability. This existed outside of everything else, and could often be considered to be a unique talent. In many cases, one's ability provided one with an affinity, but there were some cases where it didn't have to either. It was a special category that could often make or break one's level of talent. The second category were lineage factors. This could be passed down to one from their parents or be a product of the future influencing the past. The third category was force. This category included neutral force and force-strengthening deviations. There were countless methods of utilizing force, whether that be in hand-to-hand combat or even in mage arts. The fourth category were universal cycles. This branch of the power system used the universal force to give an overall boost to one's fighting ability. The fifth category was soul force, or the mind. while the sixth category was the strengthening of one's body, both of which Leonel had dabbled in. From Leonel's current understanding, this styles or martial arts or dogma could be considered the seventh and final category. This was a comprehension that could fuse one's power systems into one, boosting it and helping one execute it all to the greatest possible extent. For example, Jilnia's fall style was one that emphasized a relentless attack. When this style was mastered, Jilnia was able to tailor her battle sense toward this particular style, allowing her attack, defense, and movement to display themselves as one seamless whole. If the first six categories were branches, this seventh category could be considered one's foundation, the very roots that held it all together. There were a countless variety of styles. The winged swordman's style was one that emphasized the fluidity of motion, the fusion of one's steps with one's attack and retreat. It placed particular importance on speed, swiftness, flexibility, and agility. The bowwoman's style was very similar to what Camelot knew as the general star. For ease, Leonel referred to it as the general style. It was calculating and considered every point in battle as a piece of the whole. Every step, every breath, and every thought one had was meant to bring one closer to victory. This style had no wasted energy and maximized efficiency. The final style, the style of the female fire mage, was one that brought one to the extremes of heat. This person embodied flames to such a great extent that all the fire elements in the surroundings couldn't help but surround them. In this way, it functioned more like the spell Light Domain rather than a true domain. However, much like the fall style caused the sound of crashing waters to fill the surroundings, the flame style preyed on a sense as well, except this time it was of one's touch rather than one's hearing. The variations between styles was endless and all-encompassing. But one thing that was true is that regardless of the style, only a single one could be used at a given time unless they were fused together into a new comprehension. This made sense. After all, how could one follow multiple dogmas at once? One couldn't possibly have the style of an office worker and an athlete at the same time, right? At least, that was the case for those who couldn't split their minds. Still, despite the fact Leonel could break this rule, he didn't feel a need to. It drew too much on his dream force to do so. Plus, for such a situation, he didn't need to. He continued to stand at the broken entrance of the fort, his battle intent blazing. He had not a single intention of letting anyone through. Joseph's gaze went blank. He stared without words at his screen, watching as the two tanks fell into an explosion of fire and shrapnel. His heart felt as though it was being torn out of his chest. Cut. Joseph's devastated roar resounded through the cockpit. The eyes of several of the drivers went red. Their cannons aimed toward Leonel, their fury reaching untold heights. They were all a family. Many of them came together when they were at a vulnerable place and had learned to lean on one another. Kat wasn't just a woman, wasn't just a colleague, she was their sister. The same way Joseph was a father to her in many ways, she was a mother to others. Clang, clang, clang. Leonel's gaze remained blazing. He brandished his spear, drawing another line across the ground. This one was even further ahead and was even deeper. He didn't speak this time because there was no need to. His meaning couldn't have been clearer. If they dared to come any closer, he would only kill more. Joseph saw red. To his side, tears streaked down Damien's face. Though he didn't say a word and had clenched his jaw shut tight, the fury in his heart was no less than the others. Fire. Leonel's gaze flashed with a cold light. Chapter 415, Irises. Chapter 415. Irises. Leonel might have reached the superior stage in his metal body, but he wasn't infallible. He was under no delusions that he would survive such an onslaught. And, even if by some miracle he did, he doubted that he would still be in position to fight. However, he didn't intend to allow such a thing to happen. His mind was on a completely different level. He could see everything before it happened. Joseph's order to fire. The spinning gears as the final tweaks were made to their aim. The slight scent of gunpowder. The touch of heat that graced the barrels. Leonel felt it all as if he was right there in the cockpit with them all. Which tanks were firing, where they were in relation to him, exactly when their shells would exit the nozzles, he saw through it all. And that, exactly that, would be their downfall. Leonel's raised hand trembled slightly. It was only the slightest flick, yet 7-foot-long needles shot forward at impossible speeds. They tore through the air, leaving a streak of smoke in their wake. Then, the sound barrier shattered. In one blink, the needles were floating by Leonel's side. In a second blink, they had appeared before the nozzles of the 7 firing tanks. In a third, bang, bang, bang. Joseph's heart trembled. No. It was almost as though he knew exactly what would happen the moment Leonel's fingers moved. The shells never got a chance to exit their barrels. The timing of Leonel's attack was so perfect that the needles met the projectiles within their nozzles. And the result was even more devastating than the first time. Joseph slumped into his chair, staring at his monitor with a pale expression. There was nothing he could even do. Despite the fact he had a high rank, he only had a healing ability. Even if he wanted to fight it out with Leonel to the death, was that even possible? At that moment, a mournful cry came from Joseph's side. Before he could even react, his younger brother had exploded through the roof doors of their tank. Damien saw nothing but red. The ground beneath him reacted just as violently, becoming a massive wave that shot him into the skies. He didn't have time to think of logic. He didn't have time to realize that his actions were futile. In the past, before even completing his force nodes, Leonel had already defeated him. Back then, Leonel was nowhere near the monster he was now. How could there even be a contest between them? Of course, Damien still felt that these matters were different from what they had once been in the past. His ability had improved, and his ability to use it had likewise improved. But could his improvement match with Leonel's? The ground rose like a tsunami, trying to envelop Leonel completely, and, at the very least, its shadow succeeded in doing so. The sun was completely blotted out. All Leonel saw was a wave of earth, and the man who stood atop of it, completely enraged. Unfortunately for Damien, he used his flow ability on earth. Leonel spread out his hands, facing his palm toward Damien. Earthen shackle. Damien suddenly jolted to a stop. The earth he had always been able to control at a whim suddenly became like a steel behemoth, unwilling to heed his calls for help. His body was almost thrown off due to his forward momentum, but that was when he suddenly found his ankles and wrists had been caught, shackled down without even a chance to escape. Damien's attempts came to a grinding halt before he could even get close. Though he was the one in the air now, shackled by earth that had once been under his control, he still felt as though it was Leonel who was looking down on him. The world fell into an odd silence for a moment. The screams and blood had come to a stop within the city. The rumbling tanks never even made it to the gates, and even the invalids that had approached close enough to do anything had been slaughtered by Leonel just as quickly. At that moment, Miles had managed to crawl his way back up to an undamaged section of the wall. Heavy breaths heaved his chest as he sat slumped to the ground. He had no idea what happened below. The only slight clue he had was Leonel's familiar voice roaring through the city, but he had yet to confirm if that voice that haunted his nightmares was really the same person who had spoken just now. But at this moment, he simply didn't care. He had managed to survive, and that was all that mattered. A growl suddenly caught Miles's attention. He looked over to find that he had managed to crawl back up to a section of the wall where the White Wolf variant invalid had been caged. They had been planning on bringing it down the wall and into the inner city, but obviously the Slayer Legion had ruined those plans. The blue-eyed wolf continued to growl at Miles, but it didn't lunge forward. It had learned its lesson about this cage a long time ago. Despite its massive body, this prison treated it no differently from an ordinary house dog. Miles looked away from the white wolf and stood. Seeing that it was still imprisoned gave him a sense of confidence. By now, this white wolf had become his greatest trump card. With Miles's intelligence, he could tell that he had been abandoned. He, of course, knew about the greater security of the inner city. After all, he was the one who deployed the illusion that kept it hidden. But he had never expected to be hung out to dry like this. Miles chuckled silently to himself as he stood. Maybe this was the first time he truly understood the world he had been born in. The worst part was that even if he returned alive, he would have to pretend as though he didn't know a thing. He was a man without power. Did he even have the right to feel aggrieved? Feelings and fairness were commodities reserved for those with strength. Trying to bring balance to a world without power was no different than asking for death. Miles took a deep breath and calmed his beating heart, a resoluteness in his gaze. There would come a day where he PCHU. Miles looked down, only to find a bloody hole the size of a bowling ball in his chest. His final thoughts couldn't even finish before he collapsed to the ground, his vision swimming. Shh. It's okay, little white. I can't believe these bastards locked you up either. It's fine. Don't be mad at me. You know why I had to let you suffer a bit. We'll pay them back 100-fold soon. These were the last words Miles heard before his life faded from the world. Unfortunately, they were spoken in a language he couldn't comprehend. As for his last sight, if one found his soul and questioned it, he would swear that it was a pair of white irises. Chapter 416, Shadows 1. Chapter 416, Shadows 1. Leonel clenched his fists, causing the mountain of earth Damien was chained to collapse to the ground. His fingers flicked out once again. This time, however, instead of steel needles being shot out, little Tully's spherical forms tore through the air, appearing about the remaining tanks. In the blink of an eye, through little Tully, Leonel not only sealed the barrels of the tanks, but also the roof doorways. Beyond that, he also sealed a hidden escape hatch. With his understanding of the tanks, how could he miss something like that? From start to finish, those of the Slayer Legion didn't dare to move. In truth, after Leonel moved again, they thought they would die. But even after realizing that they would keep their lives, a bout of despair overwhelmed them. To a rebel, being captured by the Empire meant that their lives were all but over. Earth only had a single prison located on the 9th-ranked province, the Dark Cloud Province. It could be said that though the monitoring bracelets were a huge invasion of privacy, they did their job. The crime rates were exceptionally low. Beyond this, the rehabilitation of criminals was also excellent. For those who committed petty crimes or lower-level felonies, they received ample help to get their lives back on track. However, those who were deemed irredeemable were all sent to Dark Cloud Prison. This wasn't a typical story of prison horror. There were no tall tales of torture or terrible living conditions. In fact, the Empire had allowed reporters and activists into this prison many times before. It could be said that for an empire willing to let 99% of its population die, the Empire was ironically humane in other ways. However, everyone knew that no one who ever stepped into Dark Cloud Prison ever took a single step out. There were only two greatly protected regions of Earth that were perfectly prepared for the metamorphosis. One was the capital, and the second was Dark Cloud Province. Even after the metamorphosis descended, not a single person managed to escape. Those of the Slayer Legion slumped into their chairs. They knew that as of now, their lives were over. Leonel lowered his hands, his chest heaving. Using his ability to analyze and scope out the situation had been easy. Commanding Little Tolly's actions had also been easy. But using his chain domain made him feel as though he was squeezing what remained of his life out. Before, Leonel had only used his chain domain for a split moment against that mental mage. Plus, back then, his chain domain had been incomplete and imperfect. Now, however, his chain domain was perfect. It took far more out of him to use, especially as violently as he had just done. Restraining a target was one thing, but constricting them to death was an entirely separate matter. Unfortunately, since his hands were tied, Leonel had no choice but to use this method. If my spear force was in the fourth dimension, it wouldn't be nearly as taxing, but Leonel sighed and shook his head, revolving his 3 stars to recover quickly. He knew he couldn't break through into the fourth dimension until he comprehended the Four Seasons realm, but in truth, he hadn't even begun to try just yet. He wasn't quite sure how to. What Leonel didn't know was that there wasn't necessarily a how. Those who comprehended the Four Seasons realm on their own relied on sudden enlightenment and meditation. But with how Leonel's life never allowed him a moment to rest, whether or not he could succeed in this matter was still unknown. What do I do now? Leonel felt a sudden headache coming on. He'd come here to take the fort down. He had never expected to be the one to save it, Leonel's gaze sharpened. He looked to his back, only to be slightly shocked as the illusion around the inner city began to slowly collapse. The truth was that this illusion was never able to hide itself from Leonel's eyes. But now the dream force around it was dissipating, making it possible for everyone to see the hidden truth. It was a massive metal dome. It stretched in length and width for at least 10 kilometers. As for its height, it completely dwarfed the 20-meter tall or so walls of the outer city. It rose up at least a kilometer in that aspect alone. It could only be described as a behemoth. With the illusion gone, the true size of the city seemed to become obvious. The outer city was just a small ring around the outside compared to the monstrosity that took up the center of all of their lives. Seeing such a sight, Leonel felt the rage he thought he had calmed in his chest flare up again. With such a large space, was it really so impossible to allow everyone in? Did they really disdain to do so this much? The worst part about it all was that the alloys used to form this dome couldn't even be breathed in the same breath as those that built the outer wall. It was infinitely close to a fourth dimension metal. In fact, this was simply because it was formed of a collection of third-dimensional metals. In terms of strength alone, if Leonel's analysis was correct, it put many fourth-dimensional metals to shame. Yet, the outer wall was only considered to be strong within the third dimension. The difference was so striking that one almost couldn't help but laugh. Leonel didn't have the time to care why the illusion had faded. He wanted nothing more than to charge over and flatten the dome he saw before him. Yep, just when Leonel was about to do something stupid, a little mink pounced in his arms. This small action seemed to snap him back to reality. Leonel looked up to find Ina following after the little mink, her great sword seemingly unblemished by battle. "They're clear?" Leonel asked. Ina nodded. While Leonel's job had been to stop any more from leaking in, Ina had teamed up with the little mink to take out any that had managed to make their way into the city. Leonel sighed. He really wasn't sure what to do. He shook his head. "Maybe I should just try to repair this wall first. Can I do it alone, though, Leonel frowned, his gaze focusing back on the little mink. What were these little faint black balls floating around Little Blackstar? Chapter 417, Shadows 2, Chapter 417, Shadows 2. Leonel put his spear away and raised the little mink in his arms, observing the little guy curiously. When he focused in on the blobs of black, Leonel realized something astonishing. Each one of them had a different character to them. Those with stronger presences were larger, while those with weaker ones were smaller. But it wasn't just this either. Each seemed to have a different feel. The largest of them carried a biting cold to them. There were 2 of them in total. One seemed to want to completely envelop you in an avalanche, while the other was sharp like a thin, cooled knife slicing into your body. Leonel felt like he remembered them from somewhere. Those 12 ice guards, 2 of them reminded me of this feeling. Leonel's eyes widened in realization. These blobs, they were the shadows of the enemies Little Blackstar had killed. Blackstar can't absorb them, Leonel thought, confused. They're disappearing too. Leonel seemed to realize two things immediately after understanding what he was dealing with. The first was that Blackstar didn't seem capable of swallowing these shadows like he had the shadow of Simeon's numbered warrior, and the second was that they were slowly fading. The more powerful of them seemed to linger on for longer, but the weaker ones were already collapsing to the point Leonel could hardly sense them. There are two potential reasons for why Blackstar can't absorb them. It's either that he had an affinity limitation, or it's that he can only take in one at a time. If it's the latter, then that means the only way he could take on a new ability is if he gave the one he has already. Leonel frowned, sinking into his own thoughts. The ability Blackstar could mimic now came from one of Simeon's hand-picked warriors. From Leonel's comprehension, it was an S-grade ability at worst. That said, the Ice Guards were SSS-grade invalids, so their abilities obviously likewise followed suit. The true issue was that the sharpness ability of that numbered warrior was very useful to Leonel. When he and the little mink worked in tandem, Leonel could gain an extension of this ability. This was what had allowed him to threaten Jilnia's life back then. Of course, at the time, Leonel had also relied on many other things like the general style and his dreamscape battle sense. But it was still an important factor. Leonel curiously reached out a hand toward one of the shadows. He didn't seem to realize that Ina was looking at him from the side with a confused light coloring her eyes. It seemed that only Leonel and little Blackstar could see these floating shadows. Huh? Leonel shot his hand back, his heartbeat quickening. What's wrong? Ina finally couldn't hold back, a slight tinge of worry in her voice. The little mink had charged over here after sensing Leonel's agitation. So, she had already appeared realizing she might have to calm Leonel down from doing something stupid again. But this was completely out of her expectations. Leonel took a deep breath and explained things. I felt as though something about myself would fundamentally change if I absorbed it into my body. You're saying others can absorb them? Such a thing was inconceivable. If this was true, then the value of such an ability would be impossible to calculate. Ina couldn't help but look toward the little mink with a new light in her eyes. The little mink crawled up from Leonel's hands, up his arm, and stood proudly on his shoulder as though showing off. Such a scene pulled out a smile from the depths of Ina's heart. I don't think it's so simple, Leonel said slowly. It's hard to explain, but I felt as though absorbing that shadow would take something away from me, almost as though it was taking an average of my shadow and this one to form an all-new shadow. Leonel's senses were incredibly sensitive. On top of that, his memory was impeccable. He was able to simulate that exact moment again and again in his dream world. What if Leonel closed his eyes? With Ina around him, he didn't have to worry about anything else. In his dream world, a new dream clone appeared, but this time, it wasn't himself, but rather a perfect replica of Joel. Everything from his height to his mannerisms to his ability were perfectly reflected. After breaking through, Leonel's simulations within the third dimension had a 99% accuracy rating. He could practically reflect the world perfectly in his mind. Over 10 minutes later, Leonel opened his eyes, his gaze blazing. Ina, who had been watching over Leonel, this whole, looked to him with a half-annoyed, half-curious look. This really wasn't the place to suddenly be taking a nap. By now, the shadows had all faded away into nothing, but Leonel didn't mind one bit. To him, the information he gleaned from them was far more important than the strength they could provide him. This matter was life-changing. He couldn't just casually take action without testing out every parameter he could. In that time, Leonel learned a few things. First, the limitation on the little mink wasn't affinity-related. It was a limitation of quantity. In the little guy's current state, only a single ability could be absorbed by him. Second, anyone could absorb any shadow as long as they had the little mink as a proxy. However, it wouldn't be a simple addition to one's ability. Only the little mink had the benefit of absorbing abilities without consequences. Everyone else had to weigh the pros and cons. One had to treat the shadow like one's soul. Randomly absorbing the shadows of others into oneself would be like changing oneself fundamentally. If someone with a strong ability absorbed a weaker ability, that someone's overall strength would become an average of the two. In addition, if the two abilities weren't compatible, it could lead to a disharmony that could cripple a person entirely. Even beyond this, there was the matter of oneself. It was very likely that absorbing a shadow could influence one's personality in ways one would never even expect. All of this made Leonel realize that this ability would be useless for him. Where could he find an ability comparable or better to the quasi-silver monstrosity that was his own? And, even if he did, where would he find one compatible with something as outrageously rare as Dreamforce? But Leonel didn't care. He felt that he was talented and powerful enough. He had yet to find his match in that regard, though that was obviously in part due to the fact he had yet to reach higher dimensional worlds. What Leonel really cared about were the benefits his teammates might gain from this. If they had more strength to protect themselves, it would be for the best. Leonel kept getting this nagging feeling that something big was coming, but he couldn't completely finish connecting all the dots. This left him feeling uneasy. Unfortunately, all he could do was prepare to the best of his ability. Still, he had to consider the problem of warped personalities. If the friends he had grown up with all his life suddenly became completely different people, Then who had he saved exactly? Leonel sighed and rubbed the little mink's head, its little whiskers twitching. At that moment, the grinding of loud gears caught Leonel's attention. Oh, so they want to open the inner city now? Leonel's gaze suffused with a cold light. Chapter 488, War Drums. Chapter 488, War Drums. Leonel watched as the door's gates open. Despite being several kilometers away, due to the size of the dome and his own senses, he might as well have been right in front of it all. We should go, Aina said softly. If they stayed here and were subject to the same technology the Invalid Horde had been, they would definitely suffer. There were just two of them. No matter how powerful they were, they still weren't prepared to take down such a behemoth alone, at least not without proper planning. Since Leonel had already met his goal of securing the safety of his friends, there was really no need to keep risking themselves here. It was a pointless endeavor. I can't leave without killing the junior Governor Duke, Leonel said. Aina sent a glance over to Leonel. She still remembered that over a year ago, Leonel couldn't even stomach killing a human, but now he was going out of his way to make sure one in particular felt his wrath. She couldn't say that she was opposed to this. This was a realization she always hoped Leonel would come to, but at the same time, she liked Leonel's innocence and naivete. Though this was a much better mentality for Leonel to have in such a world, she still felt like she was losing something. They wouldn't release the illusion over the inner city without reason. He might already be dead. Leonel's brows raised. Now that he thought about it, that was true. Miles had been on the wall when the explosion suddenly went off. The possibility of his death was quite high, especially since his ability wasn't physical. Leonel released his internal sight. He had been completely focused on the battle with the Slayer Legion originally, so he didn't have the mind to care for other things. Though the battle had seemed simple and easy, had Leonel not been able to calculate every minute detail, it was very possible that he could have been the one that ended up dying. Huh? Leonel's eyes sharpened. What is it? Aina asked. We really is dead. Aina nodded. Let's go then. There's nothing else to do here. It's not that simple. Someone killed him. One of the invalids? I can't be sure. Normally an invalid would want a human's ethereal glabella, but his skull is intact. There's only a hole through his chest. Then isn't it obvious? Aina asked. They closed the inner city without sending someone to save him. Someone plotted against him for whatever reason. It might have something to do with his choice to bomb the fort back then. Maybe, Leonel's eyes narrowed. At the moment, his senses locked onto an open cage. He remembered that this was the same cage that held the White Wolf variant invalid before, but this cage only had damage from the outside. Someone released that beast? Sparks continued to fly within Leonel's dreamscape, but he still didn't have enough information. He had no idea what was happening. Young miss? A sudden voice cut off Leonel's thoughts. Aina's expression changed. Suddenly, Leonel found his hand being pulled by something soft as he was dragged away. He looked back over his shoulder to see Yuri hiking up her dress and chasing after them. This feels oddly familiar. Leonel's train of thought was interrupted as he laughed. This was the second time he and Aina had run away from Yuri. He didn't know why Aina wanted to avoid her so much, but he had to say he didn't mind holding on to such a soft hand. Leonel couldn't be certain if Aina's scars only impacted her face, but what he was sure of was the fact her hands were perfect and without flaw. Is it creepy to be attracted to a slender hand? Leonel thought to himself. Young miss, stop running. Unfortunately for Yuri, compared to the past, Leonel and Aina were even faster. Eventually, she could only stop running as they disappeared into the distance. In the place of the running couple, Leonel's teammates suddenly appeared once again amid dim flashing lights, hints of confusion on their faces due to the unexpected teleportation. Miles looked toward Joel and Raj, then all three met gazes with Yuri. They all had the same abandoned look in their eye. First time? Yuri's chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath, a hint of sympathy in her voice. The three nodded like wounded children. Yuri rose to her tippy toes and patted their shoulders. You get used to it. While the Royal Blue Fort had been attacked by an unknown entity, the capital was coming up with ways to deal with the addition of a second moon. Under this second moon's influence, it had been difficult for Earth to get a moment of peace. But, as though this wasn't bad enough, their world's evolution had been accelerated, causing an epidemic of force surges to erupt. The activity of beasts and invalids alike grew as a result, making the environment far more volatile. Instances of beast and invalid hordes were taking the infantile world by storm. It was amidst these challenges that news of this second moon was finally disseminated and reached the ears of the most powerful men and women of Earth. The appearance of a kingdom within the territory of the Ascension Empire, it was unacceptable. The instant these matters were learned about, the Empire sounded the war drums. For the first time in centuries, a true threat had appeared within their territory. For the vast majority of Earth, even getting access to the normal tech they had was impossible. But, in the past year, the Empire hadn't been sitting on its laurels. With the resources it had access to, the capital had quickly become a place no less prosperous than any other fourth-dimensional world. In addition, even without access to technology, it was a simple matter for those of the capital to exchange for treasures that would allow them to travel to this second moon. War drums beat. War flags rose. A patriotic aura thrummed throughout the capital. As for the chosen leader of this expedition, Prince Noah Fox. Chapter 419, Elder Sister, Chapter 419. Elder Sister Ina dragged Leonel along until they were easily over 5 kilometers away. For the two of them, crossing this distance only took a handful of minutes. When Ina finally let go of his hand, Leonel couldn't help but laugh. He laughed quite heartily at that. With the snow falling from the skies and abandoned buildings all around them, it felt as though they were in their own world. Ina pouted slightly. She realized that this was the second time she had run away from Yuri with Leonel like that. She didn't really know why. It was just an instinct. She should have just run away alone. At least then he wouldn't be laughing at her like this. Why do you always run away from Yuri like that? She's probably been waiting months to see you again and was definitely happy to see you. Leonel finally found this to be quite odd. The first time he hadn't really thought much about it, but he hadn't expected it to be a pattern. Ina hesitated. It's fine if you don't want to say. Leonel waved her off. Ina didn't really like speaking about her past. He didn't want to press her for information and end up pushing her away further. No, I mean, Yuri was sent to look after me by my father. Leonel froze for a moment. Ina's father? After he heard of her hatred for the Brazinger family, Leonel thought both of Ina's parents had died. But, now that he thought about it, Ina's exact words back then had been, Heidi, ATA, the short of it is that I don't have a family. I had a mother, and my father is no longer with me. Heidi, ATAT. IDATATT, IDATAT, ATATA, DAT, IDAT, ITT, 18Aid's exact words of the current status of her father. Maybe Yuri being sent to her was also a surprise on her part. Teenati. Thurs, one that IDA, Teenati. Just from looking into Ina's eyes, Leonel could see a swirl of emotion. Hesitancy, sadness, resilience, resentment. Even without Ina explaining anything more, Leonel could extrapolate quite a lot. It was likely that Ina believed her father had been dead too until Yuri suddenly appeared. Then she must have wondered why her father would leave her alone if he had been alive all along. Leonel didn't want to read into it too much, but he must have felt quite similarly until Dreamforce had allowed him to remember those forgotten memories about his mother. Truth be told, Leonel had never thought about what it would be like to meet Ina's parents before. He was a sociable person and wasn't very nervous about the prospect. But hearing that Ina's father was alive made him frown. In the end, he chose not to judge without understanding the full story. But if there came a day where he learned that her father didn't have a good reason, Ina shook her head as though pulling herself out of her own thoughts. It's not a big deal. It isn't as though I hate her or anything. After saying this, Ina fell silent once again. Leonel smiled. Your birthday is soon, right? Ina was stunned by these words. You, Leonel shrugged. It's kind of hard to keep up with what the date is with all the changing timelines we've been traveling through, but I think I have a pretty accurate grasp of it. My birthday wasn't long ago, so I know yours is soon. Yep. Leonel wasn't certain if the little mink understood what he was saying or not, but it excitedly hopped up and down. It seemed to at least understand that a birthday was a nice thing. Now that Leonel thought about it, his last 2 birthdays had been quite depressing. One was spent within the Mayan tomb, and the next was spent training in Brave City. Usually, during that time of year, his father would give him a gift. Funny enough, usually that gift ended up being more of a present for his dad than himself. Most of the time, it was some vintage DVD with some anime from hundreds of years ago. Thinking of this, Leonel couldn't help but smile and shake his head. What do you want to do for your birthday? Ina seemed stunned by the question. Celebrate a birthday? Now? Was he crazy? In the end, without an answer to give, she ended up glaring at Leonel. Why was he always so immature? Even seeing this, Leonel's smile didn't fade. Fine, since you don't have an answer, I'll surprise you. Looking at Leonel's grin, it seemed like he had no intention of listening to her words. In fact, her glare, which was usually quite effective, seemed to have hit a brick wall this time. Huh? Leonel wanted to tease Ina some more, but his gaze locked onto a bird in the sky. The beast quickly descended, approaching the pair with a blazing speed. Leonel almost attacked it initially, but after a while he became fairly certain that it had no ill intentions. This message method, Camelot? Leonel couldn't be 100% certain, but this mode of communication shouldn't exist on Earth. But, regardless of where the message itself came from, Leonel had no idea who would be contacting him at all. The bird descended, landing in Leonel's palm. Hello, handsome little boy. I placed a small tracking spell on your necklace treasure. I hope you don't mind. I know you have a kind heart, so I thought I would reach out to you now. My demon empire needs some help. We're currently being attacked by those we assume are your people. I hope you can help us communicate with them. In return, Big Sis has plenty of rewards for you. Leonel coughed violently hearing this message, his head slowly turning in Ina's direction. But all he found were blinking, curious eyes and a light smile. Leonel easily recognized that this message was from Mordred, but he couldn't help but lament her timing. Why now? Couldn't she have picked a better moment? Smiling an ugly smile, Leonel squeezed out a dry laugh. I didn't know you had an elder sister, Ina said, her smile never fading. Leonel had no idea why, but these words felt like a fatal blow. Legends say one could hear the whimpers of a young man that day beneath the heavily falling snow. Chapter 420, Reason. Chapter 420, Reason. After Leonel was settled in, he became shocked by this sudden change. The Empire was attacking Camelot? No, maybe he wasn't so surprised about this much. This was the way of the Empire. Ever since they had taken power, they had never allowed any true threats to their sovereignty to survive. Maybe only the Slayer Legion could accomplish such a feat, but even then, they had only been able to do so by hiding away and tucking their tails for decades on end. However, compared to the Slayer Legion, Camelot's location was laid bare for all to see. There was no chance to hide or be covert, and maybe even they weren't aware of why they had to do so either. As far as citizens of Camelot were concerned, they were in the same location as they'd always been. As for their rulers, many of them might have an inkling, but only Mordred knew exactly what was happening thanks to the trial grounds she shared with Leonel. So, what Leonel was maybe truly surprised about was the fact Mordred had reached out to him at all. Though it couldn't be said that they were enemies, a few months ago all of Leonel's thoughts were filled with how to kill this woman. It was only after seeing her backstory and sympathizing with her that he couldn't bear to do so any longer. Leonel couldn't help but hesitate. The Empire was attacking Camelot. Was this really something he should be interfering in? What could he even do? He felt that Mordred overestimated him due to his talent. Let alone the fact that Leonel had yet to meet the other talents of Earth and wasn't exactly certain how he stacked up to them, even if he was far beyond what they could match. It simply wouldn't matter. None of them even knew his name. And, by the time he proved he had strength and should be listened to, he'd likely be an enemy of them all. This was the Empire they were talking about. They weren't exactly great listeners. On top of that, Leonel didn't owe Camelot anything. If anything, he had saved them. What reason did he have to protect them? If Leonel placed his bias against the Empire aside and looked at the bigger picture, if the people of Camelot were under the rulership of the Ascension Empire, they'd be much safer. Ha, did I really just think that? How safe were the people of the fort when the nobles decided to abandon them? Leonel sighed and shook his head. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It wasn't Camelot that asked me for help, but the Demon Empire. That was right. Most of the reasons Camelot was such a bad place to live in the first place was because of the existence of the Demon Empire. It would be quite ridiculous if he went to save the demons that made their lives a living hell to begin with. Ina watched from the side, her expression far less playful now. She could almost see the struggle on Leonel's face as he wrestled with whether to do something rational or foolish. How do you feel about the Empire? Ina suddenly said. I don't like it, Leonel replied absent-mindedly. And why is that? They don't value lives. They treat their citizens like they can be plugged into risk assessment equations and deleted whenever they've overstayed their welcome. They don't keep tabs on the corruption of their nobles, letting them do as they please. They monitor the every movement of their people as though they were cattle rather than human beings. Leonel rattled off his thoughts almost like a machine. Compared to people who didn't normally understand what they were feeling and why, Leonel's ability practically didn't allow him to do this. His every thought had a very logical reason behind it, at least logical to himself. This was why his feelings for Ina were so incomprehensible. They were the one thing about himself that he truly couldn't explain, and it was ironically the one thing that he didn't try too hard to explain either. Isn't the answer simple then? Ina said with a smile. Who cares about anything else as long as you're standing in their way? Leonel snapped out of his rant, his eyes brightening as he shot a glance toward Ina. You're right. Leonel grinned. The bird in Leonel's palm had an amulet around its neck. Leonel didn't need to think much about it to understand what it was. On the amulet, there was a key of some sort. Of course, this key wasn't physical, but was rather drawn as an art. This key represented the location coordinates of a teleportation reception pad. If Leonel used this key as the core of a large-scale teleportation array, he would be able to go directly toward where Mordred was. It will take me quite a few hours to finish drawing this array. Let's find a secluded place. Ina followed after Leonel quietly. Though Leonel's reasons for doing this were quite simple and pure, Ina's couldn't be categorized as such. In her mind, the more chaos her world was in, the more battles she would be able to participate in, and the faster she would be able to strengthen herself. This was what she cared about the very most. Plus, she was absolutely certain that if the Empire was making such big moves, it was impossible for the hidden families to not be involved. Earth's second moon, dubbed Camelot, was still the very same mess of torrential rain it had been when Leonel left it. However, this time, it had been splintered in a large-scale war the likes of which it had not seen in a very long time. After scouting out the moon, the Empire concluded that the best target would be the Demon Empire. From their understanding, Camelot's kingdom had greatly weakened after losing 6 Knights of the Round Table and 2 3-star Magi. In such a vulnerable position, if the Empire swooped in and eliminated the threat that had been plaguing them for centuries, how many would willingly choose to leave the rulership of King Arthur? Gazing toward the no-man's land of Camelot, a familiar young man with white gold hair and shimmering emerald eyes stood amidst the heavy rain. However, every drop that approached him rebounded off of a golden barrier, becoming sparkling motes of light as they scattered. Compared to when he was in the presence of his grandfather, Noah's demeanor was far more level-headed and peaceful. Though he lacked the arrogance one would expect from a prince between his brow, he had a natural air of superiority about him, one ingrained down to his very bones. "The meeting is beginning, Your Highness." Noah nodded and made his way to an elaborate tent covered in soft, black bear fur. It, too, seemed unblemished by the rain. Chapter 421, Beast Skin Tent. Chapter 421, Beast Skin Tent. The tent was massive, reaching 10 meters into the sky and 20 in every other direction. Though it couldn't be considered to be lavishly decorated, everything was neatly arranged, and not even the fibers of the beast skin carpets swayed out of proper order. The lights were dim, but warm, and a smell of harmonious nature hung in the air. In truth, it seemed more like the abode of a warlord than an empire's prince. But it exuded an air of dominance and demanded absolute obedience at the same time. Numerous young faces all turned toward Noah at once and rose from their seated positions. Not a single one showed even a hint of disrespect. In fact, some of them looked on with trepidation. Noah maintained an even pace as he made his way to the head of the table. It was only after he sat that the others followed suit, a heaviness reigning over the atmosphere. This wasn't the first time Noah had led an expedition. With their talent, many of them had entered zones and invalid clearing teams with him in the past. They knew how he operated and how meticulous he was. Stepping out of line wasn't acceptable. This was why the tent had been completely silent before he entered, and, even after he did, it remained as such. Noah glanced toward the three-dimensional map that spread out across the table. This map was actually the representation of top-of-the-line nanotechnology. Under normal conditions, it would blend into the table and be invisible. However, after observing a target, it would perfectly replicate a scaled version. In fact, if fitted with all the bells and whistles necessary, it could even provide live observation of a target. Unfortunately, they had only been able to deploy a small portion of this technology. Unlocking the full scope of its abilities would require deploying force disruption towers all across this second moon. But that obviously was not possible for now. After a long while, Noah finally spoke. "What is the report on their strength? According to our scouts, they are infinitely close to a fourth-dimensional world in strength, Your Highness. The main targets to look out for are those they call the Demon Lords, the Knight of the Round Table, and the Three-Star Magi. Aside from this, the most powerful existences on this moon are characters they know as King Arthur, Queen Guinevere, Lancelot, and Mordred." The youths looked toward each other with weird gazes. Did they get dropped into a fairy tale or something? Though they had been briefed on the truth behind the appearance of this second moon, it was still too hard for them to accept. How could stories become real? And if stories could become real, where exactly was the blurred line between reality and fiction? However, considering the identity of the young woman who had spoken, none of them dared to make jokes about it easily. If Noah was the one they feared the most, this young lady was very much a close second. She had a slender little button nose and short cropped hair that made her look quite adorable. That, coupled with her short stature of barely 5/4 hand, her petite frame, made her seem like a treasure everyone wanted to protect. That was until you heard her cold voice and saw those piercing blue eyes. She seemed to bore into your soul with her every action, shocking your system with ice. This young lady was the youngest daughter of the Grand Prime Minister Scarlet family, Jessica Scarlet. Much like Governor Duke was a fusion of the Governor and Duke titles, the Grand Prime Minister was a fusion of the Grand Duke and Prime Minister titles. While there were 8 Governor Dukes, the Empire only had 2 Grand Prime Ministers. And, while the territories of the Governor Dukes were out of the capital, the Grand Prime Ministers had the most prestigious province as their stomping grounds. Jessica was too young to be in line for any hereditary titles and was technically not meant to gain much power from her family as a result, but her own abilities spoke too loudly. Still, despite the fact she was more than worthy to fight for the position of Grand Prime Minister in the future, she had practically been a glorified secretary to Noah since she was 13 years old. Even now that she was almost 23, she hadn't deviated from this role at all. In fact, the only difference between her past self and her current self was that she had swapped out her usual gray pantsuit for a flexible leather-patched armor. From afar, she looked no different from a female sniper to assassin, even down to the numerous knives strapped across her body. Despite her small stature, she had quite a good figure as well. This much was clear even when she wore those gray pantsuits. Not that anyone dared to look, anyway. Maybe Jessica was the only one who could read out names like Mordred and King Arthur without bursting into a fit of laughter. It was clear that she found nothing funny about it. Or maybe she didn't have much of a sense of humor to begin with. "Infinitely close to the fourth dimension?" a young man asked. "How did they manage to pull this off?" The other youths nodded. They too were curious about this. From their understanding, this world shouldn't be so strong. After all, it came from an SS grade zone. It's impossible to tell so early on, Jessica replied coldly. Our best guess is that their force seems to be several times thicker than the norm. It is likely that they have a technique able to thicken force beyond the normal limits. This much has also been partially confirmed from other avenues of intelligence. After allowing the youths to murmur amongst each other for a while, Noah finally spoke again. Our target is the Demon Empire. What are the main pitfalls? The first is their numbers. The second is our ignorance. The last is their terrain advantage. Jessica replied efficiently. Their numbers aren't only made up of demon lords, but also large hordes of demonic beasts. They seem to have some methods of controlling these hordes, though not with great accuracy. Secondly, we are ignorant of much of their methods. They seem to employ a branch of force arts for what they call magic, or mage arts. We are still gathering information on this. I suggest that we send a few ambassadors to their kingdom and form friendly relations. Lastly, the terrain. Their so-called Demon Empire's core is located within a mountainous region. It's almost impossible to launch a large-scale attack. Noah nodded, tapping lightly on the table. His mind spun quickly, his gaze locking on to the mountainous regions Jessica mentioned. A suffocating aura exuded from the young prince. At that moment, many around him could hardly breathe. Seemingly used to such a thing, they could only clench their jaws, waiting for it to pass. Finally, the tapping stopped. Forming diplomatic relations is not a bad idea, but it will take too long. Imperial Grandfather granted us 3 months at most to complete this mission. We can't afford to waste it. Since there is no path of attack through the mountains, we will make one. Implement the detonation plan of 2097. Jessica, you will lead your squad to deal with the demonic beasts. The more you pull into our control, the better. You have 2 weeks. Finally, send an ultimatum to this King Arthur. It's either he helps us to level this demon empire, or, after we're done, he'll be next. Chapter 422, Pansy. Chapter 422, Pansy. A sudden flash caught the patrolling guard by surprise. The location was a dark castle hidden within the depths of a mountainous region. It was designed so well that it seemed to blend into the jagged structure of the mountains around it, giving off a dark and sinister vibe. It was safe to say that such a region rarely, if ever, received visitors. And those who could use this teleportation platform were even rarer. However, the guards were even more shocked when they realized that their 2 guests were humans. Any other guards would likely lash out with an attack by now. But these guards were so used to doing nothing that they were stunned for a moment, not knowing how they should react. At that moment, Leonel's vision cleared, and he locked eyes on the 2 demon guards before him. Both of them were women dressed a bit too scantily for a normal teenage boy to ignore. Of course, that was only if these teenage boys weren't Leonel Morales. The 2 guards had pale violet skin and twin horns that came out from their seemingly delicate foreheads. As though that wasn't enough to complete the picture, they both had thin, devilish tails. No matter how one looked at it, these 2 were a pair of succubi. Leonel couldn't imagine how Mordred thought to receive good quality protection from these 2. Leonel looked toward Ina and back before clearing his throat. Hello, I'm Leonel. Mordred asked to see me? Leonel rarely felt awkward socializing with others, but this was simply too much. Was this how he should be asking to see a demon empress that was feared by so many? Why did it sound like he was checking in at a doctor's appointment? The 2 demon women looked toward one another, seemingly communicating about whether they should be attacking now or not. Luckily, large doors off to the side of the quiet room suddenly opened, revealing the figure of a voluptuous woman with pale skin. It seemed as though the only hint of color on her body were her red lips. As for everything else, they seemed painted in black and white. Who else could this person be if not the demon empress Mordred? Mordred smiled, opening her soft lips to speak. But she suddenly paused when she noticed Ina, her lashes fluttering as she blinked, a curious light in her eye. Looking from Ina to Leonel then back, a sudden amused light colored her eyes. Leonel and Ina, correct? Leonel was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that Mordred had seen his life from start to end like he had hers. Even though this Ina didn't match up to his memories, with some context clues and an intelligent mind, it wasn't much of a problem to draw the proper conclusion. Leonel smiled. Demon Empress. Mordred giggled. You don't have to call me that. Just call me Big Sis or M. Leonel coughed lightly. M it is then. Mordred only laughed more at this reaction. Come with me, I'll show you to some accommodations. I might as well act as a proper host. Mordred left with Leonel and Ina under the stunned gazes of the 2 female demons. Was this really their demon empress? All right, you 2 can have this room. After traveling through what Leonel could only describe as a dreary and dark castle styled after Earth's Victorian era, Mordred finally stopped at yet another massive door. This castle had a severe lack of normal-sized doors. All the ones they had come across to this point were 10 meters tall at the smallest, and all had elaborate archways. Seeing this door, however, Leonel began coughing again. Just one room? Mordred sent Leonel a glance as though she was looking at an idiot. Even if someone was going to say that, shouldn't he have waited for Ina to speak first? Who was the real man in this relationship? Ina didn't say much as she walked into the room, leaving Mordred staring at Leonel and shaking her head in disappointment. Leonel went to scratch his head out of habit, but accidentally interrupted the nap of the little mink. In return, he received a strong swipe that left his hand aching. Mordred pursed her lips and shook her head. Big Sis knows a lot about getting women. Stop being a pansy. Leonel watched as Mordred walked away, completely speechless. How was he a pansy? In fact, he sometimes felt he was a little too bold. How many people would confess so many times? Maybe that wasn't so much of a good thing. Leonel coughed silently to himself. If one had followed him for the last day, they'd probably assume he had a cold of some sort. Leonel walked into the room after Ina, his head swirling with confusing thoughts. Was he really a pansy? Have a nice rest. Mordred's voice came from the hallway. We can talk about the rest tomorrow morning. Leonel felt the door lightly click behind him. He didn't need to think to know that this was Mordred taking action again. The first thing he saw was a massive bed. It was at least 3 meters in width and 5 in length. It was covered with a canopy that partially hid the other details at the same time. The colors of the room were quite warm and much less bland than the rest of the palace, mostly deep reds, violets, and blues. It was quite easy on the eyes. A light scent of roses hung in the air. It wasn't too overpowering, but definitely not subtle either. All in all, it felt like a meticulously sculpted room for a couple. Ina didn't seem to react much to this. She simply walked to the master bathroom and locked the door behind her, leaving Leonel to his own thoughts. By the time she walked out half an hour later, Leonel was still standing in the same spot, trying to understand. After a while, he looked up and smiled. Need help drying your hair again? Hearing these words, Ina blushed slightly, thinking about the last time, but in the end, she still nodded. Chapter 423, Flattening. Chapter 423, Flattening. The next morning, Leonel and Ina entered the Demon Empire's war room. Compared to the sweetness of the past day, the atmosphere was much tenser. In fact, even Mordred's playful attitude had completely vanished. She sat upon a chair with a tall back, staring intently at a massive map before her. It detailed everything about Camelot and the Demon Empire, even down to the smallest and most inconsequential rivers and hills. Mordred was so lost in her own thoughts and worry that she didn't even notice the arrival of Leonel and Ina. Others of her empire might have been more enthusiastic about their odds, but Mordred had personally seen Leonel's memories. She knew exactly what kind of monster she was facing. She never knew that it was possible to wield such power without magic or internal strength, but now she could no longer deny the possibility. The E1 Demon Lord Krakos and the other Demon Lords sat around the massive map, all of them equally as silent. Even though they thought they were in a great position to defend, especially when the demon beasts and the mountainous landscape were taken into account. However, they were all influenced by the emotions of their demon empress and didn't dare to say much of anything. It was only after the doors clicked closed behind Leonel and Ina did some begin to notice their presence. Mordred looked up, squeezing out a smile. But it was clear to all that this was the last thing she wanted to be doing. She knew exactly how dire the situation was, and she also knew that it would be even more dire if others didn't understand the kind of threat they were facing. If even the demon lords didn't quite believe her, then what about their subordinates? And the subordinates to their subordinates? The more carefree and careless an army was, the easier it would be for them to collapse. By the time they realized that these things should be taken seriously, it would all already be too late. This was honestly the largest part of the reason Mordred had no choice but to call for Leonel's help. The only one she could think of that might have a way of turning around this mentality was Leonel himself. Mordred brought Leonel and Ina to sit by her. 3 days ago, an envoy of the Ascension Empire came. They established relations and also made it clear that the only course of action was surrender and complete obedience or war. Mordred briefly explained. Leonel nodded. He wasn't sure what he, as a single person, could do about this. Honestly, he felt that it might be better for the Demon Empire and Camelot to simply surrender. In his opinion, they didn't stand a chance. However, he also understood how hard such a truth would be for them to swallow. No one would like the idea of something they built with their own hands being taken away by another just because. In truth, no one was in the wrong. It wasn't Camelot's fault for appearing within Earth's territory, nor was it Earth's fault for wanting their territory to be under the sole control of themselves. You don't have to do too much during this meeting, Mordred continued. I only want your opinions on certain things. Though I have a small understanding of the kind of existence the Ascension Empire is, I can't be as certain as you. Now that she thought about certain things, Mordred began feeling somewhat guilty about calling Leonel here. Was she asking him to betray his people? Or, even worse than that, had she brought a seed of this empire she wanted to repel into her den? Though Mordred thought these things, she trusted her gut feeling. And, most importantly, she trusted what she had seen from Leonel's life. She knew exactly how he felt about the Empire. In fact, he probably hated it even more than she did at this current point. Leonel nodded again. So Mordred wanted a consultation of sorts. This was easy enough to accomplish. Leonel took a back seat, silently listening to the meeting as they began to debate strategy. But, the more Leonel listened, the more his brow furrowed. Their thinking was too strict, their scopes were too narrow, their understanding of their enemy was far worse than Leonel believed. The Empire's understanding of them was. The more he listened, the more Leonel came to realize where Mordred's feelings of unease came from. If things continued like this, let alone repelling the Empire, their demon empire would collapse in a matter of a few days. Then, soon after, Camelot would follow. I suggest we leave Serpent's Path unguarded. We only have a limited amount of resources and the enemies aren't fools. Who would march an army up that hellscape? It would be a waste of resources, indeed. Other than leaving some scouts there in case of trouble, I think we can leave it be and focus out defenses elsewhere. Just as the next demon lord wanted to chime in, a sudden sigh sounded. Leonel stood, placing his palm on the map on the table. His eyes closed as he imprinted it all in an instant. Then his force surged, calling forth a strong surge of earth elemental energies. In the blink of an eye, the landscape bloomed. Under the astonished gazes of all those present, a perfect representation of the map was created, even down to the smallest imperfections of the mountain range they currently sat within. "This is your world," Leonel said plainly. Leonel's hand waved again, quickly forming another landmass. But this one hovered above, held there by Leonel's force. Bang! Leonel dropped the newly created landmass on the one he had just formed. His actions caused a sigh of pity to spread throughout the room. The three-dimensional construct had really been too perfect. After lamenting it for a while, the demon lords looked at the new landscape, their eyes colored with shock. This new structure had such elaborate mountain structures that it put them to shame. Compared to the mountain range of their demon empire, it was like an adult versus a newborn. "This is just half a continent on Earth that was once called Asia," Leonel continued just as emotionlessly. The pupils of the demon lords constricted. Just half a continent was already larger than their entire world? Just how big was Leonel's world? Looking at the ease this Asia flattened their lands with, a bit of trepidation crawled into their hearts. When the Ascension Empire had yet to unite all of Earth, Asia was the final continent that remained standing. This wasn't only because of their intelligence and ingenuity, but most importantly because of their terrain, the centerpiece of which was a country once known as China. China is surrounded by sea and islands from one side and completely protected by endless mountains from another. Attacking them was almost impossible, and most attempts ended up in failure. "Do you know what the Ascension Empire did?" Leonel asked coldly. The demon lords shivered, their hearts clenching before Leonel's gaze. They lost focus on who was the human and who was the demon for a moment. Leonel lifted a finger, causing a small ball of fire to appear. It was only the size of a fingernail, but the heat concentrated on it made all of their hearts beat wildly. Leonel flicked his finger toward his construct of ancient Asia. Bang! A hole was blown through the mountains, flattening them to the ground. The demons shuddered. Was this power a civilization should have? How could it be possible to flatten mountains so large? However, the next words Leonel spoke made them all freeze. It was as though a reaper had grabbed onto their throats, suffocating them from the depths of their souls. This happened in 2009-7, just the 21st century. It's currently the 25th century. What do you think they can do now? Chapter 424, Negotiate. Chapter 424, Negotiate. Leonel's words caused an eerie silence to overwhelm the war room. Much like Mordred before, these demon lords had never been aware that there could be power outside one's own bodily strength. Even mages, who might as well be known as the nukes of the battlefield in their world, couldn't even compare. But to hear that this was not only possible, but had been possible over 300 years ago by the very same society aiming for their lands now caused many of them to pale. At this moment, they were no longer the demons that terrorized the lands of Camelot. They looked toward one another, not missing the trepidation in each one of their eyes. Then, what should we do? How do we beat such an existence? The E1 Demon Lord Krakos finally spoke, his deep rumbling voice filling the once silent environment. Leonel raised his palm from the table, causing the earth elemental force to disperse. After a moment of silence, he shook his head, causing their hearts to sink. The Empire is more powerful than you could imagine. If it wasn't for the restrictions the metamorphosis placed on them, even destroying your entire world wouldn't be an issue. Leonel's words weren't exaggerated in the slightest. Even back during the start of the 20th century, Earth already had technology capable of wiping out cities. By the end of the 21st, they were able to wipe out whole mountain ranges. Now, as they neared the end of the 25th century, destroying a moon wasn't a matter of if they could, but only if they were willing to pay the price and deal with the aftermath. I don't want to sell you all a false dream. Though I have a strong dislike for the Empire, I also know that I must be realistic. As much as I would like to paint you a pretty picture, the odds of you winning aren't close to zero, they are zero. In fact, though it might be hard to hear, I wouldn't be surprised if the Empire was using your world as a training field for their youth. The atmosphere only grew colder, the more Leonel spoke. If you want my suggestions, in my humble opinion you only have a few options. The first is to fight back. Inevitably, you will lose. Once that happens, everyone in this room will be sent to Dark Cloud Prison to live out the rest of your lives. Your citizens will be assimilated into the Empire and become people of Earth. Your second option is to form an alliance with Camelot. Should you do that, you might repel a first wave, but inevitably you will lose. Once that happens, everyone in this room will be sent to Dark Cloud Prison to live out the rest of your lives while your citizens are assimilated. Your third option is to display your usefulness. If you manage to do this, it's very possible that you can gain a hereditary title in exchange for your knowledge. If you use proper hard and soft tactics, you may allow your world to be recognized as the 10th province of Earth. The room fell into silence. Leonel didn't mince his words in the slightest. He needed them to understand that this was an impossible war to win. Ina sent a glance toward Leonel's side profile, lost in her thoughts. She wondered just how much of Leonel's words were his own objective analysis, and how much of it was the indoctrination he had received since his youth. Where had all of Leonel's knowledge of the strength of the Empire come from? Wasn't it all from his education? Hadn't that education all been provided for, catered, and censored appropriately at the behest of the Empire? Maybe even Leonel wasn't sure about this. All he knew was that he was speaking the truth from his own vantage point, and that he didn't feel like he was lying. But, when it came down to it, did those that had been manipulated always realize when they had been? The demon lords looked toward one another. At the same time, Mordred fell into her own thoughts as well. What was the reason she built the Demon Empire? Other than the fact she'd become a tool for the machinations of Shield-Crossed Stars, it was because she hated the fact that she was ostracized by even her own parents simply due to her affinity. Since they hated her dark element so much, she would become the spearhead for people like her and point her blade toward Camelot. However, from what Mordred understood about Leonel's world, the same stigma against the dark element didn't exist. It wasn't an overly religious society. It didn't have a church to worry about, and the most important case was Leonel, who stood right before her. Leonel didn't care about the light or dark element one way or another. To him, it was simply something reserved for fairy tales. If she thought about things this way, then what reason did she have to continue protecting this empire? If a society that accepted her appeared, then maybe she could finally rest her head and place down this burden. Leonel, do you believe that demons would be accepted? Mordred spoke, her voice slightly weary. Leonel looked back toward the demon empress, his expression somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected for them to accept this change so quickly. Truthfully, as long as Mordred spoke, the deed was practically half complete. I can't be certain of this either, but what I do know is that there are people all over Earth awakening abilities that make them look no different from you all the time. The Empire, if it was ever good at anything but conquering and control, has always been diligent in assimilating those of all races without discrimination. But, at the same time, this is a new world. It's somewhat easier to accept others of the same species as opposed to a completely new people like the demons. Still, I ultimately think it's worth a try. Mordred fell into her thoughts for a long time before she finally spoke again. Will you lead these negotiations, Leonel? Leonel raised his brows in surprise. But in the end, he slowly nodded. Chapter 425, Sparks. Chapter 425, Sparks Leonel agreed to Mordred's request, but there were a few things he knew had to be done first. The first was to contact Camelot. It was impossible to accomplish this without putting up a united front. Camelot and the Demon Empire had to come together. Of course, Leonel got a lot of pushback about this, but he had to speak reason to them all. The Empire would never allow civil war within its borders. One way or another, the two would have to assimilate. The question was whether or not they'd act first and get something out of it, or if they'd wait to get conquered and receive nothing in return for their grievances. When Leonel explained it this way, they managed to calm down somewhat and listen to reason. It was only at this point that Leonel realized the demons seemed to hate humans as much as humans hated them. While humans thought demons were bloodthirsty creatures who shouldn't be allowed to be a part of normal society, demons believed humans to be hypocrites that hid their true nature, only to reveal themselves to be far worse than the demons they hated so much. Leonel's second suggestion was to present a shot of strength to the Empire. Negotiations were only possible for those with strength. If there was too large of a power imbalance, what would be the point? The one with the stronger fist would simply take what they wanted. Even though it was clear that the Empire was by far the strongest between the two parties, they still had to put in some effort to level out the playing field. Only then would they be able to open up negotiations in good faith. In the end, these talks boiled down to one fact: Mordred would have to take a trip back to Camelot. Noah looked up from a map he was seriously observing, his expression colored with surprise. You said they sent someone? They want to negotiate? Jessica stood before Noah with her usually cold expression, relaying the information she had just received. Well, their 9-demon lord made a trip down the mountain to relay this message. According to what he had to say, the Demon Empire was willing to open negotiations and want to understand more about what it would mean to submit. Noah raised an eyebrow. Are they trying to stall for time? They arranged for the negotiation to occur in half a month. I have a hard time believing that they could prepare anything in this time. In addition, half a month was the time frame we set for our first wave attack to begin as well. Noah nodded. He found all of this to be curious. From the information they had compiled, the demons were most definitely not such a race. They were incredibly fond of battle and blood. Something like surrendering before a single bullet had been fired was baffling. Could it be that there was someone leading them? Their empress should be a human from Noah's understanding. Maybe it was her who helped them see reason? Noah had never considered negotiations, not because he was opposed to it, but rather because there were some cultural barriers that couldn't be crossed with simple words. Instead of convincing Camelot how powerful they were, it was best to just show them. This would make everything much easier. Interesting, Noah mumbled. He fell into his own thoughts, a familiar aura enveloping his surroundings. Jessica stood silently, her small hands gripping a clipboard. We will accept their meeting, but continue the preparations just in case. We also need a proper display of force to set the tone for the negotiations. I will contact Imperial Grandfather to understand what our bottom line is. Jessica nodded and took Noah's silence as a tacit dismissal. Mordred never thought there would be a day she would return to Camelot. The heavy rain falling against its tall stone walls seemed to be a reflection of her heart. At the very least, she thought that when she returned, it would be as a conqueror. But the truth was that she never expected to do such a thing. If she wanted to overrun Camelot and destroy it, it was likely that she could have succeeded long ago. The only thing that had kept the humans safe all this time was the disorganization of the demons. Mordred was the very person who fixed this fundamental issue. Yet Camelot had still yet to be conquered. What reason could there possibly be for this if not a hidden softness within her heart? Mordred silently gazed upon Camelot's gates. Compared to how things usually were, the massive capital city was quite quiet. Ever since this endless torrential rain began, a dark fog had been hanging over their world as though everyone was waiting for the other shoe to drop. The appearance of the Empire just so happened to be that other foot Leonel watched silently from Mordred's side. To this negotiation, only he, Mordred, Aina, and Krakos had come. Even if things went horribly wrong, Leonel was still confident in taking everyone out safely. Now, it was just a matter of Mordred taking that final step forward. After gathering herself, Mordred took a step forward, but what she hadn't expected was for a woman in a fluttering blue dress to suddenly appear before the gates. The only one who didn't seem shocked by this was Leonel himself, who had long since grasped the energy fluctuations. And it was even easier to understand after he recognized the woman to be Queen Guinevere. Mordred never reacted when she saw her father. In fact, even with Leonel's senses, he would have never guessed that King Arthur was her father without having seen Mordred's life from start to end. But the moment this woman appeared, Mordred froze. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Guinevere's eyes. Still, as though she was trying to respect Mordred's personal space, she didn't get any closer than a few meters. It seemed that the reason there was no one to receive them was because Guinevere had insisted on doing it herself. For some reason, though, Leonel felt as though the energy of this world suddenly shifted when mother and daughter stood face to face. He couldn't quite grasp it, but he felt as though a small shackle had unlocked. This meeting might be far more important than even Leonel knew. Sparks flew within Leonel's dreamscape. But, once again, there wasn't enough information to draw the final conclusion. Chapter 426, Royal Court, Chapter 426. Royal Court Leonel felt a complex swell of emotions when he saw Guinevere. Those eyes, that day when he fell into an illusion of dream force, causing his long-forgotten memories to resurface, he had seen them before. Mordred wasn't sure what to say or do. She wasn't nearly as emotional as Guinevere, but she also wasn't indifferent. She was caught in an odd in-between, a mixture of awkwardness and hesitancy coloring her usually confident, womanly demeanor. Guinevere shook her head, seemingly realizing that she had lost control of her emotions. She quickly composed herself, her tears drifting away from her cheeks in a magical sort of way. But there was nothing she could do about the redness of her eyes. They acted like a constant reminder of the emotions she had just displayed. Welcome to Camelot. Please come with me. The queen bowed lightly, regaining a professional air. However, anyone who knew about diplomatic relations between countries, kingdoms, or empires would be wholly aware that something like a monarch bowing to another would never happen. Such a thing would be like a power admitting its inferiority to another. It was clear that Guinevere wasn't a fool who didn't understand these simple and obvious customs. She acted not only out of emotion, but also so that she could let Mordred and the others know that she would stand by them. To Guinevere, in comparison to the kingdom, her daughter was worth far more. It didn't matter to her that Mordred was already a woman of over 40 years old. To a mother, her daughter would always be her little girl. Guinevere rose from her bow, her back straightening to exude the elegance of a queen. With a light smile, she turned and began to lead them all forward. From her back view alone, one could sense her strength and resolve. Mordred blankly stared at her mother's back for a long time. She had expected either cold indifference or a flood of apology, but she ended up receiving neither. And somehow, this put her more at peace than anything else ever could. Empress, Krakos' deep voice snapped Mordred out of her stupor. Yes, Mordred nodded and moved forward, her gait steady and even-paced as she followed after her mother. Leonel was about to move to follow as well when he suddenly realized that Ina hadn't moved from start to finish. Ina stood in a daze, her fists clenched. She had come here to battle, she had never expected for things to boil down to a negotiation, and she had definitely not expected to run into such a scene. Her heart beat uncontrollably. She felt as though she wanted to scream out from the depths of her soul. How much had she wanted to see such a look? Would her mother also look at her like this if she was alive? Or would she run off like her father had? Her petite frame began to tremble. Her body held so much power in it. Even now, a massive, curved package was attached to her back. Maybe even Leonel would struggle to carry it with such ease. Yet, at this moment, she couldn't seem to control this powerful body of hers at all. Ina suddenly felt a large hand slip over hers. She looked up to find Leonel smiling toward her. Her heart didn't calm down for a long time, but she didn't push Leonel's hand away. She lost herself in the size and warmth of his hand. Though his body might have been almost as tough of a pseudo-fourth-dimensional metal, his skin still carried the security only a human's could give. It was only several breaths later that Ina caught her breath and pulled her hand away, slight blush on her features. Leonel smiled. Let's go. Ina almost imperceptibly nodded and followed along. For the second time in his life, Leonel entered Camelot's castle. But this time, he didn't feel the same awe he had the first time. If anything, it all felt somewhat superficial and weak to the current him. He wasn't sure if this was because he had seen through King Arthur's real character now, or if it was something else. But regardless of the reason, the feeling was quite freeing. Leonel sent a glance toward Ina, who seemed to be looking around curiously. It seemed that despite the fact this was her first time, she didn't seem very affected by it all at all. Toward this, Leonel couldn't help but smile. Ina always acted so shy, but when it came down to it, she was quite a bold woman. Leonel felt that the dichotomy made her so very interesting. Though Ina always blushed profusely when he confessed, whenever they were interacting normally, she didn't seem off-put by him at all. In fact, she had always been the only one who seemed to ignore how serious he got when he took tests or exams. What? Ina looked toward Leonel, realizing that he was looking toward her. Leonel grinned. Nothing. You just look nice. In return for his flattery, Leonel received a glare. Be more serious, we're almost there, she said softly. Leonel felt a tingling sensation in his back hearing her voice. He swore Ina's various inflections were a lethal weapon. He didn't know if his compliment made her reply softer, but what he did know was that it was foul play. Seeing that Leonel was in a daze, Ina tugged on his robes and pulled him forward. The others had long since entered the meeting room. Leonel smiled lightly and let Ina pull him along. When they entered the space, they found a well-furnished royal court. There was a throne at the head and a long, narrow walkway that splintered off into several seating arrangements. There were, obviously, reserved seating for Mordred, Leonel, and the others. But what was surprising was that there was another set of reserved seating. In fact, this reserved seating was already filled. The moment Leonel and Ina's gazes swept through the room, their killing intent erupted at the same time. The already silent room was suddenly infused with the rage of two. The familiar red hair and red eyes could never be mistaken. It was a member of the Brazinger family. Chapter 427, Meaningless, Chapter 427, Meaningless. When King Arthur saw Leonel walk in, he of course felt a complex swirl of emotions. For better or worse, he felt an even more visceral reaction than when he saw his daughter. But maybe that made sense. After all, Arthur had clashed with Mordred many times before. It wasn't as though this was the first time he was laying eyes on his daughter in years. In comparison, Leonel was like a beacon that awakened him in many ways. Of course, that was most exacerbated by the death of 6 of his brothers, but Arthur still felt that the initial catalyst was Leonel himself. However, what Arthur hadn't expected was for Leonel to suddenly erupt with such killing intent the moment he stepped into the royal court. At first, Arthur thought that this rage was aimed toward himself, but he very quickly realized that from start to finish, Leonel had only swept a cursory glance over him. It was complete disregard. The very same disregard he felt when Leonel strolled out of his kingdom without even attempting to hide his tracks. Arthur couldn't help but feel an anger well up in his chest. As much as a person wanted to change, it was too difficult for a person to flip on a dime. It often took years of constant effort to undo what it took years to ingrain in the first place. But Arthur very quickly realized that this had nothing to do with him. At that moment, a man with blazing red hair and eyes just as crimson frowned, looking up to find the fury Ina and Leonel were looking at him with. But in truth, he was quite confused. He didn't know who these two kids were at all. This member of the Brazinger family wasn't the only one who had come. By his side, there was a blonde and golden-eyed man. And by this person's side, there was a green-haired and green-eyed woman. The last person was another than Leonel would recognize. A blue-haired and blue-eyed man by the name of Matthias Aderna. He was the very same man who had led little Nana and the others into the Camelot zone. Now it seemed like he was back for whatever reason. However, Leonel didn't spare him a single glance. His palm had already flipped over, revealing a bow that exuded a deathly sharp aura. He immediately locked onto the red-haired man, causing the latter's expression to darken even further. Leonel? Arthur panicked slightly. He didn't understand what Leonel was doing and for what purpose. It was obvious that Leonel had some sort of animosity with this red-haired man, but was it really so bad to take such immediate action? Unfortunately, Leonel didn't even look in Mateus's direction, leaving him quite stunned. Much like Arthur, he thought that Leonel might have some animosity toward him as well, but the reality was likewise outside of his expectation. The little mink reacted just as violently. Jumping from Ina's arms, it found its spot at the top of Leonel's head, its fur standing on end. "Leonel!" Arthur roared, standing from his throne. Even though Arthur was even somewhat thankful for Leonel, he couldn't allow a diplomat sent by another nation to be killed in his royal court. At least, this was how he saw those four. Regardless of what reason Leonel had, he couldn't allow him to act on them. Leonel flipped another palm. As though he couldn't hear Arthur at all, he knocked an arrow, his senses locking onto the red-haired man. It was only now that the man began to feel some pressure. He stood from his seat, his heart thrumming. But this wasn't out of fear. He simply activated his lineage factor, feeling his blood course through his body as he raised his strength to its optimal levels. He didn't know why Leonel was targeting him, but he didn't care. He wouldn't allow himself to be killed even if there was a good reason. Leonel, compared to the other voices calling out his name, this was by far the softest. Yet, it was the only voice capable of making Leonel's aura completely disperse. Leonel looked over and down toward Ina, only to find her having regained her calm. She stood there, shaking her head. "We came here to help Em. Don't ruin things." Leonel's brow furrowed when he heard this. That was right. If he killed someone here, even if he had a good argument, it would be difficult to persuade Arthur to their side. Even though Guinevere was on their side, if her word was really final, Mordred wouldn't have been ostracized in the first place. With what Leonel knew about King Arthur, he was already unlikely to agree with their proposal to begin with. If he didn't something to push him further away, things would only become more difficult. Leonel's arm relaxed slightly, his gaze coldly locking back onto the red-haired man as he lowered his bow. Without a word, Leonel put his bow away and made his way to his seat. After taking his eyes off the red-haired man, he didn't look his way again as he tried to calm the raging tide that was his blood. But a heavy aura hung around him. Aside from Ina, who seemed unaffected, everyone else was, making it difficult for them to begin discussions. A heavy silence hung over royal court. Many gazes were on Leonel, trying to figure out the reason for his previous outburst, yet the subject of their observation sat silently staring in no particular direction. However, judging by the look in his eye, it felt as though he could lash out again at any time. King Arthur's face went cold as he sat back down on his throne. It hadn't escaped his notice that his wife hadn't sat by his side and had instead chosen to sit by Mordred. And now, Leonel had completely disregarded him. It felt as though this throne he sat on was weightless. What the hell had he spent his whole life building? Was it really all meaningless? Chapter 428 done? Chapter 428 done? A silence continued to hang over the royal court. For a while, it seemed as though no one would speak at all until it was that King Arthur finally composed himself, regaining his bearing. Today it seems that two parties have come to negotiate terms with our Camelot, one of which was more of a surprise than the other. Arthur began to speak, sweeping a gaze over the hidden families. Though the appearance of Mordred and the others was planned, these hidden family members appeared out of nowhere. However, after hearing that they were a power that could oppose the Empire, Arthur became intrigued and allowed them to enter. He couldn't be certain of what Mordred's purpose here was, but as an intelligent man and a ruler with many years of experience, he could make a good guess. Initially, even though he was unwilling, he thought that he might have no choice but to accept Mordred's propositions, especially with the current actions of his wife, but the appearance of this third party left him feeling pleasantly surprised. It seemed that King Arthur was still unwilling to relinquish his power. As much pain and suffering as this throne had brought him, wouldn't it make all that hardship meaningless if he were to just give it up now? Mateus cleared his throat, trying to settle the atmosphere down. He sent a side glance toward the red-haired man before he opened his mouth to speak. "Yes, we came here today to encourage Camelot not to fall prey to the intimidation of the Empire. Though we won't deny that they are powerful, what we can say is that they are not the only ones who are so. This universe is very big, and its scope is endless. In the grand scheme, the Ascension Empire is just a speck of dust floating in the winds." King Arthur and the other court ministers were quite intrigued by these words. This concept of a universe was one they had never heard of before. Yet, it was a word that filled them with awe and thoughts of grandeur. Before, they hadn't even been aware that a world outside their own existed, but now they were learning about so much more. Among these ministers were a few characters Leonel recognized, namely Lancelot and the young prince Leonis. Neither had participated in the Merlin trials, so they were of course very safe. From their facial expressions, it was difficult to tell what they were thinking, but the two sat on complete opposite sides of the room, not interacting with one another. "Your words are quite honey-coated," King Arthur said with a laugh. "But what does the vastness of this universe have to do with us?" If anything, it might be safer to have a sturdy wing to take cover beneath, don't you think? Even though King Arthur didn't mean these words, he still spoke them. He wasn't a fool. Negotiation was about leverage, and why would he give up his own so easily? Matthias smiled lightly at these words. Clearly, he was very much expecting them. To answer your question, I think we should give a bit of background on Earth itself. The Empire might be considered the main power beneath the sun, but it is only that. Within the shadows, there are several other rivals to it. For one, there is the Slayer Legion that the Empire has not been able to weed out all this time. And, with the descent of the Metamorphosis, the Slayer Legion is only growing more powerful. However, I would say that the true hidden strength of Earth would be us so-called hidden families. I don't particularly like this term. Rather than saying that we are hiding, it's more accurate to say that there hasn't been anything worth coming out for just yet. I can swear that if our families were to come out now, this so-called Ascension Empire would have no chance of survival. Matthias's words were forceful and full of pride. However, King Arthur only shook his head after hearing them. You've spoken many niceties and painted a picture in very broad strokes. However, you have yet to speak of how these things could help our Camelot. What difference is there in submitting to you versus this Ascension Empire? Though you say you are more powerful, these are just your words. How can we take them just as you've said them? Matthias smiled. I will give you proof then. Are you aware of the dimensions? King Arthur frowned. This was a concept that had been foreign to him until the envoy of the Ascension Empire had come. It was only after that he learned about these ranking systems. Seeing Arthur's reaction, Matthias's smile deepened. The Ascension Empire is the ruler of a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world. Even after Earth breaks through once again, their power will still ultimately be considered to be within the third dimension. In fact, the truth is that their strength will diminish by several factors after the descent of the fourth dimension is complete. King Arthur and the court ministers frowned. How could that be so? You all may not believe me, but the true backbone of the Ascension Empire is their technology. However, upon ascending dimensions, the physics by which their technology is built upon is distorted, changed, and flipped. This means that staples of their understanding will be overturned, thus making their technology useless. In fact, even in this pseudo-fourth-dimensional world, they are already holding on by a thin thread. They only managed to use some of their prowess with a stopgap measure like their force disruption towers. But these towers have no chance of working against true fourth-dimensional force. That being the case, what do you think will happen once the fourth dimension descends? They'll essentially be a crippled power, having lost their main source of strength. Matthias's smile only seemed to widen the more he spoke. And do you know what the best part about all of this is? Normally, it would take another decade or two for the first stage metamorphosis to complete. However, due to the appearance of your world, the timeline has been accelerated. By now, there's already less than a year left. Arthur's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing. If this was true, our proposal is simple. Matthias began to hammer in the final nails. We will protect you all until the metamorphosis concludes. Unlike the Empire, we hidden families aren't restricted to third-dimensional entities, and we aren't fools who place our hope in garbage like technology. Once the fourth dimension descends, that bottleneck that has been keeping you and your warriors and mages from advancing all these years will break. Then, not only will you grow stronger, but the Empire will grow weaker. By then, you'll be on the same playing field as the rest of us. And the catch? Arthur asked with a raised eyebrow. It couldn't be simpler. All we ask for is an exchange of knowledge. Your world's magic system, we would like to learn it. Arthur and the other ministers fell into silence. These conditions, they were very good. Mordred clenched her jaw, her gaze icy. She didn't spare a glance toward her father in the slightest. She wasn't surprised by the fact he would make a decision before even hearing her speak. It wasn't as though he had never disregarded her before. Are you done now? A sudden voice cut through the silence. Unexpectedly, it was the very same Leonel that had been the center of attention previously. Chapter 429, Benefits or Kinship. Chapter 429, Benefits or Kinship. Leonel wasn't particularly angry at Matthias. Other than the time he ordered little Nana to bind him, an action that almost cost him a spot to enter the zone, his interactions with the man hadn't been all too bad. In fact, Matthias had even extended an invitation for him to join the Aderna family. The issue here was that Leonel wasn't in a very good mood, and having to listen to Matthias spin a fanciful tale Arthur and the others just gobbled up left him even angrier. Compared to the Empire, Leonel hated the hidden families several times more. Even if it wasn't Ina in particular that had suffered at their hands, he would be disgusted by their actions, ostracizing a little girl and her father, killing that little girl's mother, and for what, exactly? Even to this point, Leonel wasn't exactly sure. But judging by the fact everyone else of the Brazinger had red hair and eyes while Ina did not, someone as intelligent as him could connect the dots. It was eugenics. Leonel had been surprised to see that all these families had the same eye and hair color initially, but after a while he came to understand just why this was. Eugenics was a set of beliefs that ascribed to the idea of maximizing the gene pool quality of a population of people. They did this by massacring those not like them and ensuring marriages between those who could guarantee quality's children. There were cases like this in ancient Germany with the Nazis and those with blonde hair and blue eyes. There were cases like this from ancient America with white supremacists. There were cases like this from ancient Africa with, the list seemed endless and each instance was just as heart-wrenching as the last. The practice was sickening. Leonel had this sort of visceral reaction he couldn't even control when he thought about it. He couldn't imagine deciding a person's worth by the way that they looked. One might argue that it was more than skin deep for these hidden families. At least, compared to those ancient civilizations with disgusting practices, there was a tangible benefit to maintaining the purity of these families, that being their lineage factors. However, this didn't change Leonel's mind in the slightest. Hadn't Ina still awakened her lineage factor? Hadn't his two parents still managed to pass down their own to him? And even if they couldn't, so what? The worth of a person had to be measured by their strength? They couldn't have anything else worthy about themselves? They couldn't have anything else to give? The longer Leonel spent in this new world order, the more it disgusted him, and the more that budding feeling inside of him seemed to sprout and germinate. Matthias frowned upon hearing Leonel's words. "Kid," Matthias began, "though I'm thankful for the things you've done, this is a matter where I must represent all of our hidden families. Even if you'd like to be angry, keep it within. A lack of maturity won't help you in these negotiations." Matthias's words caused many to frown in Leonel's direction. His actions were indeed inappropriate considering the circumstances. Mordred's gaze flashed with a hint of worry before she shook her head and sighed internally. She had already given up on her father. There was no need for Leonel to continue to try to stay within the arbitrary lines of political correctness. Since it wouldn't get them anything regardless, she might as well let Leonel do as he pleased. Leonel nodded. "Painting me as a child who's in over my head is a good strategy. Maybe you could have used some of that intelligence before you were captured by Magus Alliard, or at the very least, you could have used some of your family's so-called great hidden strength." Matthias froze, a hint of rage flashing within his eyes. He had never done anything too wrongful to this child. He didn't know why he was being so hostile. In fact, originally, the red-haired man was supposed to take the forefront and speak. Matthias took over this job to hopefully blunt Leonel's potential aggressiveness. But what he had never expected was for it all to be meaningless. Leonel acted as though he didn't even recognize him. As expected, the expressions of the court ministers somewhat changed. It was only at that moment that they remembered that it had been Leonel who killed that traitor. In fact, Arthur hadn't recognized Matthias before because he was a puppet under Pope Margrave's control back then, but now that he thought about it, this was indeed that man. In an instant, all the bravado that Matthias had brought forth seemed to crumble. First impressions were everything. If the representation of this Aderna family couldn't even protect his own life without Leonel's interference, then how powerful could they really be? Mordred's eyes widened. Back then, she had been the one to fight the puppets the Aderna family members had become. She had almost forgotten this completely. Compared to Leonel's overwhelming strength back then, they were just average. Of course, that might have been due to the Margrave's puppeteering taking away their strength, but the fact that Margrave could enslave them at all spoke volumes. The situation is very simple. Leonel continued with a steady voice. Even if everything they said is true, you will still fall before the fourth dimension descends. They're only trying to prey on your ignorance. The hidden families might have higher dimensional beings, but none of them can come to help you. Entering a lower dimensional world from a higher is very difficult. And, even if you manage to accomplish it, you will be forced to deal with all sorts of restrictions. If you aren't a native of the world you descend to, the restrictions are even fiercer. So, at this very moment, these hidden families can only send out strength on the level of them. Leonel swept a glance over the four. At least, on any sort of large scale. Yet, they've said themselves that they don't rely on technology, which means that unlike the Empire, they don't have a method of bridging this gap in strength. But sure, if you want to hand over all your secrets in exchange for protection that won't last more than a week, please have at it. Leonel's voice plainly concluded before starting up again as though he had forgotten something amusing. Oh, and a reminder that I already comprehend everything about your magic system, more than even most in this room, actually. So you should ask yourselves whether you trust someone who wants something out of you more, or if you'll take the word of someone who's only here to help a friend. Leonel swept a pointed glance over Arthur. His meaning couldn't have been more clear. Will you choose benefits again this time, or will you choose kinship? Chapter 430, Side With. Chapter 430, Side With. Leonel's words hung over the royal court. They played like an indifferent, systematic dismantling of everything Matthias had tried to build up. It felt almost impossible, yet every single one of his words were pointed and sculpted perfectly. Honestly, it was a far cry from what many of them expected. But how could they know Leonel's level of understanding when it came to human psychology? In fact, after he finished speaking, he didn't even feel the need to say anything else. He shifted his gaze from King Arthur and fell into silence. It was as though he didn't care about the result at all. He had said his piece, and whether or not Arthur wanted his help would be up to him. From anyone on the outside looking in, it was as though it was King Arthur who had come to Leonel for help rather than the other way around. But the truth was that in Leonel's mind, it was exactly like this. From Leonel's analysis, Camelot didn't stand a chance if they didn't follow his plans. If they were more fond of being destroyed and losing any semblance of status they once had, then Arthur could feel free to choose against him. At that moment, Guinevere's hand slipped into Mordred's, catching the latter off guard. The demon empress involuntarily trembled and even hesitated as to whether she should pull her hand away. It was just a subtle action. Hardly anyone noticed, in fact. Even in such a silent royal court, the movement didn't make a sound. Still, there were 4 individuals this didn't escape. The young Prince Leonis, the King of Camelot, Arthur, Leonel himself, and, finally, the Knight of the Round Table, Lancelot. Lancelot's reflective blue eyes seemed locked onto the hands of the 2 women. From the outside, there wasn't any change to his expression in the slightest. But in his heart, a wild tsunami of emotions was swirling. Despite what some versions of the fairy tales might write, Lancelot had never shared a bed with Guinevere. As for the awkward interactions between he and Leonis, this was only because Leonis had found out how close his mother and Lancelot were getting and felt uncomfortable by the changes. Leonis held a deep reverence for his father. He hoped to one day be as valiant and have his name resound in the ears of the people just as much as King Arthur did. So, when he stumbled upon his mother having a midnight conversation with Lancelot, his heart too was filled with all sorts of complex emotions. He had listened in on their conversation back then for just a few minutes. On the surface, there wasn't anything sinister or immoral about what they spoke about. They conversed about the stars, their day, their hopes for the future. It was an innocent conversation without blemish, one that didn't carry any sense of infidelity in the slightest. But it was exactly this sort of conversation Leonis had never heard his mother exchange with his father. Despite being young then, and still young even now, Leonis felt uncomfortable for reasons he couldn't put his finger on. It only made it worse that the reactions his mother and Lancelot had when they stumbled onto his eavesdropping were riddled with guilt. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding that day that what happened was wrong. Since then, Leonis had hardly spoken to his mother and was incredibly awkward around Lancelot. At the same time, though, he never brought this up to his father either. The truth was that he couldn't decide whose side he was on. Back then, due to how much he worshipped his father, he felt an irrational hatred for his mother, causing him to pull away from her. But as he grew up, the image of his perfect father also seemed to crack. But by then, it was already too late to grow closer to his mother. Somewhere deep inside, Leonis knew. He knew that his mother had feelings for Lancelot. He knew that Lancelot had feelings for his mother. He knew that both of them knew they were wrong. But what he didn't know was how he felt about it. Seeing his mother grip his sister's hand in this way, he felt like this was a turning point. The relationship between his mother and father had been growing distant for a long time. He often felt like his birth was meant to mend what they had lost after his elder sister was driven away, but he was never quite able to fill that void. And now they were here. King Arthur's heart beat erratically. Choosing to side with Leonel meant giving up all the power he had ever known. Though Leonel painted a pretty picture, he would have to expel all thoughts of sovereignty he had in his bones. In the future, when he saw those of higher standing than himself, he would have to bow and politely greet them. In the future, when he wanted to direct the movement of his people, he would have to consider the opinions of others and swallow his grievances. In the future, when he swore loyalty to this Ascension Empire, he would have to kneel and lower his head, accepting another man as being his superior. Just thinking about these things tore Arthur apart. He was a legend, a young man who rose up despite not having his parents. He was the chosen heir of Merlin. He was the boy who pulled the sword from the stone. How could he kneel to another? How could he swallow his pride? How could they ask this of him? Arthur's hands trembled, grasping tightly to the armrests of his throne. At that moment, an audible crack resounded. With a blank look, Arthur looked down to find that his strength had splintered the arm of his throne. For some reason, he couldn't take his eyes off of it. It was like the sound ricocheted throughout his soul. Arthur closed his eyes and sank back into his seat. He seemed tired, his lustrous blonde hair and radiant skin paling by several levels. Camelot will side with the Demon Empire. Chapter 431, Legendary Chapter 431, Legendary Leonel raised his eyebrows, clearly having not expected Arthur to come to a decision so quickly. In fact, the most surprised were those from the hidden families. They had come here with a lot of confidence, and the only reason they hadn't interrupted during the extended silence was to give Arthur some space and respect. Negotiations were meant to be like a game of tug-of-war. A single volley of arguments should have never been enough to close the subject completely. They had expected Arthur to have some back-and-forth discourse with Leonel first before tracking back to them. Then they could try to rebuttal some of Leonel's views. But instead of any of that happening, King Arthur shut it all down from the beginning. In fact, he didn't even pause to have a conversation with his court ministers either. He just directly made the decision before them all. It was no surprise then that even the court ministers were shocked. The only one that didn't seem to have a violent reaction was Lancelot. He sighed deeply, closing his eyes. He sank back into his chair. Hold on a moment, King. Isn't this too rash? Matthias's expression changed violently as he stood. Please reconsider. There are still many matters I've yet to bring to the table. Though what the child said about us is partially true, it is not completely so. Even without technology, we have access to many mystical means far beyond what mere... Arthur rose a hand, his eyes remaining closed. That's enough. I've understood most things, but my decision remains the same. If you would like to stay as ambassadors to my kingdom, please feel free to do so. We will accommodate you appropriately. Matthias's expression froze. Were things really going to end just like that? How had they lost to a kid who barely spoke a few words? Unfortunately, Matthias didn't really understand the backstory of it all. There were too many versions of the King Arthur story. He was shocked enough that Mordred was a woman. He would have never guessed that she was also Arthur's daughter. These intricacies were all things that Leonel picked up by being front and center within Camelot. Of course, he also got a bit lucky by being placed within the same trial as Mordred as well. But regardless, these were all things outside of Matthias's grasp. Matthias didn't know what to say or how. Arthur's words were so final that any attempt he made to change them would come off as a sign of hostility. At that moment, Matthias felt a hand grasp onto his shoulder. He turned to find that it was the red-haired Brazinger clan member. In that case, we will be taking our leave. Arthur nodded lightly, and all the energy seemed to drain from him. Under a heavy silence, the 4 hidden family members walked away under the escort of several guards. Fuck! Matthias blasted a fist print into a thick tree. Despite his strength, the tree hardly swayed. But that didn't stop Bart from flying in every which direction. Though he had hit it well before, Matthias was completely enraged by Leonel bringing up his capture. He had already suffered ample punishment from the family, but to also be berated in public and looked down upon for it, how could he not be enraged? It was no surprise that anyone part of the hidden families that could be on Earth currently didn't have very high statuses. The only exceptions to these rules were the youths that had yet to mature. In comparison, Matthias and the others were just glorified babysitters. In order to display a stronger front, the older members were sent to negotiate. But Matthias had never expected to run into Leonel. Had he known, he would have allowed one of the others to speak even if the red-haired man of the Brazinger family didn't. The flicker of a lighter caught Matthias's attention. He looked over to see the red-haired man lighting up a cigarette. Those things have been extinct for centuries, Leiron. Keep that cancer smoke away from me. Matthias waved his hand, slapping the gray smoke away. The green-haired woman and the golden-eyed man stood to the side, feeling somewhat impatient. They were more peeved about the wasted trip than Leiron seemed to be, and were wondering why they were standing in a forest instead of returning home. If you all are just going to stand here, I'm going to leave first. The woman spoke, pulling out a talisman. Hold on there, Zindi. What's the hurry? Leiron spoke languidly. Zindi sneered. You seem quite relaxed for a man who was almost killed by a brat. Leiron's gaze flashed with killing intent as he swept it over Zindi. Almost killed by who? Stop wasting my time, Leiron. Have a good reason for stopping me, or I'm leaving right now. Zindi replied without fear. Leiron continued to coldly glare at Zindi as though he hadn't heard a word she said. All right. The blond man stepped in. That's enough. I'm sure you had a reason for leading us here instead of letting us go home to report this, correct? The blond man was known as Amaron. His words seemed to hold quite some weight because instead of continuing to glare at Zindi, Leiron took another long puff and exhaled slowly. You guys plan to go back and report a failure? Why? So that you can fall even more out of favor? What are you trying to say, Leiron? Amaron's gaze narrowed. I'm saying that you're giving up too soon, tucking your tails and running just because a fairy tale character told you no. Leiron chuckled, taking another big puff. And what do you want us to do about it exactly? Zindi interjected. Matthias turned an eye toward Leiron. Clearly he was interested as well. Didn't I already give you the answer? Leiron smiled slyly. Do you get the impression from them that they understand that they're nothing but a bedtime story? The three's eyes widened as Leiron continued. I noticed that Queen Guinevere was quite close to that demon empresses in the courtroom. They were even holding hands at the end there like a pair of girl pals. I have a gut feeling that Folktale of a King only made such a decision because he sided with his wife. I wonder how he'd react if he knew, aside from being the legendary boy who pulled the sword from the stone, that he was just as legendary of a cuck. Chapter 432, Go. Chapter 432, Go. Arthur stood and walked off, leaving the royal courtroom alone. One would have thought that he would bask in his decision, even try to reconnect with his wife and daughter immediately. Unfortunately, unlike Leiron made it seem, this wasn't a fairy tale. People don't change immediately, neither can relationships fractured over several decades be repaired in a day. At this moment, Arthur was feeling quite desolate. Pride was a hard thing to overcome, especially when it was your own. Now, Arthur had to come to grips with the fact that he would not only be handing over something he had worked his whole life to build, but in doing so, would have to act like he was grateful. It was a difficult thing for a man to set aside his pride. It was even more difficult for a king to do so. It was difficult to the point where even though Arthur knew that he stood at a diverging path, one facing his family and the other facing his kingdom, he still found this decision hard to swallow. The royal court remained silent. It was taboo for a king to display such emotion, and this could be the first time any of them had ever seen Arthur like this. Guinevere cast a glance toward Arthur's back, but she hesitated. Her gaze wanted to shift to another place, but she didn't dare to look. Their relationship had never borne any fruit, but Guinevere still felt all sort of complex emotions about it. Guilt, trepidation, but even those were accented by a budding sweetness and a freedom she hadn't felt in a long time. She couldn't help but feel like she had taken advantage of Lancelot's feelings to make herself feel better. Such a thing filled her with a swirl of thoughts she didn't know how to deal with. "Your Majesty." Leonel's sudden voice drifted to Guinevere's ears, stunning the queen. She had never interacted with Leonel before, and the start of such communication at this particular moment left her at a loss. If she was honest with herself, though she was grateful to Leonel, he was the last person she wanted to talk to now. However, Leonel's next words shook her to her core. "Go speak with him and be as open and honest as possible." Guinevere froze, her hand involuntarily tightening around Mordred's. Mordred, who had, of course, not been expecting this, looked toward her mother. However, she couldn't hear Leonel's words at all. "It will be difficult," Leonel continued. "However, what Arthur needs the most now is your transparency. When a man loses everything, his family is his only pillar." Guinevere wanted to lash out at Leonel's words. However, she couldn't, not because she didn't have the mind to, but because she couldn't replicate Leonel's silent communication. This left her feeling overly stifled, and her breathing even hitched, her grip tightening on Mordred's hand again. She was a queen. Maybe in some ways the same pride that ran in Arthur's veins ran through her own. But it was even deeper than this. Anyone being confronted about such an intimate matter would react defensively first. This would be the case even if two people were close, let alone if they couldn't have been closer to strangers like Leonel and Guinevere. This, in addition to the fact Guinevere was a woman while Leonel was a man, all added to the fact she was a queen used to an unblemished and polished image. Guinevere felt a mixture of embarrassment, unwillingness, and unending grievances. As if all this wasn't bad enough, Leonel was a kid in Guinevere's eyes. What did he know about being a man? Such words coming from the mouth of a teenage boy felt like a bunch of flowery nonsense without substance. However, Leonel knew he had no choice but to continue to push. When Arthur made his decision, he felt that feeling again, that feeling that something was about to change. Spark lit in his mind, but he had no way of fully connecting them. He had no choice but to act on his instincts and hope for the best. "I know that hearing all of this from me fills you with feelings you don't know how to deal with, and I know that communicating with you in this way where you can't respond to me is even more stifling. I can't comfort you with any words outside of this. I only want you to know that I have the best interest of Camelot at heart. Have you wondered why it is I know about these things I shouldn't?" Leonel's final question caused Guinevere to freeze completely. All her anger vanished with the wind, a deep trepidation gripping her heart. "All I want you to ask yourself is if you would rather him hear it all from your lips, or find out through the words of another?" Guinevere clenched her jaw, her eyes reddening. Mordred's words paused before she finished them. Could she really still call Guinevere mother? She didn't know if she was ready for such a thing yet, but she had no idea just the start of her words snapped Guinevere back to reality. Guinevere looked toward where Arthur disappeared and back toward her daughter. Guinevere was completely flustered. She forgot about how she had addressed Mordred as Demon Empress all this time. A motherly tone involuntarily came from her. However, surprisingly, Mordred wasn't off-put by this. In fact, she seemed to understand something as she smiled lightly. "Go." Guinevere's eyes uncontrollably teared. If it wasn't for the court ministers having become lost in their own debates about the changes coming to Camelot, she would have instantly become the center of attention. There were two that did notice, though. Her son was the first, and the second was Lancelot. Guinevere stood slowly, her hand still wrapped around her daughter's. She looked intently at Mordred as though making sure it was truly all right. She had already abandoned her daughter once. She couldn't stand the thought of doing it again. But, seeing the reassuring gaze Mordred returned her back straightened, a certain determination lighting her beautiful eyes. She released Mordred's hand, a light smile on her face. Back straight, she walked toward the direction her husband left in. From start to finish, she didn't look toward Lancelot. She seemed to be using her actions to convey something profound, but ultimately, it all led to the broken heart of a knight. Chapter 433, Cloud. Chapter 433, Cloud. "I think I will return now," Mordred said softly, motioning toward Krakos. From start to finish, the E1 Demon Lord hadn't said a word and had simply observed things. Though he received many looks and several auras were constantly locked onto him, the Demon Lord always remained calm, restraining his own. Leonel nodded lightly. He knew that Mordred had gone through a lot today. The wounds she had suffered in her past couldn't be cured so quickly, but Leonel felt content that they were going in the right direction. He and Mordred practically knew everything about one another. In many ways, Leonel felt that he was closer to her than he had ever been to James. Seeing her slowly coming back to her family left him feeling happy. "What's with that smile?" Mordred teased. "Is Big Sis very beautiful?" Leonel coughed, not knowing how to respond. But his predictable reaction left the Demon Empress giggling. Just as Mordred was about to turn to leave, Leonel suddenly spoke out. "Demo M, I take you to be one of my close friends now. I just wanted you to know that." Mordred's steps froze, looking back toward Leonel with surprise. Seeing those clear, pale green eyes and that handsome, charismatic smile, she felt her heart shudder. For some reason, she felt her tears well up in her eyes. She quickly dried them with a subtle use of force, not letting them fall. Then, just as quickly as she had almost cried, she smiled a charming smile. "Big Sis has more to teach you about women. Rule number 1 is to not make them cry." Mordred strolled away under the escort of several guards, clicking her tongue as though she was still reprimanding Leonel. But, in response, Leonel only chuckled. "You must be happy having such a beautiful friend, hmm?" Aina's voice disrupted Leonel's mood, causing his coughing fit to return. "It's fine. I'm pretty sure M only likes women anyway." Leonel quickly recovered. "So you mean that if she liked men instead, you'd be happier?" Ah, Leonel had been checkmated once again. He didn't know how all his insane thinking speed and people skills couldn't find him a path out of this. Luckily, he then heard Aina begin to giggle to herself, the soft bells of her laughter warming his heart. He didn't know when Aina got such a teasing side to her. The two sides Leonel knew were either the overly shy Aina or the bloody killer Aina. What he didn't know was that Aina had no choice but to begin teasing Leonel like this. Before, it felt as though Leonel was always the one causing her to be flustered. Getting back at him now made her feel much better. Maybe even Aina herself didn't realize that in order to tease Leonel like this, she had to play into the fact they were a couple. Who knows how she'd react if she realized what her jokes meant? Leonel suddenly sighed, thinking back to Arthur and Guinevere. "Do you think we'd ever grow apart like that?" he suddenly asked. Aina froze. She hadn't even thought through herself what she felt for Leonel. She didn't even believe she had the time to think of such things now. Being presented so suddenly with such a loaded question left her not knowing what to say for a long time. "Is it possible for you to grow distant from me?" Aina asked a question back herself. Maybe deep down she was also afraid of such a possibility. Leonel had pursued her so doggedly for years, she couldn't help but admit to herself that she thought he would have given up on her a long time ago. During those days, her best friends were Yuri and Savan. Savan especially used to always say that men were just like that. They loved the chase, but the moment they got something, they would soon grow bored and leave it behind for other things. Though Aina never really took much of her rants seriously, she had to admit to herself that thinking of this might have subconsciously been one of the reasons she also never tried to respond to Leonel. This had left her in a perpetual cycle where she never said yes, but also never said no. She never quite understood why Leonel was so infatuated with her. She hadn't been the most beautiful in their school, and now she was even further from that reality thanks to these scars. It was even possible that the reason she hadn't shut down Leonel's line of questioning like she would have usually done was precisely because she could no longer bury her curiosity. However, Leonel's response left her completely shaken. Yes, I could grow apart from you." Aina couldn't explain it, but she felt as though her whole world was collapsing at that very moment. Her mind swam, her vision even blurring. She hadn't expected a particular answer, but what she absolutely never expected was for a response to be able to flip her world upside down like this. The feeling was so real and undeniable that even she couldn't mistake what it was any longer. It hurt. Like a twisting knife at her heart, it tore her apart. Her vision blurred, but it was hard to tell if it was due to tears or if it was the foggy state her mind had entered. "But," Leonel continued, "that's if and only if you stop trusting me." Aina's breath hitched and hiccuped like she couldn't hear Leonel at all. It felt as though she couldn't breathe enough air, as though there wasn't enough oxygen in the world. Every huff she took felt filled with smoke. "Aina." Leonel frowned, gripping onto Aina's hands. In her panicked state, she tried to shake Leonel's arms off her. She used such force that Leonel was almost thrown across the room. But he held onto her tightly, gripping the sides of her face and forcing her to look at him. By this point, Leonel had already put up a light refraction spell. He hadn't expected Aina to react so violently, but the last thing she needed now was to be seen by others. Aina struggled, but Leonel didn't let her slip away. "Aina." Leonel's deep, rumbling voice seemed to finally cut deep enough, shaking Aina out of her panicked state. "I am a person who severs his emotions easily when I find a logical reason to do so. The only reason it was hard for me to kill for a long time was because I felt my life was worth the same as anyone else's. So why should I kill them just for me to survive? Sometimes I even fear that one day I really will feel that I am better than others and will no longer have a reason to hold back. However, at the same time, for a very long while, I believed that my mother had abandoned me. Since the day I drew that conclusion, I never thought of her, dreamed of her, or pined after her." The more Leonel spoke, the more Aina seemed to calm down. The rushing tides of her heart slowed to a normal ebb and flow, her breathing slowly returning to normal. Leonel eased his hands away, his gaze becoming much more gentle. I know that you have a heavy burden on your heart. All I want you to know is that I'm here to bear it with you. I just want you to trust me, lean on me, never go off on your own and do something stupid because I will not come to save you. Do you understand me? Ina's pupils trembled. Where were the words of romance? Where were the talks of running through the fires of hell and smashing the gates of heaven to make it back to her? But no, these weren't the words that Leonel spoke. As long as you trust me, place your whole faith in me, lean on me like I will lean on you. If you can do this, I swear on my life that I will never leave your side. The tears in Ina's eyes could no longer be held back. They fell like an endless flood. This time she knew exactly why her vision had blurred, and maybe it was exactly because her vision blurred that she couldn't react in time. Before she knew what was happening, she felt something hot and heavy press over her lips. Her heart seemed to explode. Feelings she had never felt before kept bubbling forth. Warmth, sweetness, anxiousness. As though butterfly wings had spread within her chest, she felt like she was floating on a cloud. Author's note below, New Neen I C Neen 61. Chapter 434, Kiss. Chapter 434, Kiss. It wasn't the most romantic kiss as kisses went. In the stories, the couple would be on a hill by a setting sun or beneath the rain and awashed in emotions. But there was no beautiful scenery to be seen. In fact, with a look around, there was nothing but a bland royal court still suffused with a heavy atmosphere. In the stories, maybe some loving words would have just been said. But Leonel had just finished with telling Ina that he had no intention of saving her if she went off and did something stupid on her own. In the stories, the female lead would be gorgeous and flawless. But Ina was still scarred. Even as he kissed her, Leonel could feel the imperfections running across her lips. Still, even with all of this said, Leonel felt as though he was on the top of the world. To veterans of love, Leonel had barely given Ina a peck on the lips. But to him, it felt as though he had conquered the world. It felt better than anything he had ever experienced before. No game he had ever won, no battle he had ever claimed victory in, no complicated thought he had ever finished could match up to the euphoria he was experiencing now. It was only when Leonel sensed his hastily put-up light refraction spell wavering that he retreated despite his reluctance. However, his actions allowed him to see a scene he would never forget. Ina still sat on her chair, her legs swung in his direction, but her two hands were over her heart, one balled into a fist and the other wrapped around it. They pressed against her chest as though she was trying to stop her heart from escaping. Her lips were slightly separated and trembling, her breathing wild and erratic. A blush traveled up from her neck and through her face, not missing even her trembling eyelids that still hung closed. Though she only remained in this position for a fraction of a moment, Leonel's burned the image into his mind, even down to the way she slightly leaned forward as though subconsciously asking for more. Ah! Ina awoke from her stupor, the flash of crimson across her face and neck deepening by several shades. Ina's words stuttered. Leonel grinned like a madman, the deep, rumbling cadence of his heart making his emotions clear. You can't deny that you like me now, right? Ina was speechless. She stood up quickly, wanting to run away. But this time, Leonel grabbed onto her wrist. Don't run anymore, okay? Leonel's grin faded and his tone softened. Ina's chest heaved, her breath feeling short once again. But seeing the look in Leonel's eyes made her shudder, a wave of guilt overwhelming her. She took deep breaths, allowing Leonel to lightly hold onto her wrist. She looked down at him from her standing position, her gaze a wild mix of emotions. But Leonel's own remained steady, like a pillar waiting for her to lean on it. Okay, Ina nodded almost imperceptibly, her voice as quiet as the wings of a butterfly. Leonel smiled. It was no longer a wild grin, but it had a level of peace to it that made Ina almost start shedding tears again. Leonel rose to his full height. The way he almost cast a shadow over Ina made her oddly feel at peace, the erratic beat of her heart finally slowing to a crawl. Lean on me from now on, all right? Ina looked up as Leonel stroked her hair. For some reason, she no longer felt shy or apprehensive. She even felt quite calm. She nodded almost imperceptibly again. For the first time in a long while, Leonel felt relaxed. Standing here like this as though they were in their own world despite everything going on around them felt like a remedy to all that had ailed him. Since the metamorphosis began, he had lost contact with his only family. He had lost his home. He had constantly been on the run or in a perpetual state of battle. Ironically, the first time he truly got any semblance of rest was while he was negotiating for peace on Mordred's behalf. But now, he had found a self-sustaining peace. He felt that no matter where he was or what he was doing, even if he was in the midst of blood and war, as long as she was by his side, he would never feel so lost again. You know, people say that all the emotions one put into something never paid off when you truly received it. Athletes spent their whole lives working toward becoming the best of the best. But after winning it all once, it never quite felt the same afterward. The richest men and women in the world devote themselves to growing their net worth to heights still yet unseen. but no matter how much they make, it will never feel as good as the first 100,000 thing they made. This seemed to just be human nature. Yet, even after Leonel spent 5 years chasing Aina, even as their relationship slowly became closer over the last year, he swore to himself that none of it could compare to this moment. It couldn't be described as a tsunami of emotions, but could rather be summarized in a single word: contentment. When Leonel pulled himself out of his languid daze, he grinned once again. You know, we have yet to have our first date as a newly minted couple. Huh. Aina was shocked awake by Leonel's words. She wanted to refute, but couldn't seem to find the words to. She had already promised not to run away any longer, but she was shocked by the sudden labeling of their relationship. Leonel's grin only grew wider. I don't think we should have a normal first date, though. Wouldn't that be too boring? A picnic or a stroll at the park doesn't really suit us, don't you think? Aina raised her brows, her amber irises almost reflecting gold as she looked toward Leonel. She seemed to understand what he was getting at. What better first date for us than a date to kill? Leonel's grin suddenly became somewhat sinister. Chapter 435, Pressure Chapter 435, Pressure Leon, Zindi, Mateus, and Amaral still hadn't left. How could they? They were waiting for a proper opportunity. The truth was that although Leon's plan was excellent, executing it would be far more difficult. It wasn't as though they could just plop a bunch of novels and movies in front of King Arthur and expect him to read and watch them all. Whether he even would was one matter, but by the time he did it would probably already be too late. Who cared if Arthur threw a fit after Camelot had already been assimilated by the Empire? By then, they could just send someone to kill him with ease, and it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Our best bet is most definitely an illusion specialist. It will be difficult finding one strong enough to cause him to fall, and even more expensive, but it will be worth it. It's the most seamless option we have. The 4 of them seemed to all agree with this. King Arthur's strength was something they looked down upon initially, until they were in the same room as the man. They couldn't deny the pressure he placed on them. It was undeniable. Not a bad plan. The 4 were stunned. If these words had been spoken by one of them, it would be fine. The issue was that it most definitely hadn't been, and to make things worse, they recognized the voice it was spoken by as well. Leonel slowly walked out of the forest, causing the 4 to be shaken. How had they not heard his approach until just now? That was impossible. Amaron's gaze narrowed, his golden eyes piercing toward Leonel. Unfortunately, before they could focus too much on Leonel, another, much louder set of footsteps caught their attention. They spun around, only to find Aina walking forward with a great sword dragging in her hands across the forest floor. Compared to the flustered girl she had been just a while prior, her current cold expression seemed worlds apart. Yip, yip, a little mink dashed along the tree branches, appearing from a third direction. Leonel, what do you think you're doing? Mateus could no longer hold back his temper. Leonel had already infuriated him enough once, but this blatant provocation was too much for any human to handle. Do you understand what you're doing, kid? Zindi cut in, her green eyes locking onto Leonel. Enlighten me. Instead of taking these words as an opportunity, the 4 hidden family members only grew more enraged toward Leonie's response. They didn't want to have to explain themselves to a child, and it seemed even more pathetic to do so. Those who had strength didn't need to speak. They could just do. They didn't have to convince anyone of anything. No takers? Leonel almost pouted in disappointment. Truthfully, he was looking forward to learning more about these hidden families. Other than seeing their hair color, he knew nothing else about them. Well, he did know a bit about the Brazinger family's lineage factor thanks to Aina. But this was about it. I'll give you 2 options. The first option is to surrender. Allow us to escort you to a holding cell within Camelot until negotiations are complete. After this, we will release you, and you can go about your business. The second is to battle. Should you do this, however, you will definitely die. Leonel didn't add any flowery words of encouragement or any coercion in the slightest. He simply laid out the facts as they were. These 4 had no idea, but they were facing 2 opponents who had already stepped into the 4th dimension. Not only had Aina done so, but the little mink had done so as well. On top of that, there was Leonel, whose ability was already at the pinnacle of the 5th dimension and was supported by a mind within the 4th. With only 4 of them, they simply stood no chance. The truth was that Leonel suspected that Amron had already stepped into the 4th dimension. He could tell simply by observing him that he was different from the other 3. But Leonel didn't believe that this would make a large difference. Still, Leonel made a mental note that he needed to understand more about the 4th dimension. Because he didn't have the latter portions of Dimensional Cleanse, he was flying in the dark about how the power systems of the 4th dimension functioned. As such, he found it difficult to scan the stats of someone within this dimension. However, Leonel's gut feeling told him that the combination of Aina and the little mink was more than enough to deal with this golden-haired man. As for the other 3, they were his, so which choice will you make? Leonel brandished his bow, his demeanor calm and collected. The 4 began to sweat. This wasn't just a problem of facing the 3 before them. The main issue was that they were still in enemy territory. Defeating these brats was one thing, but what if Camelot mobilized an army? What would they do then? They didn't feel that these three were stupid enough to come without requesting any sort of backup assistance, right? They couldn't have? Leonel's lip curled into a smile. The most important thing about applying pressure on a person wasn't how much you applied, but when you applied it. If you used all your tactics immediately on a strong-minded individual, they would all fall flat. But if you simply poked at someone when they were in their most fragile state, they would collapse like a house of cards. Leonel pointed toward the green-haired lady. You have a lineage factor that has great synergy with plants. In your mind, you're probably undefeatable in a forest facing opponents like us, right? You're probably even more confident than a usual member of your family, because your ability is an A-grade hardened ability that reinforces the chemical structure of objects to make them tougher than the strongest diamonds and the best alloys. Is that right? Quite a great synergy of your abilities. Would be quite a hassle to deal with a flood of vines all harder than the sharpest swords. Zindi shuddered, the subtle movements she had made to control the vegetation in the surroundings coming to a grinding halt. Leonel's smirk deepened, pointing toward Mateus. And you, Chapter 436, stalled. Chapter 436, stalled. Your lineage factor is quite interesting. A defensive-type lineage factor that relies on the fluidity of your body, is that right? Your ability is a C-grade sharpened sight ability that also synergizes well with your lineage factor. I'm sure you're good at hand-to-hand combat, commendable. Leonel spoke with a smile, his demeanor relaxed. There's also you, Leonel continued. Your light elemental lineage factor is quite intriguing, focusing on your attack strength, I'm sure that pairing that with your fifth-dimensional wind elemental ability helps you quite a bit, right? Amren's gaze narrowed further. Leonel's words had subtly revealed the fact he was quite aware of his strength, yet still dared to stand here. Among those here, he was the only one with an ability that touched the realms of the fifth dimension, or so he thought. But now that Leonel was speaking so nonchalantly, he wasn't confident in this matter any longer. Was this brat more dangerous than he originally thought? And you? Leonel's smile faded, his gaze locking onto Leoron, the red-haired Brazinger family member. Your lineage factor is related to your blood and your bodily strength. As for your ability, it's of the S grade and only gives you perfect recall of events. Is that right? Leonel's cheerfulness had completely vanished. Even as a method of applying pressure, he couldn't stand to continue putting up such a facade for a man from that family. So, what is your choice? Leonel continued coldly. The pressure was palpable. In this world, one of the most protected secrets of a person was their ability. When it came down to a crucial moment, what an opponent did or didn't know about your ability could decide your life and death. The simple truth was that abilities came in all shapes and sizes. And, even if by some miracle two people received two near-identical abilities, the methods by which they used them could be strikingly different. In a fictional world, everyone had set and predictable patterns that could be used to follow an opponent's intentions in the midst of battle. But, in the real world, a burly man could just as easily bring out a strong wind affinity. A person with a strong fire lineage factor could easily be born with a water elemental ability. It was even possible for a close combat specialist to be even better in the long range simply due to an ability they were born with. So one could imagine how it might feel to have your abilities displayed so grandly. And not only that, but for their lineage factors to be exposed as well. Almost any thoughts they had of surprise or trickery vanished. It was at that moment that Leoron suddenly began to laugh. You know, all this time I was wondering why it was you hated me so much. Leoron's laughter grew, his blood boiling. So that's why, I get it, Leonel calmly weighed his black bow in his hands, his gaze never leaving the four before him. Leoron's gaze turned toward Ina and his laughter only grew. Brats, I have nothing to do with the matters of all those years ago. I'm not sure why you're targeting me for the actions of a few. Those people you want to kill me for only treat me slightly better than the piece of dirt they see those of impure blood as. Leoron's gaze reddened. Clearly he was feeling indignant. His feelings made sense for the most part. He obviously didn't receive very great treatment from the family. Maybe it was because his talent wasn't as great? Maybe it was because his ability didn't have very great offensive prowess. Or maybe it was because he didn't have much backing within the family itself. Regardless of the reason, being targeted because of the actions of someone you didn't like very much to begin with wasn't a pleasant feeling. Of course Leoron remembered Ina. Leonel had just described his ability as perfect recall. It could be said that the only reason he didn't recognize Ina immediately was because it had been almost 2 decades since he last saw her from afar. In fact, it wasn't even Ina's looks. No, what he remembered was the exact pattern of the scars drawn across her face. This was his perfect recall at work. How could 2 women have the exact same pattern of scars? Leonel's gaze narrowed at Leoron's words, but he still nodded slightly. Even though he wanted to reject Leoron's words due to his own bias, he knew that not accepting such a thing and hating him just because of the family he came from would make him no different from the Brazinger family. Like I've said already, if you want to live, then just surrender yourselves. I'll release you all just the same. And you expect me to believe that? Do you have a choice? Do you really think we came here alone? The only reason the others haven't closed in is because there's no need to risk innocent lives when it could all be resolved by us. But if you force us to act, even if by some miracle you manage to defeat the three of us, there will be a world's kingdom waiting to deal with you. Leiron and the others shuddered. The only one who still managed to remain a semblance of calm was Amaron. After a long while, Amaron sighed. Kids are getting more and more brazen every day. We asked you if you really knew what you were getting into before, but the question still remains the same. Are you sure you know what you're getting into? Leonel shook his head. Seems you're the one still not getting it. Sir Lancelot? At that moment, the clanking of armor sounded. Amaron's confident expression finally changed. In the seemingly quiet forest, the sound of unsheathing blades and rattling chainmail rebounded through the greenery. Somehow, without their knowledge, an entire troop of knights had surrounded them from all directions. At this point, Amaron realized he had been played. Though Leonel was maybe confident in defeating them all, doing so while also preventing them from having enough time to activate their talismans to return to Earth would have been too difficult. So, he stalled for time. Now where would they go? Chapter 437, complete. Chapter 437, complete. Leonel watched as the four were escorted away. He felt better than he thought he would. Being able to resolve things with his words again, rather than his fists, left him feeling light. Well, technically, he still relied on strength this time around. If it wasn't for his vastly improved method of using Camelot's mage art magic system, it would have been impossible for him to hide so much movement from them all. This was especially considering Leiron's perfect recall ability. If there was even a single blade of grass out of place, he likely would have been seen through. Still, Leonel was happy. He didn't have anything to complain about. He could only hope that the negotiations the Empire went as smoothly. Unfortunately, Leonel could only be hopeful about this. The power imbalance between the Empire and them, even if Camelot and the Demon Empire came together, was too large. He obviously couldn't use bully tactics as he had just done if this was the case. Are you sure we'll be able to hold him? A sudden voice cut into Leonel's thoughts. When he looked over, he found Lancelot's figure beside him. Lancelot was wearing the same smile he always did. His mood seemed great, but Leonel was quite aware that much of this was a facade. A leader of men didn't always have the luxury of wearing his heart on his sleeve. This was a curse that it seemed both Lancelot and Arthur were afflicted with. Leonel nodded. The restrictions I placed on him are modified, 3-star Magus arts. Though they're not able to stop him completely, it will take him some effort to break them even if he goes all out. My estimate sits at 7 seconds. By the time he breaks it, I'll already be aware, and that time is enough for me to activate the teleportation key I hit on him. Lancelot nodded with some assurance, his smile as bright as ever. About these negotiations, Leonel, I'm curious about this Ascension Empire and what joining them means for Camelot. Leonel sighed. The Ascension Empire is just like any other. Its main focus is growth, expansion, and holding on to its power. In the past, what mattered most was your talent, and now what also matters most is still your talent. In truth, I wouldn't say that it's any different from Camelot. The only difference is that compared to being at the top like you are now, you will have to fight to hold such a position again. Leonel swept a glance toward Lancelot, half expecting him to defend Camelot and speak words about how much they loved their people and other similar things. In truth, Leonel was being quite kind to Camelot. Compared to the Empire, Camelot treated its lesser thans far worse, at least on the surface anyway. Leonel would never forget that the Empire allowed billions to die just so that it would be easier to deal with invalid tides. In fact, much of the reason Leonel didn't run into an invalid despite the early stages Earth was in was precisely because of this. Other worlds in similar positions would have to spend centuries fighting against invalids. By the time they established themselves, their worlds would have to be separated in safe and unsafe zones. But, by killing so much immediately, Earth never had to deal with this problem. And, with the exception of the oceans where humans couldn't normally reside anyway, everywhere else was still reasonably safe. Sometimes, Leonel couldn't help but wonder how much of the invention of Paradise Islands were about land shortage, and how much was a plan for this all along. I see. Lancelot nodded, not a hint of derision on his face. I hope they will be better at finding talents than we have been. Lancelot smiled somewhat sadly, a slight crack showing in his usual facade. I didn't have an opportunity to say it before, but I'm sorry for what happened to you. To think that you would also be our savior as well, how ironic. Leonel gave a slight chuckle. I can't take credit for that. It wasn't intentional. In truth, I did it mostly to save my own life. It's just that my selfishness happened to help others. Selfishness, huh? Lancelot sighed, his blue irises dimming somewhat. It's unfortunate that selfishness isn't always possible, and selflessness isn't always rewarded. Leonel remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Selflessness can only be rewarded after selfishness has finished taking everything it wants first. After that, the selfless can only find time and space to heal. Lancelot froze. He looked toward Leonel's side profile, his pupils visibly trembling. Was it just a coincidence? Leonel's words seemed to resonate with Lancelot's soul. Time and space to heal. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. Leonel's gaze sharpened. It's here? That was enough? All this time, Leonel had felt a feeling tugging at the back of his mind. However, his dreamscape didn't seem capable of finding the answer. So, Leonel did it himself. Leonel's mind was even more powerful than maybe even he himself knew. The more he thought about it, the more possibilities he crossed off. The more he realized that there was only one possible explanation left. The zone quests hadn't ended yet. Camelot had already become a part of true history, and Leonel had already saved King Arthur from a fate of death. If he could just resolve the love triangle, everything would be perfect. But there was one issue with this. Leonel couldn't possibly kill Mordred, let alone the fact that he wouldn't have the heart to do so even if he didn't know her so well. They were now intimately acquainted. To Leonel, killing Mordred would feel no different from killing any one of his teammates. He couldn't bear it. But that moment when he called Mordred his friend, something clicked. Zones were not a game, so their quests didn't exist just for the sake of existing. The quests were in place as guides to those who entered, allowing them to help along the resolution of the zone as a whole. This was a simple matter. Leonel had long since learned as much during his time within the Joan Zone. What did all of this mean, then? It meant that the quests themselves were not as important as the function they served, saving King Arthur. Resolving the love triangle, killing Mordred. Making King Arthur a part of true history, what did all of these quests have in common? It was all about resolving Arthur as a person, helping him to complete his character arc. Oftentimes it was difficult for someone who had been wronged to forgive. There was definitely a timeline of events where Mordred would never forgive her father and even choose to continue her attempts to kill him. When a person is too far gone, despite how tragic their pasts might be, the crudest way to deal with them would be to kill them. In such a reality, Arthur would mourn the loss of his daughter with his wife and son, while Lancelot, being the good man that he is, would take a step back and allow the family to come together. In such a way, Mordred's death would become the catalyst to truly heal Arthur of his ailments. But what if Mordred didn't choose that path? What if she was all right with reconnecting with her family? What if she made the first friend she ever had? In such a case, wouldn't it fulfill the same requirements as her death would have, the savior of King Arthur? The manifestation of Camelot. The resolution of the love triangle. The death of Mordred. The sound of shattering glass resounded throughout the small moon as the world continued to tremble. Leonel felt his heart suddenly thrum to life. It wasn't just him, but every citizen of Earth's world felt the very same way at that exact moment. It was then Leonel understood what his actions meant. Earth was evolving into a fourth-dimensional world. However, Leonel expected what happened next even less. Chapter 438, Anared, Chapter 438, Anared. It had been several weeks since the disappearance of Leonel and Aina. By now, those who had spectated the Brave City trials were well aware that these two youths would not have to participate. Of course, many had an understanding of exactly what this meant. For these two to be personally escorted by the overseers and then disappear, there was a high likelihood that both Leonel and Aina were given the rights to directly enter Valiant Heart Mountain. Unfortunately, there was nothing the others could do about this. Without a choice, they could only continue to follow the proceedings, hoping to gain a spot for themselves. Still, this was the real world. Hopes and dreams couldn't be manifested at will, nor could strong desires make one more talented or wield more power. The so-called geniuses of terrain fell one after another beneath the trials, and it very much seemed as though this would be a repeat of every other year prior where not a single person was selected. However, it was exactly then that a young man stood out. The story of Anared Kiefer, the heir to the Kiefer City Lord title, was quite an interesting one. Since his youth, he had always been known as the genius of terrain just as much as he had been known for his insane tendencies. He was a man who protected his little sister to a fault, and was even quite protective of his little sister's best friend as well, though she could be a bit of a ditz. However, the truth was that Anared had always been within the realm of understanding for those of terrain. Though he was lauded and praised, he was ultimately just one of a long line of geniuses that wouldn't amount to much at all in the dimensional verse. Terrain was too small, the talents it could produce were too weak, and the starting point of those talents it did manage to produce were too low. With these shackles on his future progress, Anared participated in the last Brave City trial. Without suspense, just like all those who came before him, he failed. The memory was still quite vivid in the eyes of those who had witnessed it all. There were a total of 8 trials to complete. In order to be accepted into Valiant Heart Mountain as the lowest tier disciple, it was necessary to pass at least the 4th. But back then, Anared only managed to make it halfway through the second trial. The trial was a sea of wooden puppets. The only task was to make it from one side of the room to the other, but for so many, it was a trial they would never pass. As a mere king back then, Anared scratched and clawed, his eyes a furious shade of red. Even when he was forcefully pulled out of the trial by the overseers at that time, his gaze was still wholly focused on the goal ahead of him. He looked like he would rather die than not make it to the other side. It was impossible to tell what his motivation was. Who could read the mind of a madman? Did he just want to get stronger? Did he have something to protect? Something he wanted to accomplish? No one knew. but those red eyes and the way he clung to the broken hilt of his sword was seared into the minds of all those who watched that day. After failing the trial, it became hard to hear of Anared again. All people knew was that he went off to travel for several years, even missing the next entry to Brave City. Many thought he had given up due to that, but no one blamed him. He was a talented young man who went to see the world and even managed to come back with a beautiful wife. There was no doubt that Ira was a preeminent beauty of terrain. Not only this, but she also had the refined demeanor of a lady. But what no one expected was for Anared to participate in this one as well, not only for him to succeed, but for him to completely outperform his previous limitations. Many thought that Anared was at most on par with the other emperors. In fact, due to the way he reacted when the other emperors came to apply pressure to his sector, many confirmed this belief. But, once again, no one could get a read on the thoughts of a madman. He crossed the third trial and faced the fourth. Many emperors of the past had reached this level but could never clear it. It was a trial that tested one's movement speed and flexibility, a death obstacle course of swinging blades and shadow-hidden assassins. Yet Anared crossed it with ease. With a sword in his hand, his movements became like flowing water. Even as the other emperors failed at this step, he crossed into the fifth trial, then the sixth. In the end, under the astonished gazes of all those around him, Anared made it through the seventh and almost all the way through the eighth before he was forced to stop. Beaten and bloodied, he stood on the final eighth floor, the jagged-bladed axe of a giant having stopped just before his neck. Even at that moment, a defiant look blazed within his eyes. He kept looking up at the giant as though he still wanted to hack it to pieces. It was clear to anyone who saw him that he was still unsatisfied with his result. Zealor watched on from afar, his hands tightly gripped around his broken spear shaft. He hadn't even been able to pass through the first trial. No amount of fire in his gut or will in his soul could help him overcome his lack of talent at the moment. All sorts of complex feelings shook his core as he watched Anared proceed to where no one of terrain had ventured before. It was as though watching Anared do it gave him even more determination to do it himself. He too would reach that level one day. He too would shock everyone with a single feat. Chapter 439, Rules. Chapter 439, Rules. Anared calmly received his spatial ring, the sword hovering to his back still singing. It was clear that his battle intent was still roaring, but there was no longer a trial to face. He had failed to clear the final hurdle. After a few words from the overseers, everyone was ejected from Brave City. Another round had come to an end. It would be several more years until Brave City opened up its tall, bloodthirsty gates once again. Days later, within the Kafer family city lordship, a meeting was taking place. But if those who understood the relations between the city lords saw this meeting, they would be shocked out of their wits. Not only was the forever lone wolf Black family city lord present, but even the Swan family city lord who had always butted heads with the Kiefer family was present. To make matters more shocking, this was just one of the usually estranged or clashing relationships in the room. City lords from all over terrain were gathered, each one with a complicated network of relationships with those around them. Yet, each and every single one of them had set aside their differences to appear at this meeting. The setting was a room reserved for grand banquets. Elaborate chandeliers hung in the air, long tables that extended for tens of meters seated those numbering in the several dozen, while the decorations were designed to impress. Though this wasn't the most appropriate location for such a meeting, it was the only place that could house so many important characters. It wasn't that there were hundreds of city lords on terrain. In fact, there were only a dozen. The main issue was that none of these city lords, due to what was at stake, would want to appear here unguarded and unprotected. The luck of it was that since these city lords had brought their entourages to Brave City in the first place, they wouldn't draw the attention of those they wanted to hide their actions from. In fact, the fact they had all appeared in such a large banquet rather than slinking off sneakily made this even less of a matter to pay attention to. Of course, there was one other big reason this would work despite how foolish it was. They all had a reason to attend this banquet, and that reason was provided to them by the success of Anared Kiefer. City Lord Kiefer stood from his hosting position, a confident smile on his face. Even his full beard couldn't hide the grin on his lips. You all know the rules. These were the first words the City Lord said. As for what the rules were, only they knew that. Since my son has met the goal we all set, I will be taking the lead of this operation as previously agreed upon. I hope that there would be no rejections to this, right? The banquet hall remained silent. They weren't fools. They knew that anyone who rocked the boat now would be immediately executed, City Lord or not. It was precisely because of how volatile this seemingly genial atmosphere was that they all brought their guards despite the lack of secrecy that could cause. It was only with the status provided by Anared that they could execute this operation with less worries. As such, it was only right the Kafer family took the lead. It was just unfortunate that none of their own heirs could have the same accomplishments. Hearing such words, the various guards and lesser vassals of the city lords looked around in confusion. What they didn't know was that the so-called rules were exactly in place to cause this sort of vagueness and unassuredness. This operation had been being planned for years. Actually, it was more accurate to say that it had been decades. In all this time, this was the very first instance in which all the city lords had come together. In fact, this was the very first time they all had a direct line of communication with one another. Other than City Lord Kafer, the others hadn't even been sure that all the city lords would participate. It was only now that they were all certain that everyone was on board. But it was exactly this secrecy and this slyness that gave the city lords confidence. There were eyes and ears everywhere, especially in this era of abilities. It could be said that City Lord Kafer had proved himself. Even if Honoret had failed, they would have still elected him to be the leader of this operation. This operation was too important to them. It could be said that even in the case of Honoret failing, they would have moved forward regardless. When it came to matters of life and death and the futures of their coming generations, they had to be prepared. Good. I want everyone to be ready to move out within the month. The month quickly came and went. The city lords had been prepared to move out any day for the last 5 years already. Let alone being prepared within a month, they had long since primed themselves. Among these 12 city lords, there were 4 women. And, among these women, there was one with a very complicated relationship with City Lord Kafer. Though the common people didn't dare to spread rumors about city lords, what was to stop the city lords themselves from doing so? It was said that in their youth, this City Lord White was once a lover of City Lord Kafer. However, for whatever reason, City Lord Kafer married another who gave birth to his current son and daughter. According to the rumors, City Lord White visited the Kafer city lordship just once in the last 30 years, and it was said that she brought a baby along with her back then, but when she left, that baby was no longer on her person. Regardless of whether those rumors were true or not, City Lord White had long since returned to her city. The thoughts of all those years ago had long since been thrust from her mind. Chapter 440. Hi. Chapter 440. HAI. City Lord White sat in an office, a map spread out across her desk. She had long since memorized its contents, but due to a sudden change that happened a while ago, she wanted to ensure that she had it all imprinted into her mind. The City Lord was quite unique in comparison to other women of terrain. It was very rare to find technologically advanced places like Earth, and thus even rarer to find equality amongst men and women, at least in low-level worlds. Technology acted as an equating factor between men and women. The strength of a man meant less if a woman could simply pull out a gun and deal with a threat just as easily as he could. In low-level worlds like Terrain, the awakening of abilities didn't have much time to create a balance between the sexes like technology could. This was all to say that in Terrain and worlds like it, having women in positions of power was a rarity, and finding women like City Lord White was even a level more rare. City Lord White had exceptionally short-cut white hair. Her demeanor was quite valiant, and she chose to wear black robes accented by white flexible armor. Everything from the way she sat and spoke seemed to exude a masculine air. Even her handwriting was boisterous, purposeful, and bold. She was quite tall, especially for a woman. She stood at over 6 feet, but this didn't dampen her figure in the slightest. Her hips were wide and her bosom was bountiful. At that very moment, seemingly without reason, City Lord White froze. She stood, a sadistic grin on her face. Her face even became somewhat flushed as though she was excited. She touched a spatial bracer on her right arm. Her gaze only grew more excited after pulling out a talisman glowing with a blinding light. It was finally time. Bang! She smashed a fist against her large desk, splitting it in half and kicking its pieces out of her way. Her hand swept forward and snatched out the map before it could fall to the ground, carelessly tossing it into her spatial bracer. Someone get me my Clara. Now. Her booming voice shot over White City. An impossibly vast aura shot out from the City Lord's body. The result was a city that fell into immediate silence. It didn't matter if it was a noble or a humble street vendor. They all felt their knees buckle. The City Lord's mansion began to glow. City Lord White kicked down the door of her office. To the side of the now broken opening, a patient secretary with her hands respectfully clasped before her sent a glance toward the flying door and didn't seem to react very much at all. City Lord White turned toward the secretary, a bloodthirsty light in her eye. It was difficult to tell if she was excited, enraged, or in heat. Nia, give me my Clara. We're moving out. Yes, City Lord. The secretary bowed politely. With a small clap of her hands, a light appeared in the secretary's hands and slowly expanded. Eventually, when that light dimmed, all that was left was a monstrosity of a weapon. It had a polearm of 2.5 meters long alone, but the true shock was its head. It was a hammer, but even calling it so seemed to not do it justice. The head had 2 massive blunt ends that shimmered like the surface of a mirror, each head just under a meter in diameter each, easily matching more than half the size of most bodies. City Lord White snatched this massive weapon from Nia's hands. Ah, Clara, Clara, Clara. We're going to taste blood again. Clara seemed to react to these words too, a shimmering light racing across its polished surface. City Lord White strolled down the hallways of her mansion, wantonly swinging Clara around and not giving a damn about the damage. Naya could only follow quickly behind, calmly taking note of all the newly created holes and sending out orders for repair. The two quickly made their way out of the mansion, every one of City Lord White's steps causing the ground to sway and tremble. The head of City Lord White's mansion was completely unlike what one would expect. While others would pave the way for vehicles or decorate with elaborate gardens, the front of the White Mansion was a military field. On this military field, tens of thousands of warriors had already gotten into formation. They all stood ramrod straight, their chests sticking out with pride. HAI. The instant City Lord White appeared, a collective breath was taken as the army roared as one. The crisp sound of shifting clothing pierced through the soul as they saluted in unison, crossing their hands over their hearts. City Lord White stood atop the stairs of her mansion, her smothering aura towering into the skies. Bang! The butt of her massive weapon smashed against the ground, causing waves of trembling earth to spread in every direction. To her back, Nia continued to stand, her hands clasped together respectfully. The importance of this battle wasn't lost on any of them. This was a turning point. For a long time already, terrain had been teetering at the very edge, standing at the start of a diverging path. To one side, there was the abandonment of everything their ancestors had ever built, everything they had ever strived for. To the other, there was a slim hope, but it required their sweat, their tears, their blood. And, even then, they could very well fail. Their future would be decided by this battle, this war. Whether they could hold their heads high or be buried in the cemetery of their hopes and dreams, it would all be decided now. Today, we go to battle. Hori, hori, pori, for each AI. Today, we'll brandish our blades toward the necks of our enemies. For each AI, for each AI, for each AI, follow me to those crimson fields. For each AI, follow me to those crimson fields. Give me the beating hearts from your chests. Lay down your lives for me. HAI, HAI, HAI. The glow of White City grew to a fever pitch. Then, inexplicably, the entire city disappeared. Chapter 441, Interrupt. Chapter 441, Interrupt, it's time. In Black City, preparations were underway as well. The only difference was that while City Lord White took sole leadership, Black City was headed by a father-son pair. J-Rock was stunned out of his thoughts when he heard his father's voice. The two men looked practically like copies of one another. J-Rock's father had the same bald-held black armor and jagged beard his son did. The only difference was that J-Rock's father was a head taller than he was. Obviously, since J-Rock was already in his 30s, this wasn't a matter of youth. Rather, J-Rock's father simply had a far larger stature. Get the men ready, J-Rock's father continued. The city will be disappearing in just a few minutes. Yes, father. J-Rock nodded and went off to complete the last of his duties. J-Rock was lost in his thoughts as he made his way toward the military fields. Black City wouldn't be taking action immediately, so their mental state didn't need to be in a primed state. Not that J-Rock was in the headspace to give a motivational speech to begin with. He had just failed the Brave City trials miserably, and his heart was still being shadowed by a perpetual guilt. Even now, he could still remember Leonel's complete disregard of him. If Leonel had ignored him, it would have been one thing. But J-Rock remembered making eye contact with Leonel just one time while they were both still on the first floor. Back then, it had been as though Leonel was looking at a stranger. He glanced at him as though he was observing someone he had seen for the first time and moved away from him just as easily. The way Leonel looked at him at that moment was something he would never forget. At least, if Leonel never looked in his direction, he could make himself believe that Leonel felt some anger toward him. Somehow, he felt that that would make him feel better. After all, anger was just another way of acknowledging someone's existence. But to so genuinely treat him as though they had never met before, as the son and heir to a city lordship, he never thought he would ever have to deal with emotions like this. He never thought anything could make him feel this way, let alone do to someone he had met so recently. However, deep down, J-Rock knew that his emotions were less about Leonel and more about letting down himself. J-Rock shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. Back on Camelot's moon, Leonel was still in a state of shock. He hadn't expected that the zone quests had truly not been over, but he had expected even less that the reward for completing them would be accelerating Earth into the fourth dimension. Leonel's expression changed. Without waiting for anyone to react, he shot to Amaran's side and sent the strongest punch he could at the latter's chin. Amaran was completely flabbergasted by the change. He still didn't understand what was happening. All he knew was that he was bound now, and even if he wasn't, it would take him too much time to undo Leonel's restrictions. His last thought was that Leonel had tricked him, and that he was basically a dead man. His vision went black, collapsing to the ground. Lancelot's eyes widened. Lancelot froze. At that moment, Lancelot suddenly felt as though shackles that had held him down for decades suddenly imploded. Strength flooded into his body at impossible rates. In the blink of an eye, he was twice as powerful, then 3 times, then 4 times. Eventually, it got to be so much that even he no longer understood just how powerful he was in comparison to his former self. Leonel stumbled backward, the forcefulness of Lancelot's breakthrough being too great. The wind kicked up, and even the several-meter-thick trees around them began to sway. Leonel put a forearm over his eyes, trying to peek through to see what was happening, but he soon realized that it wasn't just Lancelot. At that moment, dozens, even hundreds of knights they had brought with them were experiencing similar power boosts. Leonel looked down at Amren's unconscious body and suddenly felt a bit bad. The reason he had taken him down like that was because if Camelot entered the fourth dimension, the restrictions on Amren's strength would have been completely lifted. By then, he would have been too troublesome to deal with. Leonel sent an apologetic gaze toward the other three hidden family members. But considering the fear in their eyes, and the way they were trying to distance themselves, Leonel felt that his smile might not have been as kind as he thought. Aina smiled lightly at Leonel's embarrassed expression. But, truthfully, Leonel made the right move in such a situation. The worst-case scenario was definitely a terrible situation they didn't want to be in. This makes sense, though. They've been stuck at the peak of the third dimension for so long, it's only right they break through. It's likely related to their unique magic system, too. Aina. Aina blinked, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Leonel couldn't help but smile when he saw this. She was still so shy, all he did was call her name. Aina currently found it troublesome to even look at Leonel. Every time she did, she would remember what happened before. She furiously shook her head, looking away. Leonel began to ask the question he was planning to, but Lancelot's sudden burst of laughter shocked him out of his train of thought. Lancelot spread out his arms, as though trying to catch the rays of the sun falling through the heavy canopies above. For the first time in months, the heavy rain of Camelot finally came to a stop, allowing the clouds to separate. As a warrior, Lancelot had spent his whole life training. He never thought there would be a day where he could finally break through the final barrier, but here that day was. He felt better than he ever had before. To an outside observer, he had simply broken through. But to him, it felt as though he had seen the light at the end of a dark tunnel. He hadn't thought that a simple shift in his mindset would bring him such benefits. Leonel, thank you. Leonel opened his mouth to respond again, but it seemed as though the universe had something against him today. But this time, the cause of the interruption was far more serious. It was serious to the point where it just might decide the life and death of Earth as a world. The sound of shattering glass reverberated throughout. Whether you were on Camelot, on the moon, or on Earth, everyone heard it. It felt as though the fabric of time and space itself was quaking, threatening to tear itself apart. Leonel looked up through the dense foliage, barely catching a glimpse of a sight he would never forget in his life. A city had appeared in the sky, and this city was falling toward them. At the top of this city's gates, a lone woman dressed in black robes accented by white soft armor stood, a massive hammer in her hand as she looked down toward the rapidly approaching Camelot. A bloodthirsty aura soon enveloped their lands. Those faint of heart felt as though there simply wasn't enough air to breathe. Terrain was invading. Chapter 442, float. Chapter 442, float. Leonel's eyes widened. Everything suddenly clicked at once. However, there was simply no time to harp on it. Run, Leonel roared. The impact of such a massive object hitting the ground from such a height would be enormous. A meteor of 100 kilometers across would be enough to annihilate all life on Earth. Even though this city was only 10 kilometers across and its velocity was much slower in comparison to a meteor, Leonel was absolutely certain that its hardness was far beyond anything a normal meteor could compare with. If this wasn't the case, how would they dare to stay within its walls as they fell from the skies? Plus, this wasn't Earth, it was a small moon. Leonel wasn't sure how his calculations would change in a true fourth-dimensional world like this one, but he didn't have the mental space to spare. Without hesitation, Leonel grasped at Ina's hand and charged out. But he soon realized that despite his speed, Ina actually had no problem keeping up with him. In fact, she was the one dragging him forward. Swiftness, second wind, breath of wings, Leonel cast as many windspeed spells as he could in quick succession. His affinity for the wind element wasn't very high, so the expenditure of his soul force was several levels more. But this wasn't a situation where he had the mind to care about such things. The knights around Leonel and Ina were a second later in reacting, but they too shot forward trusting in Leonel's judgment. With their speed, even covering a few hundred meters wouldn't be impossible by the time the city hit the ground. In this situation, every extra foot they could gain was an extra chance at living. Leonel's soul force continued to surge. He never realized it before, but it seemed that shackles on his own body were loosening greatly as well. His mind felt freer than it ever had before. Leonel let Ina pull him along, his mind entirely focused on his spell. He dug deep, a violent wind kicking up around him. Yep, don't worry about me, little Black Star. Stay in the air and in your incorporeal state. Don't come down here, we'll be fine. The little mink skipped through the air, steps of black fog forming before it, but a clearly distressed expression was on his little face. Though the little guy couldn't understand what was happening, he had a deep enough connection with Leonel to know that something bad was coming. The more panicked the knights saw Leonel feel, the more panicked they also seemed to become. The most troublesome part about it all was that they were in a forest, constantly having to dodge around trees and branches. The terrain made them slow down by several factors more than they would have in practically any other landscape. Without time to care for anything else, they had even gone as far as to abandon the prisoners they had already captured, allowing them to run on their own. At that moment, the city falling from the skies was already within half a kilometer of the ground. Just the wind pressure of its descent was enough to give Leonel an even stronger tailwind than previously, allowing his spell formation to speed up by several levels. "Brace yourselves," Leonel roared. Leonel pulled back on Ina's hand, stunning her for a moment. All of her forward momentum stalled in that instant, but Leonel didn't give her time to say anything else. With one swift motion, he grabbed onto her slender waist and sent the large curved package on her back and the great sword in her hand into the segmented cube. Instead of continuing forward, Leonel launched himself into the air, cradling Ina's body close to his own. Leonel's body seemed enveloped by a blinding light in that moment. Those who could only catch a faint glimpse would swear that they had laid eyes on a soaring bird. He leapt from tree branch to tree branch, shooting past 100 meters into the air in what felt like the blink of an eye. The instant Leonel reached the tallest canopy, his gaze sharpened, all the strength he could muster bowing his legs and causing his thighs to explosively increase a fold in size. H.A. Leonel flooded force into his legs and launched himself toward the clouds. As though he was a bullet, he left a streak of golden light in his wake, a violent cyclone of wind shattering the tree he had used as a springboard. In the distance, the city reached within 100 meters of the ground. The wind pressure alone flattened the forest beneath it, uprooting trees and sending them flying in every direction. Bang! The city suddenly came to a sudden grinding halt. Unlike what Leonel had expected, it never physically touched the ground. However, the damage, it was one of the most basic laws of physics. For every action, there was an equal and opposite reaction. A city falling from the skies like a meteor, weighing an impossibly great amount, suddenly coming to a stop like that wouldn't magically make everything better. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment until the ground suddenly registered just the level of force it was about to withstand. The earth exploded, surging like a tide along with strong winds to all sides. If trees were uprooted before, now, even ancient trees that dug hundreds of meters into the ground were blasted away. The soil, the rock, the greenery, it was all uprooted, spreading out as though using the floating city as the epicenter of disaster. The tsunami of Earth seemed to gain speed the further it spread, its momentum increasing and rolling over endlessly. At this moment, Leonel had reached his apex, just barely 500 meters above the surface. Seeing what was happening below him, his jaw clenched. He wasn't sure if the others could survive, but at the moment, he didn't have time to worry about them. Even he wasn't safe just yet. Veins bulged out from Leonel's forehead, his strain reaching a new level. Float. Chapter 443, Foothold. Chapter 443, Foothold. Using a spell you had no affinity with took an obscene amount of spirit pressure. Sometimes, when the Mage Academy of Camelot gained a child of rare affinity, they would have no choice but to give them a teacher who might very well not have any talent in the child's field. In such a case, the teacher would do their best to guide the child in the fundamentals. But even in that case, the strongest spells the teacher might cast would be apprentice-level arts. However, Float wasn't an apprentice-level art. In fact, it was well known as one of the most difficult to cast Magus arts in all of Camelot. Not only was Leonel casting a 3-star Magus art he had no affinity with, but he was also using it in a situation he had no business using it in. Float was only meant to help one hover 10 meters above the ground at most. And even then, every second one spent at that height would cost a huge expenditure of spirit pressure even for a high-affinity wind mage. Yet, Leonel not only had no wind affinity, but he was over 500 meters in the sky. Wind mages would often use Float like an earth mage would use a defensive technique. It was only a method of protecting themselves in battle for a short period of time. Every extra meter they soared into the air, the exponentially more spirit pressure they would need to use. "Send me inside," Ina suddenly said. She hadn't spoken a word since Leonel pressed her against his chest like this. She didn't want to admit it to herself, but she found it to be quite comfortable. But her comfort wasn't worth Leonel's strain. The fact that Leonel had sent her box and sword in was enough to show that every extra pound was a huge strain to him. Of course, it wasn't that Leonel wouldn't rather send Ina in, but rather that sending in a living object compared to an inanimate one was a completely different concept. For the same reason Leonel had to knock Aliard out first before stuffing him into a snow globe, he couldn't casually send Ina wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted. In that split second, it was better for him to take this action than explaining his plan. Who knew what might happen? If he told Ina not to resist and that he'd be fine, who knew if she'd believe him? Just when Leonel was about to answer Ina and agree to her suggestion, veins bulging across his forehead, it hit them. Yip, do as I said, Leonel roared in his mind. Bang! It was just the surge of wind finally reaching them. It was far weaker than what it was on the ground, yet it felt as though they had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Leonel wrapped his arms around Ina tightly. He could feel bits and pieces of rocks and chipped wood rebounding across his back, trying to tear his skin apart. Leonel, Ina cried out. Leonel grinned. In all his life, this was only the second time he could remember Ina calling out his name. Don't worry, I have thick skin. Leonel sent his voice to Ina's ears. If not for this, it was doubtful that she would be able to hear him at all. Ina didn't seem comforted by these words at all, but there was nothing she could do. If she tried to force her way out of Leonel's protection, it would only make everything worse. There was no time where Leonel wanted to use his shuttle more, but he knew it would be useless to do so here. The shuttle provided too little control. It was great at straight-line speed, but Leonel had just been in a forest. By the time he managed to make it above the foliage, it was already too late to guarantee making it out of the range of the shockwave. If the shuttle got hit by the shockwave, Leonel was certain it would be able to hold up against the elements alone, but he would have no control of it. According to his simulations, the likelihood of it crashing into the ground was near 100%. In that case, it was far better to rely on his own body, which he had far more control of. And, even though the surfboard form of the shuttle gave greater nimbleness, it provided no protection whatsoever. If Leonel brought it out now, it would be more likely to just get lost in all the chaos instead of helping them escape. I'll definitely modify that damn thing, Leonel roared in his heart as he tumbled through the air like loose trash. Every time it seemed that Leonel might be headed toward the ground, he would grit his teeth and activate float in full force again, slowing his descent. It was exactly this level of control he wouldn't have in the shuttle. Slowly but surely, the tsunami of earth and walls of wind began to calm. According to Leonel calculations, they had been blown over 2 kilometers away from their original location, and this was after going half a kilometer into the skies. Leonel couldn't even imagine the devastation on the ground. Seeing that it was calm enough, Leonel slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings were filled with a dense fog of dirt and soil. It was the kind of air one couldn't breathe in too deeply. Leonel summoned the shuttle and entered the surfboard mode, instantly stopping his descent to the ground. He slowly rose, trying to get to a point where his vision was clear of this mushroom cloud of earth. When he finally did, he was already over a kilometer above the surface, and what he saw left him stunned. Devastation. Absolute devastation. Where there once was an endless forest of greenery, there was nothing but overturned earth. The land had become a slosh of broken trees, sand, soil, and rock. Leonel couldn't even begin to imagine the devastation this had caused to the wildlife, and he was even more worried about what happened to Lancelot and the others. Ina looked down from her position in Leonel's arms, her heart also trembling. They both locked eyes onto the floating city in the distance. At that moment, White City finally completed its descent, perfectly fitting into the hole in the ground it had created. Seeing such a scene, Leonel shuddered. What was the most difficult part about invading another world? Wasn't it gaining a foothold? But what if you came with your own foothold? What if you brought your own fortified city to launch your attacks from? Chapter 444, Change. Chapter 444, Change. Leonel took a deep breath. At the moment, they were about 20 or so kilometers from Camelot's main city, but between here and there were 2 baronies and several smaller settlements. Who knew how many of them were affected by this earthen tsunami? Though it benefits them to bring a city along, they definitely faced complications themselves. There were many benefits to wiping out all the land around them like this, the main of which was the fact this fallen city didn't have to worry about attacks in the immediate future, while also wiping out any potential nearby settlements Camelot might have had. But this method was a double-edged sword. While White City now couldn't be easily attacked, they also couldn't easily launch any attacks either. Marching an army through this mess would be a nightmare. It made Leonel feel like this was a purposeful choice. Leone felt that there was an over 98% chance that their current attackers were the city lords of Terrain. The information he had access to put him in a unique position where he likely knew more about their current enemies than any one of the Empire or the Slayer Legion did. This perspective allowed him to understand that this wasn't a quick invasion plan. If Leonel put himself in the shoes of those city lords, their goal wasn't just to conquer Earth, it was to make Earth their new home. The reason for this could be summarized in a single sentence. Earth had more potential than Terrain. As for why they waited until now, that was even more straightforward. There was no coincidence they waited for the exact instant Earth evolved into the 4th dimension. And, unfortunately, due to Camelot's appearance, this happened long before Earth had fully settled itself. Leonel's actions had inadvertently placed Earth in a bad position. Leonel felt somewhat complicated. On the one hand, he felt that Earth was no longer truly a home to him anymore. But, on the other, he felt a twisting pain in his chest watching it being invaded this way. Leonel descended from the skies, riding his jet-black surfboard back into the dense cloud of kicked-up dirt and soil. Bear with it for a bit. Leonel spoke softly to Ina. I want to see if I can find any of the others. Ina wanted to say something like, you can let me go now, but sensing Leonel's downcast mood, she remained silent, resting her ear against his chest. Leonel touched down to the ground, his brows furrowing. This will be difficult, but it's still worth a try. Repulse. A sphere of wind twirled around Leonel and suddenly expanded violently. In the blink of an eye, it cleared the heavy atmosphere. Repulse was a 3-star mage art usually used as an area control sphere to push enemies away, so it was quite effective in its task. Leonel took a deep breath in the cleared air, closing his eyes and planting his 2 feet firmly in what ground he could find. In fact, he sunk in ankle-deep into the rolling dirt and rocks. Seismic wave. A strong surge of spirit pressure shot out from Leonel. If one looked closely, it was possible to see small ripples in the loose earth beneath his feet. There were many sensory-specific spells within Camelot's magic system. They not only existed within the auxiliary types, but they also existed within the elemental types as well. Wind elemental and earth elemental spells especially had many of them for obvious reasons. Seismic Wave was a 3-star Magus art used for scouting with the earth element. It worked almost like echolocation, except with sensing changes in the earth rather than with sound. Several small waves were sent out that were practically imperceptible to the eye. On solid ground, there would be no visual cues at all, but in loose ground like this, it showed up similar to the way a pond would ripple after experiencing a thrown stone. Everything within several kilometers was suddenly fed back to Leonel. There were very few limitations to Seismic Wave. It took very little energy to send a wave out. The only real limitation was how sharp the senses of the person sending them out was. It was said that certain animals could sense the coming of an earthquake days in advance. Such small changes could be detected by mere beasts of the third dimension. So what about Leonel? Even after reaching out 10 kilometers, Leonel still didn't feel like he had reached his limit. He had even crossed the barrier of the city in the distance. But he shook his head and focused again. Instead of distance, he focused on depth. This required stronger waves and a bit more earth elemental force, but it was still within Leonel's ability even though his previous uses of float had almost burnt him out. Simply put, thanks to his 3-star constitution, Leonel's recovery of soul force was unmatched. Leonel's breath suddenly hitched and his heart grew heavy. He had found his first dead body. His heart clenched, his hold on Ina involuntarily becoming tighter. He found another, then another. Many of them were crushed beneath the weight of the heavy earth. Some unlucky ones were struck by heavy flying stones and trees, causing damage they couldn't live through. Some others were pierced through by errant sharp branches. Leonel continued to search, going deeper and deeper. But somewhere deep inside, he realized that the deeper he went, the less likely he was to find someone he could save. There, Leonel almost cried out. Leonel found one beating heart, then another. His breathing grew quicker. This was good. Some had survived. This was definitely good. As long as he helped them climb back out, their lives should be saved. Unfortunately, Leonel was a bit too naive. One of the most important aspects of war was the element of surprise. Keeping one's enemies on their toes, catching them unawares, and gaining victories for the smallest price in exchange, these were the staples of good generals. Since Terrain's city lords had planned this matter for so long, how could they be unable to predict what would happen to the landscape around them? And how could they allow that landscape to force them to give up their advantage? The sharp call of several beasts shook Leonel out of his focused state. His head tilted up into the skies, peering through the dense cloud of dirt only to barely make out a sight that made his heart tremble. Birds, hundreds of them. Each one with a wingspan of no less than 5 meters, while some of the largest were over 20 meters in width. On their backs, each had 2 warriors. One was outfitted with a polearm weapon, while the other manned a massive crossbow machine strapped to the backs of these massive birds of prey. White City was already attacking, and their first wave would be an aerial assault. Chapter 445, same feeling. Chapter 445, same feeling. Leonel was instantly at a loss. If he continued saving those buried beneath the rubble, many of whom were unconscious, he would be allowing this attack to continue on smoothly. But if he moved to stop them now, it was very likely that many of those he could save would die. Damn it, Leonel roared in his mind. Leonel snapped out of his own thoughts. Just point out where they are to me and I'll dig them out. I can't battle in the skies like you can. Leonel opened his mouth to reply, but wasn't exactly sure what to say. It would definitely be more efficient for them to be saved by him. He could use his earth elemental affinity to simply carry them out. But Ina would have to physically dig them out. Just leave it to me, Ina insisted. More people will die than those buried down if they're allowed to go. Leonel's hesitation was broken when he heard these words. She was right. If they managed to make it to one of the baronies, hundreds would die. Ina pushed off, breaking out of Leonel's embrace and landing on the ground. They can't see me on the ground through all the dirt clouds. Stop worrying about me. Leonel blinked and nodded. The first is 57 meters in that direction and 13 meters underground. With that, Leonel shot into the skies. The formation of predatory birds soared through the skies in perfect formation. They were split into groups of 11. Each group of 11 was split into 3 groups. The first group formed the outer structure of the formation. At the helm, there was 1 bird, and following its wings, there were 3 birds to each side for a total of 7 forming this outer structure. This first group formed an inverted V structure. The second group was likewise in a V structure, but they were tucked within the larger outer structure. This inner structure was formed of smaller, swifter birds, and there were just 3 of them. The final groups was actually just a single bird. This bird protected the commander to the back of this double inverted V structure. In the end, from afar, it looked as though numerous triangular formations were flying through the air. They looked no different from jets shooting through the skies, all of them exuding a fourth-dimensional aura. This sort of formation should have been far beyond Leonel's means to deal with. The only reason Ina didn't stop him wasn't because she wasn't worried, but rather because she knew that trying to stop Leonel would have been useless. He was simply too fond of doing stupid things to save people he didn't even know, let alone the fact he was now doing so to protect those he thought of as his friends. In Leonel's mind, Mordred was now a close friend of his. If Camelot fell, it would be Mordred's family that suffered the most. How could he allow such a thing to happen? At the center of these numerous smaller formations, a man wearing black robes accented by white flexible armor stood atop a predator bird of his own. Unlike the others, he was the only one on the back of this bird. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his hair shaved down until only the smallest bristles remained. The rushing winds whipped against his face, but it was as though his skin was tightly stapled to his skeleton. His stern expression never distorted, nor did his eyes ever blink. He was one of City Lord White's white knights, Khaled Diore. Leonel stood in the skies, a simple light refraction array centered around him. The more he observed the coming tide of predatory birds, the more he realized he didn't stand a chance. Even ignoring the warriors and assault weapons on their backs, just the beasts alone were beyond anything Leonel had ever seen before. They had beaks that glistened like the blades of a polished spear. Their black feathers caused the light of the setting sun to rebound as though they were metal plates. Their eyes were a bright shade of crimson that exuded a bloodthirsty light as though all they knew was slaughter. As though this wasn't enough, Leonel felt that the large crossbows fitted to their backs contained much more power than 23rd century cannons. By his estimations, they were weaker than 25th century technology, but marginally stronger than 24th. And, unlike Earth's technology, they weren't negatively influenced by force in the slightest. None of this even began to touch upon the humans that managed to command these beasts and control these machines. Leonel was simply in over his head. He was still within the third dimension, and he was just a single person facing almost 500. Any smart person would turn tail and run. Leonel took several deep breaths, trying to calm his beating heart. For a moment, he closed off his senses. He heard nothing, saw nothing, felt nothing, felt nothing. Earth was probably in chaos at this moment. Leonel could almost feel it. Everyone's lives had already been turned upside down once, but here it was again. But he was lucky. He had talent. If he wanted to, and had the time, he could gain the strength to protect himself, but not everyone could claim this. Did Leonel feel some sort of responsibility because of this? He would be lying if he said no. But somewhere inside, he felt it was more than this. It was the same feeling he got on the football field. The same feeling he felt when he sat down at an exam. The same feeling he had when he stepped onto his first battlefield. Leonel opened his eyes, a mad grin spreading across his face as his irises flickered a wild violet red. Leonel flipped his palm, causing a familiar black rhino's horn to appear. He brought it slowly to his lips, his blood boiling and his skin flushing crimson as bronze runes danced across it. That's a nice formation you have there. Would be a shame if someone ruined it. These birds might seem mighty and menacing, but these were exactly the kind of beasts most susceptible to outside influences. Seeing such odds before him only made Leonel want to win even more. It was exactly then Leonel blew on the horn with all his might, pouring his spirit pressure into it. The people of Terrain had pissed him off many times already. Leonel even believed that the so-called fugitives they had bribed Shield Cross stars into looking for were those who wanted to blow the whistle on this maddening plan of theirs. Unfortunately, before those fugitives could do much of anything, Earth's evolution was accelerated, causing them to enter the fourth dimension before anyone predicted. Leonel remembered how he had been treated just because he was weak. He remembered how Jirok refused to tell him what they were hiding even after he spared his life. He saw the way they tried to humiliate Ina, his Ina. Since they wanted war, he would give it to them. Chapter 446, Without Reason. Chapter 446, Without Reason. The blaring sound of a horn tore across the skies. The perfect formation of predator birds was instantly shaken. Their riders, which had spent years learning how to tame these wild beasts, were suddenly at a loss. It felt as though they were riding bucking bulls. White Knight Diore's gaze sharpened. Despite the wild reaction of his predatory bird was equally as wild. His feet remained attached as though they had been sewn together. This noise. Khaled locked onto a particular direction. Even though his eyes saw nothing in that spot, he trusted his senses. There was most definitely an enemy right there. Leonel felt the White Knight's aura lock onto him. The feeling was like being gripped by the hands of death. He knew from the very beginning that light refraction wasn't infallible. But it only made it worse now that he was funneling the abilities of this horn right toward the flock of birds. Even if the sight of him didn't give him away, the direction in which the blaring horn was coming from most definitely did. But Leonel didn't stop blowing. From behind his light refraction spell, he locked eyes with Khaled, his blood boiling. The white knight stomped down hard on his predator bird, sending a violent shock through its body and waking it up. By now, the perfect formation had devolved into a wild flock of birds flying in every which direction. In fact, out of their control, many on the backs of these predator birds fell from their backs. Without a choice, they pulled out an inconspicuous short pole from their harnesses. With a few clicks, they became gliders. Watching so many fall from the skies, Leonel sighed a breath of relief, thinking they would have no choice but to return to White City. But, to his astonishment, as though they were assigned a life-and-death mission, these gliders continued forward toward their original destinations, not gazing back toward White City even once. Leonel's heart froze over. This was the first time he truly felt the resolve of these warriors. Damn it. Leonel put his horn away and pulled out his black bow and slipped on his bowman gloves. It was a palpable pressure. It was the kind Leonel hadn't felt before. In all his life, he had never faced such dauntless, fearless warriors. The demons loved war, but they still feared death. They still stormed the battlefields, but they weren't a single unit, forged together by blood and sweat. These warriors were different, though. It was impossible for them to have guessed that someone would be able to disrupt their plan before it even truly began. Yet, they reacted as though it didn't matter. Despite the fact they hadn't sensed Leonel's location like their captain had, they still traveled toward him dauntlessly, not a single one of them cowering in fear. Leonel felt like he was back on those French battlefields, facing those mortal men who threw their life away to protect their country in the face of an enemy they knew was impossible to defeat. It was on that battlefield Leonel gained respect for bravery and death. Leonel knocked his first arrow, his aura surging. Little Black Star. The little mink popped into existence out of a spinning black vortex, landing atop Leonel's head as though he had never left. Leonel's body was coated in a thin film of dancing shadows, his goldish bronze hair dancing wildly beneath his towering force. Crackling lightning, sharpening winds, dancing shadows that sounded like blades gliding across his arrow. Leonel took a deep breath and released his fingers on his exhale. As though his bow was a living entity extending from his own body, it followed his will, drawing a line from his eyes to his target. PCHU. Without ability to dodge, the first glider was pierced through the skull, but the others continued flying forward as though they hadn't sensed a thing. Leonel brought out a second arrow and fired again, then a third, then a fourth. In the blink of an eye, he had already sent out over a dozen arrows and reaped a dozen lives. However, he could see it all clearly. His senses were impossibly sharp. How could he miss it? Not a single one who lived flinched. Not a single one thought of turning back. Not a single one cowered. There were simply too many. There had only been around 500 predator birds, but each had 2 riders, making the gliders in the sky total over 1,000. Against a normal army, killing so many without giving them ability to retaliate would have caused them to stagger and run. But this army didn't seem to function by normal standards. And how could they? This wasn't a land they had come to conquer for mere wealth. This was about their lives, their future. To their backs wasn't a mere city. It was one filled with their family, their friends, those they had to protect. This wasn't a normal invading army, and the white troops of White City weren't a normal group of men and women. Leonel clenched his jaw. These were all fourth-dimensional warriors. The only reason he could kill them was because, in their current positions, they had no ability to fight back. But if he didn't put all of his strength into one arrow, he knew it would still be impossible to kill them even in this situation. He simply didn't have any large area of effect spells he could use to deal with them all at once. And, even if he did, he wouldn't have enough spirit pressure to easily affect such a large area without all but killing himself. As though the situation wasn't bad enough already, it only got worse in the next instant. White Knight Diori had locked onto Leonel's general location long ago. Yet, despite knowing his men were dying one after another, he still hadn't made a move against Leonel, and the reason for this soon became clear: quell your rage. A booming voice shocked the wild flock of predator birds. Leonel's heart trembled. The birds. It seemed that White Knight Diori wasn't designated as the head of this aerial squad without reason. The disordered, wild flock of predator birds suddenly regained their purpose, their crimson eyes all locking onto a certain direction. Leonel's blood ran cold. Chapter 447, Sky Battle 1, Chapter 447, Sky Battle 1. The feeling of hundreds locking onto you, each without any other expressed goal than to taste your blood and reap your life. It was something Leonel had experienced before within the Merlin trials. But there was something different about facing so many beasts. They didn't have a semblance of humanity, not an ounce of reason. There were no words he could use to get them to pause, nor were there any looming timers or rules he could use to pull himself out of this situation. It couldn't have been a more primal sense of fight or flight. It was either he defeated all of these enemies or escaped them. If not, he would die. Leonel suddenly felt a wave of interference play against his light refraction spell, distorting it. In the blink of an eye, it became a useless decoy hanging in the skies, exposing him to the senses of thousands. A shudder ran through Leonel's spine. This hadn't happened because he was careless, or even because he had run out of energy. This was an ability. The birds. All this time, Leonel had had the thought of being careful at the back of his mind. though it was somewhat more difficult for a unit of warriors to use their abilities as freely in such a structure where the power of the whole was more important than the individual. Leonel knew that unexpected abilities were one of the things he had to pay attention to the most. In this aspect, Leonel was perfectly correct. The actions of White Knight Diore proved as much without a shadow of a doubt. What Leonel didn't expect, however, was for the abilities of the predator birds to be maybe even more important. All this time, Leonel had been so focused on their menacing exteriors that he never considered the fact their internal abilities were what truly should have struck fear in him. Leonel rapidly retreated, placing his body almost parallel to the ground as his jet-black surfboard sent him soaring backward. He quickly pulled out the dictionary, using the base of the surfboard to hide his actions. Those birds, what are they and what are their abilities? Ping, replying to Seed, these birds are a subspecies of specially bred decoder beasts known as the jagged beak predator ravens. They are known for two main abilities, one related to their oddly shaped beaks, and the second related to their pupils. Jagged beak, ability to disrupt force organization, predator pupils, ability to disrupt force organization. Leonel's heart trembled. The drawing of force arts was a delicate operation. Every force art type was a different language that spoke in a different way. But, in order to convey a certain message, it had to be exceptionally particular. This much was proved by when Leonel modified Camelot's force art in order to draw them faster. Doing just this small action caused the strength of these force arts to plummet. This was all to say something very simple. If these predator ravens could disrupt the organization of force arts, then spells were all but useless against them. Leonel now understood why it was that these birds were sent as the centerpiece of the first attack. Any large-scale formations Camelot wanted to put up to protect themselves would be absolutely useless before them. Even though the predator pupils were weaker than their jagged beaks in formation breaking, when 500 of them stared at a single point, what chance did a formation stand? And, beyond that, what if they began attacking that already weakened point with their beaks? KKKWWWAA, KWWWAA. Leonel's expression changed. His internal sight swept out, only to find that the distance between him and the flock of predator ravens had already halved. Their speed was inconceivable, and clearly far beyond what his surfboard could muster. Maybe if it wasn't for the heavy crossbows still strapped to their backs, they would be even faster. Leonel locked eyes with the commander in the midst. He still stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back and his black robes fluttering wildly beneath the speed of his predator raven. In truth, White Knight Diore was inwardly surprised despite his indifferent expression. For one, he recognized Leonel. They would be foolish to not know of the talents of Earth before coming to invade them, but even beyond that, even if it wasn't about invading Earth, he would have heard of Leonel. After all, the rumors of him joining Valiant Heart Mountain without having to pass the trials had already spread like wildfire. But this was only a secondary reasoning. What shocked him the most was that despite 500 predator ravens locking onto Leonel at once, all they managed to do was distort Leonel's spell. Had it not been for Leonel dispelling the mage art himself, Khaled might still be looking toward a distorted image of Leonel. The White Knight narrowed his eyes. This was good. Now that Earth had evolved into a fourth-dimensional world, those who were born within it should be experiencing a evolutionary growing phase right now. Within the next few weeks to months, many of Earth's greatest talents would experience explosive growth in their abilities. This was why it was so important for them to be swift in their approach. This wasn't only about keeping the element of surprise, but it was also about ensuring that Earth didn't get any more chances to grow. Earth didn't have the foundation of cultivation. All they could rely on was technology and their gifted abilities. The evolution to the fourth dimension would already guarantee the near uselessness of technology, so they only had the latter to worry about. With a talent like Leonel before him, how could Khaled possibly allow him to live? Leonel was most definitely one of the greatest roadblocks standing between them and claiming this world for themselves. How fair was it for Earth to have so much potential and for terrain to have reached the end of its own? How fair was it for them to have to scratch and claw for everything while the people of Earth could be gifted the world? How fair was it for them to have to deal with people of their own world that would rather be the dogs of others rather than forging something for themselves? The truth was that there was no fairness in the world. Since that was the case, they would snatch what should be theirs themselves. And in White Knight Diore's mind, killing Leonel was the first step. Swarm him to death. Chapter 448, Sky Battle 2. Chapter 448, Sky Battle 2. Leonel's feet shifted, slowing his black surfboard to a grinding halt. He pulled out the horn once again, but Khaled only sneered. Seeing his reaction, Leonel put the horn away without even blowing on it. Now that he understood the situation he was in, his mind flowed like water, jumping from idea to idea without pause or rest. It was already impossible for him to stop the gliders, but he had at least bought the baronies in Camelot time. By now, information about what was happening here should have long since been disseminated. A city falling from the sky was not something that could be missed, and Leonel had made certain of that. Leonel's goal had already changed. Assuming that he would be able to stop an entire army by himself had been foolish. Since he knew that he couldn't, he would focus on what he could do. His first priority was to survive. His second priority would be to kill this commander. Though Leonel set this second priority, he didn't spend any of his time hoping for it. He could sense that this commander was much stronger than he was. At his current level, Leonel couldn't even deal with the likes of Jilnia and those heirs of powers with any sort of assurance. At most, he could deal with exceptionally weak fourth-dimensional existences, and those who couldn't defend themselves like those gliders. But against someone like White Knight Diore, well, it was safe to say that if this battle was happening on the ground, and not the air where Khaled could not directly track down and kill Leonel himself, Leonel would likely already be dead. Leonel's emotions seemed to vanish, his cold, calculating eyes locking onto the flock of birds around him as though he could no longer sense the gliders flying by below him. His mind reached an unprecedented sense of calm and seriousness that made the White Knight frown for the first time since this battle began. Leonel stood absolutely still in the air. Using his flying treasure as his base, he nocked another arrow, his breathing calm and steady. The way his eyes locked onto White Knight Diore made the latter feel as though there was nothing else around them, as though in this world there were only the two of them, as though if he made the slightest mistake, miscalculated just the smallest bit, that his life would be over. A halo of bronze appeared above Leonel's head, wafting out a majestic violet fog. It seemed to coat Leonel in the air of a king, even causing the atmosphere to become several times heavier. In the past, the gravity field ability of Leonel's metal synergy lineage factor had been exceptionally weak, barely increasing the gravity by a few percentage points, if that. But after absorbing so much Urbi Essence, just the presence of Leonel's halo alone increased it by 20%, giving a 1-2x effect at no expense to Leonel's own stamina. This might not seem like much, but aerial beasts were especially reliant on their light weight. Small changes could cost them a drastic amount of speed, and at this moment Leonel would take whatever advantage he could get. A predator raven swooped down at Leonel, its eyes a furious shade of crimson. But almost in the exact instant it reached the range in order to do this, Leonel had reacted first, letting loose an arrow. KWWWAA, KWWAA, an arc of blood sprayed from the predator raven's eyes. It sprawled in the air, its wings flapping about so wildly that it lost several feathers in a matter of moments. Leonel's surfboard moved at his command. He seemed to move in a straight line, but the angles he took were just out of reach of several predator ravens. Without any long-ranged attacks, these ravens could only assault Leonel with their beaks and their claws. Their pupils were also useless if Leonel wasn't casting any spells, though they could disrupt the organization of force, that was all. They couldn't dispel force or negate it. This meant that against force arts, their abilities were exceptional, but against normal force attacks like Leonel's reinforced arrows, the amount of change they could cause was next to zero. To make matters worse for the flock of predator ravens, their size was simply too big. With only short-ranged attacks available to them, and even the smallest of them having a wingspan of 5 meters, nimble movements were most definitely not their forte. In fact, even if it was, with how many of them had swarmed Leonel, sudden bursts of movement would cause more problems to themselves than they would to Leonel himself. Khaled narrowed his eyes. He thought that since he was facing a child, all he had to do was intimidate Leonel into making a stupid mistake with the use of his overwhelming numbers. He thought that Leonel wouldn't have the presence of mind to realize that he was keeping the predator ravens spaced out so that they wouldn't collide with one another. Yet not only had Leonel realized this, he realized it immediately and even boldly acted upon it, even to the point of allowing the flock of ravens to surround him. If things kept going like this, without the room to even turn around, they would end up flying by Leonel and ironically letting him escape. But Khaled wasn't a fool. In fact, he was one of City Lord White's most trusted White Knights. If not for this, how could he be allowed to man one of their most important missions? Disperse, he commanded calmly. In one swift motion, the predator ravens that had already passed Leonel by flapped their wings and spread out. Instantly, they had formed a large encirclement of Leonel, effectively cutting off the surrounding 500-meter space for their battlefield. Those ravens that were still surging toward Leonel spread their wings out wide, coming to grinding halts as they either shot up or down. Despite feeling that he could kill Leonel with a single strike if he got the opportunity, Khaled remained calm, retreating as well. In the center of it all that was left were a group of 3 predator ravens, the smallest and swiftest of them all, assaulting Leonel from all sides. Khaled's response immediately cured all of his formation's weaknesses. He had expected Leonel's calm expression to crack, but to his surprise, there wasn't even the slightest shift. From start to finish, Leonel had only shot a single arrow. The rest of the time, he spent calculating the safest lines of trajectory he would take to dodge around these beasts. Well, that was at least what it seemed like. But Leonel's real target had been his target from the very beginning, a particular bird beast that now had just a single eye and was in much too much pain to follow Khaled's orders perfectly. Chapter 449, Sky Battle 3, Chapter 449, Sky Battle. 3. Khaled's expression changed. He had already commanded that Predator Raven to man the perimeter, but it hadn't listened. No, it's not that it wasn't listening. Something's making it not listen, this boy. Leonel had realized long ago that Khaled's commands could be interrupted. For Khaled to have been sent to command this aerial assault, it was likely that other than gaining City Lord White's trust, it was also due to his ability. By virtue of this, it was easy to extrapolate that Khaled had likely been the one in command of the predator birds from the very beginning. After Leonel realized this, he already had all the information he needed. The fact that his horn could disrupt Khaled's control, even for a moment, meant that it was very much possible for external sources to do so. So, the simple question was, what about pain? This much was easily confirmed. Though it was just for a moment, the Predator Raven completely disregarded Khaled's commands, almost completely disrupting the formation with its erratic flight in those moments just after Leonel pierced its eye. Though Khaled managed to regain control of the Predator Raven, there was one thing he didn't notice, or rather two things packaged into one. The first thing was that Leonel had hidden a secondary damage spell within an arrow. And the second thing was that Leonel had hidden a smaller version of the force arts drawn onto his horn as well. The instant he realized that his hypothesis was correct, he activated the secondary damage spell, causing the Raven a surge of pain once again. And, right afterward, he activated the beast-taming force arts to disrupt Khaled's second attempts at controlling the Raven. When Leonel's light refraction spell was influenced, he realized a few things. For one, the influence of a single Raven's pupils were exceptionally weak on him. If it wasn't for 500 disrupting his spell at once, it would have never distorted in the first place. And second, when he used his surfboard to block the view of Khaled while he pulled out the dictionary, he realized that the effect the Ravens had on him were much weaker in that instant. That obviously meant that their abilities weren't area of effect, but rather truly reliant on their sight. At the very least, they had to have a line of sight to the force art they wanted to disrupt. This made Leonel realize his second very important thing. These damned birds couldn't disrupt a force art that had already been shielded and definitely couldn't disrupt one too small for them to lock eyes on. At this point, though Khaled was startled, he still didn't understand what Leonel's plan was. He could tell that something was interrupting his control, and that this thing was most definitely the arrow still lodged in the Raven's eye. But what was the purpose? There were over 500 jagged-beaked predator ravens, all of which had long since surrounded Leonel and were waiting to taste his blood. What good was there to mess with just a single one? But Khaled's expression changed again when Leonel abruptly changed directions to, seemingly by coincidence, cross paths with the erratically flying bird. With a flip of his palm, Leonel's bow disappeared, only to be replaced by a pitch-black spear. Clang, 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 clang. Chain domain. The predator raven was suddenly tightly bound in the sky, its wings pinned to body and its claws pressed flush against itself. Veins popped out across Leonel's forehead, but he didn't retreat. His back flexed as the predator raven hung in the air beneath his might. He could see its enraged eyes trying to bore into his soul. One was a blood red, while the other dripped with crimson, its precious life dripping to the ground far beneath them. However, when it saw Leonel's cold, calculating eyes looking back toward it, the bird felt fear for the first time in maybe its life. It suddenly stopped struggling, its blood running cold. In a lot of ways, beasts were just more of what humans were innately but tried to hide. Their sense of strict hierarchy was even more damning, even more rigorous, even more demanding. When facing a being superior to you, beasts lowered their heads, even if it meant certain death. Leonel's spear shot into the predator raven's eye, an undeniable callousness in his gaze as he felt his blade run deep into its skull and through its brain. Spear force burst out, mincing the insides of the predator raven in an instant. But it was what happened next that made Khaled's heart truly seize. Leonel pulled out his spear, blood spraying through the air as he thrust forth once more. But this time, his target wasn't the dead raven, but rather the crossbow machine strapped to its back. The strap was severed in a single strike, separating out from the predator ravens. Leonel's chain domain released the beast, but latched onto the crossbow, causing it float before him in menacing fashion. Just like that, in what felt like the blink of an eye, the entire situation had shifted. All around, there were hundreds of predator ravens, each outfitted with a crossbow, but not a single one with the capability of firing one. And then there was Leonel. He was just one man, but he had suddenly become the center of the battlefield. His gaze still cool, suffused with indifference, he used his chain domain to load the first bolt, his eyes locking onto Khaled once more. A wave of danger seized the heart of the White Knight. Before, he felt his movements were clever. Clearing out the predator ravens to surround and suffocate Leonel seemed to have been the perfect move at the time. But now, he felt as though he had co-signed his own death. The irony of it was that, as a commander, he didn't even have a crossbow of his own. The indifference in Leonel's gaze was almost beginning to drive Khaled mad. There was no sense of achievement or victory or even complacency or happiness in his eyes. It was as though what hovered before him wasn't a human, but rather a series of data points to be callously observed. And then Leonel released the bolt. Shoo! Shoo! Fang! The sound barrier shattered in an instant. It happened so quickly that by the time it was registered, Khalid was already trying to dodge out of the way. But unfortunately for the White Knight, Leonel's target was never him. KWWAA. It was a devastating sight. The cry of the raven hardly sounded before its head imploded into fleshly bits of crimson gore. The bolt was so powerful that it continued without losing momentum, piercing through the heart of another raven several hundred meters behind the first and causing it to implode as well. White Knight Diore found himself falling through the skies, a half-stunned expression on his face. He lost? Leonel looked on from up above, his gaze locking onto Khalid's falling figure as his chain domain adjusted the aim of the crossbow toward the White Knight. Today, he would send a resounding message to the people of Terrain. Chapter 450, Khalid Diore. Chapter 450, Khalid Diore. Khalid felt his heart seize. Something told him that no matter what he did, it would be impossible to dodge out of the way of this strike. The White Knight roared at the top of his lungs, unleashing all the force he had. There was simply no point in keeping anything in reserve. What good was reserve strength if he was dead? He didn't bother to pull out his glider. At this moment, he didn't want anything slowing his descent toward the ground. In fact, the faster he hit the ground, the better. As for whether he could survive such an impact, he would deal with just a single problem at a time. Bang! The sound barrier shattered. Roaring winds shot in every direction, clearing out a path for the released bolt. It felt for a moment as though it was cleaving the clouds with a single sword strike. Khalid flipped a palm, causing a spear to appear. He poured all of his force into it, striking out with all the might he could muster as he fell from the skies. At the same time, he kicked hard at the air, flipping himself upside down to careen toward the ground even faster. He hoped that the fact he was falling in the same direction as the bolt, along with the fact he was putting his all into stopping it, would dampen the strength somewhat. But reality was cruel. Though he was correct in his assessment, the diminishment in strength was practically negligible. Khalid's spear point met the bolt, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets under his strain. In that moment, he could swear that he had never put so much strength into a strike before. But his spear point splintered apart like dried weed. The bolt continued forward as though cutting through air, blasting a bloody hole so large in his shoulder that it took his arm along with it. White Knight Diore paled. His arm spun aimlessly in the air, sparkling droplets of crimson dancing around it. It looked as if a cannonball had taken a quarter of his body with it, trying its very best to reap his life. In that moment, his spinning arm was sheared apart by the harsh winds left trailing the bolt. Had it not been for the force Khalid had protecting his body, his head might have suffered the same force. Leonel coldly looked on from above, knocking another bolt. His senses swept over it all. It seemed that every crossbow had only been outfitted with 3 bolts. But, judging by their strength, Leonel understood why. With such devastating power, it was unlikely for any formation to survive the combination of the Predator Ravens' abilities and this crossbow assault. In addition, weight was a huge issue when it came to such an aerial assault, and each one of these bolts rivaled even the crossbow itself in heft. But just one more bolt was fine. Since Khalid had given him such an opening, Leonel didn't believe he wouldn't be able to kill him. Leonel coldly aimed for the last time, watching the White Knight's falling figure. At that moment, several of the Predator Ravens had swarmed once again, trying to obstruct Leonel's sight toward their commander. But Leonel didn't flinch. If Khalid thought that he would lose sight because of this, he was sorely mistaken. From start to finish, Leonel's internal sight had been completely locked onto Khalid. Beyond this, would the bolt really be stopped by just a few bodies considering its strength? Leonel's chest expanded with an even breath. As though he was sinking with the crossbow, he released the moment he began to exhale, his calm breathing contrasting with the shattering boom of the bolt's speed. KWWAA. The bolt instantly tore through 3 raven bodies in the blink of an eye, showering the skies in crimson. Panic gripped Khalid's heart. He continuously kicked the air, trying to quicken his descent. Every time he did, he left concentric circles in the sky, accelerating himself downward with each attempt. But the bolt was simply too fast. He realized at that point that obstructing Leonel's vision had been useless. In fact, using so many ravens to block him only gave him easy access to more bolts. A strong feeling of helplessness gripped at Khalid's heart, but his expression remained the same as all others who had died to Leonel's hand on this day. He looked up toward his murderer, his gaze locking onto Leonel's. All he received in return was a plain stare, the same one that told him he was nothing but a data point, the same one that didn't seem to care for who he was as a person. Shoo! Bing! There was no sound when the bolt shot through Khalid's chest. In fact, it seemed as though the bolt had only flown through another patch of air. Rather, the huge crashing sound came from the bolt colliding with the ground and leaving a crater that rivaled the impact of a small meteor. For a moment, there was only a bloody hole, and in the next, Khalid's body imploded, shattering from the inside out into a rain of blood and gore. Having realized he made another mistake by calling the ravens to come and protect him, Khalid didn't bother to protect himself in the end, opting to simply stare at the man who ended his life. It was the kind of look only a man dauntless of death could form in his final moments. Maybe, from the very beginning, Khalid's anxiousness, his panic, his trembling, never had anything to do with the danger his life was in, and everything to do with his unwillingness to fail the mission he was given. Leonel took a deep breath before releasing the crossbow in his chain domain and gasping for breath. He coughed several times, his lungs screaming beneath the strain. Yep. Leonel's chest heaved as he tried to give the little mink a reassuring smile. Calculating the trajectory of such a fast bolt hadn't been a problem for Leonel. Others couldn't guarantee such accuracy and could only use these crossbows as siege weapons. But Leonel was different. This was all to say that the reason for his fatigue wasn't this, but rather his use of his chain domain. But it couldn't be helped. His surfboard couldn't fit such a large, heavy crossbow onto it. Leonel shook his head, turning his gaze toward where the gliders had disappeared to. By now, they were definitely closing in on the first barony. Even without the predator ravens, that city didn't stand a chance against so many fourth-dimensional existences. Damn.